Chapter 1. Master Wu Tian, I humbly beseech you to accept me as your disciple. This is my offering of respect. On a picturesque island amidst the vast ocean stood a solitary villa. A young man, holding a Risku magazine aloft, extended it towards an elderly man adorned with a turtle shell. Cough, cough. The old man, distinguished by his white beard and sunglasses, feigned nonchalance as he cleared his throat. Yet, his hands moved swiftly to snatch the magazine from the young man's grasp. My standards for accepting disciples are quite elevated. If you can. The turtle-shelled elder rubbed his hands together, revealing a rather lascivious expression to the young man. Alas, must I remain unworthy of being your disciple, Master Wu Tian? Then I shall return another day. The young man appeared to disregard the elder's subsequent words, resigning himself to defeat. Wait. If you can bring back a master wife, I shall agree to take you as my disciple. The elder's voice dwindled amidst the roar of departing engines, leaving him stunned in place. Since a while back, a young man had visited him daily in pursuit of apprenticeship, initially met with unwavering rejection. However, over time, he found himself somewhat moved by the lad's perseverance, particularly as the number of offerings he received grew overwhelming at his age. It was only natural to feel somewhat drained. Today, he intended to present a final challenge, to find a master wife. Yet, it seemed the young man was oblivious to this and departed. At that moment, the young man piloting the flying vehicle received a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for diligently visiting Master Turtle. Everyday endurance attribute increased by 0.1. Task duration, 4,949 days. This task is finally concluded at this rate. I won't have the funds to purchase magazines. The young man, named by Chuan, was not a native of this world, but rather an individual who had traversed from another realm. In his previous life, he was a man in his 30s, obsessed with becoming a formidable character from novels. Thus, he remained unmarried and childless, spending his life pondering how to cultivate divine skills to gain strength. However, he ultimately failed to achieve his aspirations, succumbing instead to cancer, which abruptly ended his existence. Perhaps fate smiled upon him, granting him rebirth in this world of combat and fervor, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball universe, and even bestowed upon him a system that promised strength through self-discipline and cultivation. Congratulations, host, for persisting for 49 days, presenting offerings to Master Turtle's self-discipline task completed. Reward, Scion Bloodline. Self-discipline strength increase 0.2 task initiated. Self-discipline is not merely a habit, but an essential attitude to become a true powerhouse. Self-discipline is indispensable. Please collect 4-star balls for 10 consecutive days. Attribute values will be calculated daily. Task duration, 10 days. Collect 4-star balls? Bai Chuan hastily engaged the brakes, realizing he was not heading towards Baozi Mountain. I wonder if I am now capable of defeating Sun Wukong. As he searched for the precise location of Baozi Mountain, Bai Chuan opened his attribute panel. Host, Bai Chuan. Basic attributes, Strength 2.2, Agility 1.6, Stamina 1.7, Endurance 1.7. Traits, Favorable winds, Comprehensive combat power evaluation, 10. Evaluation, a scion of lacking combat prowess. With a combat power of 10, one would certainly be considered a master on Earth, capable of effortlessly dealing with ordinary adults. Yet, whether he could best the protagonist of this world remained uncertain. As Bai Chuan piloted his flying vehicle towards Baozi Mountain, a girl with blue-green hair arrived at the same destination. However, her vehicle sped with reckless abandon, colliding with a boy possessing a tail. I hit something," the girl exclaimed, her eyes wide as the tail boy, after being struck, staggered to his feet. "You foul demon! Do you seek to steal my prey?" The tail boy, irate, lifted both the girl and her vehicle effortlessly. With a resounding crash, the car was hurled away, and the girl emerged, dazed and disoriented. Another demon crawled out from within the demon's belly. The tailed boy, unfamiliar with automobiles, brandished a club from his back, ready to confront the girl. "How dare you destroy my vehicle, you demon!" The girl retaliated, drawing a pistol and firing. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, the tail boy merely yelped in pain exhibiting no other injuries. How strange, why aren't you dead? The girl stood there, utterly bewildered. Fool! I would not so easily succumb to your devilish arts. My body is as robust as steel. But you, now I shall rid the world of your foul presence. The tail boy charged forward, clutching his club tightly. Wait, little brother. I am not a demon, I am a human. The girl promptly lowered her gun and leaped from the damaged vehicle, revealing her long, snow-white legs. A human? Yet you appear so weak, and you lack a tail. The tail boy prodded the girl's skirt with a stick. Fool! That is because I am a girl, and do not lift my skirt without permission. The girl exclaimed, hastily covering herself and chastising the tailed boy. A girl? You're truly a girl? The tailed boy recalled a saying from his late grandfather. One should treat girls with kindness. As they conversed, the tailed boy introduced himself as Sun Wukong, while the girl identified herself as Bulma. Just as they began to walk towards Sun Wukong's home, a flying vehicle soared overhead, arriving at a temple-like house even faster than they could. Remarkably, I have obtained a 4-star ball so easily. The open door revealed a glass orb shimmering with 4 pentagrams. Thus, Bai Chuan effortlessly claimed the 4-star ball. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 4-star ball strength attribute, increased by 0.2. The task was completed with such ease that Bai Chuan found himself gazing intently at the 4-star ball. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by the hastily returning Sun Wukong and Bulma. Hey, do not touch my grandfather! Young Sun Wukong shouted indignantly. This instant captured Bai Chuan's attention, who scrutinized Sun Wukong, finding little of note. However, Bulma, with her fair complexion and long legs, captivated him momentarily. Understanding the significance of the encounter between Bulma and Sun Wukong, Bai Chuan recognized that a grand adventure was about to unfold. How handsome! The moment Bulma laid eyes on Bai Chuan, she was smitten. Bai Chuan's striking black eyes, chiseled features, and serene demeanor made him stand out even amidst a crowd. Did you hear that? Return my grandfather! Young Sun Wukong rushed forward, eager to reclaim the Dragon Ball from Bai Chuan. However, Bai Chuan had no intention of complying with a swift motion. He evaded Wukong's grasp and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his back. Boom! Given Bai Chuan's superior strength, the blow sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Sun Wukong. Bulma finally reacted, astonished that the seemingly monstrous Sun Wukong had been so easily subdued by the dashing young man before her. However, beauty was justice, and Bulma swiftly redirected her focus towards Bai Chuan. By teaming up with this handsome stranger, she could not only seek the Dragon Balls, but also deepen their connection. Perhaps, in the end, she would not even need to make a wish to find the romance she desired. Ouch, that hurts! Sun Wukong groaned, shakily rising to his feet. The impact from Bai Chuan's strike, compounded by his hunger, left him feeling dizzy. Is my strength truly so formidable that even Sun Wukong cannot withstand my blow? Bai Chuan marveled at his right hand, incredulous at Wukong's apparent weakness. Tu was merely hungry. Sun Wukong replied weakly. Hungry? Bai Chuan suddenly recalled that Sun Wukong did indeed have a tendency to neglect meals in his youth. Since you are hungry, I shall return tomorrow to seize the Dragon Ball. Do not seek excuses then. Bai Chuan tossed the 4-star ball towards the dazed Wukong, who instinctively caught it. Handsome, why don't we team up to find the Dragon Balls together? Bulma suggested, her cheeks tinged with color. Why would I? I only need to take the Dragon Balls from you when the time comes. Though Bai Chuan himself was merely 15 or 16, standing alongside Bulma, they certainly made a striking pair yet. His primary goal remained to grow stronger. Ugh! Bulma found herself at a loss for words, bewildered by his singular focus on seizing. I'm off. I shall return tomorrow to claim the Dragon Ball. Having completed his task for the day, Bai Chuan had little desire to linger any longer. Wait, when will you come tomorrow? Bulma called out, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Depend on my mood. With that brief reply, Bai Chuan piloted the Dragonfly aircraft into the distance. Gazing towards the horizon, where the handsome figure had vanished, Bulma swiftly redirected her attention back to Sun Wukong, or rather, to the Dragon Balls. Hey, Wukong, considering that the Dragon Balls are being targeted by such a dangerous individual, Should I take care of them for you? Bulma inquired with a hint of mischief. No way. This is the only relic my grandfather left me. Sun Wukong immediately retorted. Well, there's no helping it, just so you know. Bulma pulled out 2 gleaming Dragon Balls from her bag, one adorned with 2 stars and the other with 5. She explained to Sun Wukong that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls would grant a wish. My grandfather has 4 stars, so that must be the 4-star ball. Sun Wukong responded swiftly upon hearing this. All right, I've shared all the details with you. Now lend me the 4-star ball. Bulma smiled as she made her request to Sun Wukong. No, this is my grandfather's relic. Sun Wukong clutched the Dragon Ball tightly, declining once more. How stingy. How about this? I'll let you touch it here. Bulma teased, lifting her skirt provocatively. I have no interest in touching someone else's dirty rear end. Sun Wukong looked at her as if she were foolish. How rude. My behind is quite clean, thank you very much. Bulma retorted loudly, indignant. After a fruitless attempt at persuasion, Bulma was compelled to invite Sun Wukong to join her in the quest for the Dragon Balls under the pretense of training to become stronger. This suited Sun Wukong perfectly, especially with that individual aiming to seize the Dragon Balls. He too needed to grow stronger to protect his grandfather's legacy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a dragonfly-like aircraft glided through the darkening sky. Thanks to the task map, Bai Chuan felt no concern about the movement of the 4-star ball. At this moment, if he could cultivate a good relationship with Sun Wukong and the others, and deceitfully acquire the Dragon Balls, it would not be deemed a failure of his mission. He had already experienced this during his previous task of apprenticing, with Master Roshi failing to present a gift or not waiting for Ros's response did not count as completing the apprenticeship. Thus, the standards for self-discipline tasks were exceedingly high, demanding strict adherence to requirements. If tasked with stealing, one must indeed steal cooperative deceit to fulfill a mission was absolutely unacceptable. Let's find a place to stay in a nearby town. Bai Chuan lowered his altitude, easily able to earn a bit of money given his impressive combat prowess, and thus rented an aircraft. As he descended, 2 emaciated children were seen scrambling beneath him. Leading the way was a dashing boy with a red scarf, dragging along a golden-haired girl who was just beginning to blossom into beauty. Their faces bore swollen handprints, and their coarse garments were so tattered that their original colors were indiscernible. With heads bowed, they fixated on the ground beneath them. Even as sharp stones pierced their feet, they dared not pause, terrified of being caught by the grotesque figures pursuing them. We cannot be caught. We cannot be caught, the boy fervently repeated, gripping the girl's hand tightly, his teeth clenched in fear as they ran. Yet, the more fervently he chanted those words, the closer danger crept, until a filthy hand reached out from behind, seizing the golden-haired girl's arm. In the brief interlude, 2 pairs of strong hands seized the scarf-clad boy from either side. Despite his desperate struggles, it was all in vain as he was swiftly forced to the ground. You little rascal, you certainly can run fast, one of them cursed, delivering several sharp slaps to the boy's face. When will your family repay the debt? Inquired a burly man clad in suspenders. The boy cried out, I truly have no money. Please, let me and my sister go. No money, you say? Then let us send this little girl to the brothel to earn some, retorted another as he roughly hoisted the boy's twin sister. The girl fought valiantly against the adult's strength, but her efforts were futile. In desperation, she bit him with all her might. How dare you bite me? The middle-aged man, with a face full of flesh, flung the blonde girl away, his rage intensifying upon seeing the bite marks on his arm. With a crack, he raised his whip and lashed it across the girl's back, leaving her skin raw and bloody. Clenching her fists tightly, she could not prevent the agony from overwhelming her. Beads of sweat cascaded down her face. Yet she bit her lip, resolutely refusing to cry. Fool! If that lash had struck her face, she wouldn't be worth a penny. The man in suspenders scolded, preparing to drag the blonde girl from the ground. However, a long and sturdy hand firmly grasped his wrist, halting him that is it not excessive for 3 grown men to bully 2 children? Spoke a strikingly handsome youth of about 15 or 16, his gaze cool and his presence commanding. The 3 burly men had not anticipated another's presence, and for a moment they were taken aback. However, upon realizing it was merely a frail-looking boy, their previous bravado quickly returned. "Kid, mind your own business, or you'll find yourself in trouble too," sneered the man whose wrist was caught. Ignoring his words, the youth twisted the man's hand gently, eliciting a pained scream as his arm dislocated. The other two men rushed forward to seize the youth, but he effortlessly evaded their attack, swiftly knocking both to the ground, one of whom even rolled his eyes back in defeat. "Who on earth are you?" The man with the dislocated wrist stammered, retreating in fear. The fall of his companions, coupled with the pain in his arm, drained him of courage. "I am merely a passerby who could not tolerate your actions." The man's face turned grim as he realized it was for such a trivial reason. Reluctantly, he prepared to invoke his connections to intimidate the boy. "We are from the Red Ribbon Army." Upon hearing this, the youth's brow furrowed. He was aware of the Red Ribbon Army, a notorious organization of malevolent forces often engaged in wrongdoing, yet had not anticipated encountering them so casually. "And what of it?" the youth inquired. The burly man let out a derisive laugh, feigning ferocity as he warned, "If you don't want trouble, you ought to leave quickly. Otherwise, you may not live to tell the tale." "You wish to kill me?" The youth chuckled softly. "Do you truly believe you possess that capability?" The embarrassment on the man's face was palpable, for in their haste, they had forgotten to bring communication devices, leaving them unable to call for help. Consequently, he turned and fled towards their base. If he could just return, Lieutenant Arno would bring a legion to eliminate this boy. However, the youth merely took a single step and instantly appeared in front of him. "Weren't you just threatening to kill me? Why are you running?" The youth blocked the man's path, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. Ugh! The once boastful man fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his pride shattered. Withdrawing his fist and ignoring the fallen man, the youth approached the two children. "Are you both all right?" The boy shook his head, while the girl lifted her gaze to the youth briefly before lowering it again. Lost in thought. "Thank you for saving us," the boy said. "My name is Lapis, and this is my sister, Lazuli. You should leave quickly. Those villains will return soon." Lapis, Lazuli, the youth had not heard of these names, yet they bore a resemblance to the androids he knew as Android 17 and Android 18 that, given their age, they appear to be around 5 or 6 years old and were being pursued by the Red Ribbon Army. Perhaps they truly were the future android duo. Do owe those men money? The youth's question stemmed not from a desire to placate the Red Ribbon Army with money, but from a curiosity about the childhoods of Android 17 and Android 18. "How could we? They burned our house down and then demanded payment for debts we knew nothing about." Lapis seemed more animated, taking the lead in answering the questions that in contrast, lazily bit her lip tightly. "Likely due to the pain on her back. Let South leave this place first. We need to find some medicine for your sister." The youth led them to his hovercraft, distancing them from the scene. In the warm hotel, he applied the medicine he had procured to Lazuli's back. Although merely a child, she possessed a sense of modesty, making her somewhat anxious on the bed. All done, a few days of this treatment should suffice. After applying the ointment to the wound, he wiped his hands and stood up. "Thank you," came a faint voice from Lazuli. "It's nothing. You two should rest well here tonight. We are far from those villains. They won't come looking for you." The youth turned to leave the room. After enduring a series of terrifying events, the two children were undoubtedly anxious, so he deemed it best not to disturb them. However, not long after he departed, Lapis regained his composure and gazed at the door with admiration, saying, "That brother is so strong. I want to be like him and possess such incredible power, if possible. I hope to marry him when I grow up." Lazuli's thoughts were entirely different. She found the youth gentle. "If it's this brother, I could allow him to become my brother-in-law." Lapis pondered this seriously while stroking his chin. "That matter doesn't require your consent." Lazuli, clearly unique in her own right, quickly recovered from her previous panic. Unbeknownst to the youth, the discussion between the two children occurred, and even if he were aware, he would not have minded, for his goal was to grow stronger. If he did not possess strength, he would not have been able to save Lapis and Lazuli today, nor would he be able to stand out in the various extraordinary battles to come. 117, 118, 119, Today, he focused on enhancing his strength attribute, immediately engaging in push-ups and other exercises. This was essential for developing his physical capabilities, as a solid foundation was crucial. Host, by Chuan, basic attributes, strength 2. 4. Agility 1.6, stamina 1.7, endurance 1.7 traits. Wind at back comprehensive combat power assessment. 11 evaluation. Low combat power for Scion. After opening the attributes panel, Bai Chuan noted a slight increase in his overall combat power. Particularly, his strength attribute had surpassed the others significantly, explaining why Sun Wukong struggled to rise after being struck earlier that day. Alright, I familiarized myself with my strength. Now, I await tomorrow's battle with Sun Wukong. After a vigorous training session, Bai Chuan stretched and laid down to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Sun Wukong and Bulma had retrieved a house from the capsule. However, after finishing his bath, Sun Wukong was met with Bulma's refusal to help him wash his back. Women are truly strange. Who would have thought that the butt would be located here? Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing to his chest with confusion. Fool, that is not a butt. It is a woman's chest. Bulma's face flushed slightly as she recalled the handsome boy from earlier that day. I've already told you, a little kid like you has a long way to go before understanding. Bulma expressed her exasperation, saying, I am not a child. I am already in my teenage years upon hearing this. Her face flushed crimson, as she had always believed that Goku was merely a child due to his stature. The night they met was marked by chaos, as Goku, the peeping Tom, carelessly tossed things about. The following morning, under the gentle rays of the early sun, the forest unveiled its tranquility and harmony, with all living things quietly thriving in this verdant sea, imparting a sense of inner peace. However, upon arriving at this place, Bai Chuan chanced upon Goku engaging in an eye-watering act. He beheld a pair of legs, as white as snow and as elegant as jade, dangling carelessly over the edge of the bed, while a drowsy Goku lay nestled between them. Yet, this was merely the beginning, for Goku, oblivious to the situation, began to remove Bulma's underwear. Hey Goku! Bai Chuan could hardly believe the serendipity of his timing to safeguard his reputation. He resolved to intervene. With a loud crash, the glass window shattered, and Bai Chuan chose the most expedient route into the room. He thought to himself, if he delayed, he might miss everything. Coughing, he corrected himself. If he tarried, he might fail to thwart Goku, the little demon. The sudden loud noise startled Goku, causing him to tense up and inadvertently slide the underwear off. Yet, Goku remained blissfully unaware, dropping the garment and striking a martial pose. Shouting, you finally arrived. This time, I won't let you take Grandpa away. In that moment, Bai Chuan wished to focus on Goku, but for reasons unknown, a powerful and malevolent impulse compelled him to glance away. What happened? What's going on? The thunderous sound of the shattering glass abruptly roused Bulma from her slumber. Upon sitting up, the first sight that met her gaze was the somewhat peculiar expression on Bai Chuan's face, as he faced off against Goku, who was striking a martial stance. Prince Bai. Bulma thought she must be dreaming, covering her face in disbelief. Apologies, your prince may still be wandering on some distant planet. Bai Chuan suppressed the dark thought with his formidable martial spirit, even reciting the words of Ultraman Tiga, the light emissary, in his heart. When evil arises, do not let darkness pull you in. Use the power of light to push it away. Believe in the light, believe in Tiga, and conquer all obstacles with courage and wisdom. After reciting this mantra, Bai Chuan felt he had vanquished evil, and nothing could deter his curiosity any longer. Goku, hand over the 4-star ball. Bai Chuan assumed a princely pose, pointing a single finger at Goku. However, perhaps due to the commotion of breaking the glass, a bag that had been on the table fell to the ground, rolling out 3 Dragon Balls at his feet. This was rather awkward. Should he pick them up or not? If he did, would it count as stealing? If he didn't, how could he compel Goku to present them? Grandpa. Fortunately, at that moment, Goku, in a fit of rage, charged forward. With a loud crash, the frail building was punctured, and Bai Chuan, intending to retreat, was propelled out by Goku's force. The outside erupted into a cacophony of combat sound. In contrast to Bai Chuan's straightforward approach, Goku displayed remarkable martial prowess. Every punch and kick executed with precision and style. Delivering a satisfying performance, "That's enough," by Chuan, feeling the pressure, clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow, launching Goku into the air. Yet Goku, having had a hearty meal the night before, was evidently different. He rolled on the ground but quickly got back up, appearing unscathed. "It still hurts a bit, but I won't lose to you again." Goku wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, speaking confidently. "This won't be easy for you." Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chuan closed in, maintaining his relentless assault, forcing Goku to meet him head-on. With a resounding kick, Goku crossed his arms to shield his head, yet he was still sent flying, while Bai Chuan pursued him relentlessly, denying him any chance to catch his breath. Before Goku could even land, he was met with a flurry of Bai Chuan's punches, leaving him wide open to countless strikes, culminating in a powerful blow that sent him crashing into a tree trunk. Cough! Goku's eyes glazed over. His foundational martial arts were indeed commendable. Yet, regrettably, Bai Chuan held a slight edge in raw power, and it was this minuscule difference that determined the outcome of their clash. "The Dragon Balls are mine." Bai Chuan exhaled deeply. The preceding battle had not been easy. Had he not adapted swiftly, he might have faced defeat. "Handsome, here are the Dragon Balls. Where do you live? What's your phone number? I'll return them once I gather the others." Bulma, ever perceptive, handed over the Dragon Balls. However, it was evident that her intentions were far from pure. "No, that's unnecessary." A certain mysterious and unknown realm resurfaced in Bai Chuan's mind. Yet, bolstered by his resolute martial conviction and the blessing of Tiga, he swiftly dispelled such sinister thoughts. Grasping the 4-star ball firmly, he received the notification. "Congratulations, host has acquired the 4-star ball. Agility attribute increased by 0. 2. Task duration, 210 days. At last, his agility had improved, ensuring that speed would no longer be his Achilles heel. Although his other attributes remained relatively unchanged, agility had been his weakest point. Nevertheless, his overall combat power did not increase, remaining at 11. This was to be expected. For instance, his previous combat power of 10 was twice that of an ordinary person, yet 2 ordinary individuals could not defeat him, an increase of 0. 2 might elevate him to 11 combat power, but to reach 12, he might require an increase of 0.25. In summary, the enhancement of combat power was far from a simple arithmetic operation. It involved complex calculations and assessments. Even the Frisia Force's scouters could only detect surface-level attributes, failing to provide a comprehensive analysis. His hands trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that the recent battle would injure his arm. Truly, Goku was formidable. Shortly after acquiring the 4-star ball, Bai Chuan, resembling a seasoned actor, trembled as he dropped the Dragon Ball at his feet. Both Bulma, who had offered the Dragon Balls, and Goku, who leaned against a tree trunk, were left bewildered. Given the circumstances, Bai Chuan decided to wait until tomorrow to nurse his injury before attempting to retrieve the Dragon Balls again. Without even glancing at the 2 additional Dragon Balls Bulma had offered, he feigned unbearable pain in his arm and swiftly retreated into the forest. That on his way, he accidentally stepped on something hard and shell dashed like, "Your arm hurt." Bulma was taken aback, while Goku wore a face of confusion, suspicion, and disbelief. He hadn't struck the other arm during their previous encounter, and how did this individual know his name? Could he be a friend of Grandpa's? Goku blinked and then turned over the stone he had stepped on, revealing a large turtle. "Did I just step on something?" Bai Chuan pondered as he dashed into the forest. "Oh well, today's task is complete. It's best to return to the hotel. Otherwise, those 2 kids might think I've run away." When he exited, the 2 children were still fast asleep. Bai Chuan refrained from notifying them, wondering if they would cry out when they discovered his absence. Buzz! Just as Bai Chuan prepared to head back, a flying machine resembling a bird hovered above him. Soon, this metal bird descended. "Hey kid, do you know where Dragon Valley is?" A dog-ass head emerged. "Dragon Valley? I played that game." Bai Chuan shifted his perspective, noticing a long-haired beauty in military attire seated in the passenger seat. The beauty and the dog? These 2 must be Xiao Wu and Xiao, henchmen of that rascal Pilaf. Game. Xiao's dog head and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. Perplexed, what on earth was this kid talking about? They were inquiring about the Dragon Valley, rumored to harbor Dragon Balls. It is said that the place is quite terrifying at night, which is why they only come to investigate during the day. Young lad, we are not inquiring about a game, but rather about a location nearby known as Dragon Valley, where strange red lights are said to appear after dusk. This time, it was Xiao Wu who posed the question. Over there, just half an hour more of flying should suffice. Aware that these two were in search of the Dragon Balls, Bai Chuan directly pointed in a certain direction. But do not misunderstand. He was not indicating the traveling figures of Sun Wukong and Bulma, nor was it truly Dragon Valley, but rather the spot where he had previously rescued Lapis and Lazuli. It is said that a villain must be tempered by another villain. This was also for their own good. After all, how could they possibly deal with the likes of Piccolo Daimao later if they did not endure some hardships now? That fellow is utterly shameless. Thank you, young lad, with joy illuminating their faces. One person and one dog steered the aircraft towards the direction Bai Chuan had indicated. Alas, I have done yet another good deed, but who can blame me for my unwavering belief in light and justice? Climbing aboard his own flying device, Bai Chuan soared in the opposite direction from Xiao and Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Bulma, burdened with a sea turtle, raced towards the ocean. Hey, Mr. Turtle, are you really that delicious? That tiger monster just now seemed like it wanted to devour you. Sun Wukong inquired with great curiosity that I am not delicious at all. I taste terrible, as the reviews have stated. The turtle broke out in a cold sweat, genuinely fearing that this little glutton might eat him. Oh, I see. But from the looks of you, you probably wouldn't be that tasty anyway. Sun Wukong's words relieved the turtle, as the creatures of land were indeed quite terrifying. Always eager to feast on sea turtles, the glaring sunlight beamed down upon Lapis and Lazuli, who were in a small town, and it was evident they had realized Bai Chuan was absent. That fellow just left without a word, abandoning us? Lapis grumbled. He had thought he had encountered an elder brother brimming with justice, strong and unafraid, only for this guy to flee in the dead of night. Perhaps he had other matters to attend to. Lazuli's delicate face lingered in the sunlight, betraying a hint of doubt. What could possibly be so urgent? He didn't even bid us farewell. Clearly, he has abandoned us. Just like those previous cowards, Lapis continued to express his dissatisfaction. Are you talking about me? Just as Lapis was complaining, a familiar voice suddenly resonated behind them. The two turned around to see Bai Chuan standing there, holding a wild wolf. Did you go hunting? Lapis stammered, feeling more embarrassed than anything. That I took a little stroll and thought I'd bring back some game. Bai Chuan proceeded to wash the wolf in the stream beside the town, preparing to make a barbecue infused with the flavors of his homeland. That he had heard in his past life that wolf meat was highly nutritious, and now he finally had the chance to taste it. My apologies, I thought you had fled, especially given the past. Lapis, encouraged by her sister Lazuli, stepped forward to apologize. Bai Chuan, with a stoic expression, busied himself with cleaning the wolf meat, clearly indifferent to the opinions of the two children. Very well, I hereby grant you the right to call me your brother-in-law. Lapis grew more enthusiastic, even selling out her sister Lazuli in the process. Cough, cough. Although he hadn't swallowed any water, Bai Chuan felt a choking sensation. That he glanced at Lapis, then turned to see Lazuli blushing in the distance. Lapis, what nonsense are you spouting? Perhaps due to the pressure of bloodline, Lazuli chased after her brother, scolding him. Observing the bickering children, Bai Chuan resumed his task of preparing the wolf meat. Upon reflection, it seemed Lazuli would grow into quite the beauty. But regardless, she was still far too young. That I am certainly not one to have a preference for young girls. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thoughts in his mind and began to slice and skewer the wolf meat. What is essential for surviving longer in the world of Dragon Balls? Is it merely overwhelming strength? No. One must also learn the art of culinary creation. In this regard, Bai Chuan was quite adept, for in his previous life, he had to prepare his own meals. The rising smoke carried with it a fragrant aroma of meat, seasoned with cumin and brushed with a special sauce, and soon the three of them were indulging in a hearty feast. Especially Lapis, who while eating kept murmuring, "For this meal alone, you are my brother-in-law from now on. I declare this, and even if I were to receive 100 beatings, I shall not yield." Lapis, Lazuli, who had been taking small bites, suddenly exclaimed, flustered, but the food-obsessed Lapis was unperturbed, incessantly calling Bai Chuan brother-in-law. Bai Chuan could only shake his head in resignation. This boy was already so full of himself No wonder he would end up suffering greatly later on. It was simply in his nature. Brother-in-law, could you teach me how to become stronger? I wish to be as formidable as you. Midway through the meal, Lapis earnestly asked Bai Chuan, his expression serious. Why do you desire to grow stronger? Bai Chuan was curious. The siblings Lapis and Lazuli had not exhibited any particularly outrageous behavior since becoming artificial humans, yet they seemed to have an unrelenting yearning for power, because those villains will inevitably return. And I want to defeat them with my own strength. Lapis appeared to recall some fury-inducing memory, his small fists clenched tightly. Beside him, Lazuli frowned, speaking in a tone that was far from childlike. Even if you, Brother Bai Chuan, are strong, surely one day you will leave us, right? Bai Chuan fell silent. He was not a caretaker and could not possibly accompany them forever. Training is arduous, Bai Chuan stated, for ordinary people without a golden finger or the extraordinary bloodline of a scion. The path to becoming a strong warrior would be extremely difficult. Compared to the right to survive, this bit of hardship is nothing. At this moment, Lazuli displayed the demeanor of a determined older sister. Her desire for strength surpassing even that of Lapis. It seems you have endured trials unimaginable to others. Bai Chuan understood. He saw the determination reflected in the eyes of Lapis and Lazuli. However, would this truly change their fates? Should he preemptively eliminate Dr. Gero? Before dawn, 3 figures, 1 adult and 2 children, began to run around the small town, since Lapis and Lazuli lacked any martial arts foundation. Bai Chuan could only begin their training with physical conditioning. However, it was at an adult level, making it extremely challenging for the two to, I can't run anymore. Just as Lapis was about to stop, Bai Chuan's voice rang out, that, is this your limit? Lapis? Is your determination to become strong only this much? Your sister Lazuli is still persevering. Are you truly going to fall short of girl? Bai Chuan's words struck a chord with Lapis, who took a deep breath and pushed himself to catch up. This was the training task Bai Chuan had assigned. First, a 10-kilometer long run, followed by 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats to be completed within a day, that if they were to lose their hair, it would indicate they had grown stronger. If not, they would continue to train. All right, now complete the training tasks I have assigned you, and no slacking off. After the long run, Bai Chuan addressed the utterly exhausted Lapis and Lazuli. Are you a demon? How could children possibly complete such a rigorous training regimen? Lapis gasped, nearly out of breath. This is the price of becoming stronger. I too trained like this in the past. Summoning a flying device from the multifunctional capsule, Bai Chuan stated, then set off towards the swiftly moving target. With such speed, it seemed Sun Wukong had acquired the flying nimbus from Master Roshi. However, since Bulma could not ride the nimbus, they were at a disadvantage in terms of speed, and soon enough, they were overtaken in a mountainous region. Hand over the Dragon Balls. After stabilizing his flying device, Bai Chuan shouted at Sun Wukong, who was still on the nimbus. If that brat remains on the nimbus, it would indeed be difficult to knock him down without missiles. However, given Sun Wukong's nature, he would never resort to such tactics. Even if he were to lose, he would insist on fighting Bai Chuan head-on. This time, I shall not lose again. Sun Wukong, true to form, leaped from the nimbus, and not only that, he drew out his power pole. Are you planning to fight me with a weapon? After glancing at the Rui Bang in Sun Wukong's grasp, Bai Chuan remarked with considerable difficulty, at present, I find myself without a suitable weapon, while the Rui Bang can be both long and short. Although I am uncertain of its usual applications, it seems rather unjust to me. Sun Wukong replied, looking at the Rui Bang in his hand, and then at Bai Chuan, who was empty-handed. Coincidentally, Bulma, who had finally caught up on her motorcycle, interjected, Wukong, this is quite unfair. How can he fight you without a weapon? Is that right? Then I shall forego using the Rui Bang against you. Sun Wukong promptly returned the staff to its place and resumed a combative stance. Come on, but let me make it clear. If you lose this time, I shall truly seize the Dragon Ball. Bai Chuan emphasized the word seize, indicating his intention to take it rather than engage in a friendly spar. Even if you take it, I will reclaim my grandfather's legacy. Having seemingly grasped the nature of the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong no longer called out for his grandfather, his understanding becoming clearer. That depends on whether you possess the strength to do so. With that, Bai Chuan unleashed a flurry of afterimages beneath his feet, rapidly closing the distance to Sun Wukong. This time, he chose to strike first. Bang! The fists collided directly, and surprisingly, Sun Wukong did not learn from his previous encounter and attempted to match Bai Chuan blow for blow. However, it was Bai Chuan who was astonished, for he discovered that Sun Wukong's strength was not inferior to his own. How had this lad increased his power in just a day? Seizing the opportunity, while Bai Chuan's focus wavered, Sun Wukong exerted his strength and pushed him back, then drove a knee into his abdomen. Ugh, Bai Chuan, with saliva force from his mouth, curled up like a boiled shrimp. Wukong, you fool! Why are you using such force? Bulma, watching the scene unfold, was fuming at the sight of Bai Chuan being struck. This left Sun Wukong scratching his head in confusion, pondering which side Bulma was truly on. I am amazed. Your power has increased so significantly. Wiping the drool from his mouth, Bai Chuan straightened himself, revealing that his stamina and physique were formidable. Coupled with his Scion heritage, he was certainly no pushover when it came to endurance. I owe it all to you for seeking me out for fights these past few days. It's made me much stronger, Sun Wukong chuckled, cradling the back of his head. Yet in the following moment, an afterimage flashed before him, landing a powerful punch squarely on his face. Apologies, I hadn't anticipated your increased strength. So, I held back some of my speed. With that, Bai Chuan unleashed a barrage of punches, leaving Sun Wukong utterly bewildered as to how to respond. Bang! With his fists joined, Bai Chuan delivered a devastating blow to Sun Wukong's neck, driving him into the ground. Ugh! Sun Wukong lay there, limbs twitching like a large frog, unable to rise. Handsome! This is the Dragon Ball. Bulma, ever perceptive, presented the Dragon Ball. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 4-star ball. Chi attribute increased by 0.2. Task duration, 310 days. Bai Chuan's eyes widened slightly. This time the reward was an attribute of Chi. As he understood it, Chi represents the fundamental energy within living beings, which can be freely manipulated through training or cultivation. Even Sun Wukong had to study for 3 years in the Heavenly Temple to master the control of his breath and utilize Chi in combat. The famed Kamehameha technique is essentially a form of Chi manipulation, concentrating all energy into a single point before releasing it. However, when Master Roshi first employed the Kamehameha, his understanding of Chi was rather rudimentary, often requiring him to tear his clothes and display his muscles to gather the necessary energy. What is this? My battle power has unexpectedly surged to 13. Upon opening his attributes panel, Bai Chuan was astonished to find his battle power had risen from 11 to 13. And he had also gained an attribute of Chi. Yet he had only increased by 0.2 in Chi. It seemed that in this regard, he wasn't merely augmenting his strength, but also enhancing his control over Chi. A sense of fullness coursed through him, as if his cells and muscles were brimming with boundless energy. Bai Chuan swung a fist with great force, and with a resounding bang, a large boulder before him shattered into pieces. This startled both Bulma and Sun Wukong, for the stone was several times larger than a person, yet Bai Chuan had obliterated it with a single punch. Without any external radiance, it appeared that he was still far from being able to unleash a Kamehameha wave. Bai Chuan withdrew his fist. To outsiders, it seemed he had merely smashed the stone with brute strength, but only he knew that his recent punch had contained Chi. What a comforting feeling! Bulma's eyes now sparkled with heart-shaped admiration. So strong and so handsome, he was truly her dream lover. Perhaps she should confess to him using these Dragon Balls, Bulma thought dreamily. However, just as Bai Chuan had exhibited his impressive strength by shattering the stone, he suddenly clutched his abdomen and exclaimed, "Oh no, I ate something bad this morning." Bulma, who had been poised to confess, was taken aback, while the recently risen Sun Wukong was equally bewildered. What sort of trouble does this guy find himself in every day? Observing the expressions of the two, Bai Chuan's face grew somewhat unnatural. After all, he was no deceiver. He lacked the acting prowess to convincingly feign a stomachache. Yet no matter what, he could not take the Dragon Balls away. Lest he find himself with no opportunity to seize them tomorrow, there was no choice. Feeling unwell today, he would let them go for now and return for the Dragon Balls once his stomach settled. Clutching his belly, he feigned great discomfort as he boarded his flying device. In a flash, as if he truly had to rush to the restroom, Bai Chuan sped away, leaving no trace behind. Could it be that seizing the Dragon Balls was not his true intention? Was he merely trying to draw my attention daily? Bulma covered her face, imagining an extraordinarily embarrassing scenario. I must grow stronger. I must surpass him, Sun Wukong, who previously held a vague concept of becoming stronger. Suddenly found his direction. Daily defeat had not instilled in him a sense of despair. Rather, his resolve solidified, and he was determined to become more powerful. Thus, over the next 3 days, while traveling, Sun Wukong engaged in various training regimens, hoping to defeat Bai Chuan. Yet, faced with Bai Chuan's rapid growth, he could only endure repeated defeats, embodying an indomitable spirit. Lapis, Lazuli, your movements have noticeably slowed today. After 4 consecutive days of training, Bai Chuan observed that the 2 children were becoming increasingly sluggish. I can hardly run. My legs feel as if they are weighed down with lead, accompanied by soreness. Lapis lamented, while Lazuli, though still persevering, clearly struggled as well. It appears this is your physical limit. Since that is the case, I will permit you to reduce today's training by half. Taking into account that ordinary individuals can indeed reach such a state, Bai Chuan granted them this reprieve. There was no choice. He currently lacked senza beans or any medical equipment. And if Lapis and Lazuli had truly overexerted themselves, effective treatment was impossible. You finally acted like a human, Lapis remarked, realizing that her brother-in-law had become increasingly unreasonable, conducting training without regard for their well-being. After all, they were still children, subjected to such a rigorous training regime. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Bai Chuan operated from the perspective of himself, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others, believing that training should commence at such a level. Lazuli, lacking the grace to maintain her composure, sat on the ground. But her feelings contrasted sharply with Lapis's. She believed Bai Chuan was genuinely considering their well-being. By the way, today's journey is rather lengthy. If you cannot return, you may train on your own and wait for me in this small town. Glancing at the mission map, Bai Chuan realized that Sun Wukong and the others were quite far from their location, prompting him to issue this advice. Speaking of which, what do you do every day? You leave early and return late. Are you off courting someone? Lapis inquired skeptically, probing into Bai Chuan's affairs. This question immediately captured Lazuli's attention, her bright eyes wide with curiosity. You little rascal, don't speak nonsense. I spend my days engaged in training, just like you. With a playful smile, Bai Chuan pinched Lapis's cheek, completely oblivious to the expression of Lazuli beside him. You better not deceive me. If I find out that you are bullying my sister, I, the future strongest man, will make you regret it. Although Lapis's words did not sound particularly childlike, the boy had begun to boast again, claiming to be the future strongest man. You little rascal, can't you think a bit more simply? What future strongest man are you talking about? You have me ahead of you, and behind me there's Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, and Bu. Upon hearing Bai Chuan rattling off names, Lapis's head nearly exploded. Meanwhile, Lazuli, witnessing that Bai Chuan and Lapis were not quarreling over the issue of a brother-in-law, let out a quiet sigh of relief and adorably stuck out her tongue. It was evident that Lapis was asking for her sake. After some light banter, Bai Chuan bid farewell to the two, advising them not to run around recklessly, before soaring through the sky once more to accomplish the tasks of the day. Simultaneously, he opened his attribute panel to review the results of the past few days. Host, Bai Chuan basic attributes, Strength 2.4, Agility 2.0, Stamina 1.9, Endurance 1.7, Chi 0.4 traits. Smooth Sailing Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment. 16 Evaluation. Low Combat Power for a Scion. The strength has barely improved over the last couple of days, but agility, stamina, and chi attributes have all seen a slight increase, leading Bai Chuan to suspect that the attribute enhancements operate under a balance principle. It wouldn't allow any particular attribute to be excessively high while keeping another woefully low. If this theory holds true, then today's improvements must be in either endurance or chi. The endless flight was rather monotonous, so Bai Chuan began to admire the scenery below. However, a familiar figure riding on a yellow cloud suddenly passed by him. Hey, Sun Wukong, what are you doing here? Bai Chuan called out to the figure. The target on the map was still ahead, Yet Sun Wukong appeared right here. Oh, it's by Chuan. Sun Wukong, who was searching for something below, finally noticed him, due to the routine frequency of his visits to gather Dragon Balls. Bai Chuan had eventually revealed his name to them. You still haven't answered my question. Why are you here? Where are the Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls and Bulma were taken away by a bad guy. And I'm still looking for them. Sun Wukong exclaimed, peering down while blocking his forehead. Bulma was taken. This can't be Gao Lao Zhuang, can it? Bai Chuan muttered to himself, beginning to piece together the situation. It was undoubtedly Oolong who had transformed into a handsome man, absconding with both the Dragon Balls and Bulma, which explained why Sun Wukong had none on him. I know where they are. Follow me. Since the Dragon Balls were not with Sun Wukong, Bai Chuan felt it was time to unleash his strength on someone else. He just wondered if Oolong could withstand his punch. Nestled within the endless mountains stood an opulent villa, which served as Oolong's hideout for the abducted maidens. Oolong, hurry and clean that floor over there, commanded a lavishly dressed lady, lounging on a sofa while directing a short and shabby figure resembling a pig. This pig-headed creature was none other than Oolong. What the heck, I'm not your servant, he complained, yet like a little pig, he reluctantly picked up a mop to clean the floor. Oolong, I want a really big night pearl. Remember to get it for me. Chimed in a fitness enthusiast, not to be outdone. Got it, Oolong replied, dragging the mop with a hint of frustration. Hey, this can't be your true form, can it? Bulma said. Hands on her hips, dissatisfied. She had expected a handsome man, but instead, 5 minutes later, he had transformed into a short and shabby P.I.G.S.O. As long as I can use these Dragon Balls to wish for a gentle and obedient maiden who will follow my commands. Oolong thought, knowing that his transformation wouldn't enhance his strength, rendering him powerless against Bulma. Initially, he had only intended to deceive her for the Dragon Balls, but upon seeing Bulma's ample bosom, his mind had wandered to inappropriate thoughts, leading him to foolishly bring back this domineering woman. Hee, you better be careful, because soon my Prince Charming will come to rescue me and the Dragon Balls, Bulma said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Prince Charming? Don't make me laugh. It's incredibly difficult to find someone like that here. And even if he does come, I'll devour him whole. Oolong, of course, refused to back down, although he felt like a cowardly dog at home. The outside world was unaware of his weaknesses that a mere display of intimidation would send them fleeing. Just as Oolong was boasting arrogantly, the villa's grand door was suddenly kicked open, revealing a strikingly handsome figure alongside a boy with a tail. P.S. here, my Prince Charming has finally arrived, Bulma exclaimed, overjoyed as fairy tale scenes of knights rescuing princesses flooded her mind. Monster, hand over the Dragon Balls. Upon entering, Bai Chuan immediately spotted Oolong, but feigned ignorance as he sought to seize the Dragon Balls. With a loud bang, Oolong reacted swiftly, transforming into a massive bull-like creature with sharp horns, attempting to frighten the intruders away. How dare you trespass here? I shall devour you all. Are you sure you want to resist? One punch from me, and you may find yourself in dire straits. Bai Chuan tightened his fists, a calm smile gracing his lips. Are you really that strong? Oolong, now in his monstrous form, felt uncertain, realizing that not only the handsome young man, but also the boy wielding a stick seemed unafraid of him. You can give it a try, Bai Chuan said without explicitly stating it, simply taking a few steps closer. Wait, to avoid mutual destruction, I shall return this woman to you. And as for the Dragon Balls, you must allow me to use them first. Oolong pointed at Bulma, still putting on a brave front. Bai Chuan, Wukong, this guy is really... Bulma was about to expose Oolong's true nature when a deafening roar from the bull echoed in her ears, startling her into a state of collapse. I only want the Dragon Balls, Bai Chuan declared, eyeing the sparkling beads at Bulma's feet. Hey, Bulma, why are you sitting there like that? Sun Wukong approached, asking while pinching his nose, further deepening Bulma's embarrassment. And what about you, Bai Chuan? What does that mean? Am I less important than the Dragon Balls? All right. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. Since that's the case, let me show you my even more terrifying form. Don't be scared. Oolong transformed once again, this time into a robot holding chopsticks and a large bowl. Enough with the nonsense. Bai Chuan threw a punch, and the imposing figure of Oolong shrank in fear, crouching down and covering his head, trembling. However, this cowardly act saved him, as behind him, A stone pillar was shattered by the punch, sending debris cascading down. After witnessing the power of that punch, Oolong's teeth began to chatter in fright. You managed to dodge that? Then here comes another punch. Bai Chuan turned to prepare for another attack. That I was wrong. Please forgive me. Oolong knelt, bowing his head in apology, and presented the hidden Dragon Balls to Bai Chuan. Oh, he actually surrendered. Sun Wukong felt rather disappointed. This guy was unexpectedly weak. He had initially intended to spar with Oolong after Bai Chuan, but seemed unnecessary now. Should this count as a successful acquisition? Bai Chuan, having retracted his hand, looked at the 4 Dragon Balls in front of him and picked up the 4-star ball. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4-star ball. Stamina attribute increased by 0. 2. Task duration, 710 days. Indeed, the attribute increase followed a consistent value, though the Chi attribute appeared to be an exception. Given that his Chi was only 0.4 at present, it significantly bolstered his strength. Thus, Bai Chuan surmised that the Chi attribute was likely the most challenging to enhance. While Bai Chuan pondered these matters, the now pig-like Oolong, along with the wet-legged Bulma and Sun Wukong, who had large, gleaming eyes, all stared at him. What is wrong with you all? Bai Chuan inquired, perplexed. Bai Chuan, does your hand hurt today? Could it be that you have eaten something bad and are now experiencing a stomachache? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, and it was evident that Bulma was also anticipating his response. This left Bai Chuan feeling somewhat awkward. Did he really have to adhere to the script they had in mind? If they did not turn back now, it would be too far to return, and besides, Sun Wukong and the others were continuing northward, making it unlikely they would complete their mission in time. Sun Wukong, I am utterly disappointed that this Dragon Ball was not taken from you by force. Therefore, I have decided to return the Dragon Ball to you, and tomorrow we shall settle its ownership through a duel. With that, Bai Chuan tossed the 4-star ball to Sun Wukong, revealing his proud demeanor. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, filled with fighting spirit, and declared, "Then it's settled. This time, I will definitely win against you." Wait, does that mean you won't be leaving tonight? Bulma interjected, her legs instinctively crossing as she shyly asked, I probably won't be leaving, as I still need to duel with this guy. Bai Chuan replied vaguely. His attention caught by Bulma's smooth, fair thighs, with droplets of water trickling down. Wow, that's amazing, Bulma exclaimed, covering her mouth with a blush spreading across her face. Humph, what a frivolous woman, Oolong scoffed from the side. Recalling how Bulma had been so easily swayed before, it seemed Bulma had caught wind of his words, and she shot Oolong a discontented glare. By the way, Oolong, why not join us on our travels? Your transformation ability could come in handy. Absolutely not. Oolong vehemently refused, detesting the very idea of traveling. Really? Those villagers might just burn you at the stake, and along the way, you might encounter various beautiful women. Bulma's blend of threat and temptation indeed swayed Oolong, who begrudgingly chose to accompany them. Now that everything is settled, let's return to the village and collect our reward, the Dragon Ball, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, already plotting her romantic fireworks evening or perhaps a more proactive approach. After securing the Dragon Ball from the village attacked by Oolong, Bai Chuan and his companions embarked on a new journey. Their destination being the Bread Mountain, but they had to traverse a desolate desert first. I wonder if Lapis and Lazuli will be frightened. Bai Chuan mused as he gazed southward, where the night desert sparkled with stars, the contours of the dunes creating a breathtaking tableau. Yet he was not in the mood to admire its beauty, fully aware of the lurking dangers within the desert. A moment's inattention could lead to a bomb being planted on him. Bai Chuan, dinner is ready, Bulma called out, dressed provocatively. Snapping back to reality, Bai Chuan followed Bulma into the RV provided by Oolong, where a lavish spread awaited them. These dishes aren't poisoned, are they? Bai Chuan asked cautiously, given their adversarial relationship. If Bulma or Oolong had spiked the food, how would he seize the Dragon Ball tomorrow? Sun Wukong, who was relishing his meal, froze momentarily. Impossible, haha. Bulma chuckled awkwardly, covering her mouth. Oolong, hearing this, frantically waved his hands, yet cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Observing Bulma's forced smile and Oolong's evident discomfort, Bai Chuan concluded it would be wiser to stick to his own provisions. Oolong was undoubtedly up to no good, likely planning to slip him a sedative for ulterior motives. As for Bulma, Baichuan felt it was essential for a boy to protect himself when outside. Witnessing Baichuan consume his own food, both Bulma and Yulong felt a pang of disappointment that be why the way. Yulong, do you have a place to bathe? I've been sweating all day. After dinner, Bulma stretched her back before Baichuan, inadvertently showcasing her curvaceous figure. Of course, it's right upstairs. Yulong grinned mischievously, envisioning a night filled with debauchery once he got rid of that pretty boy. Where is Yamcha? I still want to see his wolf Fang fist. Baichuan, however, was not focused on Bulma or Yulong, as his attention was on the surroundings of the RV, his mind set on battle. This was perhaps linked to the Scion genes, producing dopamine during combat, even eclipsing other desires at times. Suddenly, two shadows, one large and one small, darted past him, instantly heightening his alertness that Yamcha and Poor. The shadows drew nearer, but Baichuan felt a twinge of disappointment when he realized it was merely a beautiful girl and a dog. The girl with a bandaged forehead, and a mummy-like figure. Asu were stealthily approaching. Curse it, the little brat who tricked us into going to the Red Ribbon Army's branch is among them. This time, I'll blow them all to the sky and seize the Dragon Balls. Spotting Baichuan through the glass, Mai's fury ignited. Last time, following Baichuan's directions, they had stormed the Red Ribbon Army's branch. Had it not been for their quick wits, they would have been captured for some dreadful experiment. Rest assured, this is the latest type of bomb. It's foolproof. Asa declared, tearing off tape to secure the bomb beneath the RV, only to find it stuck to his fur, unable to detach it no matter how hard he pulled. "I'll go keep watch," Baichuan announced, standing up inside the RV. With someone installing a bomb, it could hardly remain seated. "Keep watch? That's splendid," Yulong exclaimed, relieved to have a way to distract Baichuan. Sun Wukong, having consumed food laced with sedatives, was already fast asleep. If this pretty boy left as well, it would be a golden opportunity. With Yulong's send-off, Baichuan stepped out of the RV, causing Mai and Asu to immediately flee, though the bomb remained stuck to Asu's hand. "I can't even get a good night's sleep. If I had known, I wouldn't have teamed up with Sun Wukong." Climbing a peculiar tree rooted in the desert, Baichuan prepared to spend the night there. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the angle, he caught a glimpse of the RV's bathroom. Through the hazy steam, a voluptuous figure with impeccably fair skin was twisting and turning, utterly enticing. Wow, the view is incredible. Baichuan nearly slipped off the branch in surprise. However, the next moment, he noticed two figures approaching in the darkness. One was the very Yamcha he had been anticipating, while the other was a doll-like small figure. Poor. Their concealed position was near the bathroom, where Bulma was bathing, and just a glance upward would reveal something quite inappropriate. For the sake of Yamcha's well-being, it seemed imperative that he intervene. Baichuan leaped from the tree, knowing that Yamcha, terrified of female contact, could not be subjected to such a fate. "Yamcha, wait for me. I'm coming to save you." Baichuan's speed surged to its peak, kicking the unsuspecting Yamcha, who was about to glance up at the bathroom, sending him flying with a resounding thud as he crashed into a nearby tree. "Yamcha!" Poor cried out in alarm, hastily fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, Bulma, bathing, caught sight of the dashing Baichuan through the glass. Baichuan? Could it be that he was merely pretending to be aloof during the day, all to sneak a peek at me? Bulma's mind erupted with a myriad of romantic scenarios, in that fleeting moment of distraction. She realized that her figure was now fully exposed to Baichuan's gaze. Like a devastating blow. Although the heroic Baichuan had saved Yamcha, he himself suffered immensely from this encounter. How scandalous. It was only at this moment that Bulma reacted, shyly pulling the curtain closed. Baichuan gasped for breath, the shock of the incident too overwhelming. Had he not been such a resilient man, someone like Yamcha, with a weaker will, would undoubtedly have suffered greatly. Perhaps even bursting a blood vessel. That moment, the kicked Yamcha clutched his swollen face, struggling to rise. What the hell was that? In a moment of bewilderment, Yamcha could scarcely discern what had just flown past him. Yet he felt as if he were on the brink of ascension. "Young Master Yamcha, are you unharmed?" cried Poor, fluttering over in tears. "I'm fine, Poor. Did you catch a glimpse of what that was?" Yamcha wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his face swollen with a bump that marred his otherwise handsome features, fueling his desire for revenge. He seemed like a person, but I was too focused on you to see clearly. Puar recounted, stifling his sobs. Damn it, could someone be lurking in the shadows to ambush us? Yamcha, with his voluminous hair, expressed his displeasure. Had it not been for the presence of a woman among them, he would have charged headlong into battle, plundering their possessions without hesitation. Should we pursue them? Puar inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. For anyone capable of sending Yamcha flying undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. Yes, this time, Puar, you distract that woman while I seize their valuables, and I must also acquire that Dragon Ball capable of granting wishes. Then I shall never again fear the presence of women. Yamcha clenched his fists, his heart heavy with indignation at his own fear of the opposite sex, a reality he could not abide. Meanwhile, the clandestine operation continued under the cover of night, as Ashu, concealed at a distance, finally set the timer on the bomb he clung to for 8 o'clock in the morning, allowing him and Xiao Wu to narrowly escape disaster, as for Yamcha and Puar. They approached the RV with heightened vigilance, scanning their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, Baichuan lay in wait atop a tree, observing their every move. With merely an hour remaining until the day changed, if Yamcha were to secure the Dragon Ball now, he might complete his mission ahead of schedule. Given that Sun Wukong was likely sleeping like a log, Baichuan pondered thoughtfully. Puar, transform into a key. I shall open the door. Noticing the interior was nearly silent, Yamcha directed Puar. All right, Puar replied, transforming into a key, and together they successfully unlocked the door. However, inside, Sun Wukong lay soundly asleep, presenting no threat whatsoever. What a surprise, this fellow is asleep. In that case, Puar, lead that woman away. And leave the rest to me. Yamcha gestured toward the upstairs, dragging Sun Wukong along to avoid any potential blunders. With a puff of dust, Puar morphed into a shabby imitation of Sun Wukong and headed straight upstairs. Meanwhile, in the room above, Oolong was preparing to use his unwelcome hands to caress Bulma's fair form, but the sudden noise from below forced him to abandon his ill-fated plan. How is this possible? I administered a copious amount of sleeping pills, and yet that brat remains awake? Oolong panicked upon seeing the counterfeit Sun Wukong, fearing that he would reveal his intentions to Bulma. With a swift motion, Oolong transformed into a plump, unremarkable version of Bulma that, oh dear, Wukong, are you still awake? He exclaimed in a voice that resembled that of a eunuch. What about Oolong and the others? The imitation Sun Wukong queried, oblivious to Baichuan's name, thus phrasing his inquiry vaguely. Oolong and the others went out for a stroll. The counterfeit Bulma replied in a tone that was both strange and repulsive. I see. Then I have something important to discuss with you. Shall we step outside? Very well. The two dim-witted impostors continued to deceive one another as they gradually exited the RV. Strange, is that woman truly so diminutive? Yamcha mused from his hiding place, but with the plan already in motion. He pressed on to seize the Dragon Ball. Does this fool possess poor eyesight? Baichuan entered the RV, gazing at the Dragon Balls nestled in a cloth bag on the table, utterly bemused. The Dragon Balls were right before him. Yet the fool chose to ascend the stairs instead. What ulterior motive could he possibly have? Grasping the bag containing the Dragon Balls, Baichuan followed suit upstairs, just in time to overhear Yamcha's voice. What is that round object on the bed? It was laughable to think that such a ruse would conceal the location of the Dragon Balls, just as Yamcha was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his ambitions. Baichuan swiftly intervened. Fool, that is not the Dragon Ball. The real Dragon Ball is right here. Someone has returned? Yamcha, startled by the sudden voice, failed to hear Baichuan's words and quickly regained his composure. You think to deceive me, do you? With that, he lunged toward the bulging object, only to have Baichuan swat his hand away. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? You wretched brat, it seems you are intent on provoking me. Yamcha seethed with fury, forcefully pushing Baichuan aside. This caused Baichuan to lose his balance in the cramped space, and in an instinctive grasp, his hand landed upon something soft and yielding, though separated by a sheet. Its elasticity and texture were unmistakable. Realizing what he had inadvertently done, Baichuan could only mentally lament to Vegeta before launching a counterattack at Yamcha with one hand. With a thud, Yamcha assumed a combat-ready stance. Blocking the punch with ease, though this was due to Baichuan's caution regarding the RV's interior and his desire not to render Yamcha unconscious. However, by some twist of fate, the gust created by their skirmish caused the sheet to flutter slightly, revealing the visage of a sleeping beauty. Yamcha felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes sparkling with stars as he became utterly limp. This was the very thing he feared most. "Take this." Baichuan thrust the cloth bag into Yamcha's hands. Bypassing the now staggering figure to approach the bed, he intended to pull the sheet over Bulma, but in doing so, he inevitably made contact. Not wishing to linger, Baichuan turned away, allowing Yamcha to leave in a daze before retreating downstairs to rest. Coincidentally, Wulong returned, grumbling as he did so. When did you return?" Wulong, initially tense at the thought of encountering the adversaries Por had mentioned, was relieved to find that the formidable young man had already come back. "Not long, AG. Oh, you need something?" Baichuan shot him a sidelong glance, his icy gaze causing Wulong to flinch in surprise. For he was well aware of Baichuan's prowess. No, nothing. Wulong dared not disclose the events of the night. However, he soon realized that the bag containing the Dragon Balls was missing. "Where are the Dragon Balls?" "They were stolen," Baichuan replied nonchalantly from his resting position. "Stolen? Why didn't you stop them? With your strength, that should have been easy." Wulong vented his frustrations, having hoped to snatch the opportunity for a wish at the last moment, only to find the Dragon Balls now gone. "If you keep bothering me while I'm trying to sleep, I'll turn you in a roasted pig," Baichuan retorted impatiently. This threat sent Wulong into a fit of shivers, burying his head in his arms and falling silent. Yet sleep eluded him, and he clutched his gun, enduring the night. It was only with the dawn's light streaming through the window that Sun Wukong and Bulma finally roused from their drowsy slumber. However, the events of the previous night remained a blur. The Dragon Balls were stolen by robbers? Bulma gasped, nearly dropping her sheet once more. "Weren't you keeping watch all night? How could they have been taken?" Recovering her wits, Bulma berated Wulong. "You should ask him. I happened to have something to attend to at that moment." Wulong gestured for Bulma to inquire of Baichuan, though he hesitated to elaborate on his whereabouts. Bulma approached the now-awake Baichuan, her cheeks flushed with color. She recalled a dream from the night before, where it felt as though someone had touched her. Could it have been him? First peeping, then groping? Yet that dream felt so real. As she reminisced about the dreamlike encounter, Bulma leaned closer to Baichuan, sweetly inquiring, "Baichuan, do you know about the Dragon Balls being stolen?" Upon catching sight of two semi-nude spheres, Baichuan quickly turned his head away, responding, "Yes, the Dragon Balls were a gift I bestowed upon them." "Is that what you gave?" "Indeed, you're in cahoots with them." Upon hearing this, Wulong sprang to his feet, overwhelmed with a desire to unleash all the resentment from the previous night upon Baichuan. This was undoubtedly exacerbated by his profound disdain for the foppish young man, for jealousy ignites a fiery tempest within. Is it really necessary? It's merely a few Dragon Balls that were lost. I haven't complained at all. What are you squealing about, you pig? Before Baichuan could utter a word, Bulma, hands on her hips, turned and scolded loudly. "I was just speaking casually." Wulong mumbled, looking quite pitiful as he fiddled with his fingers. The disparity in treatment was simply too vast. "All right then, it's time to reclaim the Dragon Balls." Baichuan stretched lazily, performing a few warm-up exercises in preparation for the day's task. Without 7 Dragon Balls, Yamcha could not make a wish, and with the 4-star Balls positioning map, he had no fear of failing to locate them. Beep beep, Bulma pulled out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed a button, revealing 5 glowing orbs on the screen. "Head south from here. The 5 stolen Dragon Balls are located there, now dressed appropriately." Bulma took charge, directing Wulong. Tisish. Although Wulong was quite displeased at being commanded by this woman, he had no choice but to comply, given Bulma's numerous means of coercion. Just as their vehicles started moving, Ashu and Xiaowu, who were crouched beneath the car installing explosives, inhaled a hefty dose of exhaust fumes. The most critical issue was that the bomb had adhered to Ashu's fur. "Fool, don't stand so close to me," Xiaowu exclaimed, desperate to distance herself from Ashu, who, however, was tearfully pleading for her assistance. "The time is almost upon us." Not long after Baichuan and the others drove away from the area, a series of explosions erupted, followed by a thick cloud of smoke rising ominously. Huh. Did the ground just tremble? Sun Wukong pondered, somewhat skeptical, while Bulma and Yulong questioned whether he was still asleep. With my current strength, getting caught in an explosion wouldn't bode well for me. Baichuan glanced back at the vehicle, silently offering his sympathy before turning his attention elsewhere. Thanks to the Dragon Ball radar, they swiftly located Yamcha and Bulma's hideout, a cave inscribed with the words forged through countless trials. Bulma, you'd best stay inside. Baichuan was the first to disembark from the vehicle. Huh? Why? Bulma inquired, confused. It's likely because he thinks you're too fickle, so he doesn't want you embarrassing yourself. Yulong retorted with unvarnished sarcasm, only to receive a punch from Bulma in response. You idiot, keep talking like that, and you'll end up with a stomachache so severe you'll faint. Bulma shot back, but in the next moment, a rather dashing figure emerged leisurely from the cave, the desert bandit. Yamcha, he's quite handsome. Could he be the thief who took the Dragon Balls? Bulma mused, covering her face, already contemplating whether to choose Baichuan or the striking figure before her. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to straddle both boats? Perhaps I should choose whoever I connect with more quickly? Yulong, however, stuck out his tongue in disdain behind her. This woman, unable to move past a handsome face, was as shameless as they come that a gust of fierce sand swept through. And Yamcha, standing atop the cliff, faced Baichuan and Sun Wukong with an air of arrogance. I never expected you to find this place, but if you think you can reclaim the Dragon Balls so easily, you're sorely mistaken. He had completely forgotten how the Dragon Balls had ended up in his possession the previous night. Yet, Yamcha was unperturbed by such trivial matters and readily accepted his fortune. Even when confronted by Baichuan and his companions, he regarded them with disdain, for Sun Wukong appeared short and unimposing, while the stoic Baichuan was merely a touch more attractive. Excellent dialogue. I shall not hold back. Baichuan had no intention of wasting words. With a leap, he engaged in combat with the elevated Yamcha. Boom! After merely parrying Baichuan's punch, Yamcha felt his arm tremble, soon following with a familiar kick that sent him crashing against the cave's rocky wall. Crash! The entrance to Yamcha's lair was forcefully demolished, burying him beneath a cascade of debris. Young Master Yamcha. Poor Bulma fretted, flailing helplessly, but with his meager strength, he couldn't possibly move the rubble. Baichuan seems to have grown even stronger. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. Though he endured daily beatings, it only fueled his fighting spirit. Wow, indeed, my Prince Charming is even more handsome, Bulma exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Wretched woman, Yulong muttered angrily. But how despicable. It was you who ambushed me last night, wasn't it? Yamcha, emerging from the rubble, rubbed his swollen left cheek. Such a familiar sensation could not be mistaken. That hardly counts as an ambush. It's your own inadequacy, coupled with your lack of vigilance, that left you vulnerable. Baichuan enumerated Yamcha's many faults, concluding that he was simply too careless. Though some lessons would take Yamcha a lifetime to fully grasp. After all, the legendary exploits of the Tea-God were often marked by tragedy or humor. You little brat, I'm not as pathetic as you claim. Yamcha retorted furiously, rising to counterattack Baichuan, but his strikes were haphazard, making it all too easy for Baichuan to evade. Surely you still have some hidden techniques, if you choose not to employ them. Don't blame me for not warning you. Baichuan blocked Yamcha's fist with ease, having lost interest in the skirmish. The main issue was that Yamcha was simply too weak. It appears you possess some skill. I underestimated you earlier. However, whether you can survive this next exchange is uncertain. Yamcha smiled as he withdrew his fists, adopting a stance that was neither wolf-like nor entirely human. Wolf Fong Fist, with a mighty shout. Yamcha transformed into a solitary wolf, swiftly gripping Baichuan's wrist as if to hold on for dear life, followed by a relentless onslaught. Bang! Bang! His punches came at a rapid-fire pace, resembling a machine gun. Yet each and every one was effortlessly parried by Baichuan. In terms of boxing technique, your basic attack speed is commendable. Unfortunately, your base is unstable and your striking power is lacking, rendering your efforts ineffective against me. Baichuan disrupted Yamcha's footing with a swift kick, then clenched his right fist and struck hard at Yamcha's abdomen. Cough, cough. The blow left Yamcha gasping, his face contorting in pain as he struggled to withstand the impact. Clearly inferior in resilience compared to Sun Wukong. Now, can we retrieve the Dragon Balls? Baichuan regarded Yamcha, who was kneeling before him and gasping for breath, feeling no urge to strike further. Young Master Yamcha. Poor Bulma floated over, her eyes pleading. Please give it to him. Yamcha, still reeling from the punch, managed to utter with great difficulty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 4-star ball. Energy Attribute 0. 2. Task duration 810 days. As by Chuan caught the pouch containing the glowing Dragon Balls. This notification appeared in his mind. Simultaneously, he suddenly sensed several faint presences around him. Sun Wukong, combat value 12. Yulong, combat value 3. Bulma, combat value 4. After pausing to observe the group, each individual's combat value was revealed. Sun Wukong's combat power has reached 12 points. Bai Chuan mused, somewhat astonished. He recalled that Sun Wukong's initial power level was only 10 points. To think that just a few days had passed, and he had gained an additional 2 points. Perhaps it was due to the beatings he had endured during this time. Redirecting his gaze, Bai Chuan looked at the kneeling Yamcha before him, and another number appeared. Yamcha, combat value 9. Without guidance from Master and relying solely on self-training, this combat value was already quite impressive. Yet alas, the T-God was destined to be a tragic figure. Bai Chuan, you are amazing, Bulma exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle to give Bai Chuan a grand hug, but he, ungrateful, sidestepped her. You cold-hearted person! Yamcha, having regained some strength, suddenly recalled the previous night's events. His eyes shining with fury. You are truly indifferent. How can a charming and invincible beauty like me not even receive a hug? Bulma expressed, somewhat disheartened. Bai Chuan, please return my grandfather's heirloom. Sun Wukong interjected, reaching out for it. However, this time, Bai Chuan did not comply. I must ask, have you all misinterpreted the situation? Bai Chuan's voice turned icy. This caused Bulma and Sun Wukong to momentarily pause in confusion. Had they truly misunderstood something? We are not companions, and Sun Wukong, you have greatly disappointed me. The Dragon Balls have been lost time and time again. Is it due to your fear of battling me? Casting the Dragon Balls onto the sandy ground, Bai Chuan suddenly delivered a powerful kick that sent Sun Wukong flying. Whoosh! The force of the blow was immense, causing Sun Wukong to tumble several times across the sand before finally coming to a halt. Wukong! Bulma exclaimed in shock. Oolong, Yamcha, and Pure wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Had they truly erupted into infighting? This is the last warning. If the Dragon Balls are not in your possession next time, do not even think of reclaiming your grandfather's legacy. Bai Chuan declared coldly, turning away as he left. The searing heat rendered every inch of land cracked and parched, the red rocks scorched, while a towering crimson mountain before him blazed with flames, radiating intense energy. This was the infamous Bread Mountain, the lair of the formidable Ox King. Separated from Sun Wukong and the others, Bai Chuan had arrived here ahead of them. Calculating the time, he surmised that Sun Wukong and his companions would reach this place today. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bai Chuan found it hard to fathom what it must be like to live in such a place for an extended period. After all, the landscape was dominated by sporadic columns of fire, and the mountain before him was engulfed in flames. Who are you? Are you here to steal my father's treasures? A suddenly soft, frail voice interrupted his thoughts. Bai Chuan turned to see a girl dressed like Sailor Moon. Was that Chi-Chi? What are you staring at? Quickly tell me. Are you here to steal my father's treasures? Chi-Chi gripped her spinning axe above her head, warily pointing it at Bai Chuan. No. Bai Chuan replied calmly, regaining his composure. Then you must be a bad person. Father always says that anyone who denies it is definitely here to steal treasures. Chi-Chi's reasoning was rather peculiar, and Bai Chuan found himself momentarily at a loss. So, only those who admit it aren't bad. His expression turned a bit odd. Those who admit it, according to Father, at least have some courage. You just need to scare them off. It was baffling what kind of ideology Chi-Chi had been instilled with by the Ox King. However, Bai Chuan thought it best to limit his conversation with this scatterbrain girl. Otherwise, he would inevitably be labeled a villain. Where are you going? Are you planning to steal my father's treasures right now? Seeing Bai Chuan attempt to leave, Chi-Chi stepped forward to block his path. I can't communicate with you. I'm just waiting for some people here and have absolutely no interest in your family's treasures. Bai Chuan said helplessly, you're lying. The direction you're heading is our home. Chi-Chi persisted stubbornly. Sister, with such a raging fire at your home, Who could possibly steal treasures? Bai Chuan was genuinely exasperated with the young girl. Aside from Sun Wukong, who could fly with his Nimbus cloud, who else had that capability? Sister, how rude. She is only 12. Chi-Chi, devoid of any infatuation, was merciless in her approach to in an instant. She whipped out her spinning axe and hurled it towards Bai Chuan. Since you struck first, don't blame me for being impolite. Bai Chuan swiftly dodged the axe, for even Master Roshi could be injured, and he had no intention of taking a hit. Seeing the axe miss and head straight for her, Chi-Chi screamed, pressing her hands against the sides of her helmet, and immediately shot out a beam of light. Boom! Bai Chuan leaped just in time, narrowly avoiding a small crater that was blasted into the ground, while the spinning axe circled back to Chi-Chi's head. Chi-Chi, combat power 7, but excluding the highly lethal helmet, Chi-Chi's personal combat prowess was not particularly low. However, she was up against Bai Chuan, who possessed a combat power of 19 and understood how to manipulate his energy. A swift chop of his hand struck down, and the still-developing Chi-Chi was knocked unconscious. Finally, the noise around Bai Chuan ceased. Just as he entertained this thought, a hulking shadow emerged from behind him. You dare to lay a hand on Chi-Chi? I will never forgive you. A terrifying aura emanated from behind, causing Bai Chuan's pupils to dilate. Before he could react, a heavy iron fist struck him hard. Boom! Like a human cannonball, he was sent flying, crashing into a massive boulder that shattered upon impact. Cough, cough. A mouthful of blood erupted from Bai Chuan. It was his first encounter with such a terrifying attack, leaving him battered and bleeding. Chi-Chi, my precious daughter, a tall figure donned in a massive pair of bullhorn helmets and clad in martial attire, rushed to cradle the unconscious Chi-Chi. Crying out in distress, Ox King, combat power 30, wiping the blood from his mouth, Bai Chuan finally recognized who had attacked him. Indeed, after dealing with the young one, the elder had come forth. Bai Chuan was astounded to find himself embroiled in a scenario reminiscent of a novel. Yet, even against the Ox King, he would not relent. First, he was in the right. Secondly, the scion blood within him surged with exhilaration in moments of peril. You despicable fiend! How dare you knock Chi-Chi unconscious? I shall turn you into mincemeat and scatter your ashes. After confirming that Chi-Chi was not in mortal danger, the Ox King sighed in relief. However, he had no intention of letting the one who harmed his daughter escape unpunished. Just as well, being injured without cause has left me quite displeased. A subtle layer of white energy enveloped Bai Chuan's form. In the face of dire circumstances, he was breaking through his limits, surprisingly channeling his inner energy. It should be noted that even the Ox King, with his rudimentary skills, could not achieve such a feat, having only trained his physique under Master Roshi. Yet, the furious Ox King failed to notice this detail, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! Bai Chuan's rapid punch was met by the Ox King's massive hand, but the Ox King too felt the pressure, realizing this young man was no ordinary opponent in terms of speed and strength. Bai Chuan's momentum surged, delivering punch after punch like crashing waves, pushing the large Ox King back. You little brat! The Ox King, feeling the pressure, bellowed angrily, seizing Bai Chuan's arm and sending him crashing away. Whoosh! In terms of sheer strength, even with Bai Chuan's newfound power, he could hardly contend with the Ox King, resulting in an even heavier blow than before. Boom! The pile of rubble was sent flying, and a bloody, disheveled Bai Chuan rose once more, his gaze fierce, his fighting spirit undiminished. Come again! Although his body felt heavy, Bai Chuan charged forward to engage the Ox King once more. This tenacity even moved the Ox King, for the disparity in their strengths was evident, yet this boy seemed to fight as if his life depended on it. Crack! A fierce exchange of blows erupted, and regardless of how many times the Ox King knocked Bai Chuan down, the unyielding Bai Chuan would rise again to continue the fight. Father! Just then, Chi-Chi awoke and immediately witnessed the scene before her. Chi-Chi, my precious daughter, you are finally awake. Upon seeing Chi-Chi regain consciousness, the Ox King became distracted in battle, and Bai Chuan seized the opportunity to land a punch on his right cheek, sending him crashing backward. Huff! Huff! As if expending his last reserves of strength, Bai Chuan found himself unable to follow up the attack, standing still and gasping for breath. Father, are you all right? Chi-Chi rushed to help the fallen Ox King to his feet, while Baichuan assumed a fighting stance once again. All right. I've had enough of you. Since Chi-Chi is unharmed and you have shown some courage, I will let you go this time. The Ox King, clutching his right cheek, sat up and, seeing Baichuan ready to fight again, waved his hand dismissively. Oh, you're not fighting anymore. But I must say, you and your daughter have quite the lack of reason. Baichuan plopped down onto the ground. The Ox King and Chi-Chi exchanged glances. And after a bit of conversation, they realized that Chi-Chi had misunderstood her father's teachings and had mistaken Baichuan for a treasure thief before verifying the facts. How about this, young brother? Once I borrow the banana fan from Master Roshi, I'll let you choose any item from my treasure vault. Perhaps it was Baichuan's remarkable tenacity that inspired a hint of admiration in the Ox King, prompting him to propose a means of reconciliation. I have no interest in your treasures, but I do know where Master Roshi resides. Having caught his breath, Baichuan rolled his eyes at them while seated on the ground. Really? You know where Master Roshi lives? If you help me extinguish this fire, I can recruit you as my son-in-law. The Bull Demon King tenderly caressed Chi-Chi, finding her quite to his liking. Taking her as a daughter-in-law would undoubtedly be a splendid choice. Daddy, Chi-Chi shyly covered her face, all the while stealing glances at Baichuan, as if the one who had just struck someone was not her at all. Your son-in-law. I think that's best left aside. Your son-in-law will be arriving shortly, and he happens to know where Master Wu Tian resides. In light of Chi-Chi's violent tendencies, Baichuan felt unworthy of such an honor and repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. All he wished for at that moment was to rest and recuperate his strength, waiting for son Wukong and his companions to deliver the Dragon Balls, gaining Master Wu Tian's approval and riding the Nimbus Cloud. Through their conversation, the Bull Demon King garnered some understanding of the impending arrival of son Wukong. However, Chi-Chi felt a tinge of displeasure. Despite her cuteness, she had been spurned by this fellow. Yet, her curiosity about son Wukong grew. For her father spoke of him as an extraordinary individual, someone whose endorsement must surely signify remarkable abilities. Chi-Chi, soon you will go with son Wukong to seek out Master Wu Tian and borrow the banana fan. The Bull Demon King instructed. All right, Daddy. Chi-Chi responded sweetly, readily agreeing. Meanwhile, a yellow cloud approached from the horizon, trailed by two billowing plumes of smoke. Son Wukong, Bulma, Wukong, and the scheming Yamcha and Puar arrived together. Ugh, it's so unbearably hot. Bulma complained as they neared the area. You fool, don't shout so loudly. The Bull Demon King will hear you. Wukong hastily warned, for the Bull Demon King's infamous reputation was widely known, had it not been for Bulma's insistence. He would never have come here. The radar indicates that the Dragon Balls are within that castle. I believe once we can fly inside, everything will be fine, Bulma declared, pulling out the Dragon Ball radar and confirming the location before calling out to son Wukong, who was fiddling with his skull. Hey, Wukong, can you go into the castle and retrieve the Dragon Balls? I can give it a try. Son Wukong shouted toward the sky, calling for the Nimbus Cloud. You idiot, I've told you countless times not to yell. Oolong's face flushed with anger. What if the Bull Demon King was attracted by the noise? It's fine. The Bull Demon King, listen, he's going to be lurking around in this sweltering heat. Bulma replied with a dismissive expression. Yet in the next moment, a massive, imposing shadow rose behind them. Hey, are you the ones who have gained Master Wu Tian's approval? A booming voice startled Bulma and Oolong. It's the Bull Demon King. Their faces turned pale with fear, completely oblivious to the question posed. Oh no, they've encountered the Bull Demon King. They surely won't be able to reclaim the Dragon Balls now. Yamcha, hiding not far behind them, prepared to abandon the plan. Oh no, it's scorching hot. At that moment, son Wukong, riding the Nimbus Cloud and exploring the Bread Explosion Mountain, also fled from the heat. Run, Oolong exclaimed. Seizing the opportunity, Bulma immediately followed, but a familiar tall figure blocked their path. Hand over the Dragon Balls, Baichuan. Bulma and Oolong were taken aback, unable to believe that this disheveled figure was the previously gallant Baichuan. It's that guy, how infuriating. Yamcha, concealed, covered his face. He had thought this pretty boy would not show up again, only to encounter him just a day later. Son Wukong, hand over the Dragon Balls, despite being battered and bloodied. Baichuan remained resolute in his mission. Wah wah wah. After finally extinguishing the flames on my rear, Sun Wukong noticed the additional presence of Bai Chuan and the Bull Demon King. Huh. Bai Chuan. Are you hurt? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, surprised that the formidable Bai Chuan could also find himself in such a predicament. That's none of your concern. Just endure a beating and hand over the Dragon Balls to me. Bai Chuan approached with heavy steps. Was it because of the Bull Demon King that Bai Chuan had been so thoroughly beaten? Oolong began to connect the disheveled Bai Chuan with the towering, fearsome figure behind him. Is this uncle really that strong? Sun Wukong, too, turned to regard the imposing silhouette, noticing a strangely dressed little girl. Daddy, he must be Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi pointed at Sun Wukong, who had tumbled from the Nimbus cloud, revealing that the Bull Demon King's daughter was also present. That should indeed be the Nimbus cloud, but that staff looks somewhat familiar. Hey, Sun Wukong, who is Sun Wufan to you? The Bull Demon King scrutinized Sun Wukong as if he were a relative. Sun Wufan is my grandfather. This Rui Bang was given to me by my late grandfather, Sun Wukong declared, brandishing the Rui Bang, astonished to find another who recognized his grandfather. Wow, this is quite unexpected. I didn't realize you were Wufan's grandson. It brings back fond memories of my days training under Master Wu Tian, the Bull Demon King expressed, reminiscing as he had not anticipated such a connection with Sun Wukong. Hey, you can reminisce later, Sun Wukong. Our battle is about to commence. Bai Chuan interrupted the familial reunion. But you're gravely injured. Wouldn't it be unfair for me to fight you like this? Sun Wukong, his innocent heart dictated that he had no intention of taking advantage of Bai Chuan's condition. Even so, you still can't defeat me. Bai Chuan replied with unwavering confidence. Despite his earlier plight, he had indeed made breakthroughs during the battle. Wait, is there some sort of grudge between you two? The Bull Demon King interjected, optimistic about both parties. If there were any conflicts, he would gladly mediate. A grudge? Not really. It's just that Bai Chuan comes daily to snatch the Dragon Balls left to me by my grandfather. Sun Wukong mused, scratching his chin. Though he had been on the receiving end of the beatings thus far, he felt no animosity towards Bai Chuan, even harboring a sense of camaraderie. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, the Bull Demon King nodded. I see. It turns out that Bai Chuan and I had a fierce battle previously, exhausting much of his energy. Wukong, it would indeed be unjust for you to fight him now. Instead, let Bai Chuan rest here, while you and my daughter Chi-Chi go find Master Wu Tian. Once you've borrowed the banana fan, you can resume your duel. I agree, before the two parties could voice their opinions. Bulma raised her hands in approval. Putting out the fire would allow them to obtain the Dragon Balls and also provide her with more time to spend with Bai Chuan, a fortuitous opportunity for her. Faced with this proposal, Bai Chuan initially remained silent before nodding in agreement. It was not that he was unwilling to complete his task, but rather he longed to witness the Kamehameha this stage. Master Roshi was undoubtedly a top-tier figure. Witnessing the Kamehameha firsthand would be immensely beneficial. With the agreement reached, Sun Wukong took to the skies with Chi-Chi atop the Nimbus cloud, heading westward. As for Bai Chuan, he casually found a large rock to lean against, while Bulma incessantly fawned over him, eager to examine his injuries. Waiting in such extreme heat was excruciating. However, Bai Chuan seized the moment to rehydrate. Regaining some strength, "Hey, Bai Chuan, do you have a girlfriend?" Bulma inquired, testing the waters. "Yes, and I'm already married. I have a child who's about your age," Bai Chuan retorted, being quite a conservative man. Thus, he found Bulma's personality unappealing. "You lying?" Bulma's immediate reaction was disbelief. "Believe it or not, I'm already married." Bai Chuan tossed aside his water bottle, gazing at the yellow cloud returning their way. Behind that yellow cloud trailed a fiery, spinning turtle capable of flying. Whoosh, 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 like a helicopter, a powerful gust of wind swept through, rendering the Bull Demon King, Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, and the others utterly speechless. With such an explosive entrance, Bai Chuan knew without question who had arrived. Ho ho! From the back of the flying turtle leapt a mysterious elder, none other than the turtle sage, adorned with sunglasses and bearing a turtle shell. Master Wu Tian, it has been an age. Upon his descent, the Bull Demon King immediately rushed forward to prostrate himself on the ground in reverence. However, The gust of wind he stirred up sent the seemingly enigmatic turtle sage tumbling to the earth. "Master Wu Qian, are you all right?" he exclaimed, his head spinning. Even once upright, the turtle sage swayed unsteadily, casting a shadow of doubt among those present. Could this old man be a fraud? He's even sporting a medicinal plaster on his head. Yulan quipped, "Truly, riding the flying turtle comes with such after-effects." The turtle sage rubbed his head, the dizziness compounded by the blow dealt by Chi-Chi, causing his mind to feel somewhat muddled. Yet the thought of soon beholding Bulma's figure invigorated him, and he began searching through the crowd. Chi-Chi, Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong, Bulma. Could that lad be Baichuan? Initially fixated on Bulma, the turtle sage's eyes suddenly brightened as he spotted a long-awaited figure, the boy who frequently sought him out for tutelage. Master Wu Tian. Upon seeing the turtle sage's gaze directed towards him, Baichuan stepped forward to greet him. "Ahem, so it's you, my boy. You departed too hastily last time, and I didn't have the chance to inform you about the final trial." The turtle sage, hands clasped behind his back, assumed an air of wisdom. Final trial. Baichuan feigned ignorance. The turtle sage first cast a serious glance at the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi, then leaned in closer to Baichuan's ear, whispering, "If you could bring along a truly stunning beauty, I might consider taking you as my disciple. Ding dong. Task unlocked. Self-discipline becomes stronger. 0.3.1. Self-discipline is a habit and an attitude to become a true powerhouse. Self-discipline is essential. Please complete the turtle-style training diligently for 60 consecutive days and deliver no fewer than 10 blows to Krillin as your senior. Task duration, 60 days. Note, due to prerequisite tasks. Completing this task will not yield additional rewards. Surprised by the sudden onset of a new task, Baichuan realized he had yet to complete his 0.2 task, yet here was 0.3's self-discipline task. However, he noted the warning. He still needed to finish the prerequisite task. Moreover, he was unsure of Krillin's whereabouts. "Hey, how's it going?" The turtle sage poked Baichuan, fearing the boy might back out. After all, the last time he hadn't finished his sentence before the boy vanished for so many days. "I will complete Master Wu Tian's final trial," Baichuan declared, bowing in homage as a disciple. With subsequent tasks already published, his apprenticeship under the turtle sage was, without a doubt, assured. Whether it required fetching a stunning beauty or even the moon, he would find a way to accomplish it. "Very well. It's settled. As long as you complete the final trial, I shall agree to take you on as my disciple." Casting a glance at the onlookers behind him, the turtle sage put forth a facade of a wise master and proclaimed loudly, "It was only then that everyone understood Baichuan's persistent daily efforts to seek the turtle sage's mentorship had finally borne fruit. I can't believe Baichuan is actually going to apprentice under that lecherous old man." Bulma and the others expressed their astonishment. Baichuan had showcased monstrous strength before them. Yet even so, it seemed a formidable challenge to become a disciple of that lecherous elder. "Grandpa Turtle Sage, may I join Baichuan in becoming your disciple?" Sun Wukong suddenly interjected. Seeing Baichuan's quest for strength, he too was unwilling to lag behind. "The grandson of Gohan. Huh. Then you may come along with this lad." The turtle sage stroked his beard, contemplating accepting Sun Wukong as well. However, before proceeding, he wondered if the boy had forgotten something. The turtle sage glanced at Bulma, tugging at Sun Wukong's sleeve, beckoning them to step aside, amidst which Bulma's discontented voice hinted at a serious discussion. After a brief exchange, the turtle sage emerged, satisfied, while Bulma shot a glance at Yulan, as if plotting something. "How did your conversation go?" Although Yulan found Bulma's gaze curious, he instinctively inquired. "All right, I shall extinguish the great fire on the mountain for you," the turtle sage proclaimed, waving his staff. "Wonderful. Thank you, master." The Bull Demon King promptly expressed his gratitude. Is it really happening? The legendary turtle-style Kamehameha? Baichuan felt a surge of excitement. Observing on-screen was entirely different from witnessing it firsthand. Heave-ho. In an unusually serious atmosphere, the turtle sage performed a few stretches with his spindly limbs before shedding his clothing. 2 rows of medicinal plasters adorned his emaciated back, resembling a frail figure that could topple with a gust of wind. Yet he didn't forget to glance back at Bulma. "What do you think? Am I not quite alluring?" Yes, yes, let's begin, Bulma retorted, exasperated by the old man's lecherous demeanor, while Wukong, to his dismay, had agreed to let the old man gaze upon Bulma's figure. Youngster, give me a push, after completing his warm-up. The turtle sage, unable to scale the stone wall, called out to Sun Wukong. Are you all right? Sun Wukong, now doubting the elder's condition, nevertheless lent him a hand. I fear he may not manage. Seeing the turtle sage struggle merely to climb the wall, Yuan expressed his skepticism that if that old man can extinguish fires, his brethren could surely ascend trees. Can he truly extinguish fires in that state? Bulma echoed her doubts. Yet as the saying goes, the outsider observes the spectacle, while the insider discerns the intricacies that in that moment, Baichuan, the bull demon king, Sun Wukong, and the concealed Yamcha felt an unusual energy enveloping the atmosphere. A fierce aura permeated the scene, and the once frail turtle sage's muscles suddenly bulged, transforming him into a robust figure. Young Master Yamcha, the stark contrast of his transformation shocked all present, as if even Per's voice quivered. This was the legendary technique, the Kamehameha, refined by Master Wu Tian, where he concentrated his latent energy and released it in one breath. What an honor it was to witness. Yamcha's eyes trembled with excitement. A faint blue luminescence enveloped the turtle sage's figure, and with increasingly familiar movements and a powerful presence, Baichuan's readings surged 105, 112, 118, 126, when the turtle sage's battle reading settled at 126. A terrifying energy coalesced in his hands, forming a flower-like shape. A wave of blue energy erupted, and a powerful shockwave surged across the entire volcano. In that instant, it felt as though the world had become blindingly white. So this is the Kamehameha, the unparalleled technique pioneered by the turtle sage and perfected by his successors. Although Baichuan had long known of its might, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Illuminating his path forward, Sun Wukong, Bulma, and the others clenched their jaws in disbelief as they gazed at the obliterated bread mountain amidst the blinding light. How astonishing! Sun Wukong's body trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of pure exhilaration. The others mirrored his astonishment, each captivated by the power of that strike, while only Baichuan noted that the turtle sage's energy was waning, his battle reading dropping to 100. This teacher, while the fire has been extinguished, the castle and the entire mountain have been reduced to rubble. The bull demon king trembled, gesturing towards the expansive plain before them. Oh, back to his frail form already, the turtle sage, upon hearing this, turned to look back, then humorously clamped his legs together, saying, Hee, I may have been a bit too vigorous. The crowd fell into silence, yet Baichuan remained unfazed, convinced the turtle sage had acted with intent. After all, the bull demon king had committed many misdeeds, and his teacher bore some responsibility. Master Wu Tian is indeed a formidable character, Yamcha remarked gravely. That recent overwhelming strike had left him feeling as though the thrill of villainy had lost its allure. Grandpa Turtle Sage, that move was incredible. Will you teach it to me as well? In the eyes of Sun Wukong, a glimmer of anticipation shone brightly. To master the Kamehameha technique, one must undergo at least 50 years of rigorous training. It appears you still lack the necessary refinement. Master Roshi extended his 5 fingers, emphasizing the formidable challenge of mastering this technique, just as the onlookers were astonished by the difficulty of the Kamehameha. A sudden, faint blue wave of light erupted against the stone wall with a resounding boom. This breathtaking display instantly captivated everyone's attention, directing their gaze toward a striking young man who was maintaining a poised stance. Baichuan, you have actually mastered teacher Wu Tian's ultimate technique. The bull demon king was taken aback. Could this future junior be excessively gifted? Teacher Wu Tian had just stated that it would take 50 years to learn. Yet he merely glanced at it and grasped it. Ahem. Master Roshi awkwardly coughed twice, yet he could not help but be astonished by Baichuan's talent. Perhaps he was about to take on a disciple capable of surpassing him. Sun Wukong, it is time for our duel to commence. Baichuan strikingly assumed a princely pose, arrogantly pointing at Sun Wukong. The ability to learn the Kamehameha was largely due to his previously enhanced energy attributes. Otherwise, in terms of innate talent alone, he would fall short compared to Sun Wukong. A duel. What does this mean? The notion that two soon-to-be disciples would clash in a battle of prowess puzzled Master Roshi. It is like this, Teacher Wu Qian. The Bull Demon King recounted the history between Bai Chuan and Sun Wukong, interspersed with his own favorable comments about both. I see. However, being able to spur each other on in their martial journey is indeed a blessing. Master Roshi, instead of expressing any desire to intervene, viewed this as a positive development. Come on, I absolutely will not lose this time, Sun Wukong shouted, his fighting spirit undiminished. Yet, after a brief period of rest and adjustment, Bai Chuan's explosive speed took him by surprise as he closed the distance in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The fierce exchange of blows erupted in an instant, and initially, Sun Wukong managed to fend off a few strikes with his fists and feet. However, it was not long before he could no longer keep pace with Bai Chuan's rapid assault. He was struck in the left abdomen and then hammered in the right chest. Boom! Sun Wukong was sent soaring into the air by a powerful kick, spinning twice before plummeting towards the ground, while Bai Chuan dashed after him at full speed. It's over, Sun Wukong. With his right fist tightly clenched, Bai Chuan prepared to deliver a blow that would render Sun Wukong incapable of further resistance. However, in midair, Sun Wukong forcibly adjusted his posture, using his tail to pull himself out of Bai Chuan's attack range, landing safely on the other side. Hiss, my whole body is in pain, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Sun Wukong felt agony coursing through him. Facing the formidable Bai Chuan, he had barely any chance to retaliate. Surrender, hand over the 4-star Dragon Ball, and you may suffer less bodily harm. Although he knew Sun Wukong would never concede so easily. The character he was portraying led Bai Chuan to adopt a villainous demeanor. He's just too strong. How about it, Wukong? Why not hand over the 4-star Dragon Ball to Bai Chuan? Oolong was dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him, as it appeared to be anything but a friendly spar that resembled a life-and-death struggle, and for the sake of his own life, he thought it best to relinquish the Dragon Ball. Damn it, I thought that pretty boy would weaken after getting injured, allowing me to deal him a good beating, yet he is even stronger than before. Yamcha, observing the battle, clenched his fists in frustration. No, this is my grandfather's legacy, and I will never give it up. Fully aware that victory was unlikely, Sun Wukong, nonetheless, would never easily concede. He took on a stance reminiscent of Master Roshi's earlier, embodying the Kamehameha pose. Could it be? Master Roshi was truly taken aback. Bai Chuan's display had already been hard to believe, but now this young man intended to perform it as well. Did he think his words amounted to mere nonsense? The blue and white light enveloped Sun Wukong's body in lines, and to everyone's astonishment, he was indeed gathering a sphere of light between his hands. Was it not said that it would take 50 years to learn this technique? How is it that Wukong has also mastered it? Bulma looked skeptically at Master Roshi, questioning the reliability of his words. Point two prodigies. Teacher Wu Tian was not mistaken. Today, he encountered two extraordinary individuals. Yamcha, hidden in the shadows, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. With a certain understanding of martial arts, he realized that Teacher Wu Tian's words held true. For ordinary individuals, mastering the Kamehameha would indeed require decades. But for the likes of Bai Chuan and Sun Wukong, who could learn it with a single glance, they were truly exceptional. You wish to challenge me with the Kamehameha? Bai Chuan was taken aback. Although society dictated that one should not engage with the Sun family, the disparity in power was far too evident. One must not indulge the Sun family. A pale light similarly enveloped Bai Chuan's body, exuding an even more formidable aura that swept across the battlefield, as both parties prepared to conclude the fight with the Kamehameha. Kamehameha! Two waves of potent blue energy surged forth simultaneously, colliding violently in midair. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, creating a scene of rare energy clashes within the realm of martial arts on Earth, as two forces far exceeding that of ordinary individuals contended against each other, striving to overpower one another. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted, and Bai Chuan's wave of energy expanded, forcing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha back. It seems today, I shall shatter the unspoken rule of not clashing with the Sun family. With confidence surging, Bai Chuan poured every ounce of his power into the attack. Yet, in the next moment, just as Sun Wukong, on the brink of collapse, felt a massive ape-like shadow emerge behind him. Pushing back against the overwhelming Kamehameha that threatened to overwhelm him, the tremendous wave of energy erupted, creating a tempestuous force. Such a fearsome aura could not possibly emanate from Sun Wukong, who had merely a combat power of a little over 10. The only explanation was that he had tapped into some hidden potential. What? Bai Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as the overwhelming force even caused him to shift slightly. The scales of advantage had shifted. What is happening? How has Wukong suddenly grown so powerful? In the blink of an eye, Bulma noticed that the seemingly destined loser, Sun Wukong, had unleashed a terrifying aura. This is a glint of light flashed across Master Roshi's glasses. He recognized that Sun Wukong's potential was extraordinary. However, the outcome of this battle still remained uncertain, for his opponent was equally formidable to Bai Chuan's eyes seemed on the verge of splitting, the veins on his arms bulging. Although the clash between them had not reached a cataclysmic level, for the two combatants, it was the zenith of their capabilities. Even if you were Sun Wukong, even if you were the protagonist of this world, I too have an unyielding reason to win. Exhausting every last ounce of strength, Bai Chuan withstood the tremendous pressure. For him, this was also a battle that he could not afford to lose. Just as Bai Chuan held firm against the overwhelming force, Sun Wukong, who had been unleashing his power, suddenly paled, his arms falling limply to his sides as his entire body slumped to the ground. Whoosh! The blue shockwave grazed Sun Wukong's body, shooting towards a nearby abandoned building, immediately causing it to crumble once more. Wukong! The crowd gasped in shock, especially Chi-Chi, who had already pledged her future to Sun Wukong, rushing over in alarm. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had merely fainted from exhaustion. There was no danger to his life. However, Bai Chuan was feeling quite the opposite. His arms trembled, and his thighs felt as heavy as lead. Yet, despite this, he still staggered over to Sun Wukong's side. What do you intend to do? Chi-Chi instinctively shielded Sun Wukong. Hand over the Dragon Ball. Bai Chuanlian found it somewhat arduous to articulate. Yet his fervent obsession with becoming stronger and completing his mission surpassed that of all others, including Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi gazed at the bag at Sun Wukong's waist, comprehending that this duel would determine the ownership of the Dragon Ball. And she handed it to Bai Chuan. Losing meant defeat. While martial artists do not compromise or surrender in battle, they must uphold their promises when faced with a fair challenge, just as she and Wukong had vowed to marry each other in the future. Such commitments must be honored. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the 4-star ball. Stamina attribute increased by 0.2. Task duration, 910 days. The moment Bai Chuan felt the surge in his stamina attribute, his previously exhausted body regained a semblance of strength. At the very least, he could now speak without difficulty. Beep! Beep! At that instant, the beeper strapped to his waist emitted 2 urgent sounds, causing his expression to darken. This device could only be used by Lapis and Lazuli to contact him. Could it be that they were in peril? Bai Chuan opened the beeper, and 2 words appeared on the screen. Help. Bai Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and without uttering a word, he discarded the Dragon Ball in his hand and boarded the flying apparatus from the Universal Capsule. Wait, where are you going? Bulma exclaimed in haste. However, the gaze Bai Chuan turned back to her was unlike his usual self. It bore an unusual gravity. Bulma's expression froze in shock. She had never seen Bai Chuan look so fearsome. Whoosh! The flying vehicle expelled a cloud of smoke and surged towards the direction they had initially come from. What on earth has happened to Bai Chuan? Oolong remarked as he approached. This time, Bai Chuan had not even paused to perform, leaving in a hurried rush. Perhaps, Bulma murmured, her tone tinged with melancholy. That expression had undoubtedly signified something of great importance. Perhaps it truly concerned his wife. Yet if that were the case, she would be forever estranged from this Prince Charming. That it would have been preferable if that handsome fellow who had snatched the Dragon Ball in the desert were present. At least she would have had a second option. Unbeknownst to Yamcha, who was hiding nearby, he had already been relegated to the role of backup. Nevertheless, he had been trailing behind Sun Wukong and the others, a fact unbeknownst to Bulma and her companions. Hey, isn't it time to fulfill our agreement? Master Roshi, with a glint in his eye, nudged Bulma that if they did not promptly adhere to their pact, this group might very well make a clean getaway. Lost in her fantasies about backup options, Bulma suddenly broke into an awkward smile, realizing that this lecherous old man still remembered. She could only cast a pleading glance toward Oolong, beneath the cloudless sky. A dragonfly-shaped flying vehicle soared at maximum speed, racing toward the north as though it were piercing the heavens. Host, by Chuan base attributes, Strength 2.4, Agility 2.0, Stamina 2.1, Endurance 1.9, Chi 0.6 traits, favorable winds. Wave Combat Power Assessment, 2130 Evaluation. Underpowered Scion. The emergence of a range value in the power assessment was likely due to the acquisition of the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique. As Bai Chuan observed the attribute panel before him, he surmised that this occurrence stemmed from the momentary concentration and explosive release of Chi characteristic of the Kamehameha. When he gathered all his Chi and unleashed it in an instant, his combat power would surge to an astonishing 30. Although he was still far from reaching Master Roshi's level, this would significantly bolster his strength. Should he encounter an adversary of the caliber of the Bull Demon King again, he would not find himself so helpless, relying solely on sheer tenacity in battle. What could possibly have transpired to prompt these two children to send me such a signal? Could it be that the Red Ribbon Army has arrived? Given the considerable distance, Bai Chuan had to suppress his growing anxiety and speculate about the source of this danger. If it were indeed the Red Ribbon Army, then with his current strength, he should be able to contend with them. After all, in such a short span of time, they could only have brought Lapis and the others to a nearby outpost, in a secluded wilderness. A mysterious structure loomed, surrounded by patrolling soldiers. With people continually entering and exiting, we've been captured by these villains again. Lapis wailed, his voice tinged with despair. He and his sister, Lazuli, found themselves confined within a large iron cage. Akin to captured animals, being transported to this enigmatic building. Do not worry, he will surely come to rescue us. Lazuli reassured him with unwavering determination. Originally, the siblings had diligently adhered to the training regimen Bai Chuan had set for them in their small town. However, a sudden onslaught of fierce soldiers stormed the town, ruthlessly slaughtering innocent townsfolk, ultimately capturing them once more. Expecting someone to come to your aid? Don't be foolish. This is the Red Ribbon Army's stronghold. Anyone daring to approach will undoubtedly be turned into mincemeat, taunted one of the soldiers escorting the cage. Yet a heavily bandaged, muscular man snarled fiercely. Are you referring to that kid? I hope he dares to come. If he does, I will certainly break his limbs and make him into a walking stick. This muscular man was the one Bai Chuan had previously incapacitated by breaking his wrist, and it appeared he had been fortunate enough to survive. Upon hearing the muscular man's vicious words, Lazuli clenched her teeth, her delicate and beautiful face betraying a conflicted expression as her heart wavered. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of her charming and gentle brother Bai Chuan, but also feared falling into the trap that the muscular man had alluded to. Hey, did the villager who delivered the message receive his reward? One of the escorting soldiers inquired casually. Of course. I gave him an extra round of ammo. He was thrilled. Ha, replied another soldier, displaying a wide grin that revealed his yellowed teeth as he animatedly recounted the encounter. Through the soldiers' conversation, Lazuli and Lapis discovered that a villager had seen the bounty and revealed their location, but that fellow had not considered the ramifications. This was the Red Ribbon Army. After all, the doors of the mysterious building slowly creaked open, revealing a cold and sterile environment brimming with advanced technology. Soldiers stood guard every few steps, resembling an immense research facility. Dr. Gero, here are the experimental subjects you requested. After passing through several checkpoints, the muscular man led Lapis and Lazuli before a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat. Finally found you. It seems you worthless fools are of some use after all. The man, with long hair and a white beard, bore the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, and he turned to address them with a dispassionate tone. He was Dr. Gero, the chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army and the creator of all their weaponry, including their android technology. In response to Dr. Gero's derisive remarks, the outwardly fierce muscular man and his comrades could only force smiles, daring not to retort. Get lost. Dr. Gero waved his hand, dismissing the muscular man before turning to his assistant. Classify these two children as high-priority experimental subjects. They are the best candidates for the Eternal Energy Furnace. Understood. Several assistants clad in white lab coats pushed the large iron cage containing Lazuli and Lapis toward the experimental cultivation area. Currently, the technological methods were not sufficiently mature, so Dr. Gero intended to conduct multiple experiments before utilizing these two children. The Eternal Energy Furnace was an immensely valuable asset, intricately linked to mysterious entities. Hence, unless he was exceptionally confident, he would not experiment with the most suitable subjects. That it was truly hard to fathom that someone could achieve a 99.99 compatibility with the Eternal Energy Furnace. Dr. Gero gazed at the data on the screen, excitement bubbling within him. However, the next moment, alarming red text and a blaring alarm suddenly erupted. What is happening? Dr. Gero pressed the intercom button, his voice resonating with authority. Report, an intruder has breached the defense zone and is engaged in combat with the guards. A panicked, barefaced soldier appeared on the screen. Intruder? Dr. Gero was momentarily taken aback, then angrily rebuked. Only one intruder? Why are you sounding the alarm? Just eliminate him and toss him to the wolves in the wilderness. Why, yes, but that guy's impervious to bullets. The guards at the door have already been defeated. The barefaced soldier's forehead glistened with sweat. From his perspective, it seemed that machine guns and rocket launchers were all in use, and the sounds of battle echoed like a military conflict, fierce and unrelenting. Impervious to bullets. Has someone stolen my android technology? Dr. Gero immediately suspected that his techniques had been compromised. However, through the transmitted video, it became evident that it was merely a human youth. Upon tracing the source, Shirakawa swiftly evaded a rocket projectile and then delivered a powerful kick, incapacitating the soldier wielding the rocket launcher, before dashing forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down, yet Shirakawa had already taken refuge behind cover, seizing a submachine gun to retaliate with a barrage of fire. Instantly, a group of soldiers with fierce expressions collapsed to the ground. What a monster! The soldiers were paralyzed with fear. The enemy showed no fear of bullets and possessed such extraordinary speed to dodge rockets, making them nearly impossible to combat. Many soldiers discarded their weapons and fled towards the research facility. Yet a burly figure, donned in sunglasses and sporting a striking red pineapple hairstyle, obstructed their path, effortlessly choking one of the fleeing soldiers to death. Lieutenant Arno. The panicked soldiers halted, their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed their comrade being crushed like a mere chick by this imposing figure. No retreat is permitted. All return. Lieutenant Arno's voice resonated like a synthesized tone, likely due to his robotic nature. An impressive foe has emerged. Shirakawa's expression turned grave. This so-called lieutenant possessed a combat rating of 24, surpassing his own base combat power. Eliminate the intruder. Lieutenant Arno advanced through a group of hesitant soldiers, his towering physique imposing as he threw a punch toward Shirakawa's forehead. Bam! Shirakawa retaliated with a punch of his own, but it felt as though he had struck solid steel. This guy is incredibly tough. Not daring to absorb another blow from Arno, Shirakawa quickly distanced himself. However, as a robot, Lieutenant Arno surprisingly launched his arm forward. Whoosh! The unexpected punch, combined with its tremendous speed, caught Shirakawa off guard, sending him crashing backward. Truly worthy of Lieutenant Arno. He knocked that guy down with a single punch. The brawny man who had captured Lapis and his comrades, witnessing their side gain the upper hand, stepped forward with bravado. The soldiers behind him cheered, their previously shattered morale quickly restored. Are you not celebrating a bit too early? Shirakawa rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy as he regarded the group. The brawny man and his companions were left speechless. How could this individual stand after enduring a punch from Lieutenant Arno? Lieutenant Arno, however, remained unfazed, his mouth agape as he focused on Shirakawa. No. Lieutenant Arno is about to launch a missile. The brawny man and the others, sensing the impending danger, hastily fled the area. Turtle. A blue light gathered at Shirakawa's waist, forming a luminous orb. Simultaneously, the pressure he exuded became increasingly formidable. Whoosh! As a missile erupted from Lieutenant Arno's mouth. A blue shockwave surged forward with unstoppable force. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sounds reverberated, as both the missile and Lieutenant Arno, along with the laboratory's rear door, were struck by the wave of light that a pungent cloud of smoke enveloped the area. The missile had vanished without a trace, and the upper half of Lieutenant Arno had also disappeared, leaving only the lower half with exposed mechanical components. Lieutenant Arno, the brawny man, and his companions, witnessing this scene, were rendered speechless with shock. Damn it, that kid is incredibly strong. At this rate, even I am in danger. Dr. Glow, observing through surveillance, felt an ominous premonition, with all the androids dispatched and General Brew entangled in battle with government forces. The base's defenses were critically compromised. Quickly, gather your things and evacuate the research facility. Though reluctant to leave behind valuable specimens, Dr. Glow issued the order. However, at that moment, Shirakawa had already learned the location of the core area from the brawny man. Your luck is commendable, but unfortunately, you are not the protagonist. Luck eventually runs out. Shirakawa hoisted the brawny man and, with a mighty swing of his iron fist, sent him crashing into the wall, causing a web of cracks to spread instantly. Having dealt with the brawny man, Shirakawa cast a cold glance at the overhead camera before charging directly towards the core of the research facility. This prompted Dr. Glow to break into a cold sweat. He could no longer afford to collect the ordinary experimental materials and rushed into the vault housing the perpetual energy core, intending to leave with the most valuable item. However, to his dismay, the specialized box containing the perpetual energy core was utterly empty. The core had been stolen. Who has taken the perpetual energy core? Dr. Glow frantically searched, consumed by a manic urgency, forgetting all about his escape. It must be her. It has to be her. The image of a woman with chestnut hair and a voluptuous figure flashed in his mind, and Dr. Glow dashed out. Yet he collided with Shirakawa, who had just broken through the laboratory door with overwhelming force. For a moment, both parties were taken aback. Dr. Glow, although still somewhat youthful, Shirakawa recognized him at once. You know me? Dr. Glow's mind raced, realizing he had never met Shirakawa, leading him to suspect a conspiracy. After all the androids had been dispatched. General Brew was preoccupied, and the loss of the perpetual energy core connected all these dots, fueling Dr. Glow's growing rage as he suspected betrayal. If I eliminate this guy, will Lazuli and the others avoid becoming androids? Shirakawa was unaware of the implications of his actions, yet he had evidently made up his mind. Die. In contrast to Shirakawa's contemplation of future consequences, the enraged Dr. Glow acted first, drawing a compact handgun from his waist and firing at Shirakawa. Whoosh! It turned out to be a specialized laser pistol, prompting Shirakawa to dodge immediately. A charred mark appeared where he had just stood. This power, with a sudden burst of force, Shirakawa launched himself forward, not allowing Dr. Glow any respite. Bam! As an ordinary man, Dr. Glow was left writhing in agony from Shirakawa's punch. Where are the two children? The excruciating pain brought Dr. Glow to the ground, yet he managed a grim smile in response to Shirakawa's inquiry. Your face was transmitted back to headquarters upon your entry. It won't be long before androids number 7 and 8 come to eliminate you. The line sounded somewhat familiar, though the designation of the androids was off by a digit. Picking up Dr. Glow's handgun, Shirakawa prepared to use his own weapon to send him off. The Red Satin Brigade will not spare you. The androids I created will undoubtedly seek revenge for me. It won't matter if you flee to the ends of the earth. Dr. Glow's threats seemed unending, and as Shirakawa only intended to scratch his ear, he inadvertently pulled the trigger. That I can't be blamed for this. Your gun has no safety. Observing the lifeless Dr. Glow, Shirakawa reluctantly set the handgun down, realizing he was inept with it. Seizing one of Dr. Glow's assistants, Shirakawa extracted the location of Lazuli and the others before sprinting toward the experimental cultivation area. However, upon arriving at the cultivation zone, he beheld a woman clad in a white lab coat and possessing chestnut hair, pushing Lazuli and her companions toward what appeared to be a rift in time and space. Brother Shirakawa, a glimmer of joy flickered across Lazuli's delicate and beautiful face. The dejected Lapis also perked up, glancing eagerly toward Shirakawa. I'll be there to rescue you soon, accelerating to his utmost limit. Shirakawa suddenly collided with an invisible membrane. What is this? Crumpling to the ground, Shirakawa quickly rose and pushed forward with all his might, yet the transparent membrane remained steadfast. Stop wasting your energy. This is the defense barrier during time travel. And your strength cannot budge it. The chestnut-haired woman, seemingly an ordinary person, possessed the ability to traverse time and space, leaving Shirakawa astonished. For such theories to be acknowledged, it would take until the Cell Saga. Yet here was a woman he did not recognize, possessing time travel capabilities years in advance. Wait, Dr. Glow supposedly has a wife. This is his research facility. Coupled with her chestnut hair, glasses, and voluptuous figure, could she be the fabled android number 21? Without pausing to contemplate the identity of the other, Bai Chuan and his companions, Lazuli and Lapis, were perilously close to being thrust into the rift of time and space. Thus he resolved to unleash his most formidable power, gathering energy in both hands to form a blossom-like shape. Turtle, this marked the second time he had resorted to his ultimate technique today, and his stamina was already waning. Yet, without hesitation, Bai Chuan released all his chi to save Lazuli and the others. Whoosh! A blue shockwave collided with the membrane of time and space, akin to water splashing against a steel wall. With a soft pop, it produced no discernible effect. Huff, huff, huff. Exhausted, he felt a profound sense of helplessness as the membrane remained utterly unresponsive. With a frustrated thud, Bai Chuan struck the membrane, his fist bloodied, a trail of crimson running down that he was still insufficiently strong, perhaps even too weak. Bai Chuan Gij, please don't despair. Have faith that we shall reunite one day. Lazuli's bright, large eyes, delicate as butterfly wings, shimmered with tears as she bid her final farewell to Bai Chuan, and a wave of emotion surged within him. Despite their brief time together, his bond with this pair of siblings clearly surpassed that with the likes of Sun Wukong. As Lazuli and Lapis exchanged reluctant glances, the rift in time slowly closed, and the membrane that had stood before Bai Chuan vanished without a trace. What was the true nature of that woman? How could she possess such extraordinary abilities? Gazing at the now desolate laboratory, Bai Chuan fell into deep contemplation. After an agonizing period of fruitless pondering, he shifted his gaze southward. Perhaps Shenron could elucidate these mysteries for him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over a grand castle, reminiscent of the majestic Mayan pyramids, Bai Chuan landed his aircraft. He had only spent a day and a half returning to rescue Lazuli and Lapis. However, it took him a full 3 days to catch up with Sun Wukong and the others. Fortunately, he had previously tested that even if he did not accomplish tasks consecutively, time would freeze at that moment, awaiting his return to complete them. This location must be Pilaf's castle. It was no wonder that Sun Wukong and the others had remained stationary for quite some time, changing into a new set of clothes. Even the wounds from previous battles had faded. Bai Chuan prepared for one final heist. However, upon entering the castle, he discovered an expansive interior. Not only were there palatial halls and prisons, but also a dark, labyrinthine underground, resembling a miniature kingdom. Yet, the directional signs in the castle were rather foolish. Did they not clearly lead one into a trap? Had Sun Wukong and his companions entered in such a manner? Were they devoid of common sense? Frowning at the ominous underground maze, Bai Chuan concluded that a direct assault from above would be wiser. After all, should he become lost, the Dragon Balls might be taken for wishes. Leaving his mission stalled for at least a year. Meanwhile, in the uppermost chamber of the castle, a diminutive blue-skinned figure donned in a small round hat watched Sun Wukong's group on the screen. Laughing heartily at last, the moment of my reign is nigh. King Pilaf, we have searched their vehicle thoroughly and found no Dragon Balls. At that moment, the unscathed Xiao Wu and Ash rushed in to report. Unbeknownst to them, they were being stalked by a swift, elusive figure lurking just outside the command room. What? Are you implying that the remaining 4-star ball is in the possession of someone among them? Pilaf turned back to the screen. It is possible the Dragon Ball is nestled between that man's legs. Xiao Wu pointed earnestly at Yamucha, yet an awkward silence enveloped the air. This nearly caused Bai Chuan, hidden outside, to burst into laughter. Even Trunk's wife could have such an awkward moment. Surely, she understands that I detest tasteless jokes. Pilaf cast her a sidelong glance. Such matters were hardly humorous to men. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson. Goodness, you're blushing like a teapot, Bai Chuan inwardly scoffed. Indeed, it seemed that any woman who could marry a Super Saiyan was no ordinary individual. while the group engaged in an awkward discussion about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. On screen, Yamcha and Sun Wukong were exhaustively attempting to breach the wall. Observing this, Bulma comforted Yamcha, though their actions appeared somewhat intimate. Faced with Bulma's closeness, Yamcha found his hands at a loss, ultimately landing them inadvertently on her backside. Bulma instinctively gasped, their eyes locking in mutual embarrassment. Were Vegeta to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury and exit the broadcast, threatening to hang Yamcha by his feet. How could he behave in such a manner? All three of Pilaf's henchmen flushed crimson. They were live on air, and what were these two doing? Should anything inappropriate air, what would the esteemed King Pilaf's face be? Seize that woman. I demand answers about the Dragon Balls. To prevent any unsavory content from airing, Pilaf immediately commanded AS mechanisms activated. A mechanical claw reached out for Bulma, drawing her into the monitoring room. How thrilling, Oolong remarked, rubbing his hands together. This broadcast was mutual, allowing them to witness the antics of Pilaf and his crew. Thus he was eagerly anticipating the ensuing action. Yet, as the most innocent of villains, Pilaf merely blew a kiss at Bulma, leaving Oolong, who had been waiting for this moment. Yamcha, who was infuriated to the point of disbelief, and Bulma, trembling in fear, utterly stunned. So, do you wish to confess now? Pilaf, flustered, awkwardly inquired. What? I thought I would either be killed or stripped naked, with you licking me all over, or groping me. Bulma cheerfully articulated her anticipated outcome. This immediately shocked Pilaf and his companions, who pointed at her in outrage, exclaiming, "What a lewd woman! A pervert!" They hastily returned her to where she belonged. Her thoughts were far too advanced for their comprehension. King Pilaf, in light of this, why don't we utilize hypnotic gas to extract the Dragon Balls? Xiao Wu proposed. What a splendid idea. How could I have forgotten? Pilaf eagerly concurred. He had nearly overlooked the existence of sleeping gas. Once those individuals fell asleep, acquiring the Dragon Balls would be a simple task. Finally, he considered this. Hiding outside, Bai Chuan felt a pang of anxiety. Once the hypnotic gas was released, Sun Wukong, Bulma, Oolong, and the others accompanying Yamcha, swiftly succumbed to slumber. Pilaf and his crew easily procured the 4-star ball. However, due to Pilaf neglecting to wear a gas mask, he too fell unconscious. There's no helping it. We must take King Pilaf and the Dragon Ball back. Xiao Wu lamented, noting the king's unfortunate lapse in judgment. Ash hoisted Pilaf onto his back, and Xiao Wu grasped the Dragon Ball, both preparing to return to the command room, when unexpectedly, a figure blocked their path. It was that little guide. Xiao Wu recognized him instantly, recalling the scenes of being beaten by the Red Ribbon and the brutal bomb explosion that had injured her. You too, will you surrender the Dragon Ball willingly, or do you intend to resist? Bai Chuan's eyes radiated an intense pressure. This was a stark contrast to the sunny youth they had encountered earlier. He now resembled a fierce tiger, poised to pounce. Let us not jest. I haven't settled the score with you yet. This is the perfect opportunity. Ash, who might have descended from Akita dogs, discarded the unconscious Pilaf and drew his ninja blade, charging at Bai Chuan. Yet, Bai Chuan effortlessly sidestepped the attack, delivering a casual kick that sent Ash crashing against the wall. Ash, Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. This little demon possessed extraordinary strength, was a trained ninja like Ash felled in a single blow. Without any weapon, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. I can offer you the Dragon Ball, but please do not harm them. Xiao Wu proposed, seeing the dire situation. One solitary Dragon Ball was insufficient for a wish. If she returned to the command room and administered the awakening gas to rouse King Pilaf, they could reclaim the Dragon Ball. Agreed. Bai Chuan strode directly towards her, seized the 4-star ball, and turned to leave. The other 6 he placed outside the castle, perfectly completing the set of 7 Dragon Balls. Dinging. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 4-star ball. Stamina attribute increased by 0.2. Task duration 1,010 days. The moment the reward notification appeared. A sphere of azure light manifested before Bai Chuan, revealing a complete set of gravity gear, black shirt, wrist guards, and shoes. As he reached out to gently touch the blue light, it felt as though the ethereal was piercing through reality, and the gravity suit materialized in his hands, albeit with considerable weight. it weighed approximately 10 kilograms. After weighing it in his hands, Bai Chuan found the weight manageable that he decided to don the gravity suit. Instantly feeling his entire body slow down, every action became less fluid than before. Host, Bai Chuan base attributes: Strength 2.4, Agility 2.0, Stamina 2.1, Endurance 2.1, Chi 0.6 traits. Favorable Wind Combat Power Assessment. 15, 2231, Evaluation, a scion of low combat power. Upon wearing the gravity suit, his combat power plummeted to 15 points. Although his attributes remained unchanged, the assessed combat power had diminished, yet this would facilitate training. Additionally, Bai Chuan discovered the adjustable nature of the gravity suit. The initial weight of 10 kilograms could be increased to a staggering 500 kilograms. 5 times more than what Sun Wukong had obtained from the celestial deity. Bai Chuan experimented with his newly acquired gravity suit. Xiao Wu hurried back to the command room, promptly pressing the button to awaken the gas, which immediately released a large cloud of green mist. Cough, cough, cough. The first to awaken was Bulma, who, upon seeing her companion sprawled on the ground, immediately recalled the Dragon Balls at Sun Wukong's waist. Wukong, Wukong, your Dragon Balls have been stolen. Bulma shook him frantically. Meanwhile, the commotion was felt by Yamcha, who, lying below, opened his eyes to an unimaginable scene, jolting him awake. What happened? Bulma asked, bewildered, and her loud voice roused Sun Wukong. Pu'er and Oolong all at once. What's going on? It's so noisy. Sun Wukong grumbled, rubbing his eyes, still half asleep. You fool, the Dragon Balls have been stolen, Bulma exclaimed, holding up the empty bag, her face nearly in tears. It was entirely possible that while they were unconscious, the Eternal Dragon had already been summoned by those nefarious individuals. The relic left to me by my grandfather. Sun Wukong finally came to his senses and glanced down at his waist. Damn it! Yamcha clenched his fists. His plan had yet to unfold, and those people had gotten the jump on him. How could he tolerate such an affront? Is that the enemy's leader? Pu'er pointed at Pilaf, who was rubbing his eyes and getting up not far away, wide-eyed. Indeed, Bulma joyfully embraced Oolong. The enemy's leader was still here. Did that mean the wish had yet to be granted? Return my grandfather's relic. Sun Wukong shouted, and Yamcha prepared to let Pilaf experience his wolf-fang fist, leaving the recently awakened Pilaf utterly bewildered. Lord Pilaf, you are finally awake. At that moment, the television on the wall suddenly crackled to life, revealing Xiao Wu, who had rushed back to the command room. Xiao Wu, what on earth is happening? Pilaf stammered, seeing the unconscious A Xiao beside him. You remember that insufferable little brat who asked for directions. Shortly after you lost consciousness, that brat appeared and stole the 4-star ball, along with the other 6 Dragon Balls from the command room. Xiao Wu's face was etched with urgency. She had thought only one was taken, leading to her hastily surrendering the Dragon Balls, only to find that the remaining 6 had vanished as well. What? Pilaf's pupils dilated in shock, rushing out as if he had lost a loved one. The Dragon Balls were stolen? Bulma and the others were expressions of disbelief. Speaking of Bai Chuan, he hadn't attempted to seize the Dragon Balls in quite some time. Could it be that, before they could ponder further? Yamcha was the first to dash out in frustration, followed closely by Sun Wukong, Wulong, Bulma, and Purr. Upon arriving above the castle, they found the sky ominously dark, thick layers of black mist obscuring the moon. Dragon Balls, my Dragon Balls, Pilaf shouted as he searched frantically for Bai Chuan. Xiao Wu hastily descended from the command room to join him, but Bai Chuan was nowhere to be found. This sky is strange. I've never seen it this dark. Yamcha gazed at the ominous clouds above, sensing something was amiss. Bulma, Wulong, and the others were equally taken aback by the peculiar sky, while only Sun Wukong stared at the faint glimmer behind the dark clouds. Feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, suddenly, a crack echoed, and a brilliant light erupted. The continuous bolt of lightning shot towards the heavens, illuminating the pitch-black world. Following that, a dragon-shaped beam of light soared upward. Roar! The mighty roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth as the colossal dragon, large enough to blot out the night sky, finally appeared. Gather Dragon Balls. State your wish. Any wish I shall grant. The deep, resonant voice, like a grand bell, echoed throughout the Pilaf castle. The gathered crowd, many of whom were witnessing the true form of the eternal dragon for the first time, were momentarily stunned into silence. Bring the siblings Lazuli and Lapis to my side. Although awed by the physical manifestation of the dragon, Baichuan had not forgotten his wish. Buzz! The dragon's eyes gleamed momentarily but dulled after a pause. Your wish exceeds my capacity, and thus I cannot fulfill it. The legendary dragon, renowned for granting any wish, had just uttered words beyond its capabilities. What kind of wish had been made that even the dragon could not fulfill? The crowd exchanged glances, gradually shaking off the shock of the dragon's appearance. Be it Pilaf, Bulma, Yamcha, or Sun Wukong, they all rushed toward the dragon. Indeed, the Earth's eternal dragon cannot intervene in time and space. Baichuan pondered. Lazuli and Lapis had been thrust into a time rift, which was why he had harbored such concerns from the outset. After all, once time and space were involved, it was a grave sin that even deities feared. Then tell me their precise location. Baichuan made his second wish. I cannot ascertain their specific position with the power I wield. The eternal dragon reaffirmed that it was not omnipotent. Allow me to complete 10 self-disciplined tasks. That is beyond my capabilities. Just one would suffice. That, too, is impossible. Grant me the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. That is also beyond my capabilities. Learning the Kaioken should be possible. Right? That, too, is unachievable. As the crowd sprinted toward the dragon, each wore a myriad of expressions. In that brief moment, the dragon had declared it could not fulfill over 10 requests. What on earth was Baichuan wishing for? Even the dragon seemed overwhelmed, transformed into a pig-faced bat. Oolong flew about in disbelief. If they were perplexed, the once majestic dragon was now sweating profusely. For aside from the seemingly simple wishes, Baichuan had also requested the power to kick the destroyer, punch the angels, and topple the Omni King, which was quite terrifying. If that is the case, grant me the ability to survive in any harsh environment. Baichuan had made over 20 wishes, yet the dragon had not fulfilled a single one, leaving him utterly speechless. However, this last wish elicited a sigh of relief from the dragon, its eyes finally turning red without ceasing. Your wish has been granted. Thus, farewell. I hope next time you can better yourself. Otherwise, with this wish or that, I won't know what to grant. Baichuan lamented to the dragon, causing it to wish it could take back its farewell. The massive dragon transformed back into light, just as Oolong and Pilaf arrived simultaneously. Grant me the girl's underwear. Let me rule the world. The two individuals concurrently voiced their wishes. However, the awkwardness lay in the fact that the divine dragon had transformed into 7 beams of light, soaring across the globe, leaving only the cold gaze of Hakuchen, who looked back at them girl's underwear, and world domination. Hakuchen advanced step by step towards them. I was just joking, Oolong exclaimed, startled, and began to awkwardly explain himself before swiftly fleeing the scene. How dare you thwart my wish? I shall never forgive you. Pilaf's expression turned fierce as he brandished a button, ready to summon an enormous robot. Yet a gust of wind swept by, and the button was gone from his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the object in the hands of the young man before him. Is this your tactic? How utterly dull. Hakuchen crushed the button with a stoic expression, fixing his gaze on Pilaf. This time, Pilaf was drenched in cold sweat, his previous bravado evaporating. Just as this aspiring conqueror of the world was about to face retribution, a terrifying and grotesque figure emerged from the castle. Roar! A gigantic ape, taller than the castle itself and with bared fangs, suddenly rose from the ground. What is this? Pilaf gasped in shock, witnessing the destruction of his castle. A giant ape? Is the moon out? Hakuchen looked up at the sky, and indeed, the full moon shone brightly. Even his heart began to race. However, lacking a tail, he felt merely an exhilaration from this gaze, without the transformation akin to Sun Wukong. My castle, the castle that I spent decades building with blood, sweat, and tears. Pilaf lamented on the verge of tears. Now, not only had he failed to conquer the world, but his meticulously maintained castle was also to be reduced to rubble by a monkey. Bulma and her companions fled in a frenzied ate that moment. They recalled their earlier conversation with Goku, why his grandfather forbade him from looking at the moon, and why, After he did peek, he found his grandfather trampled by a monster. It turned out that Sun Wukong was that very monster. Their speed of escape was not slow, yet the giant ape's terrifying power could easily crush vast structures, resulting in Bulma, an ordinary person, twisting her ankle during the flight. "Quick, come help!" Oolong gestured to Yamcha, who was utterly terrified. Roar! The giant ape, Sun Wukong, drew closer. Yamcha shouted, scooping up Bulma, Oolong, and Puar, and dashed away in a frenzy. "He saved me," Bulma thought, feeling delighted as she was carried. Oolong transformed into scissors, just as they fled blindly. Hakachuin leaped into the vicinity. "Is that Hakachuin?" Bulma noted, observing that he no longer appeared disheveled as he did during the Bread Mountain incident. Instead, his steady gaze and icy demeanor, coupled with his striking gravity suit, rendered him particularly handsome in this dire moment. But why was he ignoring me? Am I not attractive enough? Bulma wavered between Yamcha and Hakachuin, while Yamcha seemed to harbor some interest in her. Hakachuin felt somewhat unattainable. Transform into scissors? Oolong hesitated, pondering the request. You want to turn into a roasted pig? Hakachuin's chilling gaze bore into Oolong, indicating he had no intention of explaining in such a critical moment. "I understand," Oolong exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Hakachuin's incessant roasted pig taunts were truly unfriendly. With a resounding crack, smoke billowed as Oolong transformed into a massive pair of scissors, while Hakachuin seized the opportunity and leaped onto the back of the giant ape. Did he intend to? Yamcha realized through keen observation that the tail was Sun Wukong's Achilles heel. Roar! The giant ape, previously focused on demolishing Pilaf and company, spun around to eliminate the perceived threat, but Hakachuin denied him that chance. In a direct confrontation, even with his immense power, he could not overpower the tenfold strengthened giant ape. Snap! A fuzzy tail crashed to the ground, and the once rampaging giant ape began to shrink rapidly. As if deflating, Wukong, Bulma, and her companions steadied themselves, discovering a small child bare-bottomed. Lying on the ground, "I will take this one," Hakachuin declared, wrapping Goku in a cloth and lifting him. "Wait, where are you going?" Bulma inquired, uncertain whether her concern was for Hakachuin's whereabouts or for Sun Wukong. "What do you think?" "Of course, I am heading to Master Roshi to train and become stronger." Hakachuin shot her a quizzical glance. Had they not been aware of this already? "You're already so strong. Do you still need to train?" Yamcha, filled with apprehension, remarked, haunted by the shadows cast by this handsome figure named Hakachuin. The mere suggestion of further strength training extinguished any hope for revenge he harbored. "Indeed, my strength is still far from sufficient." Hakachuin clenched his fists, recalling the helplessness he felt when Lazuli and rabies were taken away. "When will we meet again?" Bulma, lingering with reluctance, asked. Mainly, Hakachuin was not only handsome, but also powerful and exuded an extraordinary charm. Had there not been this comparison, she would have chosen the somewhat attractive Yamcha, long the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament in 8 months. Both he and I will likely participate. "We shall meet again then." Hakachuin, having secured the now sleeping Goku, tossed him onto his aircraft. Task complete, wish fulfilled, he found little reason to linger here. The next step was to continue his mission and grow stronger. As Hakachuin prepared to leave, realizing he would not be seen for some time, Bulma could no longer contain herself and asked, "Hakachuin, do you really have a wife? Is there still a chance for us?" "I'm sorry, but I truly have a wife." Regardless of whether it was a jest or not, Hakachuin had formally rejected Bulma. "All right then," Bulma sighed, a hint of disappointment in her tone, while Yamcha attempted to console her. Bulma did not refuse. Since Prince Charming had fled, she would let the backup plan take center stage. "Let's go." Hakachuin pressed the accelerator, soaring towards the ocean with Goku in tow. Meanwhile, Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar resolved to return to the city. In the ruins, amidst the rubble, only the lamentations of Pilaf could be heard, rolling on the ground. "My castle, my dream of world domination. Why is this dream so vivid and terrifying? King Pilaf, this place cannot be repaired. We must reconstruct anew." After surveying the area, addressed Pilaf. "Reconstruct anew? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into this?" Pilaf, still rolling in despair, sprang to his feet, indignant. But King Pilaf, this place is utterly ruined. And what about Shu? Who knows where he is buried? My gestured with her hands in exasperation that I am here. A frail voice emerged as Shu crawled out from the rubble like a beaten dog. His ninja attire was in tatters. Had Hakuchen been present, he would have corrected that Shu was indeed a fox. The boundless sea shimmered under the sunlight, resembling countless gems sparkling brilliantly. The waves rolled and crashed gently, akin to a herd of wild horses galloping endlessly in the distance. Seabirds soared above the surface, seemingly singing the praises of the ocean's grandeur and vastness, that on such a refreshing morning, Hakuchen, with the still sleeping Goku in tow, arrived at the island where Master Roshi resided. 1-2-1-2. Lift your legs high. The sound from the television echoed, revealing the legendary martial arts deity fixated on the young women on the screen. Master Roshi. We have arrived, Hakuchen declared, dropping Goku onto the ground as he bowed respectfully. 1-2-1-2. The ever-focused Master Roshi remained oblivious, engrossed in his profound martial arts training. It was only when Hakuchen obstructed the television screen that Master Roshi realized someone was present. Just a moment. Help yourselves to something from the fridge. Master Roshi waved dismissively, seemingly unaware of the long legs still moving on the screen, as the slumbering Sun Wukong was abruptly awakened. His mind was consumed with thoughts of food. The displaced by Chuan, observing the re-engrossed Master Roshi, instructed two scions to help themselves to whatever they could find. Was there enough sustenance in the turtle hermit's modest abode? Upon discovering the refrigerator in the kitchen, Sun Wukong promptly climbed atop it to indulge in a feast. We'll see each other again next week. Goodbye. Master Roshi, having finished watching television, stood up with a satisfied expression. Ah, splendid. I shall rise and stretch as well. Feeling rejuvenated, Master Roshi headed towards the kitchen, only to find a refrigerator utterly bare, with Sun Wukong reclining on the floor, his belly round and folded as for Bai Chuan. He exhibited slightly better manners, seated at the dining table, yet the remnants of the meal lay scattered before him. Did you two devour all the food? This is outrageous. That was my week's worth of provisions. Master Roshi exclaimed in shock. Master Roshi, we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and have come as agreed to train. Bai Chuan was eager to get straight to the point. Without the successful apprenticeship, he could not fulfill his mission. Indeed. Let us commence the final trial. You must bring forth a truly astonishing young lady. Only upon the completion of this task shall I accept you as my disciples. Master Roshi declared, his hands clasped behind his back as though assigning a monumental task. Master Roshi, what does astonishing mean? Sun Wukong, having hastily donned an article of clothing, inquired. Astonishing refers to a lively, adorable, and pure young girl. Master Roshi vividly described that if we bring back a pure and charming young lady, will you teach us? Of course, a hermit does not speak falsehoods. They agreed in a question-and-answer fashion, while Bai Chuan's gaze drifted toward the ocean outside, where a small sailboat was approaching. Ha! From a considerable distance, a bald figure on the small boat leaped into the air, landing near them. This spectacle drew the attention of both Master Roshi and Sun Wukong, who were curious about the airborne bald head. With an unusual landing style, the bald figure touched down headfirst on the beach, becoming momentarily embedded in the sand, resembling a human radish. What is going on with that fellow? Wukong, go help him out. Master Roshi and Bai Chuan moved outside the house. Coughing, the freed bald man expelled the sand from his mouth and feigned nonchalance as he dusted himself off, glancing at the 3 individuals present. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, he casually uttered a thank you, clearly unimpressed. When his gaze fell upon Bai Chuan, a look of jealousy crossed his face. Why is this guy so handsome? Hey, what brings you here? Master Roshi inquired, sensing that the newcomer appeared somewhat dubious in intent. You are Master Roshi, right? I have traveled from the distant East capital. My name is Krillin. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. The bald man, Krillin, bowed respectfully. The journey to this place must have been arduous for you. However, I regret to inform you that I do not easily take on disciples. You might as well return home. Master Roshi declined without surprise, as many had sought his tutelage before, but he had only accepted 2 disciples thus far. Please don't say that, Master. I have brought local specialties. Krillin, well prepared, presented a collection of adult magazines. Prior to his arrival, he had learned that Master Roshi had an affinity for such materials and had purchased quite a FEW. Though his dismay, Master Roshi, upon glancing at the titles, waved his hands dismissively, saying, "I've already seen this series." Confident Krillin found himself momentarily speechless, quickly rummaging through his bag to produce a dozen more magazines, including a muscular version that no, I've seen all of these series before. They lack novelty, Master Roshi reminisced, recalling the captivating gift Chuan had presented when he first sought to become a disciple. Now, after having viewed it countless times, he could recite the plot by heart. Such outdated series could hardly sway him. How could this be? Krillin, who sported a scar on his head and was quite short, was taken aback. Master Roshi's extensive experience rendered his offerings useless. Master Roshi, I believe this bald fellow possesses a genuine desire to train, having traveled great distances. Perhaps we should allow him to accompany us in the final trial. I trust his selection will meet your standards. Chuan proposed from the side. You make a valid point. Keeping his excitement in check, Master Roshi rubbed his hands together. Wukong was utterly clueless about what constituted astonishing. Chuan understood, but the handsome Wukong might overshadow him. This bald chap seemed knowledgeable. He might just grasp Master Roshi's intent. Very well. Let him join you for the final trial. Bring back a truly astonishing young lady. After much contemplation, Master Roshi decided to allow Krillin to participate. Fantastic. Thank you, Master. And you must be my senior brother, right? I appreciate your kind words as well. Krillin exclaimed with delight, momentarily forgetting his jealousy toward Chuan, who now seemed far superior to the disciples from the Doran Temple. This senior brother is rather amiable, Krillin thought, blinking his small eyes, blissfully unaware of the ominous fate looming over him by the timeline of our apprenticeship. I indeed qualify as your senior brother, Chuan smiled at Krillin. His fingers open and closing, occasionally forming a fist. Is today considered training in the turtle school. Sun Wukong remarked humorously. What did you say? I shaved my head for the noble pursuit of martial arts. Just like Master Roshi, Krillin shouted, raising his case in defense. What nonsense! I am naturally bald, Master Roshi retorted, stroking his shiny head in denial. Krillin was a loss for words, astonished at how swiftly he had been thwarted. We should be on our way. If we hurry, we might return in time for lunch. Chuan retrieved an aircraft from the Universal Capsule. Lunch? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Master Roshi both instinctively touched their bellies. Suddenly feeling hungry again, while Chuan patted his wallet, sensing he might have miscalculated. Krillin, you don't have a flying machine, do you? Then come along and ride with my senior brother. Chuan gestured amicably to Krillin. That sounds great. Krillin's fondness for Chuan soared. The young man seemed unassuming yet treated him quite well. The group set off, with Sun Wukong soaring ahead on his Nimbus cloud, outpacing Chuan's aircraft in terms of speed. Hey, Chuan, Krillin, what do you think of that person down there? Suddenly, Sun Wukong flying ahead circled back to point below. Chuan glanced down. A farmer with a fork? Not even close to being astonishing, and certainly not a young lady. Are you an idiot? That guy is a man. Krillin couldn't help but scoff upon realizing the truth. Wow, you can tell just by looking? Krillin, you are impressive. Sun Wukong marveled at Krillin senior brother. Is he joking? Can he even distinguish between genders? Krillin asked Chuan in disbelief. Wukong usually goes for a slap. Otherwise, just show it to him. Chuan replied casually. Upon hearing this, Krillin immediately covered himself protectively. Casting a wary glance at Sun Wukong, I warn you, I'm a man. Don't you dare do anything inappropriate. Let me have a look. One T hurt. Sun Wukong responded innocently, which only heightened Krillin's vigilance. Wondering if this fellow could be. Help! Suddenly, a girl-esque scream echoed from a nearby canyon. Have we finally found her? All my flying has not been in vain. Chuan perked up immediately. Huh. Senior brother, what are you saying? Krillin, unclear, inquired from his seat. Nothing, our trial may soon reach its conclusion, Chuan nonchalantly replied, then shouted at Sun Wukong, Wukong, go down and rescue that girl. Understood. The nimbus cloud swiftly descended, and Sun Wukong arrived on the ground even faster than the others. "Who are you?" In the canyon stood two police officers and a girl with azure hair. Setting aside the two passing officers for the moment, the girl was clad in a tank top and shorts, revealing her elegantly long neck and slender waist. The graceful contours of her legs, illuminated by the sunlight, were undeniably captivating. Most importantly, her demeanor appeared gentle and endearing, embodying kindness and innocence. She was undoubtedly an extraordinary young lady. "I am here to assist the girl." Sun Wukong showed no fear toward the guns in their hands, his face radiating confidence. "What are you saying? Are you an accomplice of Lan Shi?" One officer stammered, raising his weapon. The notorious robber Lan Shi was well known in the wanted criminal world, and the possibility of having an accomplice made them understandably anxious. "I must clarify. I have no connection to that person." Upon seeing the guns, Clint immediately distanced himself from any association. "For your own safety, it will be best to let the girl go," Bai Chuan calmly stated as he moved beside Sun Wukong. This made Clint, who was hiding behind, hesitate. Should he join them? However, the presence of firearms indicated that these two were undoubtedly deranged. How dare you obstruct official duties? Even if you are children, you will not be spared. One officer yelled angrily, shocked that Sun Wukong would disregard martial ethics by knocking the gun from his hand and charging at him with a flurry of punches. Observing this, Bai Chuan wasted no time and swiftly knocked out the other officer who attempted to intervene. "These individuals are so weak," Sun Wukong exclaimed, reveling in the victory. "Are you all right?" Bai Chuan approached a frail girl named Lan Shi and inquired, "I am fine, but I don't know how to thank you." Lan Shi replied softly, "And no need for thanks. But we would like to invite you to a special place, the abode of the god of martial arts." Bai Chuan promptly extended his warm invitation. Upon seeing such a handsome young man inviting her, and considering they had just saved her, the agreeable blue-haired Lan Shi readily accepted. The group began their journey back, with the innocent blue-haired Lan Shi and Sun Wukong riding on the nimbus cloud, while Clint remained on Bai Chuan's aircraft. However, Clint felt a sense of trepidation, having just retreated. If Master Wu Tian were to find out, would he not lose his chance to become a disciple? "Senior brother, just now, Clint began, but Bai Chuan interrupted, "I understand. When we arrive at Master Wu Tian's place, I will say that we brought back the girl together." "Senior brother," Clint felt genuinely touched. Where could he find such a wonderful senior? "Rest assured, once you join Master Wu Tian, I will help elevate your foundational skills." Bai Chuan placed his hand on Clint's bald head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Clint felt somewhat reluctant, but suppressed it, forcing a smile to flatter Bai Chuan. The return journey was remarkably serene. When Master Roshi laid eyes on the stunning Lan Shi, he felt as though his entire life had transformed. It was simply marvelous. Staring for quite some time, the invigorated Master Roshi finally managed to utter a word. "Master Wu Tian, what about the apprenticeship?" Bai Chuan timely inquired. Good. You all have done exceptionally well. I have decided to take you as my disciples," Master Roshi said, his heart racing with excitement. This brought relief to both Sun Wukong and Clint, as they had finally become disciples of Master Wu Tian. Why the timeline of apprenticeships? Should I not be considered the senior brother of these two? Bai Chuan sought to establish his status. "Indeed, that is correct. From now on, you shall be my third disciple." Since Wukong and Clint became disciples simultaneously, there will be no distinction in order. Master Roshi eagerly prepared himself and rushed out. "Greetings, beautiful young lady. Welcome to my humble abode." "Hello, sir. My name is Lan Shi. I am immensely grateful to your three grandsons for rescuing me in my time of need." Lan Shi politely expressed, "It's nothing." Clint humbly scratched the back of his head, as if he had any part in it. Very well. However, none of these three are my grandsons." Lan Shi looked puzzled. "They're all my younger brothers," Master Roshi shamelessly declared, nearly causing Bai Chuan to stumble. "Come, this is the training attire of our turtle school. Everyone should put it on." Master Roshi retrieved several sets of revealing garments, but soon realized Bai Chuan had vanished. Nevertheless, he deemed it more important to revel in the moment, urging everyone to don the attire. Just as Master Roshi was indulging in flirtatious banter, a bothersome fly buzzed in. inadvertently triggering a reaction from Lan Qi. Achoo, the once delicate blue-haired girl, transformed into the first-ever Super Saiyan at lightning speed, her hair turning golden. Where is this place? It doesn't seem like a prison. Golden-haired Lan Qi scanned her surroundings with a hostile glare. Quickly spotting Master Roshi, Klin, and Sun Wukong clad in suggestive attire. What kind of perverts are you? Lan Qi brandished a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the bewildered trio. Sun Wukong and the others were caught off guard. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Lan Qi's relentless firepower was like carrying an arsenal, but the wind blew, once again irritating her nose. Achoo. Her golden hair reverted to blue, and the gentle Lan Qi discarded the submachine gun, repeatedly apologizing. It seems my constitution turns me into a brash personality with a sneeze. Did I do something wrong just now? Master Roshi, still smoldering, realized he had learned something new. He had not anticipated that this girl could transform. However, he was not about to give up, for the whims of the lecherous old man had officially commenced. No. Everything was perfectly fine. Just then, a refreshed Baichuan emerged. Where did you run off to? Just now was such a splendid opportunity, and your two junior brothers inadvertently began their training. Master Roshi pointed at Sun Wukong and Klin, who were still wincing in pain, that I was preparing lunch. Anticipating that I might receive guidance from Master Wu Tian this afternoon, Baichuan stepped aside, revealing a lavish spread of dishes. What? Master Roshi and the others were taken aback. This kid could cook? With such color and aroma, it must taste delightful. Wow, it smells amazing. Sun Wukong had already forgotten his pain, scrambling towards the dining area. Then let us give it a try. Master Roshi, initially intending to reprimand Baichuan for not sharing the toil, awkwardly shifted gears and beckoned. Yes, they ate. Everyone soon realized that Baichuan's culinary skills were a bit of a waste given his martial training. This is delicious. I've never had these dishes before. Lan Qi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy, nearly causing Master Roshi to lose his composure. All right, it's settled. From now on, you will be in charge of our meals, seeing how much Lan Qi enjoyed the food. Master Roshi immediately asserted his authority as a master. But I need to train too. Cooking is also a form of training, and your meals are so exquisite that it would be a shame not to make them. Then how about this? I will teach Lan Qi my culinary skills, and she can cook for everyone. Great. I love cooking. Lan Qi clapped her hands in delight. In that case, you shall teach Lan Qi your skills. With Lan Qi willing to stay, Master Roshi readily agreed. After the meal, Master Roshi packed up the turtle house and moved to a slightly larger island where nearly 200 to 300 people resided. Before we commence our training, I need to assess your abilities. Finding a clearing, Master Roshi began to inquire one by one. Klin, have you ever trained in martial arts before? Yes, I trained at the Dorian Temple for 8 years. Klin spoke with great pride, firmly believing that, on a purely fundamental level, he was undoubtedly superior to both Baichuan and the other. Yet, unbeknownst to him, in Baichuan's eyes, he was merely slightly stronger than a novice fighter. With a combat value of 8, Klin's prowess was still inferior to that of the T-God Wukong. You've been training alongside Sun Wukong, which goes without saying. But what about you, Baichuan? Remember, when you first came to be my disciple, you surely weren't as robust as you are now. Truly, it is no surprise that the god of martial arts, having lived for a century, would perceive the shifts in Baichuan's strength. This must be one of the reasons he took Baichuan as a student. Lacking the guidance of a grandfather and having never trained in prestigious temples, Baichuan attributed his current abilities solely to his unwavering dedication and relentless practice, but he did not fabricate tales, but rather concealed the existence of a system, intertwining experiences from his past life to articulate his journey. Thus, from the foundational perspective of martial arts, you should indeed be somewhat inferior to Wukong and the others. However, in terms of spirit and physicality, you surpass both. Master Roshi pinpointed the crux. What is Baichuan's most formidable trait? Aside from the system, it is undoubtedly his indomitable will to grow stronger, a fervor born from 2 lifetimes. So, it appears that you all possess some foundational skills. Yet hearing is often deceptive, while seeing is believing. Thus, a brief test is in order. Master Roshi clapped his hands against a nearby rock and pointed toward a distant coconut tree. The distance from this rock to that tree is precisely 100 meters. The three of you shall race there at your utmost speed. While speed alone does not necessarily indicate mastery in martial arts, it will nonetheless provide insight into your leg and waist strength. 100-meter sprint, you say? Then let me, the disciple, give it a try first. Klin crossed his arms, his small eyes gleaming with determination. You certainly seem confident, Master Roshi remarked, having the least faith in Klin among the trio, and feeling it was his duty to keep this lad grounded. Just a little bit, I shall showcase these legs that could shine at the Olympics, Klin declared, adopting a crouched starting position in response. Baichuan and Sun Wukong could only stand aside and watch as the little baldy prepared himself. Ready, set, go, Master Roshi signaled, holding a stopwatch. Klin's bald head lunged forward as he propelled himself with all his might. Click! Master Roshi recorded the time. 10 seconds and 4/10. A commendable result. Master, this isn't impressive. My best record is 10 seconds and 1/10. Nevertheless, achieving this time in such an environment is still noteworthy. Klin boasted, only to have Sun Wukong dart past him like a gust of wind. 0.8 seconds and 5/10. How about that? Wukong returned, his face alight with excitement. How did you develop such speed? Klin stared blankly at Wukong. I lived on the mountain, and my only mode of transport was these two legs. Wukong replied. Monster, Klin secretly labeled Wukong, momentarily disregarding the latter's humanity. Master Wutian, I am ready. Baichuan, showing no intention of shedding his heavy gear, stretched briefly and called out, All right, you may run. As everyone readjusted their focus, in the next instant, Baichuan's figure shot past them like an arrow released from a bow. Had it not been for Master Roshi's centuries of experience, he might have missed it altogether. 0.7 seconds and 9/10. Klin was astonished upon witnessing Baichuan's time. Had no one here been remotely normal? Indeed, you three are remarkable, yet none have surpassed the limits of human capability. Master Roshi stated with a calm demeanor. Master, what time constitutes the limit? Klin, in last place, had to inquire. 0.7 seconds and 9/10 isn't sufficient. Then he must be even further behind. At the very least, one must run under 5 seconds to meet that threshold. As of now, you're all far from it. 5 seconds or less? Klin felt as if he was leagues away from that goal. Well, the sun is setting soon, and a steaming, fragrant dinner awaits us at home. True training shall commence tomorrow. However, before dinner, I must conduct one more test to ascertain your true abilities, Master Roshi proclaimed, inscribing the character turtle on a stone and casting it into the dense woods at the cliff's edge. You have 30 minutes. Whoever finds that stone and brings it back first shall be deemed the winner. The loser shall forfeit dinner tonight. In no dinner? Wukong's eyes flared with indignation. How could one possibly go without dinner? He was determined to win. Finding an object may seem trivial, but it is, in truth, exceedingly challenging, as it demands extraordinary concentration, attention, and sustained physical endurance. Master Roshi elaborated. Yet Baichuan suspected that Master Roshi merely sought to separate them and enjoy a moment of solitude with Lanchi. All right, you three may begin. Master Roshi's heart raced as thoughts of Lanchi's slender waist, flawless white legs, and her alluring movements filled his mind. But how on earth does one descend this cliff? There isn't even a place to stand. Klin pondered, gazing at the steep drop before him. It must be several dozen meters to the ground. Even attempting to climb down presents no foothold. However, Sun Wukong leaped down without a shred of fear regarding the height. No way, are you trying to kill yourself? Klin shouted, I often traverse mountains. This little slope is nothing to me. Wukong replied confidently, yet in a moment of miscalculation, he was struck by a falling branch and tumbled down. Baichuan covered his face, thinking, did Wukong just refer to this several dozen meter drop as a little slope? Only someone with scion resilience could manage it. For anyone else, a fall could result in severe injury, at the very least. Stone, where are you? It appeared Wukong had not met his demise and was already searching for the stone. Damn it, that kid got a head start. How do I get down? Klin fretted like an ant on a hot stove. Yet soon, he seemed to recall something and cast his gaze toward Baichuan. He wondered how this senior brother planned to descend. Surely he wouldn't jump down as recklessly. To his astonishment, Baichuan merely stretched. then turned and walked back toward Master Roshi's abode. Baichuan, aren't you going to search for the stone? Clint asked, astonished. Baichuan replied nonchalantly. This left Clint dumbfounded. He thought, what if this senior brother flew down in a plane? And he just happened to be in the way? Perhaps he should report this to Master. Yet he hadn't anticipated that the other would simply give up. Oh no! Clint felt a surge of urgency, but then narrowed his eyes and grinned mischievously. Finding such a small stone within 30 minutes is utterly impossible. A realization dawned upon him, and with a wicked smile, Clint seemed to devise a cunning plan. No longer feeling anxious. Meanwhile, within Master Roshi's abode, an old turtle inched closer to Lanchi, captivated by her slender waist. Lanchi, please do not use pufferfish for tonight as hot pot. Suddenly, Baichuan entered. What in the world? Lanchi spun around, brandishing a sharp kitchen knife aimed directly at Master Roshi's nose. Ugh! Master Roshi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he tumbled backward in fright. Master Wutian, are you all right? Baichuan feigned innocence. Inquiring. I am fine. But what about you, young man? Why are you here instead of searching for the stone? The disturbed Master Roshi immediately admonished him that, oh, did you not instruct me to teach Lanchi culinary skills? Master Wutian, look, if I hadn't come in to check, she would have been preparing pufferfish for everyone tonight. Baichuan asserted boldly, as Master Roshi's gaze shifted to the cutting board, exclaiming, by heavens, it truly is pufferfish. If Baichuan hadn't come in, this meal would have sent me, the immortal, to my demise. Very well, continue teaching Lanchi culinary skills. The turtle sage experienced a profound sense of having survived a calamity as he patted Shirakawa on the shoulder. However, his short stature nearly prevented him from reaching it. Old teacher, I have found the stone. At that moment, Clint rushed in, panting, and handed a stone inscribed with characters to the turtle sage to everyone's surprise. After scrutinizing it for a while, the turtle sage hurled it directly at Clint's bald head. You little rascal, how dare you fish in troubled waters? This is clearly not my writing. I am sorry. Clint dashed out like a whirlwind, genuinely too afraid to attempt any trickery this time. For hot pot, you must use this type of fish. Pufferfish is poisonous and difficult to clean. Never buy it again. Shirakawa patiently instructed Lanchi, occasionally brushing his hand against hers. This tantalized the turtle sage, who, as a mentor, had to maintain decorum in front of his disciples. Ahem, Shirakawa, even if you have resolved tonight as survival issue. Those who fail the test will still go hungry, jealous beyond measure. The turtle sage coughed twice and couldn't resist giving Shirakawa a light tap. Yes, I understand. When it comes to cultivation, Master Wutian treats everyone equally. After advising Lanchi on the culinary precautions, Shirakawa stepped outside the turtle sage's dwelling and leaned against the doorframe. Soon, a cloud of dust approached, revealing Clint with a mischievous grin. Fool, the stone I just tossed was a fake. The real one is right here with me. Triumphant, Clint's eyebrows twitched. He had confirmed that in terms of brute strength, he could not match Sun Wukong, but in the realm of intellect, he was 100 times superior. What will tonight's dinner be? I can hardly wait. Just as Clint was about to rush into the turtle sage's house, a tall figure blocked his path. Clint, hand over that stone to your senior brother. A hint of inscrutable amusement flashed in Shirakawa's eyes as he spoke with an affable demeanor to, I see. How cunning of you to employ such a tactic. Clint clutched the stone tightly. He had fought hard to obtain it and would not relinquish it even if it cost him his life. This is not cunning. It is a matter of strength and confidence. Shirakawa's smile gradually faded. I will absolutely not hand it over. If you have the ability, come and take it. Clint tucked the stone into his embrace. Even if he couldn't defeat Sun Wukong, could he not best this pretty boy with a poor foundation in martial arts, who had no esteemed men to guide him? You really think I spent 8 years in Duelling Temple for nothing? Very well, I shall fulfill our agreement and help you strengthen your foundation. Shirakawa sneered, clenching his fists. Clint lunged forward with outstretched arms, executing a series of Duelling Temple martial arts moves. Yet, Shirakawa effortlessly blocked him, driving a knee into Clint's abdomen. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Clint's face, sending him rolling 3 times before he came to a halt. 2 moves. Shirakawa pressed on. Unexpectedly, Clint raised a white flag, offering the stone with both hands. "Senior brother, I surrender." Shirakawa's eyes twitched. After just 2 moves, this rascal had already given up. How would he complete his task? No, he absolutely could not allow such an easy surrender. Phew. Thankfully you surrendered, to be honest. That last set of moves was indeed impressive. I have reached my absolute limit, and my arms feel numb to the point where lifting them is an immense challenge. Pain was etched on Shirakawa's face. "Reach your limit? Your arms can't be lifted?" Upon hearing this, Klin's eyes began to glimmer with mischief. Shirakawa slowly approached to retrieve the stone. He suddenly changed his mind. "Ha! I was just fooling you. Someone with my unwavering martial spirit could never surrender so easily." Klin charged forward with a headbutt, but his iron head technique, which could shatter stones and clear paths through trees, was effortlessly blocked by Shirakawa with one hand. Klin gazed blankly at Shirakawa. "Didn't you say your arms couldn't be lifted? Didn't you claim to have reached your utmost limit?" Bang! An elbow strike landed on Klin's back, thrusting him from a daze into the depths of pain. "Fourth move," Shirakawa chanted, delivering a kick that sent Klin soaring into the air, flipping twice before crashing down to the ground. "Ouch! That hurts!" Klin curled up, hugging his head, his body trembling slightly. This kid truly couldn't take a hit. Shirakawa had already held back, yet he was still so weak. Shirakawa couldn't help but frown, reminiscing about the previous tasks. If it had been Sun Wukong, he could have fought freely. "Senior brother, I understand my mistake. I surrender. I no longer want that stone." Klin dropped to his knees, fully aware of his status as a defeated opponent. Ouch! After just one kick, it feels as though my toe bones have shattered. In that moment of despair, I summoned my last bit of strength, but now I lack the energy to even walk over. Shirakawa's arm dragged wearily, his foot lifting in a manner that resembled a limp. Am I really that strong? Seeing Shirakawa in such a disheveled state, Klin gazed at his own hands with a tinge of uncertainty. "Klin, place the stone on the ground. I will inch my way over to retrieve it," Shirakawa said weakly, then hobbled forward. Klin placed the stone down, standing aside and watching Shirakawa struggle to retrieve it. Feeling a sense of reluctance, "I want to surrender." Klin snatched up the stone and bolted, evading Shirakawa as he aimed straight for the Turtle Sage's house. However, a gust of wind swiftly caught up to him. What the heck, he's so fast. Didn't he say he was limping? Didn't he claim to have used up every last bit of strength? Klin turned to see Shirakawa, resembling a deity of death, muttering something about 5, 6, 7. Bang! Bang! With a flurry of fists and palms, like a sudden tempest, Klin was pummeled into a state resembling that of a pig's head. Senior brother, I truly realize my mistake this time. I will never engage in trickery again. Klin clasped his swollen face, half crying, half yelling as he offered the stone, fearing Shirakawa would once again mention his pain and limp. However, this time, Shirakawa deviated from the usual script. He did not adopt a pained expression, but instead questioned him with a skeptical look. "Are you planning to deceive me again?" "Deceive you?" Klin was somewhat at a loss. "Hasn't it been you deceiving me this whole time?" "Indeed. Several times you attempted to surrender, only to feign it as a ruse to sneak into the Turtle Sage's house while I was distracted. Right?" Shirakawa confronted him with a stern expression. "No, it's not like that. You kept saying those things, leading me to feel reluctant, prompting me to change my mind. But this time, I truly surrender. I will absolutely not resist again." Klin was genuinely frightened. This senior brother was nothing short of a demon, possessing immense strength while constantly trying to outsmart him. Absolutely not resist again. Upon hearing this, Shirakawa's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "You little rascal, you must be lying to me. This time, I will not believe you." With that, Shirakawa lunged at Klin, delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying, followed by a soaring kick aimed at Klin. Final blow, Shirakawa landed, driving his knee directly into Klin's abdomen. Huffed. Not only would Klin miss dinner, but he would likely regurgitate his lunch as well. Ding. Congratulations to the host for timely administering punishment to Klin daily. Agility attribute increased by 0.3. Task duration, 160 days. Feeling refreshed, Shirakawa declared, "Now, I will take that stone." Upon completing the task, his thoughts became clear, and he picked up the stone before entering the house. Klin, why are you sleeping here? Where's the stone? Where did you hide it? Having been outsmarted by Klin, Sun Wukong finally returned, panting heavily. Please, don't mention the stone again. Klin swayed as he stood up. Aside from his swollen face, he had no idea where his shoes had gone. As night descended, the turtle sage's dwelling was filled with the aroma of hot pot ingredients laid out on a square table. Laughter echoing throughout the room. Lan Shi, you can add the fish and meat now. Master Wu Tian, please have another drink. As a disciple, Bai Chuan poured exquisite wine for Master Roshi. Good, good, good. Master Roshi was immensely pleased. The trio feasted with great enthusiasm, while poor Wukong and Krillin stood aside, forlorn, starved nearly to the point of collapse. Wukong wore a despondent expression, utterly lacking in vigor. As for Krillin, who had been thoroughly beaten, his plight was even graver. Not only was he hungry, but he also felt the aches from his injuries, making him worse off than Wukong. They were truly in a devilish predicament. Krillin's quiet murmur seemed to catch Bai Chuan's attention, prompting an excellent suggestion. Master Wu Tian, it appears that Krillin's foundational skills lag significantly behind Wukong's. How about I provide him with some special guidance during our training sessions? Bai Chuan proposed while pouring more wine. Indeed, Krillin's fundamentals do need some work. From now on, you, as a senior brother, shall oversee his progress. Master Roshi replied, sipping his drink, while admiring the beauty of Lan Shi, his spirits soaring. Surely not, Krillin exclaimed, his head swimming. Would he really have to endure daily beatings? Yet, having lost the sparring match, he had no grounds for protest. After all, Wukong, who was undeniably stronger, was also subjected to the same punishment of standing idle. Krillin, have you forgotten our agreement? Your senior brother promised to help you improve your fundamentals. Bai Chuan looked at Krillin with a gentle expression. A stark contrast to their earlier confrontation over the stone dada. I suppose that's the case. Krillin was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his senior brother's erratic demeanor. One moment kind, the next ruthlessly harsh. As dawn broke at 4 o'clock. A faint light emerged, the stars gradually fading from view. Bai Chuan, Wukong, and Krillin were roused by Master Roshi, standing in a line outside the turtle house. The time had come to commence their training in the turtle school martial arts. With his hands clasped behind his back and a serious expression, Master Roshi declared, "Before we begin, I want you to understand the essence of martial arts. IT is not merely about winning fights or gaining accolades from girls. Those are misguided notions. The true purpose of martial arts is to cultivate a healthy body and mind, allowing you to lead a meaningful life. Do you comprehend?" Bai Chuan and Krillin nodded, while Wukong blinked in confusion, appearing somewhat dazed. However, there is one thing you must remember. If you see someone who practices martial arts bullying ordinary citizens, they are your enemies and must be dealt with accordingly. Master Roshi spoke passionately, then inquired if the three understood. I still don't get it. Wukong's confusion deepened, his academic background lacking. In short, just strive diligently, and you will lead a joyous life. Oh, so that's how it is? Wukong suddenly grasped the concept. Are you an idiot? Krillin shot him a glance. Bai Chuan remained silent, pondering the wisdom imparted by Master Roshi. As the saying goes, the simplest truths are often the most profound. Perhaps the strength he sought was inherently tied to his pursuit of happiness. All right, let us begin our formal training, Master Roshi announced, leading the way with a brisk jog. I had heard that Master Wu Tian's training is exceedingly rigorous, but this seems rather easy. Krillin began to feel a bit too confident. However, as they each carried a carton of milk, Master Roshi stunned them with his next command. You shall follow closely behind me. The first destination is about 2 kilometers away, and you must jump there. 2 kilometers? Jumping? Krillin and Wukong were left bewildered, while Bai Chuan and Master Roshi had already bounded ahead, prompting the two to hurriedly follow suit, also jumping as they went. During the journey, Krillin attempted to take a shortcut, but was swiftly caught by Master Roshi, who frightened him back in a line to avoid expulsion for the training to Krillin panted heavily. Krillin, have you forgotten the initial purpose of your martial arts training? I believe in you. You must not give up now. Bai Chuan encouraged, slowing his pace to motivate Krillin, who was lagging behind. If Krillin gave up midway, he would fail his mission, so Bai Chuan was determined to pull him along. How considerate of you, senior brother, Krillin thought, surprised by Baichuan's unexpected enthusiasm towards his fellow disciples, a scene that did not go unnoticed by Master Roshi. Now, we must climb this staircase. It's acceptable not to run for this part. Master Roshi pointed toward the towering mountain that pierced the clouds, leaving Krillin, who had just relaxed, utterly perplexed again. Master Wutian's training was indeed as grueling as the rumors suggested. Come on, Krillin, Baichuan, equally fatigued but burdened by a 10-kilogram weighted suit, still found a sense of enjoyment amidst the challenge, a sentiment that Wukong seemed to share. However, even in their enjoyment, as they reached the halfway point of the mountain, Baichuan was already gasping for breath. Wukong, too, was slowing down. If not for Master Roshi's remark about his grandfather, son Wukong, having trained similarly, he might have given up entirely. From now on, we each refer to one another as senior brother and grandfather. This humorous thought, reminiscent of a past life, spurred Baichuan to quicken his pace, determined to persist despite the weight on his legs. Finally, after an arduous climb of countless steps, they reached a small temple at the summit. Master Wutian, it has been quite some time. An acolyte clad in monk's robes emerged to greet them. Indeed, it has, Master Roshi responded warmly, clearly familiar with the monk. You appear to be in excellent health. Are these your new disciples? Yes, they just joined yesterday. The two engaged in casual conversation, granting Baichuan and the others a brief respite. How is their training progressing? The monk inquired, reminiscing that it's only just begun, but they all show great potential. Master Roshi remarked, looking at Baichuan and the others. Master Wutian believes we have potential. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, shaking hands with Wukong, both feeling a sense of validation. Baichuan, however, remained composed. If they trained diligently, they should be ready to compete in 8 months. Master Roshi continued, prompting the monk to perk up at the mention of a competition. Are you referring to the World Martial Arts Tournament? The World Martial Arts Tournament? Krillin gasped, realizing it was the prestigious event that gathered the greatest martial artists from across the nation to determine who would be deemed the strongest. Will there be many formidable opponents? As Krillin explained, Wukong too became increasingly animated. Ding! The task of self-discipline, Become Stronger 0.4, has commenced. Self-discipline is both a habit and an attitude. To become a true warrior. Self-discipline is essential. Please participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament and engage in no less than 10 exchanges with each opponent to secure a ranking. Note: rewards for champion, runner-up, and top 8 vary. Be aware that prior tasks must be completed for rewards to be granted a new task. The previously calm Baichuan now displayed a glimmer of anticipation. However, this task had no time constraints. Instead, it was based on the number of opponents faced. With the final rewards tiered, how splendid it would be if we could make it to the semifinals. Krillin continued to buzz with excitement that I will claim the championship. Baichuan clenched his fists, his ambitions far greater than Krillin's. For winning the championship meant he would not only have to defeat rival competitors, but also his own master, Master Roshi, who would be disguised in the tournament. For them, at this stage, it was a daunting prospect. While ambition is commendable, this world is not as easy as you might think. My intention in having you participate is not solely for you to win the championship, but to provide you with a goal to enhance your training. Master Roshi, the mentor, was not one to refrain from delivering a dose of reality. The minimum combat power is 126. You must be at least 5 times stronger than I am now. Baichuan gazed at Master Roshi, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes. When Master Roshi last unleashed the Kamehameha, he likely did not exert his full strength. Therefore, to claim victory and seize the reward would be no simple feat. Now, we must continue delivering the milk. Farewell. Master Roshi bid farewell to the monk, but upon turning back, he caught sight of the fiery determination in Shirakawa's eyes. This lad a bit off? Why does he exhibit such fervor when I merely suggested he participate in the martial arts tournament? Although somewhat perplexed, it was evident that Master Roshi had no intention of extinguishing Shirakawa's fighting spirit. The 4 disciples set forth once more, traversing desolate deserts, cascading waterfalls, and precarious single-log bridges. They even had to evade the pursuit of dinosaurs to deliver the remaining milk. Even Shirakawa found himself pondering who could possibly reside in such an environment and still crave milk. Finally, it was over. After delivering the last bottle of milk, Sun Wukong collapsed on the ground. Panting, I'm utterly exhausted, Krillin was similarly spent, sprawled out in a disheveled manner. Even Shirakawa slumped onto the ground. Huh, what do you mean it's over? Master Roshi, unfazed, perked up his ears and inquired. I meant today's training. Sun Wukong and Krillin assumed this was the entirety of their day's exertion. Everyone, stand up immediately. Master Roshi commanded, striking the ground forcefully with his staff. What we just did was merely the early morning training. The true morning regimen is about to commence. What? Krillin and Wukong were taken aback. Shirakawa, however, stood up and gazed at the boundless fields before him. Your morning training consists of assisting farmers in plowing the fields. But without the use of tools. No tools? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. This training not only builds core and wrist strength, but also fortifies your hand muscles, so you must use your bare hands to till the soil. You want us to cultivate such a vast expanse of land with just our hands. Krillin's face paled at the thought. Indeed, get started at once. Can't you see your senior brother has already carved out a long furrow? Master Roshi pointed at Shirakawa, who had already begun to dig a trench with his hands. Yes, sir. The two responded in unison. This moment, Shirakawa, who had begun earlier, noticed his nails splitting and felt discomfort in his hands. Beat Krillin, win the championship. Beat Krillin, win the championship. He chanted, straining to dig a trench with his waist and hands. Huh, what is Shirakawa saying? Krillin, passing by, seemed to have caught a mention of his name, his expression turning quizzical. Krillin, no slacking off. Master Roshi scolded from the side, smoking a pipe. Yes, yes. Krillin immediately resumed his work, and as the sun reached its zenith, Shirakawa and the others finally finished plowing the field, having spent so much time. Look, you won't even make it to breakfast. Tomorrow, the fields you will plow will be even larger, so you must find a way to work more efficiently, Master Roshi criticized, somewhat displeased with their pace. At this moment, even Shirakawa could feel the rigorousness of training under Master Roshi's tutelage. Yet the accompanying realization was that if he fully embraced this training, it would lay an unimaginably solid foundation for his future. Upon returning to Master Roshi's abode, Lanchi had prepared a sumptuous lunch for them, including a dish that Shirakawa had recently taught, known as Kung Pao chicken. Dig in, Master Roshi announced, and everyone began to eat heartily. Having trained continuously from 4 in the morning until noon, their exertion had nearly starved them. Krillin, you fool, don't sprinkle pepper. Shirakawa firmly gripped the little bald head and snatched the pepper shaker from his hands. Well done, Shirakawa. You nearly jeopardized our lunch. Master Roshi sighed in relief, unable to restrain his praise for this disciple. My apologies. I almost forgot. Krillin finally caught on, sheepishly replying. Had he sprinkled pepper, Lanchi might have sneezed and transformed into Super Saiyan, and the 4 of them would surely be hunted down. After lunch, it was time for cultural studies. Teacher Wuqian, I suppose I can skip this one, right? Shirakawa, having lived over 30 years in his past life and attended university for 4 years, felt confident that it seems you've had some education. In that case, I shall test you. Please turn to page 12 and read. Master Roshi opened the textbook. Page 12. Shirakawa opened the book, his expression growing peculiar as he began to read aloud. So itchy, I can't take it anymore. My mom is coming home soon. Although Marguerite says no to Paul, with his domineering attitude. Throughout the reading, Shirakawa's expressions were complex and difficult to describe, even causing Krillin beside him to blush. All right, it seems your foundation is solid. You need not attend cultural studies. You may use this time as you wish. After a series of questions, which Shirakawa answered effortlessly, Master Roshi consented to exempt him from cultural studies. Thank you, Teacher Wuqian, Shirakawa said, bowing slightly as he set aside the rather peculiar book. Finding a nearby open space, he sat down and fell into deep contemplation, ultimately deciding to increase the weight of his gravity suit to 20 kilograms. To win the championship and claim the rewards in 8 months, he would need to exert double, if not more, effort in his training. Host, Shirakawa basic attributes, Strength 2.4, Agility 2.3, Stamina 2.1, Endurance 2.1, Chi 0. 6 traits, Favorable Wins Battle Power Assessment. 9, 2331, Evaluation, a Scion with low combat power. Once the 20-kilogram gravity suit was donned, Shirakawa's battle power was instantly suppressed to its limits. His muscles tensed throughout, making movement exceedingly difficult. If he continued training like this morning, Shirakawa would undoubtedly fall behind Krillin. Yet if he persevered, the results of his training would elevate him to unprecedented heights. After cultural studies concluded, it was time for a well-deserved afternoon nap. The four disciples lay on hammocks, resting in a state of utter relaxation. This provided Shirakawa with additional time to acclimate to the 20-kilogram weight. Nevertheless, in the afternoon's labor, his movements slowed considerably, a fact quickly noticed by the keen-eyed Master Roshi. Strange, this lad's movements are nowhere near as agile as they were this morning. Could it be his endurance is lacking? Does he only possess short bursts of explosive power? Master Roshi scrutinized Shirakawa's actions with suspicion. Meanwhile, Wukong and Krillin were informed that the foreman had only offered pay for 5 persons, despite the fact that Shirakawa was the senior brother. This was utterly unacceptable. It seemed necessary to intensify this lad's endurance training. Although Master Roshi detected a hint of an issue, he did not realize that Shirakawa was wearing a gravity suit, as such technology was far too advanced for those in the lower realm to have ever heard of. After finishing their work at the construction site, Master Roshi arranged for Shirakawa and the others to swim 10 laps in the lake. Along the way, they not only had to contend with ferocious crocodiles eager for close encounters, but also with fierce dinosaurs along the shore that wished to kiss them. Finally, they had to tie themselves up and engage in a life-and-death struggle with hornets that had been disturbed in their nests. All right, today's training ends here. From now on, you must train like this every day, and you shall also carry this 20-kilogram turtle shell. Master Roshi, with a head full of bandages, tossed 3 small turtle shells to the beleaguered Shirakawa and the others. Finally, it's over. Krillin collapsed onto the ground, a look of relief washing over him. Don't rush to rest, Krillin. Your senior brother still has special guidance to provide. Exhausted and battered, Shirakawa pulled Krillin along to offer instruction. Senior brother, spare me. Krillin waved his hands in protest, but Shirakawa seemed deaf to his pleas, dragging him toward a nearby open area. Good willpower. You must fulfill what you say, even when utterly fatigued. Master Roshi held a high regard for this quality in Shirakawa. Having expected that witnessing such grueling training would lead the lad to abandon his earlier declarations. Master, Wukong, save me. Krillin's cries for help echoed, yet neither Master Roshi nor son Wukong paid any heed. For Shirakawa was not only striking slower than before, but also lacked the impactful force he once had, leading them to mistakenly believe they were merely playing a game. However, for Krillin, the recipient of the blows, it was a different story. While he certainly felt the punches were less painful than the previous day, he could still manage a few counterattacks. Yet being unable to win meant he was still on the receiving end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consistently training Krillin daily. Endurance attribute increased by 0.3. Task duration, 260 days, 0.58 days remaining. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, Baichuan immediately felt invigorated upon seeing the prompt. Time flew by like an arrow. The arduous and diligent training had unknowingly consumed 2 months. 1-2. As they sprinted through the towering mountains, the trio, Baichuan, Krillin, and son Wukong, effortlessly evaded the pursuit of dinosaurs, successfully delivering the milk to its destination. Next came the farming and construction work. Even while bearing the 20-kilogram weight of a turtle shell, the 3 of them appeared to handle it with ease, completely devoid of the sense of struggle they had felt after just a single day of training. All right, next is swimming training, Master Roshi announced, as usual. However, this time, son Wukong, breaking from his usual demeanor, earnestly proclaimed, Grandpa, please stop assigning us menial tasks and teach us martial arts instead. Bah, what do children know? Uttering such thoughtless words. Without even mastering the fundamentals, learning martial arts would be futile. Master Roshi responded loudly upon hearing this. Yet, son Wukong scratched the back of his head, bewildered, but I feel my strength has significantly increased. Not enough. Far from enough. If you wish for me to teach you martial arts, you must first be strong enough to move this boulder. Master Roshi casually pointed to a rock towering about 4 to 5 meters high. With a thunderous crash, a similarly sized rock nearby was pushed aside, creating a trench in the ground. Master Wu Tian, did you point to the wrong rock? With a grin on his face, Bai Chuan turned to Wukong and Krillin. Gesturing playfully, this left the two of them in a state of disbelief, and even son Wukong ran over to give the stone a push, sending it flying far away. A grand failure. What a blunder. How could I misjudge the size of the rock? Such a small stone could easily be moved by an ordinary person, right? Master Roshi attempted to conceal his embarrassment, frantically searching for a larger rock, and soon discovered one over 20 meters tall, scampering over with glee. This should be the correct size. If you can move this stone, then your physical training will be complete. Krillin's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. This is not just a rock. It's practically a mountain. He wondered if Master Wu Tian was joking. What a massive stone. Son Wukong dashed over ahead of Bai Chuan, but despite exerting all his strength, he found it utterly immovable. No need to waste your efforts. Your training is still lacking. Master Roshi taunted from the side. Can you move it then, Grandpa? Son Wukong, having completely given up, inquired. Of course. That's impressive. Please, Master, show us. Krillin said eagerly. Master Roshi turned to the towering boulder. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This isn't important. What matters is that you all focus on your training. Suddenly, the previously serene atmosphere, reminiscent of a master about to display his prowess, was shattered as Master Roshi changed the subject. Krillin squinted his small eyes, while Wukong blinked in surprise. As for Bai Chuan, he scrutinized the boulder with utmost seriousness. Having removed all my burdens, I should now be capable of moving this stone. Bai Chuan calculated earnestly. The 2 months of training, combined with the attributes gained from self-discipline tasks, had significantly bolstered his strength. However, there was no need to reveal his capabilities just as dusk fell. Bai Chuan and Krillin, concluding their day of training, stepped into a nearby clearing. Come at me, Krillin. Once I strike, you won't have another chance. Bai Chuan beckoned. Having grown accustomed to the hammering, Krillin no longer hesitated. Instead, he charged at Bai Chuan, believing that enduring the beating would expedite the process. Thud! Bai Chuan raised his arm to block Krillin's attack and swiftly countered with a punch aimed at Krillin's face. However, this time, Krillin was quick on his feet, seemingly anticipating the blow, and managed to grasp Bai Chuan's wrist. Senior brother, I've been studying how to defeat you for the past 2 months, Krillin boasted, using both feet to launch a kick at Bai Chuan. Yet with a sudden surge in speed and strength, Bai Chuan seized Krillin's ankle. After 2 months of study, this is all you've got, Krillin. Your training is still insufficient. With that, Bai Chuan slammed Krillin onto the ground 3 times before tossing him into the air. Wolfang Fist, 7th set. As Bai Chuan pursued him through the air, he unleashed a flurry of punches, creating afterimages that struck Krillin from all directions. The fledgling eagle spreads its wings, dancing in youth, after delivering over a dozen blows. Both Bai Chuan and Krillin landed simultaneously, their minds blank, filled only with the echoes of an era's call. Ding! Congratulations to the host for diligently training Krillin daily. Agility attribute increased by 0.3. Task duration, 6,060 days. Congratulations to the host for completing 60 days of daily training as the senior brother. Self-discipline task completed. Reward. Skill. Phantom Fist. Self-discipline enhanced. 0.3.2. New task activated. Self-discipline is both a habit and an attitude. To become a true powerhouse, self-discipline is essential. Please provide technical guidance to the dual personality girl. Lanshi. Daily. Task duration. 0.60 days. 0.3. The self-discipline task was indeed a continuous one, which explained the distinction. But what did this technical guidance entail? Bai Chuan fell into contemplation. What aspect of technique was being referred to? It hurts so much. Senior brother, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Krillin groaned, clutching his head as he struggled to rise. Fool, that was my strength that I had previously held back. Bai Chuan snapped back to reality, pointing out several of Krillin's shortcomings in their recent Sparta course. Under the special training over the past 2 months, Krillin had also made considerable progress, drawing closer in strength to Wukong, likely the closest they would ever be in their lifetimes. I see, Krillin exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, having thought he might finally win a match. From tomorrow onward, I will no longer provide you with special guidance. Having completed the task, Bai Chuan naturally lost interest in hammering Krillin. Why not? Krillin, clutching his bald head, looked puzzled. He had always assumed that Baichuan's relentless training was due to some peculiar obsession with bullying him. You think I'm like your senior brother at the Duelin Temple, who enjoys picking on the weak and has a particular grudge against you. Baichuan's expression shifted, his eyes shining with a light that seemed to pierce deep into Krillin's heart. That no, right? Krillin asked softly. When you first arrived, the gap between you and Wukong was quite apparent. How is it now? Baichuan's words left Krillin in stunned silence. From now on, take care of yourself. With that, Baichuan concluded the conversation, leaving Krillin standing there alone, pondering what this technical guidance could possibly entail. Lan Shi, are there any dishes you still don't know how to make? I can teach you. The next day, while Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others engaged in cultural studies, Baichuan inquired, what do you not know how to make? Lan Shi mused, tapping her chin. Thanks to you teaching me cooking over the last 2 months, I can pretty much make everything now. Oh, I see. Baichuan felt a twinge of regret. After reflecting, he concluded that this task must involve teaching Lan Shi something or learning something himself. But now, having already taught her the culinary skills she was most interested in, there was nothing left to guide her on that front. Is there anything else you wish to learn? Perhaps martial arts or some kind of bed skills? Baichuan's latter words trailed off, causing Lan Shi to only catch the first part. Martial arts? Yes, learning some martial arts might help you in the future when looking for a boyfriend at the very least. If he refuses, you could overpower him, Baichuan added immediately, envisioning that Lan Shi, with her golden hair, might one day fall for a Tianjin rice dish. Unfortunately, she would never receive a response from it throughout her life. Baichuan, that joke is hilarious. How could I ever do such a thing? The blue-haired Lan Shi giggled, her lips curling into a smile. And at that moment, she resembled a blooming peach blossom, radiant and captivating, utterly enchanting. Truly, she was the pinnacle of her prime, far beyond what Bulma could compare to now. Baichuan regained his focus, recalling his mission, and found himself compelled to continue persuading Lan Shi. Besides the benefits of subduing her boyfriend, learning martial arts could also provide self-defense, and most importantly, it would cultivate her willpower, thereby aiding her personal transformation. Cultivating willpower? Lan Shi pondered, somewhat perplexed, yet intrigued by the notion, and resolved to give it a try. Is it Master Wu Tian who will teach me? As her interest piqued, Lan Shi glanced out the window, where the turtle sage was instructing Sun Wukong and others in reciting some rather dull text. No, Master Wu Tian is far too busy. I shall teach you instead. Baichuan waved his hands dismissively. If Lan Shi were to make such a request, the turtle sage would undoubtedly comply. However, how would he then fulfill his own mission? Would he need to deliver milk every morning like the others? Lan Shi recalled the hardships of milk delivery and felt anxious about keeping up. Delivering milk is far too arduous for you, so I intend to teach you a set of martial arts tailored for girls. Baichuan remembered the Wing Chun he had self-studied in his previous life. Though he was not particularly skilled, this style, which employs softness to overcome hardness, was indeed well suited for young women. But a martial art suitable for girls? Under the sun's rays, Lan Shi's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Clearly, she had little understanding of martial arts. Come, allow me to teach you a few stances for practice. Baichuan led Lan Shi to an open space and demonstrated several martial stances. Is this how it's done? Lan Shi mimicked his pose, but having never trained in martial arts, her stance inadvertently stirred a sudden impulse in the man. Your arms should be like this, and your thighs need to be apart. Baichuan adjusted Lan Shi's posture, inadvertently spreading her long, beautiful legs apart. Hey, what is that brat doing? The turtle sage, who was instructing Sun Wukong and Krillin to avoid certain behaviors, suddenly caught sight of Baichuan and Lan Shi's intimate positioning. He actually went that far. Krillin turned his head, witnessing Baichuan's manipulation. Are they practicing some martial arts? Sun Wukong pondered innocently. Your waist should exert force like this. Baichuan grasped Lan Shi's slender waist, akin to a jade neck, and demonstrated a bold yet practical move. What are you two doing? The turtle sage rushed over in a panic, leaning close to Baichuan's ear and scolding, You little rascal. How could you not inform your master of such a delightful activity? Baichuan initially looked at the turtle sage in confusion, only to realize he was standing behind Lan Shi, inadvertently adjusting her waist. Lan Chi's cheeks flushed slightly, as if something had brushed against her. Master Wu Tian, I am merely instructing Lan Chi in her training. Bai Chuan quickly clarified, explaining the principle of using softness to overcome hardness in Wing Chun. Nonsense, there is no such training. The turtle sage was utterly unconvinced, his mind filled with memories of his escapades with Bulma, causing him to feel increasingly flustered. However, from another perspective, the martial arts in this world leaned more toward masculinity. And the principle of using softness to overcome hardness likely only existed in drunken fist styles to some extent. Lan Chi also regarded Bai Chuan with skepticism, especially since even Master Wu Tian had expressed doubt. It seems that mere words may not suffice for your understanding. Bai Chuan turned to son Wukong, who was holding a textbook. Wukong, shall we spar a little? Spar? How wonderful! It's been ages since I last fought with you. Bai Chuan. Son Wukong eagerly cast aside his book and rushed over. Wukong wants to spar with Bai Chuan. Krillin's interest was piqued. Who would emerge stronger? Would today finally reveal the answer? Master Wu Tian. Lan Chi, this is a set of martial arts I once self-studied. Although I haven't mastered it, I ask that you observe the application of using softness to overcome hardness. Bai Chuan assumed the starting stance of Wing Chun. Despite his lack of expertise, his physical prowess allowed him to convey a hint of its essence. I'm coming, son Wukong called out, launching himself at Bai Chuan with remarkable speed. In contrast, Bai Chuan's movements appeared somewhat sluggish. A flurry of punches rained down, fierce and relentless. Though burdened by a turtle shell, son Wukong's strength was no longer what it used to be. Wukong is truly formidable, Krillin marveled from the sidelines, while the turtle sage's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration. This young man, however, just as the considerably strengthened son Wukong was about to strike Bai Chuan, he inexplicably found his force redirected. Turning around, son Wukong felt something was amiss. How had he missed? Not wanting to dwell on it, he continued to throw punches, yet none landed, all deftly evaded by Bai Chuan. It resembles drunken fist. Is this style truly self-taught by this lad? The turtle sage's expression grew serious as he began to appreciate the intricacies of the technique, realizing how exceptionally powerful it was. Bai Chuan, what on earth is happening? Why can't I land a hit on you? Son Wukong ceased his attacks, bewildered. Krillin, too, appeared intrigued. This is the subtlety of this martial art, using softness to overcome hardness. However, what I just demonstrated was compounded with another style, Bai Chuan explained, revealing that his movements had more closely resembled Tai Chi, as he had practiced both styles without guidance. Nevertheless, this was not the crux of the matter. What mattered was imparting the concept of using softness to overcome hardness. This would serve to validate that he was indeed teaching Lan Chi martial arts, rather than engaging in any peculiar guidance. Lan Chi, do you wish to learn martial arts? I can also teach you some impressive techniques. Despite Bai Chuan's explanation, the ever-lecherous turtle sage could not shake off the earlier intimate scene and was eager to take the stage himself. Teaching Lan Chi martial arts might just afford him the opportunity to touch her devilishly attractive figure. Master Wu Tian, will you teach me as well? The gentle, kind-hearted Lan Chi, hidden beneath her blue hair, was generally reluctant to refuse anyone. Yet Bai Chuan could not accept this. It felt like a cooked duck was about to fly away. He pulled out some pepper from his pocket and sprinkled it into the air, then waved his arm, sending a refreshing breeze toward Lan Chi. Achoo! Just as she hesitated, Lan Chi suddenly sneezed, startling the turtle sage, who had been dreaming, as well as Krillin, who stood nearby. You old lechers still want to teach me martial arts? I see you must have eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Do you have some ulterior motive? With her hair transforming from blue to gold, the fierce Lan Chi brandished a shotgun. No, I merely wish to teach you profound skills like that rascal Bai Chuan. The turtle sage frantically waved his hands, pointing in Bai Chuan's direction, but the young man had already vanished from sight. Stop trying to deceive me. Golden-haired Lan Chi lifted her shotgun and unleashed a barrage at the turtle sage. Bang! Bang! This time, even Krillin and son Wukong found themselves caught in the crossfire, fleeing in every direction. It was not until much later that the gentle and virtuous blue-haired Lan Chi slowly returned. Bai Chuan, have you seen Master Wu Tian and the others? I feel like I might have done something excessive. Facing Bai Chuan, who leaned casually against the wall, savoring an apple. Lan Chi nervously fidgeted with her clothing, adopting a demure demeanor. And oh worries, as long as you diligently train with me, it will surely lead to a transformation in your character. Bai Chuan discarded the apple core and rose to comfort Lan Chi. Thank you. Lan Chi, with her emotions laid bare, unexpectedly embraced Bai Chuan. This made the turtle sage, who had been hiding, feel a twinge of longing. And just as he contemplated emerging from his hiding spot, he noticed Lan Chi's mouth opening wide as if to sneeze once more. Krillin, Wukong, let us practice in a location further away today. The turtle sage immediately felt intimidated. As a martial arts master, he could not possibly unleash his abilities against such a beautiful girl, which left him and the others to endure the relentless attacks of the fierce golden-haired Lan Chi. While not fatal, each blow was undeniably painful. All right, Lan Chi, let us continue our training. Beyond mastering these stances, you'll also need to engage in some physical conditioning. Thankfully, Lan Chi had merely taken a deep breath earlier. Otherwise, Bai Chuan would have found it impossible to continue. Lan Chi obediently nodded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for guiding Lan Chi punctually every day. Strength attribute increases by 0.3. Task duration, 160 days. Upon the conclusion of Lan Chi's training, Bai Chuan confirmed his suspicions. This task was indeed not meant for him to provide that kind of guidance to Lan Chi. Of course, it is possible that such guidance could also yield rewards. However, it would not be beneficial for either party's physical or mental well-being. So he resolved to teach martial arts instead. Joyful days always seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Each day, Klin and Wukong diligently trained under the supervision of Master Roshi, while Bai Chuan, amidst his training, guided Lan Chi in her boxing practice. This proximity between Bai Chuan and Lan Chi left Master Roshi and Klin feeling quite imbalanced, unable to accept the daily intimate scenes between them, which fueled their envy and resentment. Such sights undeniably affected their martial resolve. You little rascal! Beat him! Beat him! The two bald-headed fighters were filled with determination, channeling their energy into their training and instruction. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong felt perplexed. After completing their daily training, they still practiced harder, yet he couldn't understand why he felt unable to surpass Bai Chuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for guiding Lan Chi punctually every day. Chi attribute increases by 0.3. Task duration, 6,060 days. Congratulations, host, for persisting for 60 days, providing guidance to the dual personality girl Lan Chi daily. Self-discipline task completed. Reward. Level 1 Divine Source. Self-discipline increases by 0.3.3. Task initiated. Self-discipline is both a habit and an attitude. To become a true powerhouse, self-discipline is essential. Please travel on foot to the southern Papaya Island to register without using any tools. Task deadline, 0120 days. Level 1 Divine Source? What is this? The continuous issuance of tasks did not surprise Bai Chuan. Yet the reward from the previous task left him bewildered. Level 1 Divine Source. The purest energy within the realm of divinity, a treasure coveted by deities, capable of assisting their cultivation. Assisting divine cultivation could enable him to transform into a super scion god. Upon materializing it, Bai Chuan discovered it to be a translucent diamond crystal, containing exceptionally pure energy. Suddenly, a strand of milky white light emerged from the diamond, flowing through Bai Chuan's palm and vanishing into his body. Crack! The brilliant diamond crystal shattered into countless specks of starlight after the energy was released. What just happened? Confused, Bai Chuan carefully sensed within himself, but felt nothing. As if the energy had sunk into the ocean, completely disappearing from his body. Host, Bai Chuan, basic attributes, strength 10.6, agility 10.8, stamina 10.3, endurance 10.3, chi 4.3, divine source, 0.1. Divine position, unassigned. Characteristics, favorable winds for sailing. Combat power assessment, 51, 88. Evaluation, low combat power for Scion. The divine source has appeared among the attributes. What is this divine position? Bai Chuan fell into contemplation. The emergence of a new attribute had altered the entire panel. The divine source within the attributes should be the energy he had just absorbed to AS for the divine position. He speculated it might refer to roles akin to Earth's deities, Yama, King Kai, and gods of destruction. The combat power assessment no longer displayed maximum burst value. Was it now only measuring weight and unencumbered combat power? Currently, Baichuan was wearing a 20-kilogram weighted training suit and carrying the same weight in a turtle shell, meaning his combat power would be suppressed by approximately 40% under a total burden of 40 kilograms. If he were to remove all his weights now, his combat power would equate to that of Sun Wukong during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament in the original story. Of course, this percentage of suppressed power would fluctuate based on his strength enhancement and adjustments to the gravity. Baichuan, are you listening to me? At that moment, Lan Shi seemed to be saying something, repeatedly calling out Baichuan's name. Apologies, I was lost in thought, Baichuan replied apologetically to Lan Shi. After providing insights on her queries, he intended to conclude the guidance. Lan Shi, I believe my instruction for you ends here. From tomorrow onward, you should train independently. Why? Why are you suddenly saying this? Lan Shi asked, visibly puzzled. To your current level, you have grasped the form of this boxing technique. Now, you merely need to enhance your stamina and truly comprehend the essence of this boxing style to become a competent martial artist. Therefore, I have decided to conclude my guidance. However, your path of training is still long, and I hope you will persist. Baichuan's words were lengthy, and upon hearing them, Lan Shi nodded solemnly. Although her training time was brief, she had officially embarked on her journey of cultivation within these 2 months. Master Wu Tian. After concluding his advice to Lan Shi, Baichuan approached Master Roshi, who was smoking nearby. Master Roshi looked at his idle disciple, tapping the ashes from his pipe. Due to guiding Lan Shi, Baichuan had missed many training opportunities, which had not left a favorable impression on Master Roshi. I wish to move that stone and bid you farewell. Embarking on foot to the martial arts tournament, Baichuan's words surprised Master Roshi, who promptly waved his hand, saying, During this time, your training has become quite lax. It's still too early for you to travel. Pushing that stone is impossible. Focus on your training and stop daydreaming. If I could move the stone, would that mean I could travel? Baichuan immediately countered. Master Roshi glanced at the massive boulder, puffed on his pipe, and disdainfully said, You little rascal, wanting to run before you can crawl. If that's the case, give it a try. Baichuan is going to push that stone. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Klin, having just finished swimming, overheard their conversation. Can a human really move such a large stone? Klin expressed his concern. In his view, this stone could very well be immovable even for Master Wu Tian. The group transitioned to the boulder. Baichuan, you can do it. Wukong cheered. Fool, we've been training hard and still can't do it. How could he, who flirts with girls daily, possibly move it? Klin recalled their previous attempt with Wukong, where the mountain-sized stone had not budged an inch. Flirting with girls? Who? Lan Shi asked, seemingly unaware. In nothing. Realizing the subject was right beside them, Klin felt embarrassed. Master Wu Tian, may I remove the turtle shell? Baichuan inquired, standing before the massive stone. You may, but I must remind you that removing the shell will not increase your strength. Master Roshi replied nonchalantly. Baichuan nodded, fully aware that removing the turtle shell would not enhance his power, but it would alleviate the strain on his muscles. After removing the turtle shell, Baichuan began to exert all his strength to push the colossal stone. It's impossible. Don't waste your energy, Master Roshi said, his demeanor relaxed. Yet in the next moment, that seemingly immovable boulder suddenly began to shift. Wow, it really moved. Lan Shi cheered, while Master Roshi, Wukong, and Klin were left in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. He actually pushed it. Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Klin and Wukong were filled with renewed determination. If Baichuan could push it, did that mean they were not far behind? Remembering Master Wu Tian's words, Klin thought, if we can move this stone, we will be taught the boxing technique. Perhaps we will be fortunate enough to witness it today. This reminded Master Roshi of the agreement he had made to teach Baichuan the technique. Master Wu Tian, I have fulfilled our agreement. I have pushed this boulder. Without expending excessive energy to move the stone far, Baichuan stopped, calmly gazing at Master Roshi. Good. Very good. Then I shall honor our agreement and teach you the boxing technique. And I will also allow you to travel, Master Roshi said, turning to the excited Klin and Wukong. Klin, Wukong, your training is still lacking. So please step aside regarding the boxing matter. This left Krillin and Goku profoundly distressed, as they were not even permitted to watch. Once the two had walked far away, Master Roshi cleared his throat and slowly spoke. In truth, I have nothing more to teach you. The essence of the Turtle School martial arts has already been encompassed within your training over the past few months. Yes, I understand, Baichuan nodded. So regarding the matter of boxing techniques, at this point, Master Roshi seemed to sense something amiss. What had this lad just said? You have been training us for these past few months to strengthen our bodies in various aspects, so that after establishing a solid foundation, we could create our own unique moves, correct? Master Roshi raised an eyebrow, astonished that this young man had grasped the truth of Turtle School training without him even realizing it. Ah, indeed, that is correct. The focus of my teaching is to continuously surpass oneself and develop one's own techniques. However, do not divulge this to Goku and Krillin, as it would undermine their motivation to train. Master Roshi whispered to Baichuan. Rest assured, I shall not disclose it, Baichuan replied earnestly. The following morning, Baichuan grabbed his backpack and, under the gaze of the others, stepped out of the turtle house. Hey Baichuan, what incredible boxing technique did the old man teach you? Goku inquired curiously, with Krillin quickly joining. It's a technique that will leave you astounded. Once comprehended, it will benefit you for a lifetime. After you push that stone, I believe you will learn it as well. Baichuan's words ignited excitement in Goku and Krillin. Astounded, beneficial for a lifetime, just how formidable must this technique be? All right, I must take my leave now. We shall meet again at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Baichuan waved goodbye. I will definitely train hard and seize the championship, Goku declared with determination. Haha, I won't be outdone by either of you. Who knows who will claim the championship? Krillin proclaimed, hands on his hips. While high spirits are commendable, I must remind you that, given your current abilities, I hold no expectations for you to win the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament, as you are quite unlikely to prevail. Master Roshi interjected, dousing their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, that I will assuredly claim victory. Just you wait and see, Master. Baichuan fixed a sharp gaze on his teacher. Master Roshi, this lad. Master Roshi felt an unexpected pressure, as he too would need to perform, making it clear to Baichuan and the others that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals. However, given Baichuan's rapid rate of improvement, if he didn't secretly train, he might indeed be unable to hold back. This rice ball is made by my own hands. Eat it if you get hungry on the road. Lan Chi adjusted Baichuan's disheveled collar and handed him the wrapped food. After expressing his gratitude to Lan Chi, Baichuan bid farewell to Master Roshi and the others, embarking on his journey. For this trip, he chose not to carry the turtle shell, but rather adjusted his weighted clothing to 50 kilograms. Combat value. Although the weight was merely increased by 10 kilograms, Baichuan's combat power was suppressed by 60%. It was hard to imagine how difficult it would be to move if the weight were to rise to 100 kilograms. Thief! Thief! In a small town illuminated by flickering lights, the sounds of chaos echoed far and wide, prompting Baichuan, who had just arrived, to halt his steps. Something seems to have occurred ahead. Due to the darkness, Baichuan could not discern the situation clearly, so he paused to observe. Suddenly, a shadow clad in dark clothing swiftly dashed past him, tossing a heavy package in his direction. What is this? The sound of clinking gold and silver emerged from the package, causing Baichuan to furrow his brow. However, his reaction was swift. He took several strides to catch up to the shadow and firmly grasped the person's shoulder. Brother, you dropped something? No, I don't want it. The shadow attempted to struggle. But unexpectedly, this seemingly random individual possessed such immense strength that he could not shake off the hold. With him shouting for a thief and you fleeing in such haste, these items wouldn't happen to be what you stole, would they? Baichuan inquired while shaking the package. Mind your own business. The cloaked figure, filled with rage and embarrassment, turned around, fingers clawed, and launched an unhesitating attack towards Baichuan's face. Have you studied martial arts? Baichuan sidestepped the blow and, with a forceful motion, twisted the assailant's arm behind his back, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Ow, 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 the black-clad man cried out in pain. If you wish to avoid suffering, be compliant. Baichuan glanced at the approaching flames. Clearly, the commotion had attracted the attention of the townsfolk nearby that I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, my master will not let you off easily. The cloaked man saw the crowd and instantly resorted to threats. You have a master? Then by all means, do not let me escape. It would be splendid if you also had a mentor or an ancestor. Otherwise, it may not be enough for me to handle. Upon hearing this line, Baichuan's excitement surged. Engaging with the old and the young was precisely the scenario he had longed for. Throughout his travels, he had encountered numerous harsh environments and simple folk. But the overly innocent encounters had deprived him of the opportunity to test his skills. Now that someone was threatening him, how could he not be thrilled? The cloaked man was a loss for words. What was wrong with this kid? Why was he so exhilarated by being threatened? And what was with the talk of mentors and ancestors? They had long been buried in the ground. Was he planning to rob graves? Brother, if you are in this line of work, I can take you to find my mentors and ancestors' graves. But first, you must let me go. The black-clad man, seeing the approaching flames, started to panic. Why would I go to your mentor's grave? Baichuan was momentarily baffled. However, the cloaked man seized the opportunity, grabbing a handful of dirt from the ground and throwing it at Baichuan. Whoosh, as the dirt struck him. Baichuan transformed into a fleeting blur. The just happened. Although the cloaked man was freed, Baichuan's technique had astonished him to the point of nearly scaring him to death. Mentor, ancestor, I did not intend to dig up your graves. The black-clad man immediately knelt in fear. Yet just as he attempted to rise, Baichuan suddenly appeared, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into a tree. Are you a human or a ghost? The man, hanging from a branch, pointed at Baichuan, trembling in terror that, of course, I am human. If you cannot even discern that, it seems your master is not as formidable as you believe. Baichuan expressed his disappointment. This revelation relieved the black-clad man. In the dark, playing such tricks could indeed frighten someone to death. Thief! Thief! At that moment, the townsfolk, wielding torches and lanterns, swarmed towards them like a horde of ants. I have captured the thief. Here are the belongings you lost. Baichuan tossed the package into the crowd. However, the townsfolk's gazes were not kind. Instead, they glared at him with fury. You must be the one who stole these items. Correct? An elder stepped forward. Me. Baichuan's expression turned strange, realizing that these individuals had mistakenly identified him as the thief. After all, the cloaked man was up in the tree while the stolen goods were in his hands. Such a misunderstanding was not unexpected. Just as Baichuan was about to point and explain, a sharp-faced, middle-aged man with arms crossed and piercing eyes approached. His gaze swept across the scene before swiftly averting, then locking back on a Baichuan. Seeing this man, the cloaked figure on the tree trembled as though under a spiritual assault, not daring to make sound. Your physique closely resembles that of the earlier thief. And now the stolen goods are in your possession. Clearly, you are attempting to return the stolen property after realizing escape is futile, hoping to extricate yourself from this predicament. Correct. The sharp-faced man exuded an imposing aura, immediately pinning the accusation on Baichuan that I did not steal these items. The real thief is... Just as Baichuan began to speak, a fierce wind swept past his ear. What incredible speed! A sharp pain grazed his ear. Had he not reacted swiftly, that strike would have surely landed squarely on his face. If he's evaded it, no wonder Sinuo was thwarted by this kid. The middle-aged man with an eagle-like face was taken aback, astonished that someone could evade his attack. Are you that fellow's master? As the eagle-faced man extended his fingers like claws, Baichuan instantly recognized the similarities in their martial techniques. How dare you steal from others? Brat, I shall not let you go today. The eagle-faced man took his stance, preparing for a serious confrontation. Indeed, you are the esteemed Master Wukong of the Eagle's Precision Sect. Today, we shall rid ourselves of this petty thief who has been pilfering our treasures. The townsfolk around them cheered in approval. It turned out to be a case of a wayward disciple causing mischief. In that case, I shall hold nothing back. Baichuan did not assume a stance. Yet the aura emanating from him underwent a dramatic transformation, a stark contrast to moments prior. Wukong's eagle-like eyes narrowed, already sensing Baichuan's change. However, having traversed the martial world for many years, he had never feared anyone, let alone a mere fledgling. Wukong opted to strike first, but this time Baichuan seized his wrist. What? Wukong exclaimed in shock as Bai Chuan delivered a punch to his abdomen. Yet, Wukong possessed considerable strength. After a brief moment of astonishment, he countered with his eagle claw, firmly grasping Bai Chuan's fist. Bai Chuan frowned slightly, realizing that Wukong's prowess surpassed his expectations. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes. Neither side willing to yield. The to think that a mere child could contend with Master Wukong to this extent. Who on earth is he? Look, is there someone in the tree? The townsfolk finally noticed the commotion in the branches, causing Sinoa, perched above, to lose her grip and fall. This fellow garb in night attire. Could he possibly be the thief from earlier? The townsfolk swiftly gathered around. This is bad. Wukong's expression changed as he extricated himself from the battle with Bai Chuan. Let us peel away his facade and reveal his true identity, a townsperson exclaimed, brimming with righteous indignation. Wait! Wait! Wukong attempted to intervene, but several anxious townsfolk hastily removed the hood of the figure clad in black. How can this be? The townspeople gasped in horror, turning their gaze to the now pallid-faced Wukong. The person revealed was none other than Sinua, Wukong's apprentice, who had accompanied him to the town. Master, Sinua immediately knelt. Wukong's expression shifted between anger and despair, before he struck his apprentice with a palm. Bang! Sinua was sent flying, crashing against a nearby tree, blood spilling from her mouth. How have I instructed you? To practice martial arts diligently and to vanquish evil. Yet you dare to engage in such misconduct. Wukong's eyes glinted with fury, though he couldn't help but glance at Bai Chuan. This fellow's acting skills are commendable. This ploy of self-inflicted injury is enough to deceive the townspeople. Bai Chuan saw through Wukong's ruse, but found it inconvenient to expose it now. As the townsfolk were visibly distressed, with some even stepping forward to console him. Master Wukong, please show mercy. Although your disciple has stolen a few items, it does not warrant his death. The elder who initially accused Bai Chuan stepped in to plead with Wukong. This wayward disciple has committed these acts, and I will not be deterred. Today, I shall cleanse my sect. Wukong attempted to move forward, but several townsfolk blocked his path. Given his strength, if he truly intended to cleanse his sect, even 10 townsfolk would be insufficient to stop him. Master, I realize my mistakes. Sina, bloodied yet resolute, begged earnestly. You wretched disciple. Wukong's expression softened momentarily as he conveyed his hesitation to the townsfolk. Since Master Wukong is unable to act, allow me to take matters into my own hands. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the theatrics of the crowd. It was Bai Chuan, the one who had truly apprehended the thief. You scoundrel! Wukong's eyes narrowed coldly, a murderous intent surging within his gaze. Young brother, allow me to express gratitude on behalf of everyone for apprehending the thief. However, this is still Master Wukong's disciple. Let them resolve this matter themselves. The town chief initially expressed his thanks before advising Bai Chuan. You misunderstand. Chief, I fear that Master Wukong may hesitate to teach his disciple a lesson, and that would ultimately harm both parties, Bai Chuan declared with unwavering conviction. The town chief looked to Wukong. What do you suggest? Wukong's face darkened. Had it not been for this young man, their charade could have passed without a hitch. First, I shall break a leg to prevent further mischief. Then this fellow shall return the items he purloined. Bai Chuan paid no heed to Wukong's predatory glare. Do not break my leg. It was all Master who instructed me. Sinua exclaimed in terror at the thought of losing a limb. Silence. Wukong shouted. It seemed the truth was finally surfacing. Bai Chuan shrugged. He had merely intended to frighten the young man, not expecting him to divulge everything so readily. The town chief fell silent, and the townsfolk displayed expressions of anger. Do not heed his nonsense. Sinua was delirious and falsely accused me. Wukong attempted to clarify, but the townsfolk had evidently lost faith in him. With such strength, yet resorting to such despicable means, it appears your eagle's precision sect is not as honorable as it claims. Bai Chuan expressed his disappointment. It is all your fault, brat. Today, I shall teach you the consequences of meddling. Wukong, maintaining a stern countenance, chose not to explain himself to the townsfolk, directing all his wrath towards Bai Chuan. Come, our battle is far from over. Bai Chuan stood unafraid. Behold my technique, the crane eagle fist. Wukong assumed the stance of the crane eagle, unleashing a powerful gust of wind as he charged at Bai Chuan. You old man, you truly possess skill. Bai Chuan was undeterred, meeting him with his fists, and in just a few exchanges he had restrained Wukong's wrist, rendering him unable to execute the crane eagle fist. Damn it! Wukong's features contorted in frustration. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not subdue this young brat, leaving him deeply shaken. Is this all you have, or do you possess any hidden techniques? Bai Chuan's grip tightened, causing Wukong's face to turn a shade of green. Brat, do not be so arrogant. Should I unleash my ultimate technique, you shall meet your demise. Wukong's expression transformed into one of ferocity. His yellowed teeth bared at Bai Chuan as if he intended to swallow him whole. Arrogance aside, you should keep your distance from me, for examining a hideous face closely is a cruelty unto itself. Bai Chuan remarked disdainfully. Aya. Wukong was on the verge of madness, gritting his teeth. Were it not for your restraint, I would have smashed you to bits. Slap. Bai Chuan unexpectedly released his grip, genuinely allowing Wukong to go free. You let me go? Wukong was taken aback, rubbing his wrist and sneering. If you intend to apologize, it is too late, for I am extremely angered. Your ego is immense. I merely wish to see your ultimate technique. So unleash it. Bai Chuan's expression remained stern, a hint of confidence glimmering in his eyes. Very well. Today, I shall obliterate you to the point of no return. Wukong crouched, clenching his fist as a fierce aura erupted from him. Could it be that technique? Nua's face paled, her body instinctively recoiling. The townsfolk were similarly affected by Wukong's imposing presence, feeling as though they could scarcely breathe, hastily retreating to clear space for the duel between Bai Chuan and Wukong. Oh, this is becoming interesting. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow, beginning to regard Wukong with newfound respect. What lies ahead will be even more thrilling. Prepare to meet your end. Wukong raised a finger from his clenched fist, startling Bai Chuan. You cannot be serious. After all this build-up, are you merely giving me a universal hand gesture? Universal hand gesture? What do you mean? Wukong was utterly baffled. What was this young man prattling on about? No matter, let's send him on his way. Behold my ultimate technique, the Dodone Wave. A beam of yellow light surged forth at incredible speed, aimed directly at Bai Chuan. S.O. is the Dodone Wave. This fellow is a disciple of the Crane Sage. In an instant, Bai Chuan's mind soared, yet in the blink of an eye, he was struck by a beam of light. Whoosh! The attack range of the was not extensive, but its penetrating power was formidable. The IT collided with Bai Chuan and plunged into the woods, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ha! Little brat, blame your unfortunate fate for encountering me. You must keep your eyes peeled in your next life. Wukong's mood was exceedingly buoyant, akin to avenging a father's murder. However, his triumph left the townsfolk nearby with expressions of terror. Master, should we eliminate all these fellows? After all, word of this could jeopardize our source of income. At this moment, Nua also grew emboldened, pointing at the town mayor and others, demanding their demise. Well, that does hold some merit. It would indeed be detrimental if this matter were to leak out. If your ancestor were to find out, he would surely chastise us for our indecisiveness. Wukong mused, stroking his chin. He had once trained under the Crane Immortal, but was expelled due to his lack of aptitude. Subsequently founding the Eagle Standard sect, should this incident become public, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation with his former master. Wait, I actually have an ancestor. Nua felt somewhat disgruntled, having thought that such figures had long since passed away. He had even planned to visit that young man in depth. No, we are willing to offer all our possessions and shall never divulge this matter. Please spare us. The mayor trembled as he spoke, while the surrounding townsfolk nervously began to produce their valuables. With so many of you here, what if one day someone lets slip and alerts my master? Nua pointed arrogantly at them. Just moments ago, these individuals had taken full advantage of the chaos to assault him. I swear I won't say a word. Please spare me, pleaded a townsman, kneeling in desperation. Master, act. Nua's heart was as hard as iron, showing no sign of changing his mind. Wukong considered for a moment and nodded. Just then, a commotion arose in the woods, and a lithe figure emerged. That blow did indeed sting a bit. But if this is your ultimate move, I regret to inform you that you are not even worthy to compel me to display my true strength. As the saying goes, a puff of smoke does not harm. Bai Chuan perfectly embodied this definition, emerging unscathed. How is it possible? He took my ultimate attack head-on and suffered no injuries. Wukong's expression changed dramatically. That was a technique he had painstakingly learned over decades. Now, it had yielded no damage whatsoever. Nua's expression also soured as he realized something was amiss. Seizing the moment while his master and the others were focused on Bai Chuan, he began to shift his feet towards the exit. After all, if even his master's strongest technique had failed, he would be foolish to linger here. My body has been refined to the point of iron and steel. With your meager aura, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Bai Chuan spoke calmly. Though he had suppressed his power with a gravity suit, his body's resilience remained unchanged. Impossible. No matter how absurd it may seem, it cannot be that you have suffered no injuries at all. You must be putting on an act, claiming to have been severely wounded by my ultimate technique, right? Wukong, unable to accept this, began to engage in self-deception. It seems you still do not comprehend. Bai Chuan advanced step by step towards Wukong, his aura intensifying, resembling a ferocious tiger. As Bai Chuan drew nearer, Wukong felt an involuntary chill, a sensation he had not experienced since facing certain individuals from his sect. In a bid to dispel his fear, Wukong unleashed his ultimate technique once more. However, this time, Bai Chuan merely extended a hand to counter it, effortlessly negating the attack. The golden beams that shot forth disintegrated into dust upon contact with Bai Chuan's palm. An overwhelming and fearsome aura erupted from within him. What? Wukong was struck with alarm. Tiomi, your attacks are no different from tickling. That is the chasm that lies between us. Bai Chuan's voice was chillingly cold. Wukong's strength was already lacking, and after unleashing a second, his energy had significantly waned, diminishing its potency. Damn it! Wukong, incensed by Bai Chuan's words, roared as he launched another attack, only to have it effortlessly dodged by Bai Chuan. In quick succession, Bai Chuan delivered a heavy punch to his chest. It felt as if his bones were shattering. Wukong's face contorted in agony, having suffered a grievous blow from Bai Chuan, who had merely exerted a fraction of his strength. Whoosh! A sweeping kick sent the clutching Wukong flying. Not good. Nua, witnessing his master being hurled away, was startled and immediately turned to flee. Yet Bai Chuan, quick as lightning, seized his shoulder, declaring, "You should remain here to face the consequences of your misdeeds." Nua gazed at Bai Chuan in terror, realizing he had no escape, and what awaited him were the enraged townsfolk. In the bustling and prosperous eastern capital, after 3 months of travel, crossing half the globe, Bai Chuan was passing through this city. The latest episode of Xiao Zhe, one could not help but marvel at the abundance of local specialties in the eastern capital. As he strolled along the street, Bai Chuan was approached by a vendor promoting a stack of discs. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Bai Chuan waved his hands, declining the offer. The vendor raised an eyebrow. "You don't understand the depth of this item. The Universal Capsule Company has recently developed something called VCD. Simply insert this disc to witness a realm beyond mere illustrations." "No. Thank you. Oh, you happen to know if there are any martial arts schools nearby?" "Martial arts school? Are you here to challenge one?" The vendor looked astonished. For just days prior, a young man had bought a pile of discs and inquired about martial arts schools. The youth, wearing a red scarf, was said to practice a technique called Wolf Fist. Could it be Yamucha? Bai Chuan was taken aback to encounter a familiar face, truly a land of specialties. As he had anticipated, all the renowned martial arts schools in the eastern capital had already been challenged by Yamucha, leaving no scraps behind. In that case, the eastern capital has lost its charm. Ignoring the various vendors along his path, Bai Chuan remained resolute. Even as someone shouted about the latest episodes of Mi Shang and Tao Nai, he remained unmoved, pressing onward. "Hey brother, isn't that the guy at the top of the Red Ribbon Army's wanted list?" A brawny man with a wolf's head inquired of his companion, a tiger-headed man. "What?" he asked the one with a bounty of 5 million on his head. The tiger-headed man was instantly dumbfounded. That was 5 million. Enough for them to live lavishly for more than a lifetime. At that point, he could afford to keep even fox women, let alone someone like Tao Nai. "Big brother, shall we inform the Red Ribbon Army?" stammered a bare-headed subordinate. clearly overwhelmed by the large sum. Fool. If we inform them now, the bounty will be at least 10 times less. If we capture this kid. Won't all 5 million be ours? You're so clever, big brother. The bare-headed subordinate gave a thumbs up. Let us go, follow him, and find a secluded spot to catch him. The tiger-headed man led the way, with the three tailing Bai Chuan into a deserted alley. You three can come out now. As Bai Chuan entered the alley, he turned and spoke. He had noticed their presence the moment they began to follow him. However, instead of alerting the authorities or fleeing like an ordinary person, he opted to walk into the deserted alley to Discovered, have we? The three from the Tiger Gang emerged calmly, positioning themselves at 3 angles to encircle Bai Chuan, preventing any chance of escape. Who are you? What is your purpose? Bai Chuan did not rush to attack, but instead intended to extract their intentions first. We are the evil tiger trio, and as for our purpose, it is to capture you and exchange you for a handsome bounty from the Red Ribbon Army. The tiger-headed man clearly did not regard Bai Chuan as a threat, yet he failed to consider that even a colossal force like the Red Ribbon Army would issue such a high bounty. How could they, merely 3 men, hope to apprehend him easily? I see. So it is the Red Ribbon Army that has placed a bounty on my head. Bai Chuan understood the situation at Dr. Gero's research facility must be a core asset of the Red Ribbon Army. It is not surprising that a substantial bounty has been placed on him. Now, do you intend to accompany us willingly, or would you prefer to endure some hardship before complying? Brother Tiger inquired. Cracking his knuckles, I choose neither, Bai Chuan replied, his expression serene as he gazed at the trio of tiger. Impudent brat, don't test our patience. I believe it's time you face some consequences, Brother Tiger declared, lunging fiercely towards Bai Chuan, flanked by his 2 subordinates. Bang! Bang! The outcome of the skirmish was utterly predictable. The trio of thuggish tigers, with their meager combat prowess, could scarcely last a few exchanges against Bai Chuan before being effortlessly vanquished. This spectacle prompted the observing mantises and yellow sparrows, now aware of Bai Chuan's identity, to abandon their intentions of intervention and hastily report to the Red Ribbon Corps. Buzz! A vast expanse of ominous clouds swept over the eastern capital. But upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a multitude of helicopters adorned with the RR insignia. Dreadful! It is the Red Ribbon Corps. Are they planning an assault on the eastern capital? The Eastern Capital's Security Bureau descended into utter chaos, with frantic calls for assistance being dispatched, and soldiers of the security force bustling in and out as if a grand battle were imminent. However, just as they braced themselves for the worst, the swarm of helicopters flew past the eastern capital, heading southward. Phew, what a false alarm! Yet with such a large display of military might, what exactly are the Red Ribbon Corps aiming to achieve? The captain of the Eastern Capital security team, though relieved, was beset by doubts at that moment. The Red Ribbon Corps, soaring southward, began to descend not far from the Eastern Capital, encircling a remarkably handsome youth of about 15 or 16 years of age. General Blue, should we eliminate this brat now? One soldier inquired. From among the encircling soldiers stepped forth an officer with striking blonde hair and blue eyes, possessing a dashing countenance, with his hands clasped behind his back. He spoke in an excessively suave tone. So you're the one who killed Dr. Gero? You appear rather charming, but alas, this is an order from Commander Rit, and I cannot defy it. My impression of you lot is far from favorable. Bai Chuan, who had no intention of fleeing, regarded General Blue with a chilling gaze in his dark eyes. Though he had slain Dr. Gero and obliterated the research facility, the haunting images of Lazuli and Lapis being taken away occasionally flickered through his mind. Ah, how regrettable! Regardless of your opinions, you shall now face the retribution of the Red Ribbon Corps. Of course, before that, you must first surrender the treasures you pilfered from the research facility. General Blue chuckled lightly, even adjusting his posture with a flourish. Are you G? Bai Chuan inquired, taking a step back from General Blue. Should this man employ more than mere physical strikes, it could spell danger. What did you say? General Blue's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with an unmistakable murderous intent. Is that not the case? Bai Chuan's retort only served to incite General Blue's fury further, prompting him to wave his hand commanding. Break his limbs, but leave him alive to bring back for interrogation. Understood. A group of soldiers surged forward, some even aiming firearms at Bai Chuan's limbs. Yet in the blink of an eye, they found themselves bereft of Bai Chuan's presence. Only the anguished cries of their comrades echoed around, as over 10 soldiers were taken down in an instant, without a moment's notice. "Open fire!" one soldier shouted. Finally regaining his senses, the air erupted with the deafening sounds of gunfire and the acrid scent of gunpowder. To an observer, it was not a battle but a ruthless slaughter devoid of suspense. However, they were not engaging an ordinary individual. These bullets would not suffice to end his life. Ha! A surge of energy erupted, deflecting the bullets aimed at Bai Chuan. Then came the apparition of a phantom-like figure, weaving through the crowd, with each appearance resulting in the fall of yet another soldier. Such incredible speed, General Blue, initially reluctant to engage, found his eyes darting about. With every shift of his gaze, Bai Chuan seemed to materialize, dispatching a soldier with ease. It was as if he could anticipate Bai Chuan's movements. Bang! The last soldier collapsed. Bai Chuan stood poised. Yet in the next moment, a powerful blow struck his face, sending him flying. "You wretched brat! How dare you take down so many of my subordinates? Do you have any idea of the trouble you've stirred? Which might require the use of my exquisite hands?" General Blue, after landing a successful hit, surprisingly refrained from delivering a finishing blow, instead enthralled by his own hands. "You truly are AG, or perhaps a cross-dresser." Bai Chuan wiped the corner of his mouth, rising to his feet to glare at General Blue. "I utterly detest hearing such words. Oh, you comprehend the horrors that await those who provoke my ire?" General Blue snapped back to reality, fury radiating from his eyes. "Feeling angry, are we? But no matter how much you despise me, you cannot extinguish my life." Bai Chuan assumed a combative stance, having felt the immense force behind General Blue's earlier strike, even surpassing that of Wukong. Yet he remained confident. Upon hearing this, General Blue raised an eyebrow, unleashing an unparalleled burst of speed as he thrust a punch toward Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan instantly swung his arms, meeting General Blue's fist head-on. Their fists collided in the air, emitting a thunderous boom. Bai Chuan felt a tingling in his arm, staggering back several steps before regaining his balance, while General Blue remained rooted in place, a smirk playing on his lips. "Is this the extent of your abilities? You don't seem all that impressive." General Blue cackled arrogantly, launching another barrage of punches at Bai Chuan. Bang, 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 like a machine gun. Bai Chuan's body endured a relentless assault, until General Blue, fatigued, finally landed a heavy blow that sent him sprawling. "Where has your earlier bravado vanished? Did you not claim you could not be killed?" "Oh, I forgot. Even if I told you that now, you would have no means to respond. After all, even the mightiest cannot rise after enduring such a ferocious onslaught." General Blue gleefully proclaimed, his confidence in his strength unwavering. Yet the next moment, Bai Chuan stirred, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, standing up as if nothing had happened. "How is this possible?" General Blue's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched across his features. "In comparison to an ordinary person, your speed is acceptable, yet your striking power leaves much to be desired." Bai Chuan cracked his neck, stretching leisurely. "What did you say? Just moments ago, you were utterly defenseless. And now you dare to boast?" General Blue's pupils shimmered with an unknown light, preparing to unleash his supernatural abilities to eliminate this insufferable brat. "Well then, allow me to demonstrate a fraction of my true power." Bai Chuan smirked, adopting a princely pose of defiance. Instantly, an elusive sense of pressure enveloped the area, and Bai Chuan's figure vanished in a blink, reappearing right before the astonished General Blue. Gravity suit adjusted from 50 kilograms to 20 kilograms. In that fleeting instant of lightness, Bai Chuan unleashed an unparalleled speed, striking General Blue squarely in the abdomen before he could react. Ugh! The immense pain caused General Blue to regurgitate his previous meal. His self-proclaimed handsome features contorted as if he had been subjected to the scorn of distant relatives, tears streaming down his face. "You wretched fool!" General Blue clutched his stomach, staggering backward. He was utterly baffled as to how Bai Chuan, who had seemed so weak moments ago, had suddenly transformed into such a formidable adversary. With his distorted visage, General Blue scrutinized Bai Chuan, attempting to discern the source of this inexplicable strength. Yet no matter how he peered, the secret eluded him. This ends here. I have grown weary of this skirmish that in the presence of Super by Chuan, you stand no chance of retaliation. The legendary pose of defiance, believed to be unmasterable. By Chuan, undeterred, resolved to give it a try. I shall never forgive you. General Blue, feeling deeply insulted, emanated a radiant blue aura. This prompted Bai Chuan to heighten his vigilance, suddenly recalling that his opponent possessed a hidden ability. Oh no, in my eagerness to mimic Vegeta's stance, I completely overlooked the fact that this fellow has supernatural powers. General Blue's veins bulged, his eyes flashing with an eerie light, just as Bai Chuan attempted to avert his gaze. He was instantaneously immobilized. Not good. The body suddenly stiffened, as if being crushed to the ground by a gravitational force 100 times greater. Bai Chuan's limbs had already ceased to obey him. Ha ha ha. How does it feel? My superpower isn't too shabby, is it? General Blue, having demonstrated his prowess, resumed his haughty demeanor. Indeed, the power of Vegeta's defeat gesture was extraordinary. The moment it was struck, one would inevitably fall into a passive state. Bound and restrained, Bai Chuan was compelled to acknowledge the might of this gesture. He could even break the laws of confrontation established with the Sun family, yet he was unable to master this particular stance. Vegeta, the defeat gesture. General Blue approached Bai Chuan, utterly baffled by what the boy was saying. However, that was of little consequence now. He sought vengeance for the recent humiliation. Boom! General Blue unleashed a furious punch. But Bai Chuan merely tilted his head, remaining firmly planted as he did not fly away as Blue had anticipated. Lacking strength to strike. Did you forget to eat? Bai Chuan laboriously turned his head to gaze at Blue, his eyes completely devoid of panic. You little brat. General Blue's eyes widened, perceiving Bai Chuan as a punching bag. He unleashed a flurry of blows. Boom! Boom! Countless punches rained down upon Bai Chuan, and even though his body was as strong as steel, enduring such relentless battering left him feeling utterly shattered. Was there any way to dispel this superpower? As his body suffered under the tempest of strikes, Bai Chuan's mind raced, pondering an escape. He recalled how Tao Bai had once evaded such control, indicating that when the disparity in strength reached a certain threshold, one could become immune to this superpower's grasp. Yet, the gap between him and General Blue was evidently not substantial enough to afford him that immunity. Thus, this avenue could be dismissed. Were there other possibilities? As his cheeks began to swell, Bai Chuan sought a solution. It was at this moment that a milky white glow emanated from his skin. His fists clenched tightly, and Bai Chuan suddenly realized that his body had regained mobility, the power that enabled his liberation coming from the divine source he had previously acquired. Little brat, let this strike usher you to your final journey. After delivering countless punches, General Blue finally found a sharp dagger and aimed it at Bai Chuan's forehead. Yet a hand as strong as an iron clamp swiftly seized his wrist. How is this possible? Even after unleashing my superpower, he can still move? General Blue's eyes were filled with disbelief, for the dagger was now mere inches from Bai Chuan's brow, yet that minuscule distance proved insurmountable. You were having such a grand time just now. Now it's my turn. Bai Chuan dared not employ any defeat gestures this time. Instead, he suppressed the Scion's arrogant nature and delivered a punch straight to General Blue's face. Puff! Blue's face was flattened by the blow, teeth scattering, his entire form twisting before Bai Chuan. Had his wrist not been held, he would have been sent flying far away. That previous punch was a token of gratitude for your earlier hospitality. And this one is for Lazuli and Lapis. Facing the now lifeless eyes of General Blue, Bai Chuan clenched his fist once more. Boom! This time, Bai Chuan released his grip, and General Blue soared away like a kite with its strings severed, ultimately crashing before the cautiously approaching East Capital Defense Corps. But isn't this the renowned General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army? The joint forces of the police and the Defense Corps gasped in astonishment. It was well known that no one in the vicinity was unfamiliar with the name of General Blue, who had repeatedly bested even the government forces. Yet now, this formidable figure lay vanquished before them. Report, he has no breath left. A bold officer stepped forward to investigate. Was it that boy who defeated General Blue? The bespectacled captain of the Defense Corps turned his gaze to the striking youth standing in the wilderness. Come, I must commend that young man and recommend him to His Majesty the King. The captain proclaimed loudly. However, in the next instant, the youth's figure vanished, for Bai Chuan, yearning for strength, had already embarked on his journey once more. At this moment, only a month remained until the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Countless strong individuals were honing their skills, eager to claim the title of the world's strongest in this magnificent martial arts competition. Goku, Krillin, from today forth, you shall train with this 40-kilogram turtle shell. Master Roshi declared to the two who had already begun to push the massive stone at the Turtle Hermit's residence. Yes, I shall develop my own unique technique and then defeat Bai Chuan. With Bai Chuan as his goal, Son Goku dared not slacken his training for a moment. Surely Bai Chuan could not foresee that we too would be able to push that stone. Not to mention bear this 40-kilogram turtle shell while training. Krillin was equally determined. Each time he recalled the days of grueling training, tears would flow, and now he trained fervently to astonish Bai Chuan. Do not slacken. That boy Bai Chuan is undoubtedly training as well. Once you don this 40-kilogram turtle shell, your training must double. Master Roshi admonished from the side that in truth, to avoid being surpassed by his few disciples. He too engaged in some training. In fact, it was not only them. Yamcha training in the deep mountains, the monks diligently practicing in Dorian Temple, and Namu striving hard to alleviate the water shortage in his hometown. All these countless strong individuals were training tirelessly, each with their own motives, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this martial arts tournament. Year 750 of the age of the universe, May 7. Papaya Island, primarily a tourist destination, welcomed a flood of spectators and visitors at this moment, creating a bustling atmosphere even in the evening. There truly no one left wishing to register. The deadline is noon today, a staff member shouted through a megaphone, issuing the final time reminder. I can't believe there are so many people in the world, Goku exclaimed, his little head spinning in disbelief, prompting Krillin to remind him not to look so foolish. We wish to register. Master Roshi approached the registration desk. Gesturing to his two pupils behind him, point two little kids. Are you sure they're not just here to spectate? The registrar questioned skeptically, uncertain if this old man was attempting to abduct children. They are not ordinary children. Register them. Also, please check if a boy named Bai Chuan is registered. Master Roshi asserted confidently, eager to see if his other pupil had arrived to register. Bai Chuan. His name does not appear on the roster. The registrar checked and shook his head in response. How strange. That boy set off months ago, yet he hasn't arrived yet. Master Roshi felt a twinge of worry. He wasn't concerned about Bai Chuan's safety, for the boy was quite powerful. Rather, he feared he might have misremembered the time and place. Hey, Goku! Goku! Long time no see. At that moment, a youth with a red scarf and short hair emerged from the crowd. Who are you? At this moment, Son Goku seemed to suffer from a case of face blindness, failing to recognize Yamcha simply due to his haircut. Honestly, you should remember this. The youth struck a pose reminiscent of the Wolf-Fong fist, and Goku immediately recognized him. Yamcha? Haha, you finally recognized me. Compared to when he was a bandit, Yamcha had matured significantly in both temperament and demeanor. This is Krillin, who trained with me at the old man's place. As they exchanged pleasantries, Goku introduced Krillin to Yamcha. Hello. Yamcha greeted Krillin. However, before they could converse further, Master Roshi approached with a worried expression. Master Roshi, what's the matter? The observant Krillin inquired. That boy Bai Chuan has yet to arrive for registration. Master Roshi revealed the news without intending to conceal. In no way. Didn't brother Bai Chuan set off 4 months ago? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Krillin was equally incredulous. Where on earth could his senior brother have gone? 4 months have elapsed. Even with the slowest mode of transportation, one should have arrived by now, no? Has Shirakawa not come? What a pity. I was eager to showcase my new Wolf-Fong fist to him. Yamcha declared with a clenched fist. Could he be swimming over? The naive Goku pointed toward the vast, boundless sea in the distance. Fool! How could a human possibly achieve such a feat? That is the ocean we're talking about. Do you have any idea how far the nearest land is? Krillin waved his hand dismissively, convinced it was utterly impossible to be why this time all flights had ceased operations, and although there was a ship scheduled for the dead of night, registration had already closed. Yamcha glanced at the time and pessimistically remarked that, that's so. Goku scratched his cheek. Is it really that difficult to swim over? Just then, a vibrant young girl, radiating sunshine and energy, approached with astonishment. Goku, is that really you? What brings you to this martial arts tournament? Bulma, Oolong, Pua, upon recognizing Goku, her face lit up with joy as she enthusiastically shook hands with Oolong in celebration. This time, Goku and his companions would also partake in the martial arts tournament. Yamcha remarked, even if Shirakawa were absent, the prospect of battling Goku, who had trained under Master Roshi, was indeed something to anticipate. Really, that is fantastic, Bulma exclaimed with delight, only to be interrupted by an lecherous old man blocking her path. Bulma, it's been so long. Would you care to indulge in a little game with me? Master Roshi said, pressing his hands together in an attempt to evoke fond memories for Bulma. Her face flushed crimson, eyes shut tight, seemingly suppressing a surge of anger. Have you forgotten? It's all about the fondling. Master Roshi continued, oblivious. You fool. In an instant, Bulma seized a heavy iron hammer from nowhere and sent Master Roshi flying. It's truly hard to fathom just how formidable her power must have been at that moment. That old man hasn't changed at all. Oolong squinted, recalling how he had transformed into Bulma to play a game with Master Roshi, making him acutely aware of the situation. The registration deadline is fast approaching. Those who have yet to sign up should hurry. At that moment, the announcement blared once more. Could it be that Shirakawa truly won to attend? Yamcha pondered anxiously if Shirakawa were to show up. The competition for the martial arts tournament championship would undoubtedly be fierce. However, if he doesn't how can he prove his strength in front of Bulma? After all, Bulma has always held a lingering affection for Shirakawa, which greatly displeases him. Could it be that the time was misremembered? As the minutes ticked away, Krillin couldn't help but grow concerned. I'll go ask if they can extend the registration deadline. Master Roshi found an excuse and stealthily registered himself at the sign-up desk. Even if Shirakawa doesn't come, he surely needs to teach his two disciples a lesson. Will Shirakawa come too? At the mere mention of his name, Bulma's heart fluttered. They say the unattainable is the most desirable, and perhaps this is how she feels at this moment. It seems there's no other option. The registration desk stated that the cutoff is at midnight, and once past that, participation is impossible. Master Roshi shook his head. Yamcha hesitated. Actually, if Pua or Oolong could transform into Shirakawa's likeness, they could register in his stead. However, their relationship had not yet reached that level. Was it necessary to interfere in such a manner? That person is Shirakawa. Shirakawa is here. Goku, gazing toward the seaside, seemed to have discovered something and excitedly pointed in that direction. What? Everyone gasped and immediately turned their attention to the direction Goku was indicating. There, a figure clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, hair slicked back and slightly damp, was speeding toward them at an astonishing pace, far surpassing that of a taxi, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Well, it seems everyone is here. Shirakawa, having come to a sudden stop, was somewhat out of breath, although he hadn't lost his way. He had indeed overdone it and accidentally swum to the northern hemisphere. He had been swimming desperately from there. Thankfully, he had adjusted the weight of his gravity suit to 10 kilograms. Otherwise, he truly would have missed it. That one over there is also my disciple. His name is Shirakawa. Hurry and write him down. Master Roshi glanced at his watch and rushed to the registration desk. Congratulations, host. You have arrived at Papaya Island within the time limit, successfully completing the self-discipline task, resulting in an increase in all attributes and acquiring the skill sky dance technique. Without time to catch up with the others, the task completion notification sprang forth from Shirakawa's eyes, and he could distinctly feel his strength surging rapidly. Host, Shirakawa basic attributes, strength 15.6, agility 16.8, stamina 14.7, endurance 14.7, chi 7.3, divine source 0.2, divine position, unassigned traits, favorable winds and waves, combat power assessment 118, 132, evaluation, a scion with low combat power. This is the extent of Shirakawa's current abilities. In addition to the attribute values gained from the task rewards, the burdensome journey over these past 4 months had also led to significant gains. Now, the divine source attribute had become the most challenging to obtain. Without the recent rewards, he truly would have been at a loss for how to enhance this attribute. During his battle with General Blue, A mere zero point 0.1 in the divine source attribute had allowed Shirakawa to break free from the control of superpowers, sufficiently demonstrating the importance of the divine source attribute in the realm of the mysterious. In the future, this attribute may play a crucial role in his potential to become a Super Saiyan God and master the Ultra Instinct technique. Hey, Shirakawa, you caused me no small amount of worry. Why didn't you take a plane or a boat? You almost missed the registration, Master Roshi returned, scolding him. My apologies, Master Roshi. I intended to arrive at the venue without any means of transportation, thinking it would be a good way to train myself during the journey. Shirakawa replied apologetically, having just arrived as Master Roshi helped him register. In a sense, Master Roshi was indeed quite responsible as a mentor. I see, but you must also be mindful of the time. Upon hearing that it was for training, Master Roshi ceased his reprimand and shifted to a tone of caution. However, when they learned that Shirakawa had swum over from the northern hemisphere, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Krillin were left utterly bewildered, while Oolong and Puer regarded Shirakawa with disdain. Only Bulma's eyes sparkled with an unexplainable emotion that I will pay closer attention next time. Having swum too far, Shirakawa now understood the necessity of checking a map. Otherwise, what he thought was heading south had unintentionally turned into a journey northward. Well, let us all rest well tonight and aim to win the preliminaries tomorrow, Master Roshi concluded. Yet, Shirakawa rubbed his stomach and said, Master Roshi, I swam all the way here and haven't eaten yet. I'm feeling a bit hungry too. Goku, who had initially felt no hunger, suddenly realized he was also famished upon hearing Shirakawa's words. Very well, let us go eat something. After all, it's impossible to perform well in the competition on an empty stomach. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Excellent. I'm going to feast. Goku raised his hands in excitement. I won't let you outdo me, Krillin declared, wondering where he found the confidence to compete with a Saiyan in terms of appetite. Wait a moment. It's quite late. Perhaps we shouldn't overindulge. How about we all return to the dormitory and watch some tapes together instead? Master Roshi, sweat beading on his cheeks, suddenly recalled the considerable appetite of these disciples. Since Master Roshi is treating, we want to hold back. Bulma seized the opportunity, knowing it would not only get back at the old man, but also bring her closer to Shirakawa. This, Master Roshi, observing the group already discussing what to eat, felt a sense of impending doom. Yet he was powerless to stop it. If word got out that Master Roshi's disciples lost the competition due to insufficient food, his old rivals would surely revel in his misfortune. Shirakawa, I can assure you, I'm not the same as before. Krillin flexed his small muscles. Under the old man's guidance, we've all grown significantly stronger. Goku chimed in, yes, that's so. However, do be careful not to encounter me in the preliminaries. A slight smile graced Shirakawa's lips, his eyes gleaming with formidable confidence. Hey, Shirakawa, you seem even more handsome than before. Bulma prodded at Baichuan's sculpted muscles, each contour appearing as though meticulously chiseled, fluid and powerful, perpetually exuding masculine strength and allure. Perhaps my training has rendered me more mature. Baichuan inadvertently evaded the shadows of his past. Bulma, Yamcha clenched his fists tightly. The memories of his previous defeat and his fervent display before Bulma filled him with an intense desire to thrash Baichuan, seeking redemption for his shamed, this is going to be quite the spectacle. Oolong discerned the tension between Baichuan and Yamcha, a mischievous grin spreading across his porcine visage, while Bulma found Yamcha quite admirable. The presence of Baichuan deterred her from choosing to be with him, which, in turn, spurred Yamcha's eagerness to prove his worth as they settled the bill. Master Roshi lingered in the restaurant, seemingly engrossed in conversation with the owner. Yet, the others paid him no mind, each returning to their respective rooms to prepare for rest. Master Roshi, are you all right? Baichuan inquired, noticing Roshi wiping the sweat from his brow. I'm fine. You all should rest quickly. Tomorrow's competition is crucial, Roshi replied, a twinge of concern evident in his voice, as he reflected on how this meal had not only depleted the funds he had brought, but also left him with a mountain of debt. Baichuan smiled faintly, choosing not to comment further. As dawn broke, a new day arrived. The venue was surrounded by throngs of people, though, as it was merely the preliminaries, spectators were not permitted inside. Martial Arts Hall. The group arrived at the entrance of the preliminary venue. I can only accompany you this far. The rest depends on your own efforts, Master Roshi stated, producing several martial arts uniforms from his travel bag, each emblazoned with the character for Turtle. Wow, how cool. The significance of education was evident. Thanks to Master Roshi, Sun Wukong developed a sense of aesthetic appreciation. However, when it came to his son Gohan, early exposure to the Ginyu Force led to some aesthetic misjudgments. Isn't it a bit too flashy? If we lose, it would be quite embarrassing, Krillin expressed his concerns. The 8 individuals who pass the preliminaries will duel before an audience that I don't expect all of you to succeed. But at least one of you must reach the top 8 that I will be watching from the stands, hoping to witness your efforts. Master Roshi imparted his final words of encouragement to Baichuan and the others. We remember. We will do our best. Wukong and Krillin responded, while Baichuan seemed utterly indifferent. Unless he faced someone he knew, winning the preliminaries was as solid a certainty as could be. Baichuan, Yamcha, you both need to give it your all. Bulma also cheered them on. I will definitely win, for I have trained tirelessly for this day. Yamcha declared with utmost confidence. With the goddess cheering for him, he felt compelled to seize the championship. Competitors who have yet to enter, please hurry. The preliminaries are about to commence. A loudspeaker announced. Go, Wukong. Oolong shouted enthusiastically, for he shared a strong bond with Wukong. A.S. Baichuan, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha stepped inside. Master Roshi, under the guise of dragon. And formidable opponents from across the globe also entered the venue that would determine who reigned as the world's best. First, I extend my gratitude to all the heroes for journeying from afar. Your efforts are commendable, an elderly man with a white beard proclaimed from an elevated platform. This tournament will determine who is the strongest in the world, gathering a total of 137 skilled fighters from all corners of the globe. 137? Krillin was so startled that his legs nearly buckled, realizing this meant over 100 monstrous figures towering at 3 to 4 meters high, like the one beside him. However, only 8 among these 137 would truly ascertain who was the strongest. And to select these 8, we must first conduct the preliminaries, the elderly man continued. Meanwhile, participants began queuing to draw lots. I'm number 93. What about you, Wukong? Krillin was the first to reveal his number. I'm 70. Wukong announced point 103. Very close to you, Krillin, Baichuan remarked, holding up his number. What? No way. Krillin felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing the danger of being sandwiched between Wukong and Baichuan. However, upon examining the matchups, he immediately sighed in relief, for number 103 was the first in the 4th division, while Wukong was situated in the earlier half of the 3rd division. Each division had 2 qualifying spots. So Krillin and Wukong were unlikely to face off. By the way, Yamcha, what number did you draw? Wukong asked, turning to Yamcha, who had just finished drawing 35 in the 2nd division. Yamcha also breathed a sigh of relief. Planning to defeat Baichuan in the quarterfinals or semifinals to reclaim his honor, believing that only then would Bulma recognize who was truly stronger. It seems we can meet in the quarterfinals. Baichuan mused, his gaze returning to the matchups. With Dragon in the 5th division, winning the preliminaries was a foregone conclusion for everyone. You all seem so confident, Krillin remarked, his anxiety evident as he felt utterly powerless against the monstrous figures around him. Don't worry. The old man has trained us, Wukong reassured him. But Master Roshi didn't teach us any fighting techniques, Krillin lamented, his lack of confidence stemming from 8 months of isolated training that kept him disconnected from the outside world. In contrast, Yamcha's confidence was born of his experience in Street Fighting Day. As for Sun Wukong, he was simply undaunted by formidable foes. The stronger the opponent, the more he was motivated to fight. Fool, when you were able to move that rock. Master Roshi must have mentioned that fighting techniques must be comprehended through personal experience, and you must develop your own unique moves. Baichuan, as the senior, felt compelled to reiterate. That is indeed true, though Krillin voiced agreement. His self-assurance remained largely unshaken. Competitors number 69 and 70, please ascend the stage to prepare for battle, a small bearded referee announced. Wow, it's my turn already. Sun Wukong exclaimed as he scrambled up to the stage, facing an opponent towering over 4 meters. What? That little brat is entering too. How ridiculous. That guy's all the luck. Laughter erupted from the audience. Huh. Where's my opponent? The 4-meter giant scanned the arena, having not even glanced below. Right here, Sun Wukong called out loudly. What? Defeating a little runt like you isn't even impressive. The giant sneered, contempt gleaming in his eyes as he surveyed his diminutive opponent. What did you say? Wukong felt a twinge of irritation at the derision. But at that moment, the referee declared the match to commence. The giant brought his hands together at the center, but in the blink of an eye, his opponent vanished from sight. Where did he go? The giant searched frantically, unrestrained by the need to control his strength. Wukong suddenly halted, pivoting to poke the giant's leg with his finger. But I'm right here. As Wukong's finger made contact, the giant seemed to be propelled by an unseen force, tilting forward and tumbling off the stage. What just happened? Surely that fool lost his balance and fell. What? So that's how it is. That guy really is an idiot. The audience erupted into chatter, but Baichuan, Yamcha, and Dragon understood. That was the fruit of Sun Wukong's diligent training. In terms of both strength and speed, he had surpassed the limits of ordinary expectations. Well, if it isn't Krillin, 2 scruffy monks approached. Senior brothers, Krillin stammered, recognizing them as his former tormentors from his time at the Dorian Temple, their presence evoking a shadow of past traumas. It's been a while. Ever since you left the Dorian Temple in tears. We haven't seen you. You showing up here isn't to compete in the world's martial arts tournament, is it? The robust monk wore a mocking grin as he unceremoniously placed his hand upon Klin's bald head. I am absolutely participating. The bald head was repeatedly patted by the other, yet Klin could only lower his gaze in response. This peculiar scene left Sun Wukong, who had just stepped down from the arena, feeling quite bewildered, especially since Klin was usually so astute. Do not jest. You stand no chance of victory. Heed my counsel. The stout monk continued to pat Klin's head. Meanwhile, the short and plump monk, with a mischievous smile, inquired about Klin's number. This is the 3rd competition area. What number are you, Klin? 93. Klin mumbled, his voice barely louder than a whisper, too intimidated to meet their gaze. That's simply hilarious. Would you like me to reveal who your opponent is? The short monk's laughter grew even more mocking. Klin looked at them in terror, sensing an ominous premonition. It is I. The robust monk pinched Klin's bald head, compelling him to look up. Klin, in a panic, found himself at a loss for words as memories of past beatings and humiliations flooded his mind, suffocating him with despair. Yet suddenly, Klin felt the pressure on his head diminish, the chilling sensation ebbing away, replaced by the warm embrace of sunlight that dispelled all shadows. You lot dare to call yourselves Klin's seniors? A tall, handsome figure brushed aside the calloused hand. The 2 monks were taken aback, and at the same moment, Klin finally recognized who it was. Brother Baichuan. So, you are this fellow's newly appointed senior. Pray tell, to which sect do you belong? When you are beaten to a pulp, do not weep and beg for mercy. Ha! The short monk continued his taunts, while the robust monk grimaced, clutching his hand. Some people are destined from birth to spend a lifetime correcting their flaws. It seems you 2 are prime examples. Baichuan's expression was stern, his sharp gaze piercing into their souls. It was not that he refused to disclose his sect. It was simply that these 2 did not deserve it. I see. No wonder Klin had the audacity to join the World Martial Arts Tournament. It appears he is allied with a new sect. We shall see how formidable your skills truly are. The stout monk continued to mock Klin, while Baichuan stepped forward, exuding an aura that forced the arrogant monks to retreat. Can I really defeat them? Klin's confidence wavered, remembering how, 8 months prior, he had been utterly powerless against them. However, a warm and reassuring hand clapped on his shoulder. Klin, do not underestimate yourself, nor overestimate your adversaries. Your strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Klin gazed at the encouraging Baichuan, then at his own hands, finally taking a deep breath and declaring, I understand, brother. This declaration came from the depths of his heart, and in that moment he recognized only this one brother as his guide. Yes, Klin's fighting spirit ignited. The stout monk attempted to retort, but the robust monk, whose hand was already swollen and red, swiftly grabbed him, shaking his head in disapproval. What is wrong with you? Did you eat something bad? The short monk asked, still confused. And no, the robust monk wanted to say more, but at that moment, the referee called out his number. On the other side, Clin heard the same announcement. Go. Clin, shatter the shadows of your past with your own hands. This is a crucial step in your martial journey. Bai Chuan continued to encourage him. Clin nodded, exchanging a determined glance with Wukong before mustering the courage to ascend the arena. You truly dare to come up? Have you forgotten how powerless you were when facing me? The robust monk began to theatrically intimidate Clin as soon as he stepped onto the stage. However, his gaze frequently darted towards the audience, filled with trepidation whenever it landed on Bai Chuan, fearing an encounter with Clin's new mentor during the match. The robust monk shook off his distractions and prepared to strike Clin. But Clin instinctively leaped, evading the monk's line of sight. What is happening? The robust monk was bewildered, searching for Clin, who had seemingly vanished. Clin himself shared the confusion. He had effortlessly evaded a lethal blow that he previously could not escape. Clin did not hold back. Finish him with a single blow. Bai Chuan prompted from below. Clin snapped back to reality, and with a determined stomp, he delivered a powerful kick to the robust monk's waist. Whoosh! Clin's strike held nothing back. Crashing through the competition hall's wall and creating a human-shaped crater in the stone pillar outside, the onlookers turned pale. This little bald head was far too formidable. Contestant 93 wins. The referee stammered as he announced the result. Did you see that, Clin? That is the fruit of your 8 months of training. You have many paths ahead, so press onward. Bai Chuan wore a knowing expression. That is simply... Clin stared at his hands, barely able to believe what he had just accomplished. How could Clin be so strong? The stout monk, witnessing the scene, immediately retreated into the crowd, abandoning his previous bravado. Meanwhile, Yamcha had also concluded his match, decisively kicking down his opponent. Now, only you, Bai Chuan, remain untested. I am eager to see your current prowess. Wukong exclaimed, still keen to see Bai Chuan triumph. Indeed, brother Bai Chuan, your strength has always surpassed ours. I am certain it now exceeds our wildest imaginations. Clin added, his admiration for his mentor soaring in comparison to his previous one. Bai Chuan smiled faintly, saying nothing. Just then, the referee called his number. Contestants 103 and 104, please take the stage. Is Bai Chuan about to compete? The departing Yamcha quickly approached. Finally, it is time. The turtle hermit, disguised as Chung Long, also turned his attention to the arena. Even the short monk hiding in the crowd kept a watchful eye on the unfolding battle. Bai Chuan's opponent resembled a low-budget version of Bruce Lee and began showcasing several punches as soon as he entered the arena. This guy seems rather weak, Bai Chuan mused, furrowing his brow. The challenge required no fewer than 10 exchanges, yet he feared that even a gentle poke would send this opponent flying. It seemed he would have to increase the weight of his gear to match the challenge. With a single breath, he adjusted the gravity suit's weight to 80 kilograms. Fighting power, 118.39, 132, but it felt as though he had suddenly shouldered a mountain, and only then did Bai Chuan cast a satisfied glance at his opponent. How exciting! Will brother Bai Chuan send that fellow flying with just a finger? Clin animatedly gestured. Perhaps he will inadvertently destroy the arena with his uncontrolled strength. Wukong recalled his own experience with Clin, contemplating this possibility. Meanwhile, the low-budget Bruce Lee, sensing the pressure, grew increasingly serious, having witnessed the destruction wrought by the little bald head moments ago and fearing the same fate might befall him. Strike first. The low-budget Bruce Lee unleashed a left hook. All eyes were on Bai Chuan, eagerly awaiting his counterattack. Would he shatter both man and wall with a single punch, or would he obliterate the arena with a kick? Even the low-budget Bruce Lee swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down his face. With all eyes upon him, Bai Chuan finally moved. His speed was slower than anticipated, and his punch lacked ferocity, even seeming somewhat off target. Thud! It was as if he merely nudged the low-budget Bruce Lee, who staggered back a few steps. Most astonishingly, the low-budget Bruce Lee's left hook had landed on Bai Chuan. What is happening? Clin and Wukong exchanged incredulous glances. Was this truly the result of training under Master Wu Qian? Yamcha was utterly stunned. The first round of the duel instilled a newfound confidence in the low-tier version of Bruce Lee, who immediately began to dance on his feet, launching a furious barrage of punches at Shirakawa. left and right. Bang! Bang! Despite desperately suppressing his own strength, Shirakawa found himself engaged in a vibrant exchange with this opponent. Each of his strikes seemingly accompanied by an air of constipation. Even with his gravity suit set to 80 kg, he had to exercise utmost caution with every punch, lest he inadvertently send the fellow flying. This kid Shirakawa, the erudite Master Roshi, was momentarily perplexed by Shirakawa's mindset. Was he attempting to hone his control skills? Surely he need not seek such an opponent for that purpose. Ada. The increasingly exhilarated Bruce Lee felt an impending victory. Thus, he readied himself to unleash his most formidable punch. However, in the next instant, Shirakawa delivered a sudden blow to his face. Ouch, that hurts. The low-tier Bruce Lee clutched his nose, suddenly realizing that this punch was entirely different from the previous ones, as blood and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Was that guy crying? Krillin, fearing for the integrity of his eyesight, inquired of son Wukong beside him. Yet Wukong, too, was unable to comprehend the current situation. Shall we continue? Shirakawa, having already executed the 11th move, seemed transformed, no longer suppressing himself, his gaze now imbued with coldness. I surrender. The low-tier Bruce Lee raised a white flag and sobbed as he fled the stage. Aside from the pain in his face, he was also evidently startled by Shirakawa's expression. Contestant 103 is victorious, the referee declared with satisfaction, noting that this match had been quite the spectacle in the eyes of the onlookers. After all, it not only entertained, but also rendered other contestants dismissive of Shirakawa. Trash, noob, whoever faces him hits the jackpot. Such are the labels affixed to Shirakawa by the other competitors. Even the previously stout monk stood a bit taller, walking with a newfound confidence. Contestant 70 wins. Contestant 93 wins. Contestant 35 wins. Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jackie Chan in the 5th division continued their winning streaks in the preliminaries, dispatching their foes with breathtaking speed, often in just a few punches. In stark contrast, when it came to Shirakawa, irrespective of the opponent, he found himself embroiled in arduous brawls, each match requiring a flurry of 10 or even 20 moves to determine the victor. Die! Taste my ultimate cosmic invincible Taishan foot. A hulking figure over 5 meters tall stomped toward the shadow beneath him. However, Shirakawa deftly employed Tai Chi to neutralize the brute, sending him sprawling out of the ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponent in no fewer than 10 moves. Stamina attribute increased by 0.4. Current reward. Preliminaries. Although the increase in attribute values due to his strength was now subtle, the sensation of becoming stronger amidst battle was intoxicating for Shirakawa. He craved more fights to elevate his prowess. Having even resorted to martial techniques, it seemed this truly was Shirakawa's full strength. A hint of disappointment crept into Krillin's words, for Shirakawa had once been his aspiration for strength. Yet now, the tables had turned, and even he surpassed Shirakawa. What a pity! I had specifically trained my Wolf Fang fist for this. After witnessing several of Shirakawa's battles, Yamcha was filled with a burning ambition. He intended to defeat Shirakawa in the most stylish manner, thereby winning Bulma's heart. Yet I feel that Shirakawa seems to be growing stronger with each fight. Son Wukong remarked, offering a perspective that diverged from the two. You must be mistaken. The fact that he has resorted to martial arts at this stage indicates that Shirakawa has reached his limit. In my opinion, he was merely slightly stronger than us at the outset. But when it comes to talent, we inhabit entirely different realms. Yamcha dismissed him with a smile. In this competition for the championship, he had already excluded Shirakawa from consideration, recognizing that the true threat lay with son Wukong before him. I see, in that case, I needn't worry. The stout monk, eavesdropping from the sidelines, let out a sigh of relief upon glancing at the match schedule, for he realized that he would soon face Shirakawa to determine the 4 semi-finalists from the 4th division. Contestants 103 and 115, please take the stage to determine the final 4 from the 4th division. With the referee's announcement, Shirakawa, who had only just exited the ring, found himself facing the stout monk once more. So it's you, Shirakawa exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed this hefty monk had already been eliminated, only to discover he would be his opponent. Was this fortune or misfortune? Did you not expect it? I am a special number, and I do not need to face multiple battles to qualify. The stout monk laughed heartily, convinced that victory was a foregone conclusion. That's so. How tragic, Shirakawa replied coolly. If the stout monk were to be defeated by someone else, he might leave in disgrace. Yet fate had decreed that he would face Shirakawa. Oh no, Shirakawa-senpai might be in danger. Krillin fretted from the sidelines. The Doran Temple is a prestigious school. Even at his weakest, he could defeat a throng of ordinary people, let alone the seasoned practitioners within, given Shirakawa's evident lack of strength relative to them. He faced a perilous challenge against the human elite from Doran Temple. Surely not. Look at Shirakawa. He hasn't even broken a sweat after so many battles. Sun Wukong pointed at Shirakawa, who remained composed on stage. Is that so? Krillin gazed skeptically at the arena, but by then, the two had already engaged in combat. The stout monk initiated with a claw technique, seizing Shirakawa's arm, then unleashed a fierce series of punches. Incorporating some sort of secret technique. Bang, bang, bang. In response to this onslaught, Shirakawa did not evade. He simply stood there, counting silently, 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, the stout monk, lost in his fantasies of claiming the championship, unleashed all 72 secret techniques of the Doran Temple. For the final blow, the Diamond Power Punch, the stout monk aimed for Shirakawa's face with a tremendous strike. However, this strongest punch was effortlessly caught by Shirakawa's raised palm. What? The stout monk gasped in shock. I gave you 10 opportunities. Is this all you can muster? The coldness in Shirakawa's eyes intensified as he began to exert pressure with his grip. Ouch! 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 The stout monk cried out, yet no matter how hard he struggled, he could not retract his fist. Crack! With a casual twist, Shirakawa dislocated the stout monk's arm, then kneed him upward, targeting his pudgy face with a familiar technique that Krillin recognized, the 7th set of the Wolf Fong Fist. The martial art was imbued with youthful memories, and by the time the stout monk fell, he bore the visage of a pig. He looked utterly unrecognizable, even to his own kin. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponent in no fewer than 10 moves. Strength attribute increased by 0.4. Current reward. Top 8. Congratulations to contestant 103 for winning, securing a place in the top 8 of the 4th division. The referee announced at the opportune moment. Fantastic. Now Shirakawa-senpai has made it to the top 8. Krillin exclaimed joyfully, reflecting on how Shirakawa had shown no signs of retaliation earlier, fearing he would miss out on the top 8. Excellent. It seems I can finally redeem myself in front of everyone. Yamcha clenched his fists in determination. The winner of the latter half of the 4th division is Jackie Chan. Meanwhile, in other divisions, victories were also being claimed, and the old man with the white beard stepped onto the stage once more. The thrilling preliminaries had concluded, and now I shall announce the names of the 8 who have advanced, although most contestants were already aware and had even been defeated by some of them. Anticipation filled the air as they awaited the names of the 8 masters. 1st division. Nameless contestant, Karin contestant. 2nd division, Yamcha contestant, Lan Fong contestant. 3rd division, Sun Wukong contestant, Krillin contestant. 4th division, Shirakawa contestant, Jackie Chan contestant. These, then, are the 8 contestants of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, and they shall now draw lots to determine who will engage in the spectacular battle to prove who is the ultimate martial artist. The white-bearded elder stepped down, replaced by a bespectacled host with golden hair, clad in a suit and sunglasses. Let us commence the draw to determine your opponents and the order of combat. Those whose names are called, please step forward to draw. The host exuberantly proclaimed, as a pure witness to the world of Dragon Ball, his spirit rivaled that of Sun Wukong. I wish to battle this young lady. If that is agreeable, just before the draw, the turtle hermit disguised as Jackie Chan approached, dragging along a stunning beauty clad in a blue top, with fluffy purple hair and a slender figure. To inquire of the host hesitated for a moment. Then his expression shifted as he rebuked the elder for his ignorance of the rules. At this moment, no one was permitted to choose their opponent, and participation required compliance with the draw. Jackie Chan, drenched in the host's spittle, turned away like a forlorn elder. Humph, such an inconsiderate fellow. Well then, let us begin calling names, the host declared with a serious demeanor. Mr. Nemu, a monk dressed as a wandering ascetic, adorned with a headscarf, stepped forward in response. Number 2, presenting the paper to the staff, Nemo departed with a pained expression. Mr. Keen. The host continued to call names at a large, green-skinned dinosaur approached, extending its claws. Mr. Keen is number 5. The host inscribed the name on the battle chart. Mr. Krillin. Hi. Krillin nervously stepped forward, hoping to avoid facing Wukong or the enigmatic elder, as he felt uncertain against both. Hooray! I'm number 1. Krillin sighed in relief, for his opponent was Nemo. Mr. Sun Wukong, number 6. Mr. Jackie Chan, number 3. After 2 more draws, Wukong was matched against the colossal dinosaur Keen, while Jackie Chan still awaited an opponent. The next was Hikawa. It appears we shall not encounter each other in the top 8. Hikawa stepped forward, drawing the last number, which was 8, designating him as the final contestant, Mr. Yamcha, with only 2 contestants left to draw. The host called out Yamcha's name, and my opponent must either be that elder or Hikawa. Yamcha glanced at Jackie Chan before shifting his gaze to Hikawa. After careful consideration, Yamcha chose a slip that was relatively distant. And to his surprise, he revealed it to Hikawa. Mr. Yamcha, number 7. Gazing at the self-assured Yamcha, a hint of a smirk appeared in Hikawa's deep-set eyes. Truly, the legendary painter, Mr. Yamcha, lives up to his reputation among the top 8 competitors. So, I shall be battling this young lady? Jackie Chan gleefully fumbled, as the young lady's form was indeed quite exhilarating. No, wait, it is her martial prowess that is so pristine. That is the impression given by the draw. The host retorted, albeit with a hint of annoyance, as he inscribed Lan Fang's name opposite Jackie Chan. Matches in the top 8 and beyond would have no time constraints, continuing until a victor emerged. However, the use of weapons and attacks to the eyes or lower regions were strictly prohibited, as these constituted infractions. The host elaborated on the rules. What constitutes lower regions? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. The old man never taught me that. In simpler terms, it refers to the area for urination. The host responsibly clarified. But sir, I do not possess such a place. Lan Fang innocently interjected, her purple hair framing her face that of course, females do not. The host replied, his face flushed, at a loss for words. What kind of questions are these? In any case, the competition was about to commence, and the participants were urged to move to the front hall to await their turn. Wait, what about lunch? Sun Wukong interjected, grasping the host. Young lad, the competition is about to begin, and you still wish to eat. The host implored, exasperated, I want to eat right now. After a morning of preliminary matches, Sun Wukong was ravenously hungry, unable to wait until after the competition to eat. Very well, please prepare him a lunch. The host instructed a nearby staff member. The young man, oblivious to the implications on the martial arts arena's budget, continued, and prepare an extra for me. I too wish to partake. White Chuan, eager to enjoy a complimentary meal, chimed in, knowing he could hardly afford otherwise. The host, exasperated, gestured for the staff to escort White Chuan and Wukong to dine, while he proceeded to the arena's public area. Greetings to all spectators. I apologize for the wait. I am the referee for this martial arts tournament that we now officially commence the 8th round of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The audience erupted in jubilant cheers as Bulma, Oolong, and Puar had already secured front row seats, yet the turtle hermit was nowhere to be seen. Now, I shall announce the competitors for the first round. Krillin versus Nemo, Jackie Chan versus Lan Fang, Keen versus Sun Wukong, Yamcha versus Hikawa. These are the 4 matches that will unfold, from which we shall select 4 finalists to vie for the title of the world's greatest. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the host prepared to elevate the opening to a climax, announcing that the president of the martial arts tournament would share a few words to a figure clad in a monk's robe. Bobby Vidu stepped forward, his iron-gray canine visage facing the audience. This fellow must surely have some connection to the king, White Chuan remarked, having already dined, unable to suppress his tongue, for the king also bears a similar canine visage. President, please address the audience. The host extended the microphone to the dog-faced president. Will there be an increase in prize money? Is there some momentous announcement to be made? The audience fell silent, eagerly awaiting the president's words. But after a prolonged wait, only a solitary woof echoed through the hall. Thank you for the president's remarks. The host politely reclaimed the microphone. Yet the audience was left in disbelief, shocked at such a brief address. I could have done that myself, many spectators thought. Now, let us commence the first match of the top 8. Please welcome Krillin and Namu. The atmosphere surged once more with anticipation, the audience fervently awaiting the imminent battle. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Wukong was cheering Krillin on. Go, Krillin, you will surely triumph, but be cautious. Those who have won the preliminaries are no weaklings, White Chuan advised, warning him that Namu's strength was formidable, that if Krillin were to underestimate him, he might very well lose this match. Yup. Krillin nodded, glancing nervously at Namu. Brother, I am so thirsty. The image of his younger brother flashed in Namu's mind, and his expression turned grave. There was no choice. The drought continued unabated, rendering even the crops barren, and the village was on the brink of ruin. Namu, our village can no longer afford to buy water. The figures of the elder and his mother gradually faded from his thoughts as Namu's gaze turned fiercely toward Krillin. Behind him lay the hopes of his entire village, the yearning gazes of his brother and mother. Thus, he must emerge victorious to secure the 50,000 to purchase water. That man's gaze is so terrifying. Krillin, already on edge, felt a surge of anxiety. After all, this was his first battle in front of such a large audience. The match begins with the host's announcement. Namu and Krillin assumed their stances, facing off. Though he appeared youthful, Namu's expression revealed unwavering resolve as he chose to strike first. Krillin was momentarily taken aback by the multitude of spectators, causing him to react a beat too slowly. Bang, bang, 2 consecutive punches landed painfully, jolting Krillin back into the fray, and he promptly retaliated. Dazzling array of movements unfolded before the audience's eyes as Krillin and Namu exchanged blows in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, they had engaged in over a dozen exchanges, yet overall, the tense Krillin found himself at a disadvantage. With a sweeping kick, Klin's short legs struck Namu squarely, followed by a palm strike that sent Namu flying. However, Namu deftly used the pillars surrounding the arena to propel himself back with even greater speed, instantly appearing before Klin and delivering a deadly palm strike that landed on Klin's neck. Ouch, that hurts, Klin cried, clutching his neck as he collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I must win this match. You should fall out of the ring, Namu shouted, launching a rapid offensive, determined to deliver the final blow to Klin. Klin, be careful, Sun Wukong warned from the sidelines. This alerted Klin, who, despite his pain, noticed Namu's impending attack. The bald fighter rolled on the ground and charged towards Namu with renewed vigor. Namu was taken aback by Klin's sudden resurgence. The glaring shine of Klin's head under the sunlight was almost blinding, obscuring his vision. Bang! In an unexpected turn, Namu was knocked back, crashing into the wall, which cracked like a spider's web. I won. Klin's lips curled into a smile. Unable to contain his joy.so young. And yet he didn't finish the job, Bai Chuan remarked, shaking his head. Just then, Namu fell from the wall. Despite clutching his abdomen and grimacing in pain, he was still able to continue fighting. What? Klin's smile faltered. Incredible. Namu has risen again, the announcer exclaimed, as both fighters exchanged blows without yielding an inch. But who will emerge victorious in this showdown? Let us wait and see, the announcer added, taking a deep breath. That was close. If it weren't for the wall behind me, I would have lost. Namu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Klin, observing Namu's increasingly fierce expression, felt a twinge of fear within. Indeed, Master Wu Tian had been right. The martial arts tournament was filled with formidable opponents, and with their level of skill, advancing to the finals seemed utterly impossible. Aerial assault. Namu leaped high into the air, soaring dozens of meters above the ground. What an impressive feat. Namu can jump that high, the announcer observed, gazing upwards at, Klin gasped in shock. Prepare to receive my next move. The sky cross punch. Namu crossed his arms like he was about to unleash a divine power and began his descent. Klin, dodge. Sun Wukong recognized the potential power of this attack, yet Klin stood frozen, staring blankly at Namu's downward plunge. Young man, forgive me, but I must win this match. The entire village is counting on my return, Namu lamented, already foreseeing Klin's fate with a pang of guilt. Klin, Do you wish to taste my heavenly palm strike once more? Baichuan's stern voice resonated. Instinctively, Clin pictured Namu as Baichuan, recalling a time of rigorous training that had included a similar descending palm technique. The memory of that pain lingered. With renewed focus, Clin thought, Brother Baichuan, this time I shall not lose to you. Boom! Channeling all his strength into his legs, Clin leaped upward, brushing past the descending Namu in an instant. Namu, in a daze from the sudden movement, wondered what had just flown by. Ultimate counterattack, bald head strike. Under the blinding sunlight, Clin's shiny head resembled a miniature sun, plummeting towards the bewildered Namu, still suspended in mid-dash air. So blinding. Namu squinted, desperately trying to see Clin. Unbelievable. Clin has used the sun's reflection to escape his previous predicament and is now launching a similar attack against Namu. The announcer, wearing sunglasses, observed from below that there truly such a person in this world. Namu half opened his eyes, watching Clin approach with increasing speed, his heart racing to memories of the past 2 months, filled with bizarre techniques. Fueled Clin's acceleration. Whoosh, like the sun plummeting toward the earth, Clin collided with Namu, driving him straight down onto the arena floor. Ugh! Namu spat foam, realizing that his strength was not inferior to Clin's. If anything, he was slightly stronger, but he had lost in such a bewildering fashion that I declare Clin the winner, the announcer proclaimed after counting to 10 without Namu rising. Fantastic! Clin raised his arms in triumph. Unable to contain his exhilaration, I actually lost. Namu expressed his profound disappointment, feeling the weight of his village's hopes resting on his shoulders, now dashed. Namu, take this! Suddenly, a small capsule was tossed to Namu, who caught it and looked at the thrower. The person wore the same attire as the young man who had just defeated him, with a character for turtle emblazoned on their chest. The only difference was the thrower's strikingly handsome visage. What is this? Namu asked, confused, clearly unfamiliar with the universal capsule. Use this to gather some water to take back to your village. Baichuan explained the capsule's purpose, not out of pity, but out of respect for a fellow martial artist. After all, he could have easily taken it by force, but chose to earn it through competition instead. But I have no money. Even upon learning of the capsule's wondrous capabilities, Namu's expression remained despondent. Why would you need money? The water here is free for all to take. Baichuan clarified, attempting to enlighten the thick-headed fighter. I don't need to pay. Namu's confusion morphed into disbelief, as he had always assumed that the water here required payment as well. After sincerely thanking Baichuan, Namu dedicated himself to the noble task of fetching water for his hometown. This scene was observed by Jackie Chan, who reflected on how rare such an act was. Initially, he had doubted the purity of this young man's intentions and had not intended to take him as a disciple. Yet, dressed as the turtle hermit, Jackie nodded in satisfaction before casting an admiring gaze at his opponent. A young girl named Lan Fong, whose form was truly exquisite. Surely her martial prowess would be equally impressive. The second match features Jackie Chan against Lan Fong. Please welcome both competitors, the announcer announced. While Bulma in the audience eagerly clasped her hands to her face, I wonder what kind of person Jackie Chan will be. Why do you care? Oolong the pig remarked, bemused that I'm just asking, what's the big deal? I'm not infatuated with him, Bulma retorted, slightly annoyed. Oolong rolled his eyes, unconvinced. He suspected that when it came time for Yamcha and Baichuan's match, Bulma wouldn't be cheering for anyone to hi. The two competitors took the stage, with Lan Fong being a stunningly beautiful woman, while the Jackie Chan that Bulma had been anticipating turned out to be an elderly man waving at the audience. What a letdown. Just an old geezer, Bulma exclaimed, her disappointment palpable. Tsuke, foolish woman, Oolong muttered under his breath. What did you say? Bulma shot him a sharp glance. In nothing. I just meant that Lan Fong is quite lovely. Oolong stammered, attempting to cover up his slip. And the second match begins, the announcer declared that why darling Lan Fong. What techniques do you plan to use against me? Jackie, embodying the turtle hermit, spoke in a rather frivolous manner, abandoning the demeanor of a wise master to resemble a mere lecher. As a delicate girl, how could I possibly have techniques to counter you? Lan Fong teased, her enchanting gaze and soft voice captivating all. Oh, how utterly charming. Jackie was entranced, instinctively advancing towards her, unable to resist the urge to engage in playful antics. Yet, Lan Fong swiftly delivered a powerful kick, nearly knocking out his teeth, followed by another strike that sent Jackie's face askew. What a surprise! Jackie was immediately struck by Lan Fong as soon as he entered the arena. The announcer adjusted his glasses, astonished. Jackie, bewildered, pondered what kind of technique that had been to his utter astonishment. He found himself utterly captivated, unable to react in time. Fortunately, however, Lan Fong's offensive capabilities were not particularly formidable. The turtle sage swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing to seize an opportunity while counterattacking. Ouch, that hurts! Upon noticing her opponent's intent to retaliate, Lan Fong immediately assumed the guise of a delicate damsel, weeping pitifully. The turtle sage raised an eyebrow. His hand remained poised to strike, but as Lan Fong's sobs echoed, a tumultuous scene unfolded before his eyes, rendering him momentarily stunned. Forget counterattacks. He felt as though his very eyes might pop out. Miss Lan Fong, would you like me to soothe your troubled soul? The turtle sage retracted his hand, his aged visage now directed towards the tumult. Just as he drew near once more, the weeping Lan Fong stole a glance and unleashed a punch that landed squarely on the turtle sage's waist. Oof! He howled like a werewolf. No matter how strong the turtle sage was, being struck in the kidneys would elicit a response. Bai Chuan in the audience couldn't help but cover his face, wondering if the seed contender of this martial arts tournament might lose right here. Although such an outcome would ease his path to victory, it would be dreadfully unexciting. Seeing her opponent grimace in pain, Lan Fong's expression swiftly transformed into one of cold determination as she unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes at the turtle sage, showing no signs of restraint. Remarkably powerful, under Lan Fong's relentless assault, her opponent, Chung Long, appeared utterly defenseless and on the verge of being knocked off the stage. The host, though disapproving of such conduct, found no rule in the competition to condemn it, and thus continued his commentary. Oh dear! Realizing that he was perilously close to the edge, the turtle sage focused his mind and leapt into the air, narrowly escaping the danger of falling off the stage. Lan Fong refused to relinquish the opportunity for victory and spun around, delivering a kick aimed at the turtle sage, only for it to be effortlessly blocked. Miss, if you wish to play games, let us arrange a private meeting later. After all, my disciple is still present, and I cannot afford to lose this match. The turtle sage shot a glance towards Bai Chuan and the others, adopting a serious demeanor for the contest. Yes, that's so. Then I shall unleash my ultimate technique. Seeing that her attacks had no effect on the old man, Lan Fong began to remove her top. Wow! In that moment, the turtle sage felt as if fate had smiled upon him, blood gushing from his nose as he completely lost his ability to resist. The audience below, meanwhile, were treated to an unexpected spectacle, reveling in the sudden turn of events. What's the matter? Are you too shy to look at me now? Lan Fong even went so far as to remove her pants. This was her trump card for victory. Unfortunately, her opponent was no innocent young man, but rather a lecherous old man who had been single for a century. Oh yes, what a voluptuous figure. I can hardly contain myself. The turtle sage's nose bled profusely as he lunged at Lan Fong, with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. Lan Fong was startled by his grasp, as her technique typically left her opponents too intimidated to retaliate. Yet this time, her adversary was alarmingly aggressive, resembling a professional actor in a risque film. The scene on stage became increasingly difficult to watch, leaving the spectators and the commentator blushing furiously to stop. Stop. This is a legitimate competition. I implore both contestants to cease this behavior immediately, or you will both be disqualified. The host could no longer remain passive. If he did not intervene, the broadcast of this match would be in jeopardy. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The turtle sage paid no heed to the host's words. However, Lan Fong became anxious. If she were to be disqualified, it would mean that this old man had exploited her for naught. Seizing the moment while her opponent was still lost in his reverie, she struck a punch to the turtle sage's neck. Thud thud. The old man, seemingly unfazed, remained excitedly rubbing his face against her. Bang, bang. Lan Fong landed several critical blows on the turtle sage. Regrettably, While her attacks might be formidable to an ordinary person, they were utterly ineffective against the turtle sage. Could it be that this old man is Master Roshi? Yamcha could not help but tremble slightly. His agitation had nothing to do with the past actions of the turtle sage towards Bulma. After all, he had been present at the time and was aware that it was merely a prank gone awry. His astonishment stemmed primarily from the realization that winning this martial arts tournament would not be as easy as anticipated, given that his opponent was the turtle sage. This old gentleman did seem vaguely familiar. Even Sun Wukong noticed, though he could not pinpoint the resemblance, as he was currently afflicted with a case of facial blindness. What a surprise! It appears that the contenders in the World Martial Arts Tournament are all of this caliber. Thank goodness Master Roshi did not participate. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation would have been tarnished here. Bai Chuan declared loudly, causing Wukong, Yamcha, and Krillin to regard him with puzzled expressions. What did he mean by that? The turtle sage suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing down at the audience, where many were blushing as they watched him, while his disciples were fixated on his techniques, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Were it not for his alias as Chung Long, he would have truly tarnished his own reputation. I concede, Lan Fang announced with a mixture of extreme reluctance and helplessness, despite her best efforts. She could not bring this old man down. To avoid further exploitation and unbearable humiliation, she had no choice but to admit defeat. No. The turtle sage, regaining his composure, implored Lan Fang with lingering reluctance. One must understand that this might have been one of the rare moments of triumph in his life. Did I end the second match? Contestant Chung Long emerges victorious, the host announced, sounding rather lackluster, as he truly did not wish to continue commentating on this battle. You are Master Roshi, aren't you? As soon as Chung Long left the stage, Yamcha inquired eagerly. No. Chung Long responded, slightly taken aback but maintaining a facade of composure. You mean to suggest he is Master Roshi? Krillin had not considered this angle until Yamcha brought it up, and he immediately recognized the similarities in both voice and appearance. But the old man is bald, Sun Wukong pointed out, highlighting a defining characteristic of the turtle sage. He could wear a wig, Yamcha replied, reaching out to tug at Chung Long's hair. What are you doing? Ouch, that hurts. It must be said that Chung Long's hair was affixed quite securely, despite his cries of pain. It did not budge. This is impossible. How can someone with such strength engage in such antics? Yamcha was momentarily stunned, then, in a fit of eccentric reasoning, proclaimed, I get it. Your hair is real. You just wear a wig when you don't have hair. Right? Who would wear a wig when they have no hair? Chung Long was astounded by this young man's foolishness. No, you are definitely Master Roshi. Yamcha became convinced, recalling the technique he had just witnessed, and firmly believed he had not mistaken his identity. You stubborn fool. Chung Long was at a loss for words in the face of Yamcha's obstinacy. Coincidentally, at that moment, Bai Chuan pointed to a figure in the audience, providing an escape for Chung Long. Yes, right. It turns out Chung Long is not Master Roshi. Look over there. That old man wearing sunglasses and carrying a turtle shell is probably the real Master Roshi. Everyone followed Bai Chuan's finger to see a small old man with sunglasses and a turtle shell in the crowd, intently watching the match. Aside from a slightly darker complexion and a somewhat rigid expression, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Master Roshi. What on earth is happening? Although he had distanced himself from any association with Master Roshi, Chung Long had completely forgotten about his own arrangements. The third match will feature contestant Jean against contestant Sun Wukong. Please welcome both contestants to the stage. Hooray, it's finally my turn. Upon hearing the host call his name, Sun Wukong excitedly dashed towards the arena. Meanwhile, the green dinosaur, Jean, also moved closer to the stage. Wukong, good luck. You mustn't lose here, Krillin cheered, having built a strong friendship during their time training together. Wukong, let me see your current strength. After all, once I finish with Bai Chuan, I will be facing you. Yamcha expressed his eager anticipation. This made Bai Chuan regard him with some skepticism. Was this guy really so confident? After all, the top 8 were no easy feat, while everyone focused their attention on the match unfolding on stage. The figure resembling the turtle sage inadvertently stepped out of the crowd. This prompted Chung Long, who had been closely observing his behavior, to exit the venue and follow him. Hey, who are you? Why are you pretending to be Master Roshi? In a secluded path, Chung Long confronted the foe, Turtle Sage. Master Roshi. Does my outfit resemble Master Roshi's? The false Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly realizing that his attire resembled that of someone else. What do you mean? Are you not deliberately masquerading as Master Mateto? The true Master Roshi, Jackie Chan, was equally perplexed. My sincerest apologies. Has this affected you in any way? I merely came across this outfit nearby and decided to don it for a stroll. The false Master Roshi removed his mustache and sunglasses, revealing himself to be Nam, who had previously battled against Krillin. This ISN, Team Mine. Jackie Chan nearly let the secret slip, as Nam produced a suitcase that he had hidden in the vicinity. It appears this ensemble truly does not suit me. I wonder who discarded it. Perhaps I should return it, lest that individual comes back looking for it. Nam gathered all the items into the suitcase and returned it to its original place. Indeed, there is a possibility that person may return, so it is best to put it back. Jackie Chan wholeheartedly agreed, assisting him in tidying up and restoring everything to its rightful position. The two exchanged items with a mutual understanding, while Nam recalled Bai Chuan's words, insisting that he had merely stumbled upon the outfit and tried it on. Meanwhile, Jackie Chan sought to reclaim his suitcase without revealing anything to Nam. Both were in perfect accord, keeping their intentions discreet. Back at the tournament stage, the battle between Sun Wukong and Qian raged on, although the usage of the flying nimbus had been prohibited, preventing him from utilizing props to return. Ha! You're finished. Aside from delaying your inevitable defeat, you shall still lose. Qian strode towards Sun Wukong with confidence. Bound by the rubber rings he had expelled, Sun Wukong found himself unable to evade. This is bad, Yamcha declared with grave concern, for not only was Sun Wukong on the verge of defeat, but he would also face this dinosaur in the semi-finals if he were to be thrown out again. Would that not seal Wukong's fate? Krillin expressed his worries, deeming this battle even more challenging than his own. Have you not noticed? Something has sprouted from behind Wukong. Bai Chuan, arms crossed, pointed towards Sun Wukong's rear. Is that a newly grown tail? Yamcha was all too familiar with this. Had they not fled quickly back then, they would have been stomped by the giant ape Wukong had transformed into. At that moment on the stage, Qian bellowed, "You shall not have a second chance. I shall send you off with a colossal fist as a farewell gift." He raised his fist and swung down with great force. Yet, Sun Wukong vanished from his line of sight. What just happened? Qian was bewildered. Was this not supposed to be an easy match? Now it seemed to involve high-speed maneuvers. This is utterly unfair. However, the next moment revealed his misunderstanding. Sun Wukong had cleverly ensnared Qian's wrist with his tail, narrowly avoiding the blow. Aren't you human? Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought himself unique, only to discover his opponent was also a monkey. With the tail's emergence, Wukong felt a surge of strength, but unless he could break free, victory remained elusive. Observing the rubber ring constricting him like a binding spell, Sun Wukong summoned all his might, determined to break free. His cries were so loud that, had it not been for the timing, Bai Chuan might have assumed Wukong was about to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bang! The rubber ring expelled by Qian was shattered by Wukong's strength. With his tail, Wukong's balance and power surpassed that of his tailless self. "I concede," Qian exclaimed, raising the white flag, having witnessed this small creature break free from the rubber bindings through sheer brute force. And even demolishing the wall of the dojo they had painstakingly constructed. Alas, Qian has surrendered. In the third match, Sun Wukong emerges victorious. A chorus of cheers erupted from the audience, while Yamcha commenced his warm-up exercises. Defeating Bai Chuan would not only grant him a place in the semifinals, but also win Bulma's heart. He merely needed to overcome Sun Wukong next, and he could compete for the championship title against that little bald fellow or the old man. "My apologies, Bai Chuan. This battle is one I must win," Yamcha proclaimed with unwavering confidence, striding toward the arena. Bai Chuan offered a faint smile, brushing off his attire before following suit onto the stage. Gravity suit 80 kilograms, 40 kilograms. The announcer introduced Yamcha, and the crowd erupted into cheers, which Yamcha reveled in. He had long since assessed Bai Chuan's strength. This match was practically in the bag. Go, Master Yamcha! Who were cheered from the sidelines, while Oolong and Bulma appeared conflicted. "Are you cheering for Baichuan? What about Yamcha?" Oolong asked with a sidelong glance. "Indeed, if you do that, Master Yamcha will be disheartened," Puer asserted firmly. "Then I shall refrain from cheering for either," Bulma replied, somewhat dispirited. Though the debate lasted only a moment and was scarcely audible, Yamcha caught sight of Bulma's conflicted expression. How infuriating! Not only must I erase the humiliation of the past year, but I also need to demonstrate to Bulma that I am 1,000 times stronger than that Baichuan. Yamcha clenched his fists tightly, while Baichuan remained composed and unperturbed across from him. The fourth match of the quarterfinals is now officially underway. Let us witness who will seize the final spot in the semifinals. The host announced passionately. The atmosphere atop the stage grew tense, causing Krillin to worry that Yamcha had breezed through his preliminaries, while Baichuan might genuinely be in peril this time. Yet Yamcha had previously been defeated by Baichuan. Sun Wukong innocently remarked, "Fool! After all, he has undergone 8 months of training since then. Who knows, I may even defeat Baichuan now." Krillin confidently asserted, believing that while they diligently trained, Baichuan was either flirting or traveling. Now surely lacking in strength compared to them. Yes, that's so. Sun Wukong scratched his head, unable to envision Baichuan losing. Meanwhile, Jackie Chan fell into contemplation. Based on previous matches, Baichuan's strength indeed seemed inferior to Krillin's and Wukong's. However, it had taken Baichuan only 4 months to achieve what they had accomplished in 7, that he must still have some tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps this battle will reveal something significant. Jackie Chan's gaze remained fixed on his apprentice, eager to discern the extent of Baichuan's current prowess. "What's the matter?" "Afraid to attack." "Then I shall take action." At that moment, Yamcha, standing on the stage, gazed at the upright Baichuan, who displayed no fighting stance, a smug smile creeping across his face. Yet, Baichuan remained silent, simply waving his hand dismissively at Yamcha, an action suggesting he regarded him with utter indifference. This sight reminded Yamcha of Baichuan's earlier arrogance, particularly when they first met, as he had kicked him squarely in the face. Wah! The thought ignited Yamcha's fury, yet his cautious nature led him to reserve some strength, opting to test the waters first. With a swift motion, Baichuan calmly evaded Yamcha's punch, then tilted his head to dodge a kick, forcing Yamcha to apply some advanced techniques of the Wolfang fist just to keep pace. What on earth? This fellow's movements are entirely different from those in the preliminaries. Yamcha was astounded by Baichuan's newfound speed. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Jackie Chan, Krillin, and Sun Wukong also noticed a change. Baichuan's speed had significantly increased, exhibiting no signs of previous struggles. Even his demeanor appeared far more composed than in the preliminaries. After that encounter, you must have engaged in considerable combat experience, yet your unnecessary movements are far too excessive. You cannot even graze the edge of my clothing, Baichuan remarked with a hint of disappointment. After encountering him, both Sun Wukong and Krillin had improved to varying degrees, yet Yamcha remained unchanged, his strength still akin to that from the original story. "What did you say?" As Yamcha seethed with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, he swung his fist with unrestrained ferocity, launching an all-out assault on Baichuan, causing a whirlwind of punches to erupt in the arena. Oh dear! Yamcha unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast strikes upon Baichuan. The audience, unaware of the true dynamics of the battle, only perceived Yamcha's relentless offense while Baichuan appeared to be merely evading. Consequently, even the host believed that Yamcha held the upper hand. With a swift movement, Baichuan dodged yet another of Yamcha's attacks, and, for the first time since the battle began, counterattacked with an elbow strike to Yamcha's back. The impact was thunderous. Yamcha, who had been so aggressively attacking, was suddenly interrupted, his body crashing heavily onto the ring. Yamcha, along with Oolong and Bulma, felt a pang of worry. This is the 9th move, Baichuan thought to himself, mindful not to exert too much force. Fearing he might knock Yamcha unconscious, thus relegating his reward to merely that of the top 8. Wukong. Didn't you say Yamcha was formidable? But now, Krillin too was astonished by the unfolding battle. The seemingly powerful Yamcha was unable to land a single blow. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of Baichuan's elbow strike that I've witnessed him fight Baichuan before, and he was much faster then. Sun Wukong admitted that Yamucha's strength had evidently surged since that time. A fact he was acutely aware of. This indicated that Baichuan had indeed withheld his true capabilities during the preliminaries. What we are witnessing now is his genuine prowess. While it might still be insufficient to overcome his senior, Krillin nonetheless asserted, at the very least, this aligns with reality. Coughing slightly, Yamucha propped himself up, his face betraying disbelief. That terrifying blow seemed to have displaced his very insides. You managed to stand after that strike. It appears you haven't been entirely idle these past 8 months. At least you've learned to take a hit, Baichuan taunted, knowing full well that should Yamucha falter and surrender, he would regret it immensely. You have no idea how I have spent these 8 months. Yamucha wiped the corner of his mouth. Aside from the initial and final months spent pursuing Bulma, he had consistently challenged opponents. Even retreating to the mountains for months of grueling training, to be honest, I truly don't understand, Baichuan replied, struggling to comprehend Yamucha's training style of playing while challenging weaker foes, which starkly contrasted with the rigorous training methods he and Wukong employed. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training. Yamucha assumed a familiar stance before shouting, "New Wolf Fong Fist." As he unleashed his signature move, he transformed into a fierce wolf, charging at Baichuan with blinding speed. Although his stance appeared more stable, was this truly deserving of the title new? Baichuan sensed a difference in Yamucha's fighting style, but the moniker new seemed somewhat unwarranted. Enough with the chatter. Prepare to lose your qualification with this move. Yamucha continued to roar, as though intending to shatter Baichuan's eardrums with sheer volume. The speed of Yamucha's punches had accelerated once more. However, having just revealed his strength, Baichuan was likely capable of evading this attack. From the sidelines, Krillin expressed unwavering confidence in Baichuan, dismissing Yamucha's chances. Yet events unfolded differently than he anticipated. As Yamucha swiftly approached, Baichuan either could not evade or chose not to, and was struck squarely in the face. Did I actually land a hit? Yamucha was left astounded, his confidence surging anew. Taking advantage of this moment, he unleashed a torrential flurry of strikes upon Baichuan. Why isn't Baichuan dodging? Krillin racked his brain in confusion, mirroring Wukong's bewilderment. Even Jackie Chan questioned his disciple's judgment, wondering how he could allow such an onslaught. Yamucha, how could you act so ruthlessly towards Baichuan? Bulma transformed into a protective figure, angrily chastising Yamucha for mercilessly pummeling Baichuan, ready to leap into the fray herself. Thankfully, the audience's gasps and the host's exclamations drowned out her words. Otherwise, Yamucha might have felt his heart drop to his stomach. Baichuan, this is the end. Yamucha delivered a final, resounding punch to Baichuan's face. With a loud thud, the punch carried tremendous force, yet Baichuan merely tilted his head back, his body showing no signs of retreat from the earlier barrage. Is this the result of your training? A chilling voice emerged as Baichuan slowly turned his head back, his eyes glimmering like pearls in a starry sky, locking onto Yamucha's gaze. How is this possible? Yamucha gasped in shock, his body stiffening as he staggered back a step. He had exerted all his strength. Yet why did Baichuan maintain such calm composure, even exuding an air of menace in that instant? Krillin, Wukong, and the audience, including the host, were left momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at Bikkuriman. It was simply astounding. Despite Yamucha's fierce offensive, Baichuan seemed unaffected. How many more surprises could this battle hold? What an impressive display of professionalism. The host quickly seized a microphone to comment. Now, let the entertainment be set aside. Yamucha, I shall show you what true martial arts entail. Baichuan's aura suddenly thickened, leaving Yamucha feeling breathless. This kid now poses a challenge even for me. Jackie Chan's eyes widened as he keenly observed the ominous energy emanating from Baichuan, recognizing it as a terrifying power lurking within. Once unleashed, even he would hesitate to claim an easy victory. Why is my body trembling? Is this fear of Baichuan? Yamucha's body had stiffened, his spirit crushed under the weight of Baichuan's imposing presence, leaving him bereft of the will to resist, let alone aspire to victory. Yet he could not surrender. 8 months of arduous training and the pursuit of Bulma's affections compelled him to press on. Yamucha clenched his fists, determined to overcome his fear and launch another attack on Baichuan. But in the blink of an eye, Baichuan's figure vanished, reappearing mere inches from him, his steely visage looming ominously close. Bam! Yamucha's abdomen absorbed a crushing blow, leaving him no time to react. He had barely registered Baichuan's movement before he doubled over. Resembling a cooked shrimp, you only remember my advice about a shaky stance, yet overlooked the paramount importance of power in a strike, Baichuan remarked coolly, then unleashed a kick that connected squarely with Yamucha's face. Whoosh! Yamucha was propelled from the ring, crashing through the barrier separating the audience from the arena. Yamucha! The spectators scrambled backward in panic, while devoted fan purse squeezed through the crowd to rush over. Followed by a hesitant Bulma and Wukong. Outside the ring, Baichuan emerges victorious. The host declared, "What a thrilling showdown." Both competitors exhibited remarkable prowess, yet Yamucha fell slightly short. The host reacted promptly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent in no fewer than 10 moves, resulting in a power attribute increase of 0.4, the current reward. Top 4. Baichuan's strength was further augmented, and his next opponent would be none other than the formidable Sun Wukong. Wukong, your luck is truly unfortunate. Your next opponent is Baichuan. After witnessing the match, Krillin patted his good friend Wukong on the shoulder. According to the bracket for advancing from the top 8 to the top 4, the next match would be between him and Jackie Chan, while Wukong would face the powerful Baichuan. Thus, this martial arts tournament could very well culminate in a battle for the championship between him and Baichuan, while Wukong would be left to rue his bad luck in reaching the top 4. Unfortunate luck? I feel incredibly exhilarated. In stark contrast to Krillin's anxious anticipation, Wukong was brimming with excitement, even preparing to indulge in another meal before the next battle to ensure he was in peak condition. Now, let Baichuan take a moment to rest. We shall commence the first semi-final match. Krillin versus Jackie Chan. Yamucha was carried off the stage, while Baichuan was invited by the host to the backstage, where he fortuitously encountered Jackie Chan, clad in a black training outfit. In that fleeting moment when their gazes locked, an intense aura clashed between them. This confrontation sent a shiver down Krillin's spine as he passed by, as if struck by an electric shock, prompting him to glance repeatedly at Baichuan and Jackie Chan. Krillin, give it your all, Baichuan said meaningfully. Faced with Jackie Chan, who was disguised as Master Roshi, Krillin had a long way to go if he wished to triumph. So it would be wise to accumulate more practical experience. Huh, what do you mean? Krillin scratched his bald head, perplexed. Was his opponent truly that formidable? He had planned to easily dispatch this lecherous old man and then face off against Baichuan. Your opponent is exceptionally strong, perhaps not inferior to Master Roshi, Baichuan hinted subtly. This kid. Upon hearing this, Jackie Chan nearly lost his composure, deeply doubting whether Baichuan had recognized him, especially considering the incident with the impersonation. Is this old man really that strong? Krillin wondered, casting an inquisitive glance at Jackie Chan during the quarterfinals. This old man had shown little more than his lecherous demeanor, without revealing any remarkable prowess. Give it your all. After Baichuan concluded, he inquired with the staff about the location of the changing room. It was high time to remove the weighted clothing. What an impressive display. As soon as Krillin entered the fray, he unleashed a thunderous onslaught that forced Jackie Chan to evade. The moment had arrived. Jackie Chan finally ceased his dodging and blocked Krillin's punches, plunging both into a fierce melee in the desolate changing room. The sounds of the ongoing match echoed in from outside. A young man, whose physique approached perfection, struggled to remove his attire. What a relief! Safeguarding the weighted clothing, Baichuan donned his martial arts uniform anew, feeling as if he had shed a layer of shackles, with every cell in his body awakening, filling him with an indescribable sense of ease. For a full 8 months, even while training under Master Roshi and bearing the burden of a 20-kilogram shell, he had not removed the weighted clothing. Yet now, to triumph over the immensely powerful Sun Wukong and the currently formidable Master Roshi, he would need to give his utmost. It appears Krillin and Jackie Chan have reached a certain stalemate in their duel. Yet, astonishingly, no one seems to have seen it clearly. The competition continued to blaze ahead. While within the confines of the changing room, Baichuan engaged in a brief warm-up before opening his attribute panel. Host, Baichuan basic attributes, strength 15.8, agility 16.8, stamina 15.7, endurance 15.7, chi 7.7, divine source 0.2, divine position. Unallocated traits: favorable wind combat power evaluation 135 assessment. Low combat power Scion. He recalled that in the Scion saga, Master Roshi's baseline combat value was 139, a figure achieved through rigorous training. Surely, it could not be that high now. Baichuan analyzed the strength of his upcoming opponents in this martial arts tournament. Yamucha's power was the weakest, with a combat value of only 30, thus his defeat was utterly unsurprising. After training under Master Roshi and undergoing a special training, Krillin's combat value had risen to 45, significantly stronger than Yamucha. However, in this confrontation, he was still bound to succumb to Master Roshi. As for Sun Wukong, with his tail grown, his combat power had already reached 88. This strength was second only to Baichuan and Master Roshi. And considering that the Sun family were protagonists, his explosive power might be even greater. What a disgrace! Jackie Chan had been knocked out of the ring merely due to a pair of underwear. What an incorrigibly lecherous old man. Just as Baichuan was lost in thought, a commotion erupted outside as Jackie Chan was sent flying. Was it time to unleash that move? Baichuan rose. Casting his gaze out the window, a powerful aura surged forth, and a blinding light erupted in the sky above the city. Jackie Chan, propelled by a blue shockwave, soared back into the fray. What on earth was happening? Krillin, who had never witnessed such a technique, was left astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. How is this possible? Yamucha, just regaining consciousness along with the host and audience, were equally dumbfounded. That move, hadn't he seen it somewhere before? Bulma seemed to recall. That's the Kamehameha? Sun Wukong was familiar with it, given that he could perform it as well. Incredible. That's the Kamehameha. It said that only one person in the world can perform this technique, the legendary martial arts master. Master Roshi. Who would have thought there was another here? The host exclaimed, flabbergasted. What nonsense! I say that person is undoubtedly Master Roshi. Yamucha exclaimed, rubbing his now swollen face. He had truly gained insight. The top 4 of the martial arts tournament were all from Master Roshi's camp, and he had only managed to reach the quarterfinals. It seemed that his aimless training could never catch up with those monsters. He must find a way to study under a master for proper cultivation. Enough. If this drags on, it will disrupt the match. Jackie Chan hastily concocted a reason, fearing that continued debate would reveal his true identity. Curse it. At this point, we have no choice but to go down together. Krillin charged at Jackie Chan with his little bald head raised. Yet, with his speed, how could he possibly collide with Jackie Chan, who effortlessly evaded? Utilizing the afterimages created by his rapid movement, Jackie Chan transformed into multiple figures, forcing Krillin to strike wildly at one of them. But this played right into Jackie Chan's hands. Revealing his true self from behind, he landed a palm strike on Krillin, then calmly stepped down from the stage. Krillin collapsed once more. 1, 2, 3 for the host counted to 10, and when Krillin did not rise, the match predictably concluded with Jackie Chan's victory. Absolutely formidable. That old man is indeed Master Roshi. There is no doubt about it. Yamucha clenched his fists in secret as he witnessed the battle. He too needed to find a way to study under Master Roshi to catch up with that monster, Baichuan. Now, it was time to commence the second match of the semifinals. Please welcome the contestants, Sun Wukong and Baichuan. After a brief intermission, the host announced the next pair of competitors. It's my turn, Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly. Ever since their encounter while searching for the Dragon Balls, he had not fought Baichuan in quite some time, which made him greatly anticipate this battle. Baichuan also emerged from the changing room, his attire slightly altered, but what was even more striking was the confidence radiating from his face. The two exchanged smiles, and Sun Wukong declared boldly, Baichuan, this time I'm going to defeat you and win the championship of the martial arts tournament. That is not so certain, Baichuan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. When battling strong opponents, science secrete dopamine, and he too experienced that thrill. The two ascended the stage, and immediately a tidal wave of cheers erupted. Baichuan, Baichuan, Baichuan. Though he had not appeared frequently, Baichuan's handsome features and striking aura drew spontaneous cheers, with numerous girls screaming in delight upon his entrance. Humph, a bunch of busybodies, Bulma scoffed. feeling disgruntled that Bai Chuan, who had once been hers alone, was now attracting so many girls. In contrast, Jackie Chan was immensely envious of his pupil, who could so effortlessly captivate the attention of young ladies. He felt a twinge of longing, wishing to swap places with Bai Chuan. Just like Krillin in the previous match, both Bai Chuan and Sun Wukong donned outfits emblazoned with the turtle symbol, leaving many wondering which dojo they had trained to possess such formidable strength. Before the formal match commenced, the host conducted an interview with the two. In truth, it wasn't just him. Many were harboring doubts. After all, 3 out of the top 4 contenders hailed from the same school, something that had never occurred in previous martial arts tournaments. We were taught by Master Roshi. The martial arts deity you mentioned earlier, Bai Chuan replied calmly, announcing his affiliation as if dropping a nuclear bomb into the crowd. The name of the martial arts deity was still regarded as legendary in the present day. What did you say? You were taught by Master Roshi. The host was taken aback, and the audience erupted into a flurry of murmurs. He said it was Master Roshi, and no wonder they're so powerful. Bai Chuan's words ignited a wave of curiosity among numerous young girls regarding teacher Wu Tian, which left Cheng Long, who was lurking backstage, on the verge of losing control. The sight of so many girls made Cheng Long yearn to dash out and embrace them. Proclaiming himself as the legendary teacher Wu Tian, this old man could not possibly be mistaken. Yamucha's suspicions were further validated. Meanwhile, on the arena, the host concluded the interview with a satisfied expression, announcing, "Now, the second match of the semifinals officially begins. Will the younger contestant Sun Wukong advance to the finals, or will Bai Chuan, also a disciple of teacher Wu Tian, prevail? What kind of sparks will this duel between fellow disciples ignite? Let us eagerly await the outcome." As the host declared the match underway, the atmosphere on the stage shifted to one of seriousness. Even Bai Chuan assumed a combat stance. Aha! Sun Wukong took the initiative, darting forward in the blink of an eye and throwing a punch. Bang! Bai Chuan raised his arm to block the blow, and the two quickly plunged into an intense melee. The audience was dazzled as the shadows of fists and legs clashed at an almost imperceptible speed. With each punch deflected, a kick would follow immediately, leaving no respite for the opponent. How astonishing! Wukong could actually fight Bai Chuan to such a degree. Karin displayed an incredulous expression, realizing that the two combatants far surpassed his own level. Was this the fruit of training under teacher Wu Tian? Yamucha clenched his fists tightly. In their previous encounter, Bai Chuan had not shown his full strength at all. Yet even so, Karin's all-out attack had failed to force Bai Chuan back even a single step. Swish! Bai Chuan's fist struck a mere afterimage, while the real Sun Wukong had already appeared behind him, an afterimage punch. But Wukong, you are still too inexperienced. Bai Chuan's figure gradually faded. The essence of this technique lay in utilizing the speed to create afterimages, akin to a clone technique to confuse the enemy. Sun Wukong had learned it from the previous match between Cheng Long and Karin, but Bai Chuan had mastered this skill long before. Sun Wukong kicked the afterimage, only to be sent flying by a punch from Bai Chuan, who had emerged from the left side. Whoosh! Fortunately, due to the angle, Sun Wukong was sent towards a martial arts hall, avoiding a fall from the arena. However, the wall of the martial arts hall bore the brunt, crumbling into a pitiful state. Wukong! Karin called out with concern, but he soon realized that the view before him was remarkably spacious, allowing him to see the match in its entirety. Truly a good brother. Even in defeat, he was willing to sacrifice his own body to grant them the VIP seats. It was immensely touching. Karin wiped away non-existent tears, preparing to help Wukong down. Yet, as the debris fell, Wukong stood up as if nothing had happened, though the way he held his head was somewhat comical. Wow! Bai Chuan, you are impressive, having seen through my technique in an instant and even countering with your own afterimages. Sun Wukong lowered his arms, contemplating many things even as he was struck. This was not surprising, for I had already mastered this move long ago. Bai Chuan smiled faintly, as expected of Sun Wukong. His resilience far surpassed that of those lesser fighters. What a blunder! Yamucha sneezed, wondering if Bai Chuan had glanced his way just now. And no wonder, I thought only that old man could use such a technique. Sun Wukong pointed towards Cheng Long, who had already taken his seat in the VIP area. This was not a particularly complex maneuver. With sufficient speed, it could be accomplished. Bai Chuan briefly explained the move, then stretched his muscles, saying, Wukong, your warm-up is nearly complete, but you won't find it so easy to stand after this. Hee, I will fight until the last moment. Sun Wukong smiled, determined to give his all regardless of the outcome. Oh dear, what did Bai Chuan just say? That such an intense battle was merely a warm-up? This is truly astonishing. The host exclaimed in disbelief. In no way, that was just a warm-up? Kirin shook his bald head repeatedly. He hadn't slacked off during training either. How could both of them be so exceptional now? Am I dreaming? Kirin pinched himself, wincing at the pain. They're too strong. I must train under teacher Wu Tian. Yamucha gazed at the calm Chung Long, having resolved to pursue a certain goal. Little did he know that Chung Long's heart was racing with 1,000 worries, for no matter who emerged victorious, he would face considerable trouble. As a master, it was his duty to remind his disciples that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals beyond them. Had it been easy for him? Fortunately, upon discovering that Bai Chuan could move that massive stone in 4 months, he had undertaken some training himself. Otherwise, this martial arts conference might have sent these 3 youngsters soaring into the heavens. Come on, Wukong, once it is my turn to strike, you will have no chance left. Bai Chuan raised his combat power to around 100, addressing Sun Wukong. There was no rebuttal. Sun Wukong understood well that Bai Chuan remained as formidable as ever. But was that not the thrill of battle? Only by challenging the strong could one experience that excitement. It was an innate desire deeply rooted in his scion lineage and his purest aspiration. Swish, Sun Wukong's body, propelled by high-speed movement, created another afterimage. Yet Bai Chuan immediately detected the punch approaching from the left. This one isn't the real body. As he comprehended the double afterimage punch so swiftly, Bai Chuan's figure began to fade again, ready to demonstrate to Sun Wukong what true afterimage punching entailed. As before, upon striking Bai Chuan, his form gradually transformed into an afterimage that slowly disappeared. However, this time, the new Bai Chuan struck at Sun Wukong's afterimage. Swish! The real Sun Wukong launched an attack from above, seemingly aiming to surprise Bai Chuan. Yet the surprise did not land. Instead, it startled him. Before his eyes, Bai Chuan began to vanish from his position. Suddenly, 10 Bai Chuans appeared around him, encircling him completely. The multi-afterimage punch, the 10 Bai Chuans swiftly closed in, leaving Sun Wukong utterly bewildered as to where to defend. Succumbing to a barrage of punches and kicks. Bang! After an unknown number of exchanges, the 10 Bai Chuans gradually merged into one. Yet, before him, Sun Wukong had been battered into a disheveled state, staggering backward until he finally collapsed to the ground. Is Wukong about to lose? Oolong observed Wukong, who resembled a distant relative, and cautiously inquired. Remaining silent, while Bulma cheered, declaring Bai Chuan the most handsome. Alas, under the relentless assault of the 10 Bai Chuans, Sun Wukong lay motionless. Would this battle conclude at this moment? The host droned on with a lengthy commentary before finally beginning the countdown. As the host reached 8, Bai Chuan had already turned his back, preparing to exit the arena. However, as the 9th second struck, the venue erupted with fervent cheers, accompanied by the host's excited shout. Sun Wukong has risen once more. In the 9th second, with immense willpower, Sun Wukong stood tall again. Bai Chuan rubbed his ears, glanced at the host, and then turned to see a somewhat battered but reinvigorated Sun Wukong. Phew, that last move was incredible. I could hardly keep up. Sun Wukong truly understood now that when it came to afterimage punches, he could not surpass Bai Chuan. The gap between them was simply too vast. I've stood up after my previous assault. Wukong, you have grown tremendously. Bai Chuan couldn't help but praise him. Sun Wukong's current combat power stood at 88 points, while Bai Chuan's recent display had reached 100 points. Yet, even so, Sun Wukong was still able to rise, filling Bai Chuan with anticipation. In terms of speed, strength, and even technique, I cannot compare with you. Thus, I must resort to my ultimate move. Sun Wukong assumed a gathering stance, powerful energy surging forth. Kamehameha, I advise you not to waste your strength. At your current level, it will be difficult to harm me. Bai Chuan raised his hand, halting Sun Wukong's actions. It is indeed true that the upper limit of the Kamehameha technique is remarkably high, yet its lower limit is equally low, allowing nearly anyone in the protagonist group to execute it. Hence, he urged Sun Wukong not to squander his energy unnecessarily. The Kamehameha, it was unclear what Sun Wukong was thinking, for he paid no heed to Bai Chuan's warning and resolutely prepared to unleash the Kamehameha. Then allow me to demonstrate what it means to be powerless. A surge of energy coalesced in Bai Chuan's palm as he readied himself to withstand the impending strike with a single hand. Buzz! The arena erupted with a blinding blue radiance, and Krillin widened his eyes in disbelief. How could it be that the secret technique of their master is known to all, if it weren't for that old man demonstrating it? He would have been unaware of such a move to condense the Kamehameha to this extent. When did this young man acquire such prowess? Jackie Chan found himself contemplating his own bald head, wondering if all his disciples were this extraordinary. Kamehameha, the potent blue shockwave was unleashed, but rather than advancing towards Bai Chuan, it shot off in the opposite direction. What? Bai Chuan's pupils dilated in shock, as Sun Wukong, akin to teleportation, appeared before him in the blink of an eye. The speed was so swift that there was no time to react. Bang! Like a confrontation with the formidable Demon King Piccolo. Bai Chuan suffered a similar fate, being propelled away by an unparalleled punch that was utterly unbelievable. The tide of battle had turned, as Sun Wukong, leveraging the momentum from the previous attack, had actually knocked Bai Chuan out of the ring. The host pulled out a telescope, observing the increasingly distant Bai Chuan as he spoke. Yay! Sun Wukong gestured joyfully to the audience, his glee evident. Wukong, that rascal, has actually triumphed over Bai Chuan. Krillin could scarcely believe it. What a combat genius to have conceived such a use for the Kamehameha. Jackie Chan stroked his beard in admiration for Wukong, simultaneously feeling relieved that fighting Wukong was, at the very least, less strenuous than facing Bai Chuan. Have you all forgotten that Bai Chuan is also capable of executing the Kamehameha? He could return like the elder Jackie Chan did before. Yamcha was well aware of this, having witnessed the clash between Wukong and Bai Chuan at the time. Indeed, almost forgot about that. Jackie Chan nearly pulled out his beard in frustration. However, executing the Kamehameha consumes a considerable amount of energy, and in the finals, Bai Chuan still held the upper hand. Bai Chuan can also perform it. Krillin covered his bald head, wishing he could shrink into a corner, realizing he was the only one in the entire sect who couldn't. No worries. I anticipated such a scenario. Sun Wukong, however, remained entirely unperturbed. He lowered his body, gathering energy, preparing to strike at the returning Bai Chuan. Upon hearing that Bai Chuan could also perform that technique, the host immediately called on the audience to stay vigilant. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the Kamehameha did not materialize. Instead, as Bai Chuan was about to plummet, he astonishingly hovered in midair. How could this be possible? At that moment, everyone was left in astonishment as Bai Chuan defied gravity, levitating without any aid. That was close. He almost fell out of the arena. Bai Chuan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth as his body ascended, under the gaze of the crowd. He effortlessly floated back towards the ring. Bai Chuan can actually fly. Could it be that everyone possesses this ability? Krillin glanced around, feeling diminutive in comparison. This was something he had never heard of before. How did that fellow manage such a feat? Yamcha watched, wide-eyed, his eyes nearly falling out. Flying in the air. This is something even I cannot accomplish. Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment that, in truth, this technique belongs to the Crane school. But due to his prolonged absence from Master Crane, he was oblivious to the fact that the latter had developed such skills. However, even if he had known, as long as he was certain Bai Chuan's martial path was not misguided, he likely would not have minded. After all, the essence of the Kamehameha is to cultivate one's unique techniques through foundational training and the mastery of various schools. It is utterly astounding that Bai Chuan, who was on the verge of being knocked out of the ring, could now levitate in the air and return to the arena. The host stammered in disbelief. Attacking now would be futile. Sun Wukong retracted his offensive stance. The ability to maneuver freely in the air is an entirely different matter from merely relying on inertia to move in one direction. The former leaves him utterly helpless, while the latter could result in being completely knocked out of the ring. Wukong, I admit you possess a remarkable talent for combat. But if that was your final resort, then this match has reached its conclusion. Upon returning to the arena, Bai Chuan bore a serious expression, adopting a fighting stance that I will never concede defeat. Sun Wukong mirrored his battle posture. Yet in the next instant, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before him. Shifting his body slightly, Sun Wukong barely evaded the punch. However, Bai Chuan's second punch followed immediately, forcing him to leap into the air, lunging towards Bai Chuan's rear. Swish! Sun Wukong retaliated with a punch. It was merely an afterimage left by Bai Chuan's rapid movement. The real Bai Chuan materialized and delivered a kick that sent him soaring into the clouds. Wow. This kick carried tremendous force, causing Sun Wukong to tumble several times in midair to dissipate the impact. Yet Bai Chuan had already reached above him, both fists clenched, crashing down with tremendous force. Whoosh! Sun Wukong plummeted downward at a speed even greater than before, crashing into the center of the arena, creating a human-shaped crater. Wukong, Krillin stuttered, realizing that if such a combo struck him, he would likely be oblivious to his own demise. Wow, what an exhilarating display. After returning to the arena, Bai Chuan immediately engaged Sun Wukong in a fierce exchange of offense and defense. Now, the question remains, can Sun Wukong rise once more? The host rambled on, then began the countdown, which made Bai Chuan question whether Sun Wukong had some sort of connection to this. Bai Chuan gradually descended onto the arena, and as the host reached the 7th second, the indomitable Sun Wukong emerged from the crater. This unyielding spirit made Bai Chuan realize for the first time that his opponent was indeed formidable. Let us hope Wukong does not look up, otherwise the martial arts world would surely be thrown into chaos. As the battle endured, Bulma, Yamcha, Puar, and Oolong began to feel the tension mounting, for in the sky above, a flawless white disk had appeared. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Krillin inquired, noticing Yamcha trembling beside him. The full moon has emerged." Yamcha clenched his fists, gazing fearfully at the circular form above. The moon? What is there to be anxious about? Krillin felt considerably taller, as these country bumpkins seemed to fear the moon. Once Wukong sees the full moon, he transforms into a terrifying monster. Yamcha gasped. "What?" Krillin and Jackie Chan exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time they had heard of such a phenomenon. According to Wukong himself, his grandfather Son Gohan had perished during a full moon. Yamcha's words struck fear into Jackie Chan and Krillin. For Son Gohan was Master Roshi's first disciple, renowned for his formidable strength in the martial arts world, and yet he had met such a fate. Does that mean we are all in danger now? Krillin gazed at the struggling Sun Wukong in the arena, his voice trembling slightly. "Damn it, though I am unwilling, I truly cannot defeat Bai Chuan." Sun Wukong's chest heaved rapidly. He had reached the very limit of his endurance. In stark contrast, Bai Chuan remained composed, even without the slightest sign of heavy breathing. Knowing he could not win, why not concede defeat? Bai Chuan expressed his confidence that no, I will fight until the end. Surrendering was simply not within Sun Wukong's character. So he chose to persevere until the very end. Humph, death before surrender. It seems this is a common trait among protagonists. Bai Chuan snorted coldly, preparing to strike Sun Wukong into unconsciousness. Yet a sudden glance revealed that Jackie Chan, Krillin, and Yamcha appeared exceedingly tense. What is wrong with these three? Bai Chuan pondered briefly before recalling something. Looking up toward the sky, at the full moon, he had been so engrossed in battle that he nearly forgot a full moon would appear today. As Bai Chuan suddenly gazed skyward, Sun Wukong, curious, also looked up and immediately beheld the peculiar silhouette of the moon, rising during twilight. Thump! Thump! The moment he beheld the full moon, Sun Wukong's heartbeat suddenly thundered like a storm. His expression grew increasingly fierce, and hair erupted all over his body as he began to transform towards the monstrous form. "This is bad," Yamcha exclaimed, his face pale with shock, for the first time. Chao Long and Krillin were utterly at a loss, even more so than him. "Oh no, Wukong has spotted us." The audience below was left dumbfounded, with only Bulma and a few others grasping the gravity of the situation. Incredible! In a moment of despair, the contestant's son has chosen to transform, and look at this size. The host found himself at a loss for words, as the giant ape form of Sun Wukong grew more exaggerated. threatening to overshadow the entire martial arts arena. Fool! Does he still believe this is a trump card? Baichuan could no longer bother correcting the host, for a grave crisis loomed directly before him. The combat prowess of the giant ape had instantly surpassed his own and was continuously escalating. Damn it, I got too carried away and forgot about this. Am I to push the moon off its orbit like Master Roshi? Baichuan gazed at the increasingly luminous full moon above, and with both his and Master Roshi's strength, it was utterly impossible to cause an explosion at this stage. The only feasible course of action was to displace the moon from its original path, making it difficult to observe from Earth. Yet, doing so would leave him devoid of the stamina needed to contend with Chao Long for the championship. While he hasn't fully transformed yet, I must sever his tail first. In an instant, Baichuan made his decision. Baichuan, get out of there, or you will perish. Recognizing the terrifying aura emanating from the giant ape, Chao Long shouted urgently. Krillin and Bulma joined in, desperately hoping Baichuan would escape the arena and seek refuge with them. The match isn't over yet. How could I flee? That would mean my defeat. Baichuan rejected their pleas, turning to accelerate towards the giant ape. What is he thinking, caring about the match at a time like this? Chao Long said, exasperated. Even that formidable Son Gohan was crushed. What are you trying to prove? As he drew near the giant ape, a fist descended upon him like a mountain, forcing Baichuan to summon the fastest speed he had ever trained for. Narrowly dodging and circling behind the giant ape, he intended to cut off Wukong's tail. Yamcha discerned Baichuan's intention, leaving Chao Long, who was preparing to shed his clothing, momentarily stunned. Is there no alternative to destroying the moon? The atmosphere had grown restless, with some spectators instinctively retreating from the arena, for one misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Confronted with the creature that was once contestant Sun, Baichuan exhibited remarkable agility, not merely speed, but rather a keen sense of anticipation. Good heavens, Baichuan is predicting Sun's movements and maneuvering behind him. What does he intend? Is he about to unleash some ultimate technique? The host remains steadfastly dedicated, continuing to announce despite the fleeing audience. This ends now. Sun Wukong. Baichuan gazed at the fluffy, colossal tail, gathering energy in his hands, ready to advance. Yet that seemingly innocuous tail suddenly whipped towards him with alarming speed. Bang! The strike caught him off guard, and Baichuan was sent flying. Baichuan! Bulma cried out in concern, as it appeared the plan to sever the tail had failed. There's no turning back now. Chao Long cast aside his coat, his slender form beginning to swell. An overwhelming aura erupted forth, creating a pressure akin to a tempest, even before he unleashed his Kamehameha. Stop! A commanding shout reverberated throughout the arena. As Chao Long prepared to unleash his Kamehameha, Yamcha, Krillin, and even Bulma and Oolong below turned their attention toward the figure suspended mid-air, Baichuan. Kid, if I don't act now, you will be in peril. Chao Long's aura intensified. If you unleash your most potent Kamehameha now, you will have no strength left to continue fighting me. Baichuan hovered high above, just out of reach of the giant ape. Yet his words struck everyone dumbfounded. What is he thinking at a time like this? Is he still vying for the championship? Furthermore, if Chao Long exhausts himself, wouldn't winning become effortless? Confusion reigned as Baichuan's declaration halted all actions. While the mindless giant ape turned its gaze towards Chao Long and the others, oh no, he's looking this way. Yamcha instinctively sought to flee. Chao Long, uncertain whether to act or refrain, displayed a hint of inner turmoil. As for Krillin, he had already been paralyzed with fear. Seizing the opportunity, Baichuan executed his aerial technique once more, positioning himself behind the giant ape. This time, he did not engage directly, but instead concentrated his formidable energy in his hand and hurled it towards the giant ape. Whoosh! A golden crescent sliced through the void, instantly severing that menacing tail. Roar! The giant ape let out a furious howl, and its form began to shrink, hair retracting. Did it work? It was only at this moment that everyone grasped the situation. Baichuan exhaled a sigh of relief, gently descending back to the arena, having just executed a newly developed technique he had intended to reserve for the finals, only to inadvertently deploy it in the semifinals. The monstrous form of Wukong had abruptly vanished. What had transpired? The host wiped the sweat from his brow, Wukong has lost his strength and reverted to his original form. We must commence the countdown. Bai Chuan pointed towards the child, now bare-bottomed, and reminded them. This time, Bai Chuan had no intention of exiting the stage prematurely. Instead, he remained vigilant, keeping his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. He genuinely feared the boy might rise again. Fortunately, the host's countdown was swift by the time Sun Wukong regained consciousness. 10 seconds had long elapsed. What a spectacle! This match was truly riveting. Bai Chuan has emerged victorious and advanced to the finals. As for contestant Sun, despite his loss, his fighting spirit is commendable. Let us applaud contestant Sun. With the host's encouragement, an increasing number of spectators returned to witness the spectacle of the bare-bottomed Sun Wukong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent with no fewer than 10 strikes. Stamina attribute increased by 0.4. Current reward. Runner-up. Upon receiving the task completion notification, Bai Chuan turned his gaze towards Xiaolong. With just one more opponent, he would complete his task and secure his reward. What is happening? Sun Wukong stood on the stage, oblivious to the events that had just unfolded. Wukong, hurry and put on some clothes. I can't believe you could transform into such a monster. Krillin rushed over, draping his clothing around Sun Wukong. Monster, Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Could the two of you please discuss matters off the stage? Today's schedule is exceedingly tight, and we are about to commence the championship bout. The host addressed Krillin and Sun Wukong. As dust descended, the martial arts tournament had yet to establish a continuous multi-day competition format. Now, let us welcome contestant Xiaolong. Under the gaze of the crowd, the typically playful Xiaolong ascended the stage with a serious demeanor, having not even donned his jacket. This kid has secretly honed such formidable strength. I might even lose this time. Countless thoughts raced through Xiaolong's mind. After all, he was Bai Chuan's master. If he lost, would he not be humiliated on a grand scale? Bai Chuan for champion! Bai Chuan for champion! A chorus of girls' voices erupted from the audience. This time, it was Xiaolong's turn to feel disgruntled. He too was quite formidable, so why was there not a single girl cheering for him? No, just for this, I must teach that kid Bai Chuan a lesson. Who would claim the championship title in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament? Would it be contestant Xiaolong or contestant Bai Chuan? Let us sharpen our eyes and witness this extraordinary showdown. The host set the stage for suspense and then returned to the arena to announce the commencement of the match. Bai Chuan took a deep breath, exhaling a mist that formed a small dragon in the air. As the brief moment of recuperation concluded, Bai Chuan struck a stance toward Xiaolong. His master Tio breathe is to become a dragon. You mean to say that merely by exhaling, you could bring me to my knees? Jackie Chan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the audience below, feeling a twinge of envy. No, that wasn't quite right. It was more accurate to say that this young lad was excessively arrogant. Bai Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to himself that this old man was simply finding excuses without reason. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed with your match swiftly. Nightfall is approaching. The host, observing the two immobile figures, urged them with increasing impatience. With no other choice, Jackie decided to showcase his robust physique in order to engage in combat. His previously deflated body swelled with newfound vigor. Simultaneously, the combat value in Bai Chuan's eyes began to ascend. 100, 108, 114, 128, 139. Has the old man undergone some training? Bai Chuan was taken aback. The last time he witnessed Master Roshi's full strength, it was merely 126, and now he possessed a staggering 139. Ha ha! Have you been captivated by my physique? I am the epitome of the perfect man. In his muscular state, Jackie Chan did not immediately attack Bai Chuan, but instead flaunted his form to the crowd of girls below. Yes, just a bit bulkier. He cannot possibly compare to the prince in my heart. One female fan stood up to voice her dissent, a sentiment echoed by Bulma. Exactly. Our Chuan Chuan not only has a perfectly proportioned physique, but is also incredibly handsome. Most importantly, his aura is so cool. Yes, you and old geezer are no match for our Chuan Chuan. Chuan Chuan for the win! Chuan Chuan for the win! The chant from the audience nearly drove Jackie to pull out his beard in frustration. Yet as a martial arts master, he could not contend with a gaggle of girls. Could he not manage his own disciple? His sharp gaze remained fixed on Bai Chuan. I see it now. Jealousy. Bai Chuan remarked candidly. Since they were destined to fight, he had no qualms about speaking his mind. "You little rascal, how dare you say that to your master?" Jackie suppressed the retort waiting to escape his lips. Yet the inflated form he had assumed could not be contained, and he suddenly launched a punch at Bai Chuan. Bang! Bai Chuan did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand to block and immediately retaliated against Jackie. Crack! The arena became a battlefield of flesh and bone, with the two figures, one old, one young, engaged in a brawl even more intense than the previous match. Bang! Bai Chuan was struck in the face, but the next moment, he bore the pain and landed a punch to Jackie's stomach. Within mere moments of combat, both their bodies bore numerous swelling marks. Bai Chuan's wrist was seized by Master Roshi, and once again, they began to contest strength. Both gritted their teeth, seemingly exerting every ounce of strength they could muster. Suddenly, Bai Chuan thrust his forehead forward, causing Jackie to lose his balance. What an opportunity! Bai Chuan brought his legs together and delivered a kick that connected squarely with Jackie's chin. Using the momentum, Bai Chuan swiftly freed himself from the grip on his wrist. However, in the next instant, Jackie seized his legs and flung him away. Bang! The remnants of the arena's walls crumbled as Bai Chuan's head collided with them, leaving him buried beneath the debris. Ugh! The fierce battle left Krillin utterly astonished. The intensity of their fight was truly terrifying. Both Bai Chuan and the old man were extraordinarily powerful. Goku watched intently, while Yamcha expressed growing admiration. I won't comment on Bai Chuan being a monster, but that old man's strength is undoubtedly impressive. Goku and Krillin exchanged puzzled glances at him, but Yamcha kept his thoughts to himself, believing he alone understood the situation. It was a bargaining chip for his apprenticeship. Dust and rubble cascaded to the ground as Bai Chuan emerged, albeit somewhat disheveled. I knew it wouldn't be this easy. It seems this fierce battle is far from over. Jackie wore a serious expression, adopting a fighting stance. The old man's prowess was indeed formidable, yet I am young and vigorous, endowed with scion blood. In a war of attrition, victory will surely be mine. Bai Chuan quickly recovered from the earlier blow and, leveraging his speed, initiated the offensive. Swish! Jackie threw a punch, only to widen his eyes in shock. He had struck nothing but an afterimage. The real Bai Chuan had somehow appeared behind him. Yet, instead of attacking from behind, Bai Chuan executed an elbow strike to the right, perfectly connecting with Jackie, who was just revealing himself. Meanwhile, the stationary Jackie transformed into a fading afterimage. Both combatants unleashed their afterimage techniques. But Bai Chuan emerged superior. Ouch! 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 Jackie cradled his swollen nose, tears and snot streaming down his face. Are you ready to concede? You must realize that if this continues, victory will inevitably be mine. Bai Chuan refrained from pursuing, as this was a match, and he ought to display the demeanor of a martial artist, albeit with limited opportunities. Bai Chuan has declared his victory. Will Jackie concede? The host's voice resonated throughout the arena. This prompted Jackie's lips to twitch involuntarily. With such loud proclamations, he certainly would not concede. After all, he was this young lad's master. The thought of what might transpire afterward. Jackie shook his head. Unwilling to contemplate such a scenario, he rubbed his nose and, with hands clasped behind his back, regained his masterful composure. Young man, do not presume that a slight advantage guarantees your victory. The next move I make, you shall find impossible to withstand. Are you going to unleash the Kamehameha? Bai Chuan was well aware of the old man's techniques, the most renowned being the Kamehameha and the world-shaking palm. Though he refrained from voicing the latter to avoid further explanation, the Kamehameha's destructive power was immense. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not employ it. Jackie was referring to the maximum power version, of course. Should he unleash the full force of the Kamehameha, if the match were not concluded, he would have no stamina left to continue fighting. That would likely leave the world-shaking palm as his only option. My physique is significantly more robust than Goku's. Should I be restrained, I should be able to withstand it. Bai Chuan braced himself, keenly observing Jackie's hands, intent on evading this controlling ultimate move. However, an unexpected wave of drowsiness washed over him. Jackie's hands did not emit sparks of electricity. Instead, he performed a series of slow-motion moves. Sleep. My dear child, sleep? Oh no, it's a hypnosis technique. Bai Chuan misjudged the situation. Jackie intended to use not the world-shaking palm, but a hypnosis that could lull one to sleep. Without the proper awakening incantation, it was exceedingly difficult to rouse someone from hypnosis. Sleep now. Sleep now. Jackie drew closer to Bai Chuan, his hands seemingly imbued with some form of magic. Yet in the next instant, the drowsy Bai Chuan suddenly delivered a punch to Jackie's face, sending the old man tumbling through the air for several rotations before he finally landed. In comparison to the pain on his face, Jackie was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. Why? Why did that lad remain unscathed? Such childish tricks are of no use to me. The milky light gradually faded within Bai Chuan, who showed no signs of having been affected. The divine source energy within him seemed to naturally counter abilities of that nature. Rather than being a counter, it felt as if the divine source attribute was a superior form of energy. He sensed that the divine source was subtly nourishing his cells, allowing him to store more ki. What a good lad. Even the hypnosis technique has no effect. Jackie stood, clutching his face. If he didn't unleash some genuine skill soon, defeat would be inevitable. Time was running short. After winning the match, he still had a grand feast to attend. Bai Chuan lifted his gaze to the sky, remarking, "Winning this match? Regrettably, you are about to lose." Jackie suddenly adopted a serious expression, exuding confidence. "You old rascal, stop boasting just because you're on the verge of losing." Bulma had long grown weary of the old man's pretentiousness. Exactly. On the brink of defeat, and he still has the audacity to speak grandly. A female fan echoed, "Damn." Jackie could not help but mutter a curse. The difference in support from fans was stark, and he felt disinclined to continue fighting. Forget it. Let us pretend no one is watching. Jackie Chan turned away in a self-deprecating manner, subsequently channeling a formidable force of lightning within his hands. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, just as he was about to unleash his grand move. A colossal foot came crashing down, interrupting his words and knocking out a tooth in the process, illustrating the immense power behind that kick. "That I'm sorry. I simply cannot wait any longer." Bai Chuan retracted his foot and unleashed a flurry of punches at Jackie, followed by another kick that sent him teetering towards the edge of the ring. "You lack martial virtue," Jackie managed to exclaim after a lengthy pause. "Your moves are too frivolous. In a true life-and-death struggle, you would have perished no less than thrice." Bai Chuan extended 3 fingers, signifying that he had granted Jackie ample opportunities. Jackie fell silent, begrudgingly acknowledging his preoccupation with the disparaging remarks from the spectators below. "Let me resolve this with one decisive move." Bai Chuan pressed his hands together, forming a flower petal stance, then positioned them at his waist to gather energy. A powerful and surging aura erupted forth, sending waves of wind cascading around the arena. This lad, is he truly preparing to eliminate me? Jackie felt a genuine urge to go all out this time, his already pronounced muscles swelling to an even greater size. Achieving a state of maximum power, came the energy waves unleashed by both combatants forced onlookers to retreat from the arena. That it was astonishing. Both Bai Chuan and Jackie appear to be preparing to execute the Kamehameha, creating a tempest akin to a helicopter swirling above. The host, his hair blown wildly, remained steadfastly at the edge of the arena. This does not bode well. The entire ring may be in jeopardy. "Goku, we should step back." Yamcha voiced his apprehension. Krillin nodded in agreement. Yet Goku, engrossed in the spectacle, paid no heed to their concerns, fixated on the duel unfolding before him. Lost in his thoughts, "Goku," Yamcha called out again, but received no response, leaving both him and Krillin exchanging worried glances, contemplating whether to forcibly drag Goku away. Bai Chuan was the first to unleash the Kamehameha, a blue shockwave racing towards Jackie with overwhelming force. In that moment, the world seemed to be bathed in blue, reminiscent of a cataclysmic twilight. Confronted with this immense pressure, Jackie released the energy he had gathered in his hands. Maximum power Kamehameha. Another blue shockwave emerged, colliding mid-air with Bai Chuan's attack, forming a colossal sphere of energy that continued to clash. "What? It can actually withstand my maximum power Kamehameha?" Jackie's face reflected astonishment. This was all he had. Withstand? Where are your eyes, old man? Bai Chuan's veins throbbed as he intensified his output of the Kamehameha. The light waves emanating from him thickened, surging upwards uncontested. How is this possible? The pressure bore down entirely on Jackie. He wished to unleash his own little universe to retaliate, but he lacked the protagonist's halo. The energy waves formed by their clash approached him relentlessly. In that instant, Jackie's hair and beard were swept back as if ready to be torn away, his space for survival being constricted. Yet, this was his limit. Suddenly, Bai Chuan diminished his output and leaped away from his original position. However, the Kamehameha he had launched still propelled Jackie towards the edge of the ring with its residual force. This did not alleviate the pressure on Jackie. Bai Chuan, how dare you betray your master? I will not let you go even in the afterlife. Jackie cursed vehemently as he was pushed to the edge of the ring. If he fell off, the catastrophic impact would strike the audience behind him. Should he manage to hold on, most of the force would be absorbed by his body, leaving only minor aftershocks for the spectators. Though he was somewhat lecherous at times, Jackie would undoubtedly persevere in such dire circumstances. Whoosh! Just as the shockwave was about to engulf Jackie and the audience behind him, a golden crescent wave suddenly collided with the energy sphere, hurling it skyward. With a resounding boom, the most brilliant fireworks on Earth erupted, illuminating the previously dim sky and transforming the entire city. Even the residents of Papaya Island gazed upwards in awe at the magnificent display. Are we saved? Jackie wore a perplexed expression, while the audience behind him exhaled in relief, having forgotten to flee during that perilous moment. Perhaps they had been unaware of the sheer magnitude of power that such a human-generated light wave could possess. Swish! Bai Chuan, slightly pale, landed on the ring. Having executed two ultimate moves in quick succession had brought him close to his limits. Terrifying. It was utterly terrifying. The Kamehameha unleashed by Bai Chuan and Jackie had produced an explosive force of such magnitude. The host finally regained his composure after the explosion. Naturally, like the audience, he was grateful to be alive. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Bai Chuan readied himself for a final melee confrontation with Jackie. He certainly did not intend to actually kill his master. Doing so would not only disqualify him from the competition, but also leave him with an insurmountable burden within. His primary objective was to swiftly deplete Jackie's stamina. Otherwise, this battle would prolong indefinitely. At that moment, Jackie had reverted from his muscular form to his original, lean state. Yet he bore a calm expression, even folding his arms behind his back as he inquired Bai Chuan, "What was that last move called?" "Kamehameha." "You already know that, don't you?" "Fool, I meant that crescent wave." "Oh, that move is called crescent moon wave." Bai Chuan scratched his head, unable to think of a more original name. "Crescent moon wave, you say?" Jackie nodded thoughtfully before leaping down from the ring. Bai Chuan stood dumbfounded, as did the host and the spectators, including Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha in the VIP section, all with their mouths agape, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. How unexpected! Jackie Chan has voluntarily jumped off the ring. What on earth is happening? The host asked on behalf of everyone, but Jackie completely ignored him, turning instead to face Bai Chuan. The future belongs to the youth. I hope you all will wield your martial arts for righteous purposes and remain steadfast in your convictions at all times. I have learned well. Bai Chuan comprehended Jackie's intentions, whether it was to teach his disciples about the vastness beyond their own capabilities or to acknowledge Bai Chuan's recent display of strength. Jackie had lifted the burden from his shoulders. Perhaps from this moment forth, the name Jackie Chan would never again grace the martial arts arena. However, what Bai Chuan did not realize was that the true reason Master Roshi deemed this match unnecessary to continue lay in Jackie's willingness to expend his own energy rather than harm the audience, earning him profound respect. Now I understand. Let us send Jackie off with applause. The host led the audience in expressing their admiration for Jackie, who had embodied the spirit of Master Roshi. Ding. Congratulations. Host for defeating your opponent with no less than 10 moves. Power attribute increased by 0.4. Congratulations. Host for winning the title of champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Self-discipline task completed. Rewards. Level 1 Divine Source 4. Level 2 Divine Source 1. Title. Martial Arts Champion. Skill. Solar Fist. A series of notifications left by Chuan oblivious to the cheers from the audience celebrating his victory. martial arts champion, Earthlings trust you more. A straightforward and concise introduction that did not even appear on the attribute panel. What use is the trust of Earthlings? Bai Chuan lost interest in this title and shifted his focus to the other rewards. Level 1 Divine Source, with each orb increasing his Divine Source attribute by 0.1, totaling an increase of 0.4, but the Level 2 Divine Source was exceptional, providing a one-time boost of 1 to the Divine Source attribute. Odd. Why has no new task appeared? Bai Chuan waited for a long while, but received no new assignments. His mood dipped slightly, but soon he was filled with renewed determination if the task concluded here. Then he would grow stronger, relying solely on his own power. A strong conviction emerged within him. He could challenge the towering Karin Tower and embark on the arduous path of the Z Warriors. Still treading the journey of self-improvement. Ding! A message popped up. The Self-Discipline Enhancement Task 0.5 has commenced. Self-discipline is not merely a habit, but also an attitude. To become a true powerhouse, self-discipline is indispensable. Please ascend Karin Tower 100 times without any external assistance. Did it only manifest when I harbored an exceedingly intense desire for strength? Bai Chuan fell into contemplation, as he had originally intended to challenge Karin Tower. Subsequently, the system promptly issued the task to confront Karin Tower. What is the meaning of this? Faced with the emergence of the task, Bai Chuan harbored a flicker of suspicion deep within. Yet this required verification during the next task's appearance. Host, Bai Chuan Basic Attributes, Strength 16.2, Agility 16.8, Endurance 16.1, Stamina 15.7, Chi 7.7, Divine Source 1.6 Divine Position. Unassigned traits. Favorable wins Battle Power Assessment. 141 Evaluation. A Scion with subpar combat power. It seems that my battle power has indeed increased significantly this time. Bai Chuan recalled that the Divine Source attribute does not enhance battle power, yet this time it rose by 6 points. Could there be some change? However, before Bai Chuan could experiment further, a group of girls surged onto the arena, clamoring to surround him, some even playfully teasing. Startled, Bai Chuan hastily fled the arena, darting into the changing room of the Martial Arts Association. This left Klin and Yamcha exchanging bewildered glances. The champion of the martial arts tournament had fled in terror from a gaggle of girls. The gravity suit shifted from 10 kilograms to 60 kilograms. Upon donning the gravity suit once more, Bai Chuan's combat metrics adjusted to 84/141. The suppression of battle power was not as pronounced as before, as his strength was also on the rise. However, what astonished him the most was that he seemed to have grasped some form of extraordinary ability. With a mere flick of his hand, the towel he had discarded floated into the air, reminiscent of Vegeta's boastful claims of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, the objects in motion were not on the same level. After all, the battle power spoke volumes. Perhaps this was the reason for the slight increase in battle power. Bai Chuan unraveled the mystery in his heart. The enhancement of the Divine Source attribute had bestowed upon him an extraordinary ability. Although its current utility was limited, it held the potential for creation from nothing in the future. Much like the Kaioshin and Angels, Bai Chuan, you actually won the championship of the martial arts tournament. Master Matedo must have seen it from somewhere. Just as he exited the changing room, Klin and Goku surrounded him. Bai Chuan nonchalantly replied, his expression betraying an indescribable calmness, for his thoughts had already soared towards Karin Tower. Let us seek out the old man, Goku proposed, followed closely by Bai Chuan, Klin, and Yamcha. You three performed admirably in this martial arts tournament. Especially you, Bai Chuan, for claiming the championship. The Turtle Hermit, now clad in his travel attire, began to praise the trio. However, his subsequent words caused the smiles of Goku and Klin to gradually fade. Yet there are many formidable fighters in this world who did not participate in this tournament. If they join us next time, you may not even make it into the top 8. Having lost the match, the Turtle Hermit resorted to motivating them with legendary figures, stronger than Bai Chuan. Goku and Klin inquired in astonishment. Indeed, the Turtle Hermit nodded. Bai Chuan neither denied nor debated this, for it was the truth. Figures like the world's top assassin, the foremost disciple of the Crane School, the tank-like Yasuo, and the Demon King Piccolo were all far superior to him. There are indeed individuals stronger than Bai Chuan. It seems I must continue my training to defeat those fellows in the next martial arts tournament. Goku set his sights on Bai Chuan, resolved to train hard to surpass him, even without the Turtle Hermit's encouragement that I will not concede either, Bai Chuan, nor you, Goku. You both must be wary. Do not let me overtake you. Klin, too, was ignited with determination. Remember your words. If you do not train with all your might, you may not even catch a glimpse of my back. Bai Chuan added fuel to the fire, foretelling a likely scenario. Flames ignited in the eyes of the three. Klin targeted Goku. Goku aimed for Bai Chuan and the formidable challengers who might appear in the next tournament, while Bai Chuan set his sights on the dreadfully intimidating Demon King Piccolo. All right, to reward your performance, I shall treat you to a grand feast, the Turtle Hermit casually remarked, but then he recalled his mounting debts and, not being the champion of this tournament, realized that with Goku and Bai Chuan's appetites, he would be washing dishes for 3 years. Wait, I think it's best not to eat. Let us maintain a healthy physique and head back to the hotel for some rest. A grand feast. A grand feast, Goku bounced with excitement, oblivious to the Turtle Hermit's later comments. Klin, however, caught on, eyeing the Turtle Hermit suspiciously, worried that he was backtracking to avoid treating them. Master Potato, consider this as payment for tonight's dinner. Bai Chuan handed an envelope to the Turtle Hermit, containing the prize money awarded to him. Additionally, there was some savings he had accrued during his travels, amounting to around 200,000. Tonight's dinner? Upon seeing the thick envelope, the Turtle Hermit instantly brightened up, proclaiming that young people should not be given so much money, while internally reveling in joy. After all, how much could a meal possibly cost? This was 50,000 in prize money. No, wait, over 70,000. Could the remainder be used to find many lovely ladies? With this thought, the Turtle Hermit's mouth watered, and he waved to invite Bulma and Yamcha along. Let us all go together. You won't finish the meal without letting me see your underwear, right? Bulma questioned skeptically. Just moments ago, Bai Chuan had completely ignored her flirtations, leaving her disappointed. How could that be? With a substantial amount of money in hand, the Turtle Hermit had no desire for such matters. Master Potato, please take me as your disciple. Suddenly, Yamcha knelt and petitioned. The scene fell silent as the Turtle Hermit scrutinized Yamcha for a long while before slowly responding. I am sorry, but I have no intention of taking on any new disciples. What? But you've already taken on 3. Bulma crossed her arms, glaring down at the martial arts master with a powerful presence. Precisely because of that, I have no desire to take on more disciples. The Turtle Hermit swallowed hard, gazing at the narrow chasm before him. You? Bulma was about to say something else, but Yamcha, with unwavering resolve, bowed deeply, declaring, even if you do not accept me as a disciple now, I will not give up. He understood that, like Bai Chuan, Goku, and Klin, the journey to apprenticeship was fraught with challenges, and thus he too must persevere. All right, night has fallen. Let us dine first. The Turtle Hermit, still dreaming of lavish meals after their feast, urged, but I'm starving. Goku chimed in eagerly. During dinner, the sheer amount consumed by Goku and Bai Chuan astounded everyone present. Especially Goku, perhaps due to his experience transforming into a giant gorilla. His stomach resembled an endless abyss as he devoured a staggering 60 portions of food. Bai Chuan was slightly behind, having consumed 40 portions. Yet it was still an astonishing feat. Bang. The receipt printer began to smoke, prompting the restaurant owner to finally relent, addressing the Turtle Hermit, who was buried beneath a mountain of bills, including the previous debts. The total comes to 790,000. The prize money is all gone, and we still owe 60,000. A wave of dizziness washed over the Turtle Hermit, nearly causing him to falter. Oh, my lovely ladies, Goku, will you continue training with that lecherous old man? After the meal, Bulma inquired, resting her chin on her hand. The old man said we should forge our own paths, so I plan to search for my grandfather's Dragon Balls next. Goku, having only filled his stomach to 80% capacity, rubbed his belly and belched. And you, Bai Chuan? Bulma threw him a flirtatious glance, prompting Yamcha to immediately consume 2 more bowls of rice, choosing to ignore her advances. In the west, at the sacred Karin Tower, Bai Chuan planned to set off the next morning that I cannot decide immediately, so I will stay at Master Potato's for a while longer. No one had inquired about him. Yet Krillin volunteered the information himself. This prompted the returning Master Roshi, who wore a sorrowful expression, to wave his hands in protest. Krillin, you are fully capable of standing on your own now, I assure you. No, I am not yet mature enough. I cannot be independent, Krillin declared with unwavering determination. That's so. Master Roshi cursed inwardly, initially thinking he had lost his chance for a reward and could return to spend time alone with Launch. Only for this young man to intrude. There's no helping it. Since you are resolute, we shall train here for 28 days. Master Roshi's words left Krillin somewhat perplexed. Why train here? Wasn't it better to return to the Kame house? Master, why 28 days? Krillin inquired, voicing his confusion, to which Master Roshi promptly replied, because that is the calculation. Whoosh! The sky was clear, the air crisp, and a vintage dragonfly aircraft approached from a distance, ultimately hovering above a quaint little town. From this aerial vantage point, one could discern the intricate network of waterways, with a seemingly endless forest stretching along gentle curves to the horizon. Let us replenish our supplies of food and water here. Bai Chuan maneuvered the aircraft downward. In truth, he had intended to fly to Karin Tower using the flying technique, but soon realized that was somewhat unrealistic. Given his meager energy, reaching the sacred Karin Tower was out of the question. Even soaring over the ocean might leave him drained and at risk of drowning. After landing in an open area outside the town, Bai Chuan stowed the aircraft and stepped into the seemingly picturesque locale. Oddly, there was no one on the streets. From the outside, the town appeared splendid and geographically advantageous. Yet upon entering, it exuded an unsettling contrast of desolation and silence. Notably, the fields flanking the waterways appeared neglected, suggesting something amiss in this place. Bai Chuan pressed onward. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated. A sanctuary in the town's center slowly opened, revealing a congregation of believers clad in white. Are you a traveler? We are conducting a sacred ceremony. Please join us. Invited a female believer in white robes. No, thank you. I have no interest in such matters. Bai Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Please do not say that. The Holy Master is knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, well-versed in all worldly affairs. Many come here to seek his wisdom. You should at least listen. The earnest invitation from the white-robed believer piqued Bai Chuan's curiosity. After all, one who claims to comprehend all matters of the world is a rare assertion. Even the Kais would not dare to make such a proclamation. Could this person be a hidden deity? With curiosity in mind, Bai Chuan stepped into the sanctuary, and the doors slowly closed behind him. As the doors shut, Bai Chuan felt the light dim. The absence of electric lights made the flickering candle flames appear solemn and sacred. It seems a fortunate visitor has arrived. Please, offer him the holy water. A balding middle-aged man in white robes gestured from the raised platform. Yes, the inviting believer turned to fetch a bowl of water. Holy water, Bai Chuan asked, puzzled as far as he knew. This substance was kept at the pinnacle of Karin Tower, overseen by the sages. Yet it merely resembled ordinary water. Its true purpose was to serve as a means for those who ascended the tower to train in pursuit of its essence. This is the holy water bestowed upon the Holy Master upon his ascent of Karin Tower, possessing properties that prolong life, cure ailments, and enhance physical abilities. Fortunate traveler, do drink. The believer, Bai Dan, maintained a radiant smile. Yet Bai Chuan felt a sense of resistance. Please take it back. I have no interest in your holy water. I merely came to replenish my supplies. He gestured toward the bowl of unremarkable water. Addressing the balding man on the platform, do not say such things. This is the holy water granted by the sages, Bai Dan insisted, bringing the bowl closer to Bai Chuan's lips before he could sip. An intoxicating aroma wafted into his nostrils, igniting an insatiable desire within him. What is happening? A wave of uncontrollable longing surged through Bai Chuan, compelling him to drink the water. Most alarmingly, his vision began to blur. The figure of Bai Dan appeared to split into multiple images, and the surrounding white-robed believers multiplied into a dizzying array of reflections. It seemed he was beginning to grasp the divine, as the holy water transported him to a realm of gods. On the platform, the balding man raised his hands to the heavens, inciting the congregation below to, I am guilty. I am guilty. We beseech the divine to cleanse our sins and usher us into the heavenly realm. The believers began to chant in unison. This must be a cult, Bai Chuan thought, overwhelmed by the intoxicating aroma that rendered him weak, as Bai Dan forcibly administered the holy water, leaving him powerless to resist. Let the ceremony proceed. You shall be next. Bai Dan maintained a smile that grew increasingly sinister. I advise you not to provoke me. A pale glow enveloped Bai Chuan as he summoned his divine essence to purge the toxins from within. Indeed, that bowl of water contained a substance that induced weakness and hallucination. Light? This person emits light? Bai Dan's expression shifted, revealing surprise at Bai Chuan's condition that a divine being, this person is being summoned by the gods. The balding man on the platform quickly reacted, in that case. Holy Master, should we alter the order of the ceremony? Bai Dan inquired. No need. The divine is impartial to all, that we simply need to hasten the process. The balding man waved his hand, and a woman holding a child was brought to the platform. That I am guilty. I am guilty. We beseech the divine to cleanse our sins and usher us into the heavenly realm. The congregation chanted once more. What are they planning? Bai Chuan's eyes widened, unsure of the nature of the toxin within him. Realizing he needed time to detoxify, Jiao, the divine has decreed that both you and your child are worthy of ascension to the heavenly realm. Hasten to meet the divine. The balding man offered a small knife to the woman, a look of piety etched on his face. Holy Master, may I go to the divine alone and leave my child? The woman hesitated, seeking guidance from the balding man. No, the divine desires to see both mother and child. How could only one go? The Holy Master remained impassive, coldly pressing the knife toward the woman. Trembling, she accepted the knife, gazing down at her sleeping child. Wait, do not be misled by this charlatan. The holy water is nothing but a ruse. Though the toxin had yet to be purged, Bai Chuan could not stand idly by as the events unfolded. You have not undergone the ceremony, nor do you comprehend the greatness of the divine. This is understandable, but Jiao, do you not grasp it? The Holy Master spoke nonsense, yet the believers, oblivious to their manipulation, chanted once more, I am guilty, I am guilty. Proceed, Jiao. This is a divine opportunity for our family. A man stepped forward, seemingly Jiao's husband. Wait, do not believe him. In a moment, Bai Chuan's protest was cut short. A streak of crimson flowed from the platform, and soon the woman collapsed in a pool of red. O divine, we have heard your call. Jiao and her child have ascended to the heavenly realm. May they find joy in your presence. Her husband exclaimed in delight. Meanwhile, the Holy Master and the other believers turned their attention toward the silent Bai Chuan to Bai Dan, bring forth this fortunate one. After summoning Jiao, the divine requires another guardian to watch over the divine sanctuary. Yes, Bai Dan beckoned, and two believers approached, ready to drag Bai Chuan onto the platform. Yet, as they touched him, they were hurled away by an immense force. Bai Chuan, who had been bowing his head, stood tall, his gaze no longer gentle but icy as he surveyed the assembly. I have felt no presence of your divine, but the Grim Reaper has just spoken to me. He wishes to meet you. It is impossible. Even an elephant would require at least 12 hours to recover from the effects of the super sacred water. Biden, clearly unable to comprehend, could hardly fathom how Shirakawa could rise within mere minutes. You have 1 minute. Those who wish to survive should leave at once. Shirakawa had no intention of providing explanations. He coldly addressed the room filled with brainwashed individuals. Send him to meet the divine. The figure in white robes atop the platform remained unperturbed. Two towering disciples emerged from the crowd, shedding their shirts to reveal their muscular physiques, resembling Amazonian warriors. With a swift motion, a crescent slash imbued with astonishing power cleaved through the air, severing the two disciples in half, while the walls of the sanctuary crumbled like plastic, yielding to the force and creating a gaping hole. Radiant sunlight poured in, dispelling the gloom within, illuminating the expressions of some fear of death. Just as the young man had proclaimed, the harbinger of death sought to meet them, thus dispatching a messenger. With a resounding clang, more blinding sunlight flooded the room as Shirakawa flung open the door. In less than half a minute remained from the time he had indicated that I don't want to die. A man took the lead, followed hastily by several others, scrambling toward the exit in panic. Do you wish to incur divine retribution? Biden attempted to intervene, but before her words could finish, she was lifted off the ground, What did you put in that bowl of water you made me drink? Shirakawa's grip tightened around Biden's throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. Yet despite her plight, she uttered nothing. Excellent. The Grim Reaper relishes individuals like you. Shirakawa increased the pressure, causing Biden's face to flush crimson, as though she were on the brink of asphyxiation. Cease this. You dare treat a servant of the divine this way. The deity will not spare you. A self-proclaimed righteous disciple stepped forward. However, in the next instant, he was struck violently in the face by a humanoid figure. The ground cracked beneath him as Biden, utilized as a weapon, still gasped for breath, while the recently defiant disciple lay bloodied and barely coherent. 10 seconds remaining. Shirakawa initiated a countdown, prompting 4 or 5 more individuals to dash out from the crowd. As for the remainder, some wore expressions of rage, others were impassive, while a few maintained their radiant smiles. Very well, let it begin with you. Shirakawa pointed at an irate face. None other than the husband of the earlier woman. The divine protects my family. He shall unleash his judgment upon you. Heretic, this man, instead of trembling in fear, brazenly approached Shirakawa. Oh hell with your god. Biden seemed to sprout wings, launching herself forward with incredible speed. Whoosh! 2 figures pierced through the wall, unimpeded, crashing into a nearby house, while billowing dust and debris surged through the breach, finally revealing a hint of apprehension upon the priest's face. The divine commands the eradication of heretics. The priest struggled to maintain his composure, yet his body instinctively inched toward the opening. Eradicate the heretics. The remaining disciples, rather than succumbing to fear, charged fervently toward Shirakawa. Hopeless, Shirakawa unleashed a punch, sending the foremost disciple, imbued with colossal strength, careening into the crowd. Bam! Bam! Those struck were sent sprawling, blood erupting from their mouths as they were flung away. The divine has granted me immortality. I shall not perish. A tattooed brute brandished a spiked club, roaring as he charged at Shirakawa. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was sent soaring onto the rooftop, left dangling with only half his body visible. Moments later, the scene lay in disarray. Apart from Shirakawa, no one remained capable of rising. The priest, who had contemplated fleeing, found himself forcibly returned to the scene by Shirakawa. The divine proclaims you guilty. Thus, he desires you to meet him. Shirakawa extended a small blade toward him, mirroring the previous ritual, and no, the divine does not wish to meet me. The priest's remaining hair fluttered in the wind. Stripped of its earlier solemnity, reduced to a mere mortal gripped by the fear of death. What exactly is the super sacred water? It contains local mugwort and certain hallucinogenic substances, rendering one utterly powerless. And prolonged use can induce delusions. Before the specter of true death, the priest exhibited no semblance of piety toward the divine. Have you ever scaled the Corinta? Shirakawa questioned, his own disbelief evident. I attempted the challenge, but ultimately abandoned it due to the height. Ha! The priest replied with a sycophantic grin. Why did you order the execution of that mother and child? Because she glimpsed the secret of the sacred water. As punishment, her child was to partake in the ritual alongside her. The priest divulged everything that I see. Then you may partake in the ritual as well. Shirakawa pressed the knife further toward him. Please spare me. The priest knelt, pleading desperately. He was merely slightly stronger than an average person, and in Shirakawa's grasp, he was as powerless as an ant. And why should I spare you now? At that moment, why did you not spare that mother and child? Shirakawa pointed at the woman still cradling her child. The priest's lips trembled, and he hesitantly accepted the small knife extended by Shirakawa. Suddenly, the wail of an infant echoed, capturing Shirakawa's attention. Seizing the opportunity, the priest lunged at Shirakawa with the knife. However, Shirakawa's vigilance was unparalleled. With a swift maneuver, he twisted the priest's arm, redirecting the blade toward his own chin. Fear magnified infinitely in that moment, as the priest was impaled by his own blade. Bang! The once influential priest collapsed, while Shirakawa discovered a pair of crystalline eyes within the woman's embrace. It was the child. In her dying moments, the woman had stabbed her own arm, and the infant appeared to have ingested some sleep-inducing substance, remaining blissfully unaware despite the chaos. Indeed, Maternal love is profound. Cradling the child, Shirakawa realized it was a little bit wide. It seems you have no family left here, but I cannot carry you with me indefinitely. Shirakawa pondered. He certainly would not abandon the child, as those fleeing disciples might possess little conscience. Leaving the child here would be perilous. Beneath Carinta, there is someone quite suitable to be a father. A tall figure, reminiscent of an Indian, materialized in Shirakawa's mind. Bola, the mightiest warrior guarding the sacred site of Carinta, already has a son. Adding one more should pose no issue. Having finalized his choice, Shirakawa decided against gathering food and water in this place. He directly cradled the child and soared toward Carinta. Leaving the cult village behind, Shirakawa continued westward, fully entering the primordial forest. Finally, he beheld a towering spire that pierced the clouds, its height awe-inspiring, reaching toward the cosmos. This was Carinta, one of the 10 renowned landmarks of Dragon Ball, constructed entirely of white stone, surrounded by lush greenery, the dense canopy casting shadows upon the ground. At the base, a crystal-clear stream flowed gently, imparting a refreshing sensation as if one had distanced themselves from the clamor of the world. Suddenly, a wooden spear plunged into the water, shattering the tranquility. Shortly thereafter, a dark-skinned warrior, adorned with warrior markings, retrieved the spear, which bore a fish. "Daddy, you're amazing," a little boy with braided hair exclaimed excitedly from ashore. However, perhaps his exuberance was too loud. A gigantic catfish, resembling a shark, leapt from the water, opening its massive jaws toward the little boy. The boy, gripped by panic, utterly forgot to evade. The warrior's reflexes were astonishing. He swiftly delivered a punch, striking the monstrous catfish. Whoosh! What was initially a potential meal for the catfish became a windfall for another, as it crashed toward a spot on the shore. How frightening, Daddy! The diminutive boy, known as Upa, clung tightly to the sturdy leg of the imposing man named Beulah, the chieftain of the Carinta Guardian clan and the mightiest warrior among them. For years, they had safeguarded this sacred land, devoutly worshipping the deity residing atop the Carinta. Do not weep. We are under the protection of the divine, and you need not fear anything, Beulah declared as he hoisted Upa onto his shoulder. Both gazing up at the towering edifice of the Carinta, their faith in the deity was not merely spoken, but resided deeply within their hearts. Truly, he was the most fitting of caretakers. Baichuan witnessed this scene from above the clouds. As he lowered the altitude of his aircraft, he was soon spotted by Beulah and his son. It appeared someone had trespassed into their sacred domain. With Upa and the large fish in tow, Beulah swiftly charged towards the base of the Carinta. Should the intruder harbor ill intentions, this guardian warrior would compel them to depart. Upa understood this well. Thus, he prepared to hide at the first sign of discord to avoid becoming a burden to his father. However, upon emerging from the forest, they were astonished to find that the intruder was a strikingly handsome youth cradling an infant. "Guardians of the sacred land, I bring you a gift." Baichuan stepped forward, presenting the infant to the robust Beulah. Beulah was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated receiving such a gift. Upa, standing nearby, wondered if this could possibly be his half-brother. To treat a child as a mere offering, Beulah's expression turned serious as he regarded Baichuan with suspicion. Do not misconstrue. This child is a survivor of a cult ritual, Baichuan explained. Yet, before he could elaborate further, the infant began to wail once more, seemingly hungry. "Do you have anything to eat here?" Wait. Beulah hastily returned to their small tent, recalling the methods he had employed when caring for Upa, and filled a leaf with a liquid. "Feed this to the child." Beulah handed it to Baichuan, indicating that this would suffice. Baichuan examined the liquid. It resembled milk, though perhaps not quite. Still, he trusted that Beulah meant no harm. Choosing to believe in Beulah, Baichuan cradled the infant with one arm while tilting the leaf towards the baby's mouth, allowing the liquid to flow forth like milk. Cough, cough. The infant suddenly spluttered. "Is it poisoned?" This was Baichuan's immediate thought, but Beulah scolded him for being foolish. Then, with a surprising gentleness that belied his imposing appearance, Beulah took the child into his arms and carefully fed the liquid into the infant's mouth. Bit by bit, when feeding a child, one cannot simply pour it all at once like an adult. It must be done gradually to prevent choking. Beulah advised, his experience evident, prompting UPA to approach and gaze at the adorable chubby baby. Oh, that's how it is. Bai Chuan felt a bit embarrassed and withdrew his hand, having initially feared the liquid was toxic. However, he now felt reassured. Beulah's expertise was beyond his comparison. By the way, did you come to the sacred land to find food for this child? Beulah inquired. No, I came to challenge the Carinta and, incidentally, to find a caretaker for this child. A caretaker? Beulah glanced at the infant in his arms. Then sharply turned his gaze back to the young man before him. Yes, that would be you. Bai Chuan nodded in affirmation, confirming his suspicion. But Beulah looked between UPA and the infant, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Would he still be able to protect this sacred land while caring for two children? You need not worry about the guardianship of this sacred land. I will cover that for now. Bai Chuan interjected, sensing Beulah's concerns and swiftly dismissing them. But Beulah attempted to voice his thoughts, yet Bai Chuan waved him off and strode towards the Carinta. Just let me know when this child is getting married. But Beulah gazed up at the towering structure, its summit obscured by the clouds. You need not explain the rules of challenging the Carinta. I'm already well aware. Furthermore, I fear I won't be able to join you for dinner tonight. Bai Chuan crouched, gathering strength, then leaped into the air, breaking through the clouds and grasping the tower's body just before he began to descend. The challenge of the Carinta had officially commenced. Beulah and UPA stared, astonished. Was he truly human? How could anyone leap so high? Especially Beulah, who was somewhat slow on the uptake. He had merely provided guidance on feeding the child, yet here they were, back in the role of caretakers. Caring for a child was far more exhausting than vanquishing 100 nefarious invaders. Father, does this mean I have another little brother now? UPA's finger was grasped by a tiny hand, causing his heart to feel as if it were melting. A brother? Beulah paused, then imparted some wisdom to UPA. From this moment on, you must learn to be strong, for you now have someone to protect. As he gazed down at the infant drifting into slumber, Beulah could only express gratitude for this divine blessing. After all, even if he were to return the child to Bai Chuan, the manner in which Bai Chuan had just cared for the baby would certainly cause him concern. If he was to be a caretaker, then let him embrace that role, for fate had led him to this unreliable young and by the way, did that young man mention he would be coming down for dinner? Beulah seemed to recall something. Yes, he said he wouldn't be coming down tonight. UPA nodded, somewhat remembering. That fellow, does he think of this place as his home? Challenging the Carinta is not as simple as he imagines. Beulah looked up at the increasingly distant silhouette atop the Karin. As nightfall descended quietly, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and all fell into silence. Yet, high upon the Carinta, Bai Chuan continued his ascent, as if this tower had no end. No matter how he climbed, he could not discern any sign of reaching the summit. And oh wonder, so many had failed in their challenges. The mere act of glancing down could easily frighten many to death. Bai Chuan cast a glance downward, where the vast earth glimmered under the moonlight. Behind him lay the abyss, and should he loosen his grip even slightly, he would plunge into the unfathomable depths below. My current strength is far too inadequate. I cannot use the aerial technique to break through that layer of mist. Otherwise, I could easily reach the summit. Bai Chuan gazed upward, fixated on the seemingly unreachable pinnacle of the tower. Not only was he prohibited from relying on external assistance, but the Carinta itself posed its challenges. If one did not climb using their own abilities, they would forever be unable to penetrate that barrier and reach the top. I must continue climbing. After consuming a rice ball he had taken out, Bai Chuan pressed onward, fueled by determination. If Sun Wukong could achieve it, so too could he. And if Sun Wukong could not, he would find a way. Just as Sun Wukong regarded him as a rival, he too viewed Sun Wukong as an adversary. Not the current Sun Wukong, but the future one who could transform into a Super Saiyan, or even a Super Saiyan God. After all, it was well known that once Raditz uttered that famous line, the protagonist would seemingly experience a surge in power. I cannot allow myself to fall behind during that time. I must also seek out rabies and Raziri. Like a machine driven by a small motor, Bai Chuan climbed faster and faster, propelled by his fighting spirit, as the sun traversed the sky, casting its scorching rays. Beads of sweat soaked through his clothing. Bai Chuan could scarcely muster the courage to look up, his hands trembling as they clung to the edge of the tower, inching upward. After more than 30 hours of relentless climbing, he still could not glimpse the summit. Due to the weight of the gravity suit, his body was nearing its limits. Had I known, I would have removed the gravity suit earlier. Baichuan had no choice but to adjust the gravity settings on his suit to the lowest possible level. Gravity suit, 60 kilograms, 10 kg. The body instantly felt much lighter. However, despite this relief, physical strength had already been nearly exhausted, leaving the body on the brink of its limits. In such a state, the remaining 10 kilograms of weight seemed like the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, making it exceedingly arduous for Baichuan to continue his ascent. As the sun dipped below the horizon once more, giving way to the resplendent moon, Baichuan finally caught sight of a round, jar-like structure. It was the pinnacle of Carinta. Without taking in his surroundings, he crawled through one of the openings and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Damn it, I will never again carry 60 kilograms while climbing Carinta. It's utterly exhausting. Well, at least he had finally made it. At the top of the tower, a large white creature seemed to have been observing Baichuan attentively. However, after waiting for quite some time, it had yet to see Baichuan ascend. What on earth is going on with that kid? With no signs of activity below, neither thieving sacred artifacts nor searching for immortals, the creature's curiosity was piqued. There was no choice but to descend and meet the young man in person. This creature was the Immortal of Carinta, known by many titles in the mortal realm. Immortal, Lord Carinta, or God Kelly. Among others at IT had lived for an astonishing 800 years, witnessing the gradual advancement of human civilization. As the Immortal gazed down at Baichuan, who lay in a deep slumber on the ground. It scratched its face in confusion. Isn't it customary for visitors to this sacred site to be brimming with excitement in search of immortals? Why on earth is this young man asleep right after arriving? Does he not fear the terrifying entities that may lurk here? Perhaps he is simply too fatigued. After all, his pace was even slower than that old lecher from 300 years ago. The Immortal recalled a certain individual from 3 centuries past, now referred to as Turtle Hermit. IT found it outrageous that someone of such low caliber could also be called an immortal. Yet, this was inconsequential. That fellow had taken 3 years to obtain the super holy water, and now Baichuan would likely take several years as well. Ignoring the slumbering Baichuan, the Immortal decided to ascend for a brief rest. Tomorrow, it would need to display the grandeur befitting an immortal. With no further discourse, the night passed. The rising sun, akin to a dazzling jewel, gradually ascended from the horizon. The sky was bathed in a gentle orange hue as sunlight began to cascade over the earth. Such an exquisite sunrise could only be fully appreciated from the summit of Carinta. Baichuan stretched luxuriously in response to the sunrise, finally feeling well rested after 2 long days of climbing Carinta, during which he had hardly dared to sleep. After all, a fall from such heights would spell doom even for a scion. Exhausted yesterday, he hadn't even noticed the mission prompt, with his mind focused. An exclamation mark notification appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on ascending Carinta without external assistance. Endurance attribute increased by 0.5. Task count 1,100 times. Well, it was time to descend and commence today's training. Baichuan performed several warm-up exercises and then gazed down at the seemingly bottomless depths of the tower. The clouds were a considerable distance below, let alone how far the ground was. However, Baichuan was adept at flight techniques, enabling him to avoid a direct fall as he neared the ground. Wait a moment. Had he forgotten something? Baichuan suddenly withdrew his foot. Looking around, he spotted the staircase and the nearby jars that he casually opened one, revealing images of Bulma, Sun Wukong, and others, which he promptly closed before opening another jar. Inside was a large container filled with what appeared to be soybeans. This was precisely what Baichuan sought, one of the 10 legendary items known as the senza bean. Just one would suffice to stave off hunger for 10 days and grant remarkable recovery abilities. Without hesitation, Baichuan grabbed a generous handful. The process of eating while ascending and descending was always cumbersome. Looking at Bulma, one might doubt her culinary skills, and he certainly couldn't bear the thought of carrying a roasted fish up Carinta every day. Could he? Of course, Baichuan wasn't greedy, having seen the senza beans. They were his by right, as long as he cleared them out before the meat-laden Yasso arrived. He would encounter no issues. Ah, what a predicament! Meanwhile, the immortal Carinta, who was also watching the sunrise from above, inexplicably sneezed. Hearing the commotion below, he realized that Bai Chuan had awakened, and now all he had to do was wait for the young man to ascend and request the super holy water. Licking his claws with saliva and smoothing out his fur, the immortal prepared himself. It had been 300 years since someone had come to this sacred site driven by the legend of the super holy water. How much amusement could this young man bring him? The immortal stood in the early morning light, eagerly anticipating Bai Chuan's arrival. Suddenly, an object fell from above, appearing to be a person, none other than the young man who had painstakingly climbed up the day before. What on earth was happening? Had he not encountered the immortal or found the super holy water to the point of seeking his demise? Moreover, did he not notice the staircase right above? Carinta felt an overwhelming urge to slap the pinyon ludi onto Bai Chuan's face. Was he truly that blind? If anyone were to ask Bai Chuan how it felt to jump off Carinta, he would undoubtedly describe an intense sensation of weightlessness, as though his body were being ruthlessly controlled by an unseen force, propelling him downward. Whoosh! The biting cold wind whipped past, stinging Bai Chuan's face painfully. If only he had a smartphone, he might even consider live streaming this as a death-defying extreme sport. Perhaps it could go viral, but it would surely cost him his life. Countless thoughts flooded Bai Chuan's mind as he began to discern the small tent below. With a hum, he summoned all his energy, countering the formidable pull of gravity and inertia. Just as he was about to crash onto the ground, he steadied himself and floated gracefully in midair. This spectacle astonished both the immortal atop the tower and Bulma below. One party retracted their assumption of the young man's suicide, while the other was startled by Bai Chuan's sudden appearance. When did this happen? Did he fail to conquer Carinta and fall? Bulma, who had been cooking, immediately sprang to her feet. "Dad, he can fly!" UPA exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Bai Chuan. What is that delightful aroma? A waft of smoke drifted upward. Bai Chuan caught a whiff of something savory. How fortuitous! He had arrived just in time for breakfast. Whoosh! Bai Chuan descended voluntarily, landing near Bulma and UPA, immediately noticing the fish soup simmering in the pot and the flatbread set aside. "Well, I won't be modest about it. I haven't had much to eat these past 2 days," Bai Chuan declared as he grabbed a flatbread and served himself a bowl of fish soup. Although he had sins of beans in his possession, he regarded them more as medicinal supplies. He would only resort to them in dire circumstances when nothing else was available to fill his stomach. "You failed your challenge against Carinta?" Bulma, unable to overlook Bai Chuan treating the place like his own home, immediately inquired about the matter that concerned her most. After all, she had once attempted to challenge Carinta in her youth, and the outcome was rather well known. "Consider it a success. It took me over 2 days to reach the summit, and the food I brought was utterly insufficient. By the way, this fish soup is truly excellent. Very fresh," Bai Chuan commented as he ate, causing UPA, who had initially been frightened of him, to relax somewhat. "Big brother, did you meet the immortal?" UPA bravely ventured from behind Bulma to speak to Bai Chuan for the first time. "No, I didn't see anyone. I climbed to the top, took a nap, and then came back down." Bai Chuan replied, feeling that it hardly mattered whether he encountered the immortal or not. After all, he knew the super holy water was a myth, and even if he trained, it would be challenging to unlock his potential. Better to persist in climbing the tower. "You didn't even ask the immortal for the super holy water? You came down without even seeing him?" Bulma was utterly bewildered. "I assent the point of challenging Carinta to obtain the super holy water? Yet you didn't meet the immortal, didn't drink the super holy water, and just hurriedly jump down. That doesn't hold much significance for me." Bai Chuan continued eating, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Glancing around with curiosity, by the way, where's that child? "UPA is sleeping in the tent, which is why we were sitting so far apart to eat," UPA responded. Who are you saying is sleeping in the tent?" Bai Chuan froze, even halting his eating. "UPA, the child you brought here. He will be my younger brother from now on." UPA exclaimed joyfully that he was quite fond of the suddenly appeared younger brother and vowed to become a man who would protect him. It turned out to be UPU, which startled him. If the name were read in reverse, even the deities would likely come to partake in the soup. It was only then that Bai Chuan realized he had not heard that name. UPU, when reversed, becomes Puyu. If that were indeed the case, it would not matter if they were mere Karamis or even the Demon Prince or Super Saiyan 3. None could prevail. After all, that entity could absorb people. Wait, this child is named UPU. What would the reincarnation of Puyu be called? Oob, heavenly deity. Coming here for soup? Bra and UPA were utterly bewildered by these statements. Oh worries, you need not understand. After satisfying his hunger, Bai Chuan set down his bowl and chopsticks to eat tea that moment. Bra and his son realized that the fish soup had been reduced to mere remnants in the pot, and the flatbreads had completely vanished. Within such a short span, Bai Chuan had devoured their entire breakfast. This fellow insatiable or what? UPA poked at the last bit of soup at the bottom of the pot and slurped it up. Wait, where are you going? Bra exclaimed, surprised by the direction Bai Chuan was heading. What do you think? Of course, I shall continue my challenge to Karin Tower. Bai Chuan embraced the tower's body, preparing for his second ascent. Haven't you already succeeded? Are you going to meet the sage this time? Bra speculated, believing this lad must be eager to try again for the ultra-divine water after their discussion. I have an innate love for climbing. For me, it's more like a form of enjoyment. As for meeting the sage at the tower's summit, I shall leave that to fate. Bai Chuan's words left Bra and UPA utterly astonished. This young man was not climbing to meet the sage or to drink the ultra-divine water, but simply for the sheer joy of ascending the tower. Truly, the world is filled with wonders. Big brother, what is your name? Seeing Bai Chuan climbing ever higher, UPA hurriedly called out to him. The white of Bai. The ever-flowing Chuan, Bai Chuan, big brother. UPA's eyes sparkled with admiration. This older brother was truly remarkable. While others could only gaze up at Karin Tower with awe, he embraced it as a source of joy. As the sun set and dusk enveloped the land, a young lad continued to climb, and those unaware might think he was striving to reach the very edge of the heavens to rendezvous with the Weaver Girl. With his burden minimized, his climbing speed was noticeably swifter than before. Bai Chuan maintained an unyielding pace, aided by his relaxed physique and the replenishing power of the mystical beings, transforming him into an unceasing, perpetual motion machine. Such a diminutive being possesses such miraculous abilities. If it were available in a past life, it would surely surpass Viagra 1,000-fold. After securing the mystical beings, an array of peculiar thoughts suddenly flooded Bai Chuan's mind. Meanwhile, far above, at the tower's pinnacle, the Karin sage leaned on his staff, observing him with a hint of surprise. What is this lad up to? He jumped down in the morning and has climbed back up by evening. Moreover, his speed is considerably faster than before. Perhaps this boy's eyesight is poor. I shall affix a sign at the staircase. The sage tinkered about and erected a large sign at the staircase's entrance. This staircase leads directly upstairs. Hang. Upon seeing the rounded top of the tower for the second time, Bai Chuan was no longer as exhilarated as during his first encounter. Nevertheless, the reward from the task invigorated his spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for climbing Karin Tower without external assistance. Strength attribute increased by 0.5. Task count, 2,100 times. Only 98 times remain, at the current pace of climbing twice every 2 days. It would take approximately 196 more days. Bai Chuan calculated as he reached the tower's summit. He factored in the time for sleeping and resting, for it was impossible to climb endlessly. Even with the mystical beings replenishing his stamina, he would ultimately feel mentally fatigued. However, this meant his schedule would become quite tight. After all, since the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, the frequency of the event had been changed from every 5 years to every 3 years. He needed to elevate his combat power to over 260 within these 3 years. Otherwise, when facing the current strongest being on Earth, King Piccolo, he could easily be treated like a mere insect. It was essential to gradually increase the gravity of his weighted clothing, while simultaneously accelerating his climbing pace. After setting these goals, Bai Chuan began to arrange his sleeping quarters. He moved several pieces of furniture from his universal capsule, placing his bed in a sheltered spot, the dining table in the best view, while the wash basin and toilet were conveniently situated next to the staircase. Suddenly, while arranging the furniture, Bai Chuan noticed a sign standing at the staircase. This staircase leads directly upstairs. Hang, a multitude of question marks appeared above Bai Chuan's head. What does this mean? Did they think I was unaware that it leads upstairs? Did they need to put up a sign to inform me? Striking out the words on the sign, Bai Chuan took a pen and wrote a message on the back. Private space. Please do not enter. Siren Kongjian. Qing Wu are you? Fearing that others might not recognize the characters. Bai Chuan annotated it with pinyin before surveying the living quarters he would occupy for some time. Not bad. Fortunate that I had the foresight. Bai Chuan patted the bed he had prepared. He then proceeded to lie down and rest. However, while he enjoyed a comfortable slumber, the Karin sage at the top floor, buffeted by the cold winds, began to grow impatient. Why, oh why, is he not coming up yet? The Karin sage paced restlessly. There had been such a commotion below. Perhaps that lad triggered some illusion from a jar. But now, there was no sound at all. Could he have fallen asleep again? Should I go down to check? But would it be too undignified for a sage to descend so unceremoniously? Perhaps I should wait a bit longer. He might be entranced by the illusion. And once he awakens, he will naturally see the sign and come begging for the ultra-divine water. Yet, as dawn broke and all things revived, the Karin sage still had not seen Bai Chuan. Instead, he found himself growing increasingly annoyed. Step by step, he made his way down the staircase, only to discover that his sign had been flipped over, not merely changed but turned to reveal new writing. Private space, please do not enter. Siren Kongjian, Qing Wu are you? How utterly insulting. Does this lad think I cannot read? The Karin sage completely forgot how he had originally written the sign, of course. More importantly, that boy had dared to alter this place without seeking his permission. Enraged, he smashed the sign and resolved to take the initiative in this meeting. Just then, a figure resembling a diver suddenly leaped from Karin Tower, executing the maneuver with surprising skill, jumped down again. The Karin sage was dumbfounded. This script is all wrong. Regardless of whether one is good or evil, the first thing upon ascending should be to drink the ultra-divine water. Yet this lad keeps deviating from the norm. And what is the meaning of all this furniture? The descent was much quicker than the ascent. In the blink of an eye, Bai Chuan reached the ground. However, this time he did not see Bra. UPA was inside the tent caring for the child. UPA, why are you alone? Bai Chuan approached the tent and found UPA feeding the child with leave. UPA gasped in surprise, then quickly recognized it was Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan, big brother, you came down from Karin Tower again. Did you meet the sage this time? No, perhaps he simply did not wish to see me. Bai Chuan scratched his face, brushing it off casually. Though in truth, he did not want to encounter the Karin sage. What if he asked for rent? Wait a moment, Bai Chuan suddenly remembered something. The plane he had rented had likely expired long ago. Would the debt collectors come looking for him here? So you did not meet the sage. That's truly unfortunate. UPA lamented on Bai Chuan's behalf. Not to worry, I will continue to challenge Karin Tower. After ruffling UPA's hair, Bai Chuan did not intend to linger. Was there no food if he did not see them? It was best to eat a mystical bean and continue climbing the tower. By the third ascent of Karin Tower, Bai Chuan had reached a remarkably easy state. As he reveled in the boundless beauty surrounding him, he finally reached the summit of the tower. However, the moment he emerged, he was met with the sight of a plump, white creature. Combat value 190. An astonishing combat value appeared in Bai Chuan's eyes. Aside from the formidable Piccolo, there was truly no one on the ground who could rival this being at this stage. Hey kid, what do you intend to do by bringing all this furniture to my place? Master Karin pointed at the bed and the toilet nearby. I thought you merely sought the ultra-divine water. But to my surprise, you are here to stay for the long haul. This only serves to demonstrate my unwavering determination. As long as I am unable to drink the ultra-divine water, I will continuously challenge the Karin Tower, Bai Chuan declared, exuding an air of indomitable spirit. Kid, you are lying. Master Karin seemed to see through his true intentions, effortlessly exposing him. The truth was this young man was not genuinely seeking the ultra-divine water. Indeed, as expected of a sage, my actual aim is to ascend the Karin Tower to enhance my strength. Bai Chuan stated bluntly, if you wish to increase your power, wouldn't drinking the ultra-divine water expedite the process? Master Karin inquired, his curiosity piqued. He sensed a veil of mystery enveloping Bai Chuan, obscuring his mind-reading abilities, akin to confronting a celestial being. Nevertheless, he could still discern that Bai Chuan harbored no malevolent intentions. The ultra-divine water is merely ordinary water, isn't it? Bai Chuan's gaze remained fixed upon Master Karin. You actually know? Master Karin was taken aback. I am a disciple of Master Wu Tian, and happened to overhear this information. Bai Chuan offered no further explanation, realizing that the more he elaborated, the more cumbersome it became, and it was simpler to place the blame on the turtle hermit instead. I see, Master Karin concluded, which elucidated why this young man did not come to drink the ultra-divine water. It turned out he was that old pervert's disciple. However, it was truly a disservice to his students. Such an excellent opportunity for training. How could he mislead him? Now that I know the secret of the ultra-divine water, I can no longer muster the strength to fight for it. Thus, I intend to use my climbs of the Karin Tower to bolster my abilities, and I will bring rent every day. Bai Chuan pulled out a nearly parched little fish from his pocket. This was something he had obtained from UPA before coming up. It was now perfectly suited as a gift for Master Karin. Fish? Master Karin licked his lips. How many years had it been since he last tasted fish? Ding! Congratulations to the host for climbing the Karin Tower without external assistance. Stamina attribute increased by 0.5. Task count. 23, 100. Tossing the large fish onto the ground, Bai Chuan stretched his body. After some time spent climbing the tower, his strength had significantly improved. Yet he did not let this success inflate his ego. Instead, he increased the weight of his gravity suit to 40 kilograms, balancing task completion with weight training. This way, not only would he gain the attribute point from task rewards, but he would also benefit from the training he underwent during this process, which would yield results that could not be compared to the rewards. Host. Bai Chuan basic attributes. Strength 18. 3. Agility 19.1. Stamina 18.2. Endurance 18.3. Chi 9.8. Divine Source 1.6. Divine Position. Not assigned traits. Favorable winds and waves combat assessment. 138. 165. Evaluation. A scion with low combat power. Indeed, the 40 kilograms posed little challenge for me now. After so many days, it would be more rewarding to climb the tower once than to endure this weight. Bai Chuan frowned, feeling dissatisfied despite his rapid improvement in strength, which others perceived as remarkable. Hey, Bai Chuan, that fish you brought today looks quite plump. How do you plan to prepare it? Are you grilling it? Master Karin descended from the stairs, drooling at the sight of today's rent. I am a bit tired of grilled fish. Today we're having seafood hot pot. Bai Chuan opened his universal capsule, retrieving a refrigerator full of ingredients. They each carried the dining table and ingredients upstairs and began preparing the hot pot. Here, this is my homemade sauce. You want to dip it? Bai Chuan said, pulling out a packet of his special hot pot sauce while handling the large fish. How fragrant. It seems I was right to let you stay here. I think you should never leave. Master Karin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. They had already enjoyed grilled fish, steamed fish, braised fish, and many other culinary delights, with many ingredients being concocted by Bai Chuan himself. Witnessing Bai Chuan's culinary prowess, Master Karin found himself unwilling to let him depart. I'm not going anywhere in the near future. You can rest assured, since arriving in this world, Bai Chuan's cooking skills had advanced even more rapidly than his strength. There was no choice. Many of the delicacies he longed for were unavailable, so he had to devise ways to create them himself. In this regard, Lan Chi was his most trusted disciple and currently his only student. Ever since you came here, the quality of my meals has improved significantly, Master Karin exclaimed, taking a piece of fish meat and dipping in the sauce. The flavor is exquisite. I'm glad you enjoy it. Building a good relationship with a landlord was essential, so Bai Chuan also produced 2 bottles of wine to share with Master Karin while they admired the beautiful scenery. Tea would be even better if there were a few more companions. Imagine having 3 or 5 close friends gathered around this hot pot, just as Teacher mentioned. Just as Bai Chuan pondered this, a sudden rumble echoed through the air. Thankfully, the Karin Tower was fortified with mysterious powers. Otherwise, staying here would be quite perilous. I never expected Kenai Mountain to erupt at this moment. Master Karin recognized the occurrence, but a column of fire erupted, scorching the clouds below until they glowed crimson. A volcanic eruption? Is that a natural occurrence? Bai Chuan craned his neck to peer down, but could not discern the situation on the ground. No, it appears a group of humans is excavating something. triggering the fiery eye of Kenai Mountain. Master Karin resumed his seat, continuing to sip his wine. Humans, by Chuan pondered, recalling the Red Ribbon Army, Sun Wukong, and Tao Pai Pai's impending clash at the foot of the Karin Tower over the Dragon Balls. This volcanic eruption might very well be their doing. Meanwhile, a notification suddenly chimed. Self-discipline strengthened. 0.6 task initiated. Self-discipline is both a habit and an attitude. To become a true powerhouse, one must not go without titles. Please obtain the title of the world's #1 annoying king from Tao Pai Pai. Notification. Every 10 titles accumulated will yield a superior reward. A new task had been released, and this title system grants rewards after accumulating 10. Bai Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Accumulating 10 titles would earn him a superior reward point. Two crucial pieces of information emerged. 1. Accumulating 10 titles would yield a superior reward. And 2. When he harbored certain thoughts, tasks would appear based on time and place, seemingly preordained. However, it was evident that such tasks were merely manifestations of thoughts already present in his mind. As for the superior rewards, those were certainly a hallmark of a protagonist. Far beyond the scope of ordinary tasks, I never imagined titles would hold such significance. Bai Chuan felt a surge of interest. Previously, he had not regarded the martial arts championship as of great importance. But now he understood its value. Hey, what's the matter? Eat your vegetables, Master Karin remarked, noticing Bai Chuan's sudden daze as he tapped the already cooked hot pot with his chopsticks. Suddenly, Bai Chuan remembered that one of his junior brothers might be arriving soon. And he suggested, when he arrives, please train him well. He filled Master Karin's cup. Did he not know about the ultra-divine water? Such matters were known only to me and Master Wu Tian. Well, that's settled then. Your junior brother is also my junior brother. Master Karin, slightly tipsy, suddenly realized that this arrangement might not be entirely fair to him, that he needed to devise a plan to seize this title. Bai Chuan turned his gaze towards the base of the tower. The title of the world's #1 annoying king was rightfully his. At that moment, at the foot of the Karin Tower, the brawny brat effortlessly dispatched a group of Red Ribbon Army soldiers armed with firearms, wielding only a spear. Daddy, you're amazing, UPA exclaimed as he emerged from his hiding spot, cradling his child. UPA, be careful. Bola's gaze suddenly sharpened as a plane that had just escaped their grasp swooped back down. Seeing the aircraft hurtling towards him, UPA was terrified and hurriedly attempted to flee. However, the plane's speed far exceeded his own, and before Bola could react, UPA was yanked skyward by a powerful arm. Fortunately, he had grown considerably stronger since earlier, clinging tightly to the child in his embrace. Damn it, what do you intend to do to my son? Bola brandished his spear, yet hesitated to throw it, fearing for the safety of UPA and the child. If you wish for your son to live, hand over the Dragon Ball to me. A tiger-headed figure emerged from the aircraft. It was the leader of the Red Ribbon Army soldiers. Colonel Yellow. What a despicable scoundrel. Though Bola did not fully comprehend the value of the ball he had just acquired, he was reluctant to surrender it to these villains, who had not only angered Kanasan, but also wreaked havoc upon the sacred land. However, with UPA and the child in his grasp, he had no choice but to offer the Dragon Ball in exchange. Just as Bola prepared to negotiate, a brilliant yellow cloud appeared on the horizon. That plane looks somewhat familiar. Sun Wukong, as oblivious as ever, failed to recognize the threat immediately. Could it be? Colonel Yellow on the plane broke into a cold sweat. Sun Wukong's name was already legendary within the Red Ribbon Army. Many renowned divisions and troops had fallen to his prowess, marking him as the second most wanted on their kill list that I see. You are from the Red Ribbon Army, aren't you? Sun Wukong discerned the insignia on the aircraft and leaped from his nimbus cloud. Rat-a-tat-tat, the panicked gunfire missed him, and with a swift strike, Sun Wukong pierced the plane, then deftly caught UPA and the child on his cloud. Boom! The aircraft behind them exploded. The Red Ribbon Army search for the Dragon Balls had suffered numerous setbacks. Yet the real crisis was only just beginning. Given the opportunity to fight without using his hands or feet, he could slay with his tongue. Given a chance to fly without a plane, he could dismantle a pillar. It wasn't that the plane lacked efficiency. Rather, riding a pillar had a certain flair, just as Bola expressed his gratitude to Sun Wukong for rescuing UPA and the child. A pillar came hurtling from the sky, upon which stood a middle-aged man clad in a pink robe. Emblazoned with the character for kill, he was the world's top assassin, Tao Pai Pai, employed by the Red Ribbon Army. Covering 3,000 li in unknown Mach speeds, he arrived with an air of superiority, hands clasped behind his back. Boom! The pillar, faster than a high-speed train, slammed down before Sun Wukong, Bola, and the others, accompanied by Tao Pai Pai's descent. His flamboyant bow tie trailing behind him. Greetings! Tao Pai Pai casually wiped his mouth and greeted them with a nonchalant smile. Who are you, and what do you want? Bola positioned UPA and the child protectively behind him. I'm the world's strongest assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Standing proudly on the opposite end of the pillar, he declared, an assassin. Bola blinked in surprise, then asked with confusion, what does an assassin seek in our sacred land? I'm not here for you. Rather, it is that little brat over there. Tao Pai Pai pointed at Sun Wukong. What do you want with me? I don't even know you. Sun Wukong, still perplexed, questioned, what if I told you I was sent by the Red Ribbon Army? Upon hearing those words, Sun Wukong immediately took a defensive stance, his expression turning serious. My job is to eliminate anyone who obstructs their quest for the Dragon Balls. Tao Pai Pai jumped down from the pillar. Speaking languidly, those guys again, how bothersome. Sun Wukong felt a surge of anger. These individuals had continuously thwarted his search for his grandfather. Daddy, you have to save that big brother. Upa tugged at Bola's pant leg. Bola nodded and then issued a warning to Tao Pai Pai. Listen closely. That young man is a savior to my son and the child. If you do not leave this sacred land at once, do not blame me for being impolite. No need for that, uncle. He is the one I am looking for. Sun Wukong attempted to decline the offer, but Bola brandished his spear, stating, Wukong, you must understand, protecting the Karin sacred land is also my mission. Hee, foolish man, choosing your own demise. Tao Pai Pai replied nonchalantly, killing one or two makes no difference. Since you refuse to leave, then come at me. Bola aimed his spear at Tao Pai Pai. Daddy, good luck. UPA hid the child away. That it seems you have great confidence in your abilities. Very well. I shall attack without reservation. In the blink of an eye, Tao Pai Pai vanished, reappearing with a single hand gripping Bola's spear. How fast! Sun Wukong perceived the shift in dynamics. Meanwhile, Bola exerted all his strength, yet was unable to budge the spear. What is wrong? Can't move at all. Tao Pai Pai's other hand remained nonchalantly behind his back. Damn it! Bola strained with all his might, yet he could not wield the spear that can't pull it. How about this? Tao Pai Pai pinched the spear with 2 fingers, yet the spear, so familiar to Bola, remained utterly immobile. In stark contrast to Tao Pai Pai's ease, Bola appeared ready to shatter his teeth in frustration. Daddy! UPA's face mirrored disbelief. He knew better than anyone the extent of his father's strength. Yet now he could not even escape the grip of his opponent's fingers, still not moving. Then I'll make you move. Tao Pai Pai exerted force on the spear, lifting Bola effortlessly as if he were carrying an elephant. What? Both UPA and Sun Wukong were taken aback. Ha! With another heave, Tao Pai Pai sent Bola soaring into the air as effortlessly as if he were flicking a feather. Here, you can have your spear back. Twisting the spear, Tao Pai Pai hurled its sharp end towards Bola. Daddy! Uncle! UPA rushed out from his hiding spot while Sun Wukong immediately summoned his Nimbus Cloud. However, both were a moment too late. As the spear shot towards Bola with blinding speed, seemingly destined to pierce him through, Sun Wukong sprinted desperately below, but he had yet to mount his cloud. Time seemed to freeze as Tao Pai Pai's cold smirk, UPA's frantic expression, and Sun Wukong's frantic dash blended into a singular moment. It appeared that Bola's demise was inevitable, an outcome that all believed unchangeable. Yet, like a pebble cast from the heavens, a small stone suddenly intervened. Ding! The speeding spear lost its momentum upon striking the stone, spinning off towards the nearby forest. What was that? Tao Pai Pai's eyes widened as he beheld the small stone hurtling toward him with unrelenting force. Bang! Tao Pai Pai leaped to the side just in time, the spot where he had stood moments before now marked by a deep crater. What on earth? Sun Wukong halted, staring at the golf ball-sized hole, in confusion. The spear's fall had spared Bola's life, allowing him to seize the opportunity to land safely at a stone. Tao Pai Pai marveled, a small stone from who knows where possesses such incredible power. Who, pray tell, is lurking in the shadows to launch such an attack? Tao Pai Pai scanned the surroundings with sharp, eagle-like eyes. Sun Wukong also observed intently, but there were no signs of anyone hiding nearby. Could it be Brother Bai Chuan? UPA suddenly looked up, eyes wide with shock as he gazed toward the Karin Tower. Bai Chuan? Are you referring to Bai Chuan? Sun Wukong questioned uncertainly. Yes, Brother Bai Chuan has been scaling the Karin Tower. Perhaps it was he who just saved Daddy. UPA nodded in affirmation. The conversation between UPA and the two individuals made Tao Bai Bai realize that this enemy was indeed atop the tower. However, upon looking up, he saw no shadow of a person, not even the edge of the tower's pinnacle. The two little demons were chattering away, but the spear I had just thrown, traveling at such a speed from so far above, could not possibly have been on time. Tao Bai Bai patted his pink robe, scoffing at such claims. Unless the opponent possessed foresight, what had just occurred was merely a coincidence. AS for the crater left behind. It was easily explained as a result of gravitational acceleration from a downward throw. Humph. Once I eliminate you rascals, I shall certainly ascend to settle the score. Tao Bai Bai disregarded UPA and decided to first deal with Sun Wukong and the others. To his surprise, Bai Chuan was actually practicing here. Sun Wukong glanced up at the towering Karinta and felt great interest in the super sacred water mentioned by UPA, which could enhance strength. Indeed, that had to have been the work of Brother Bai Chuan. After more than 20 days of companionship, UPA was well aware of his brother's prowess. It was astonishing that he had been saved. But this fellow named Tao Bai Bai possessed an astonishing strength. Bra's face was filled with trepidation, and one understood the terror of Tao Bai Bai better than he did. It was an unparalleled might, akin to an infant facing an adult. Uncle Bra, just leave the upcoming battle to me. Sun Wukong could no longer tolerate Tao Bai Bai's actions. Grandpa Turtle had once said that the essence of martial arts lies in cultivating the heart. One should never use force to bully the weak, nor allow lawless individuals to commit acts of violence. The Red Satin Ribbon Legion and the present Tao Bai Bai were such villains. Thus, he was determined to thwart all of this and thoroughly defeat these evildoers. How Navi? You have merely lived a few seconds longer than before. A cold smile crept upon Tao Bai Bai's lips, his gaze reflecting endless mockery as he dismissed Sun Wukong and the others entirely. I will defeat you, you wicked scoundrel. Sun Wukong had no intention of continuing the debate and swiftly charged forward. Whoosh! In the face of Sun Wukong's assault, Tao Bai Bai appeared remarkably at ease, hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly leaping aside to evade the sweeping kick, and without even using his hands, he delivered a kick that struck Sun Wukong's chin as he descended. Bang! As the attacking party, Sun Wukong was sent crashing towards Karinta. The disparity between the two becoming apparent after just one exchange. This how it ends. Seeing Sun Wukong sprawled on the ground, Tao Bai Bai remarked with a hint of boredom, expecting the boy to be much stronger. Instead, he fell after a single blow. Wukong, Bra and UPA's expressions instantly darkened. Fortunately, Sun Wukong stood up again, albeit with somewhat unsteady steps. Damn it, the gap in strength was indeed beyond Sun Wukong's expectations. Oh, you can still stand after taking a hit. Tao Bai Bai was somewhat surprised by Sun Wukong's vitality, but it mattered little. In this world, there was no one Tao Bai Bai could not kill that if one strike would not suffice, then two would do. It merely required a bit more time. The new round of battle commenced once more, as Sun Wukong charged at Tao Bai Bai with utmost determination. The moment Tao Bai Bai lifted his leg, Sun Wukong swiftly dodged. However, a braid tied with a pink bow suddenly whipped across his face. Bang! Sun Wukong's assault was thwarted, and like a monkey, he covered his face and scurried away, finding himself unable to seize any initiative in this battle. Is this all you can do? Tao Bai Bai remained with his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining that posture since the battle began. Sun Wukong's breath became erratic, and now, panting heavily, he launched a fierce attack at Tao Bai Bai's lower half. Yet, Tao Bai Bai retreated step by step as if toying with a monkey, raising his legs slightly to intimidate Sun Wukong into distancing himself. You have a fondness for my shoes. Suddenly, Tao Bai Bai's voice was alarmingly close. And Sun Wukong realized he had stepped onto a pair of cloth shoes. His toes throbbed painfully, and in a panic, Sun Wukong swung a punch outward, only to have his fist tightly grasped by Tao Bai Bai. His other foot was also ensnared, rendering both his fists and feet immobilized. Now you cannot move, can you? Tao Bai Bai twisted his neck and delivered a head, but that left Sun Wukong seeing stars. Sun Wukong, Bra prepared to intervene. Even if he couldn't defeat the monster, he couldn't just stand by and watch his son's savior be slain. Whoosh! Tao Bai Bai seized one of Sun Wukong's short legs and flung him like a Ferris wheel towards Bra. Dad! At UPA's urging, Bra prepared to exert all his strength to catch Sun Wukong. However, the immense force above caused him to spew blood and be sent flying. You even trouble me to take action. You truly are a pest. Tao Bai Bai wiped his beard, no longer interested in the outcome. How painfully excruciating. Bra surely could not rise again, but Sun Wukong's tenacity was inherited. What? He still hasn't died. Your life truly is resilient. You little brat. The coldness in Tao Bai Bai's expression deepened. The little brat's resilience had exceeded his expectations. If this continued, where would the face of the world's #1 assassin be placed? Taste this. Sun Wukong positioned himself in a gathering stance, his hands converging at his waist. A powerful energy emanated from within, as Sun Wukong's strength concentrated at a single point. The charging time was somewhat lengthy. But fortunately, the arrogant Tao Bai Bai, confident in his strength, refused to evade. Otherwise, the battle would have concluded long ago. Gong! With Sun Wukong's resounding shout, he unleashed a powerful shockwave. Meanwhile, Tao Bai Bai, fierce as ever, crossed his arms, becoming the first boss in history to withstand the Kamehameha head-on. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, and according to the law of smoke means no injury. Tao Bai Bai was merely left with his clothes scorched. It actually had no effect. Sun Wukong was genuinely astonished beyond measure. There truly exists someone this strong in the world. Grandpa was indeed correct. If these individuals participated in the martial arts tournament, even the formidable by Chuan would stand no chance of claiming victory. The gap was simply too vast. How infuriating to dare burn my clothes. This is absolutely intolerable. Tao Bai Bai was a man who valued his image above all, and the burning of his attire enraged him completely. He resolved to no longer hold back, pointing a finger at Sun Wukong. Dong dong. Just as he was about to call forth his signature move, Tao Bai Bai suddenly felt an impending sense of danger. He leapt to the left, his ragged attire making his escape rather clumsy. In the very spot where he had just stood, a chopstick embedded itself into the ground with a whoosh. The entire chopstick penetrated the earth, leaving only a hint of color at the tip for them to identify. Was it that guy from the tower again? Tao Bai Bai's anger flared even more. Had he not reacted quickly, his life would have been forfeit. Yet before he could utter another curse, a trickle of blood slid down his cheek. The second chopstick had already lodged itself beneath him, just a hair's breadth away from impaling his skull and pinning him to the ground. Tao Bai Bai's pupils dilated sharply. For the first time since setting out, death had come so close. What infuriated him further was that as the world's #1 assassin, he had not even seen a shadow of his opponent before nearly being killed here. Time rewinds 15 minutes prior. On Corinta, by Chuan and the Corinta Immortal were still merrily drinking, thoroughly enjoying their feast. Their relationship had even grown considerably closer. Brother, could you check on my disciple and friends? I'm a bit worried about them. Suddenly, sensing that the time was about right, Bai Chuan requested the Corinta Immortal to take a look at the situation below the tower. And no wonder you seemed somewhat distracted. It turns out your disciple has already arrived. The Corinta Immortal swayed his way to the edge of the tower and leaned against the railing to peer down that a fellow clad in pink attire had arrived, seemingly prepared to battle the guardian below the tower. The immortal Karin turned and spoke to him. That fellow is named Tao Bai Bai, a killer. At this rate, Bra and the others will meet their demise. Bai Chuan also approached the edge of the tower, and after harnessing the power of the divine source, he too could faintly perceive the scene below. Are you planning to descend and rescue them? Immortal Karin intended to offer Bai Chuan a few clouds, but Bai Chuan waved his hand that I wish to take action from atop the tower. I hope you can assist me. From the tower? Immortal Karin asked. Puzzled, just like playing a game of throwing pots. Let us compete to see who can aim more accurately. Interesting, Immortal Karin tugged at his beard. It was his first time engaging in such a game. This game seemed simple, yet when one attempted to throw, the true difficulty became apparent. Not only did it require extensive experience and the ability to predict the movements of both combatants, but it also demanded a formidable strength to hit the target accurately. "Allow me to take the first shot." Baichuan picked up a small stone that had mysteriously appeared, focusing intently as he aimed downward. A faint milky white radiance emerged, awakening immortal Karin's senses significantly. This lad might inherit divine powers. A certain thought crossed immortal Karin's mind. He never anticipated that this young man was indeed on the path of enlightenment. Like that moment, Baichuan felt his vision sharpen once more, and he saw Tao Bai grasping Bra's spear. The position should no longer change. The angle should be here. Recalling the image in his mind, Baichuan hurled the stone. Whoosh! The stone seemed to emit jet streams, leaving a small vortex in its wake, disappearing before Baichuan's eyes at a speed akin to that of Mach. Was this position determined based on the assumption that the fellow would remain stationary? Immortal Karin gazed downward, eagerly anticipating the outcome. But Baichuan suddenly sat down and brewed himself a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. "That aren't you concerned about missing? If you fail, your friends might be killed." Immortal Karin expressed his confusion. Even he would not dare claim absolute certainty, yet this lad remained so composed. "Having taken action, Bra shall undoubtedly be unharmed," blowing gently on the floating tea leaves in his cup. Baichuan sat more steadily than a monk in deep meditation. However, he had already resolved to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Bra if needed. "Bra, do not blame me. If I fail to pull off this trick, I will certainly use the Dragon Balls to bring you back." Suppressing the urge to look down, Baichuan quietly sipped his tea, unwilling to witness the outcome. What if that stone missed the spear and instead struck Bra? Wouldn't I then become an accomplice? Externally calm as a mountain, Baichuan's heart was in turmoil. Yet, in immortal Karin's eyes, he appeared remarkably steady, exuding an air of profound mystery. Time ticked by, and immortal Karin eventually withdrew his gaze. Settling down in silence, it was his observing gaze that made Baichuan feel somewhat uneasy. "Truly impressive. How did you determine that it would graze Bra's body and strike the spear?" Simply aiming at Tao Bai would not have surprised immortal Karin. However, the fact that the stone veered away from Bra and hit the spear, continuing its trajectory towards Tao Bai, was rather alarming. Did it hit? Baichuan himself was somewhat astonished. He had already contemplated where he would bury Bra. Yet, seeing the peculiar look in immortal Karin's eyes, he quickly resumed his enigmatic demeanor. This is the advantage of mastering physics. One can accurately calculate the distances, angles, and trigonometric functions involved, rambling on without concern for whether immortal Karin understood. Baichuan continued until his throat felt dry. "Needing more tea? Is that so? It seems I should seek out a couple of human books to study." Immortal Karin reluctantly refrained from further questioning. By the way, it's your turn to throw." Baichuan glanced downward. At present, Sun Wukong was being thoroughly overwhelmed by Tao Bai. Perhaps enduring a few more blows would provide the young man an opportunity to grow stronger. While he thought this, he could not simply stand by and watch Sun Wukong be defeated. After all, how could he maintain his position of authority? "What shall I use to throw?" Immortal Karin scanned the surroundings and ultimately fixed his gaze upon his chopsticks. Seeing this, Baichuan also picked up a chopstick. "Oh, you not trust me?" Although immortal Karin had never studied physics, his 800 years of experience was not to be underestimated. "That I believe that throwing together may perhaps bring an end to the battle below." Baichuan replied with a gentle smile. "That it seems the youth has underestimated me." Immortal Karin stretched his arms. Baichuan's earlier action had indeed astonished him. This ignited his competitive spirit. Who said immortals are devoid of desires? Such claims merely stem from their pursuit of trivial matters unworthy of attention. The first chopstick was released, soaring like a streak of light toward the earth. Meanwhile, Baichuan's second chopstick veered slightly to the left. Immortal Karin noticed that after throwing, Baichuan merely resumed his tea drinking. This composure, this elevated demeanor, made even the immortal feel somewhat diminished. "Are you truly that confident? Shall we wager something?" Baichuan glanced at the pot of senza beans. "If you lose, you must cook for me for a year." Immortal Karin was genuinely skeptical this time. Well then, if you lose, you must give me all the beans over there. The entire pot. Immortal Karin hesitated. How about 2 years of cooking instead? Upon seeing his indecision, Baichuan began to raise the stakes. 3 years. After all, these sins of beans have been cultivated over 800 years, and I must have 3 years' worth. 3 years. Now, it was Baichuan's turn to hesitate, fearing he might not have time for other tasks. Afraid? If you're afraid, just concede. Immortal Karin teased, stroking his beard. 3 years it is, but the start time shall be determined by me. Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. Both parties had raised their stakes, and now neither was calm, both gazing down at the tower. Tao Bai, please perform well, in contrast to his earlier intention to eliminate Tao Bai. Baichuan now found himself hoping fervently that he would avoid the first chopstick. 3 years of such delectable meals to enjoy. Immortal Karin licked his lips, beginning to fantasize about a daily diet of gourmet food. However, things often do not unfold as planned. Whenever one begins with optimistic thoughts, the outcome tends to veer in the opposite direction. As for Baichuan, he was already envisioning himself as a Super Saiyan god or even stronger in the future. Preparing to cook at Karin Tower, the sins of beans which I have cultivated for 800 years have been lost in an instant. Immortal Karin now harbored an intense loathing for Tao Bai. Couldn't he just avoid it? It seems all these senzu beans now belong to me. Baichuan approached the pot and grabbed a handful. Although he hadn't eliminated Tao Bai, the unexpected delight was still quite satisfying. Baichuan, shall we wager again? Observing the plump senzu beans in Baichuan's hands, Immortal Karin said begrudgingly, Again, but there's nothing left here that I desire. Moreover, small bets are for pleasure, while large bets can lead to harm. If we continue, one of us will inevitably suffer. Baichuan wished to quit while he was ahead, but Immortal Karin was unwilling. That I still have the super divine water that can enhance strength. This is genuine. Immortal Karin said with a grin, Surely this would entice you. No, that stuff is toxic. Unless it's time to save the world, who would drink it? Baichuan waved his hand in refusal. When the Demon King Piccolo threatens the world, I am certain you would bring it out. Moreover, the super divine water is indeed toxic. Not everyone survives after drinking it, nor does it guarantee strength for everyone. Without the protagonist's halo or extraordinary talent, consuming the super divine water is merely suffering. Really? You know this? Immortal Karin's face fell. How did Baichuan know about his items? Could it be that fellow named Wu Tian had secretly rummaged through his possessions? What about the illusion pot? One can see friends and family anytime, anywhere. No, I want to watch them. Once again, all of that is mere fabrication. There will also be monstrous beings that consume humans. Baichuan tossed out a versatile capsule, declaring his intent to relocate this jar of celestial beans. Wait. What about the Carinta? Now you must be satisfied, right? The Carlin Immortal, evidently in a state of genuine urgency, directly unleashed a formidable trump card. Carinta, Baichuan's hand paused mid-motion. Yes, I shall exchange this Carinta for the celestial beans you just won, and you are also to prepare delectable meals for me for the next decade. But where will you reside then? Even if I win, I cannot move this tower. Baichuan deemed the deal somewhat unfavorable. Should he lose, it would cost him 10 years. Moreover, what use would the Carinta serve him? Would he be expected to reside here daily? Alas, the rent for the Carinta might very well escalate. Perhaps it should be 1,000 celestial beans per day, or better yet, 10,000. The Carlin Immortal was calculating, clearly intending his words for Baichuan's ears. Gazing at the jar of celestial beans, Baichuan mused that should it truly be 10,000 a day, he would soon be unable to sustain it. This was clearly a coercion to compel his participation. Very well, 10 years it is, but the timing shall be determined by me. As before, Baichuan contemplated the spirit time room, pondering the possibility of finding a similar locale in another universe. Perhaps resolving matters in just 10 days. This time, there would be no restrictions on the objects. Whoever strikes true wins. The Carlin Immortal glanced at a pot nearby. Baichuan made an okay gesture. Subsequently, the Carlin Immortal lifted the iron pot with his staff and hurled it towards the base of the Carinta, wagering his 800 years of experience, confident this would be a sure win. It is no wonder the objects were unrestricted. Observing this, Bai Chuan stroked his chin, acknowledging that a pot was indeed the most suitable projectile. Not only was it made of iron, but also possessed a natural spinning force. Larger items like tables and refrigerators will be less likely to hit their target. Indeed, you have your merits, but how shall we adjudicate if everyone strikes true? In that case, we shall consider the extent of damage inflicted. The Carlin Immortal appeared self-assured of his victory. Bai Chuan nodded. He was now certain of what he would throw at the base of the Carinta. Tao Bai was cursing at the sky, vowing to drag that despicable creature down and unleash a horde of venomous ants upon him, subjecting him to tortures more harrowing than death. Huffing, Sun Wukong gasped for breath. Having narrowly escaped from the brink of doom, he found that not only were his speed and strength lacking, but even the Kamehameha technique proved ineffective. Yet he would never concede defeat that moment. After a vigorous tirade, Tao Bai turned his attention back to Sun Wukong. And no longer inclined to toy with him, he resolved to complete his task and drag that scoundrel down from the Carinta. UPA, find a place to hide, Sun Wukong urged gravely. But UPA glanced at his father, Beulah, who was rolling his eyes, then at the disadvantaged Sun Wukong, ultimately deciding to flee when he heard the cries of UPU in his arms. You little brat, die. Tao Bai pointed his finger once more at Sun Wukong, but before he could act, a rapidly spinning circular object, akin to Taishong Laojuan's diamond drill, struck him fiercely on the head. The sudden blow sent stars dancing before Tao Bai's eyes, causing him to lurch forward and collapse, and in his final glance, he seemed to catch sight of an iron pot that had struck him. Sun Wukong retracted his motion, and UPA ceased his flight. Even Beulah showed signs of awakening, astonished that the formidable assassin, Tao Bai, had been felled by an iron pot. Moreover, he lay in a rather undignified position. Was this thrown down by Bai Chuan? Sun Wukong's curiosity about the situation atop the Carinta grew. Climbing the Carinta for training, drinking the ultra-sacred water to enhance his strength, he had never felt a greater urgency to grow stronger than now. It must be Brother Bai Chuan. He is truly remarkable, not needing to intervene directly, merely tossing a few items from such a height to vanquish that villain. UPA's eyes brimmed with admiration, aspiring to become a strong individual like Brother Bai Chuan one day. Indeed, it is not only parents who influence children. UPA, through his interactions with Bai Chuan and Sun Wukong, was becoming increasingly resilient and yearned to be a powerful warrior. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a fit of coughing startled both Sun Wukong and UPA. However, relief washed over them as they recognized it was Beulah awakening. Was that fellow already defeated? Upon regaining consciousness, Beulah observed Tao Bai sprawled on the ground, resembling a defeated goose, and couldn't help but scratch his head. Dad! UPA rushed over, calling out. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong approached with his arms crossed, a broad smile on his face. Uncle Beulah, I'm so glad you're all right. Did you defeat that fellow? Beulah intended to point at the prone Tao Bai, but his expression suddenly shifted that it was a pot that had been thrown down from the Carinta. Sun Wukong had no intention of taking credit. Yet Beulah's serious demeanor and UPA's startled expression piqued his curiosity, prompting him to glance back. Curse it! I will ascend and tear you apart. Tao Bai, having torn off his tattered garments, was now seething with rage, having been humiliated to be laid low in such a manner. With legs as swift as the shadowless kick, Tao Bai stood upright on the Carinta, clad only in his undergarments, charging towards the tower with ferocity. Sun Wukong and the others were momentarily stunned. While others crawled, he was running upright. If that fellow ascends, what shall you use to throw? The Carlin Immortal was slightly surprised that Tao Bai could rise again. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his gamble with Bai Chuan, for there was virtually nothing atop the Carinta to throw. In rush, Bai Chuan, however, exhibited no urgency to throw, leisurely sipping his tea. Hey, I must remind you, everything atop the Carinta is useful. Your current options include chopsticks, bowls, a refrigerator, as well as a bed and a toilet. Yet, that fellow could easily evade these. The Carlin Immortal had to caution him. Rest assured, I shan't employ any of these. Bai Chuan set down his teacup, rose, and circled the Carinta before directing his gaze downward. None of these. The Carlin Immortal's curiosity was piqued again. While the toilet was a viable option, it would only add insult to injury, far less effective than the iron pot. For what I truly intend to throw down is none other than myself. Bai Chuan chuckled, pointing at himself. The Carlin Immortal was left speechless. He wished to argue that this constituted cheating. However, the rule of unrestricted objects had been his own declaration. As for the rent of the Carinta, do not worry too much. I shan't charge as exorbitantly as you do, Bai Chuan remarked before leaping from the Carinta, like a fledgling eagle in freefall. After executing the wonders of the seventh set of gymnastics, Bai Chuan pointed his feet downward, his hands forming a conical shape, accelerating his descent. Like a meteor plummeting to the earth, Bai Chuan's body enveloped in a layer of searing crimson flames, instantly piercing the atmosphere and hurtling straight toward the figure ascending below. What is that? Tao Bai Bai, having climbed to a height of 10,000 meters, gazed in astonishment at the crimson streak flashing across the sky, his eyes widening in confusion. Whoosh! The falling object rapidly closed the distance between them, and a pair of large feet appeared before Tao Bai Bai's eyes. Before he could react, the soles of the shoes obscured his entire field of vision, and the shadowless kick, akin to colliding with a locomotive, instantly propelled him downward with greater velocity than he had ascended. That fellow named Tao Bai Bai seems to be retreating again. Sun Wukong shielded his forehead and looked up. From his vantage point, it indeed appeared as though Tao Bai Bai was running backward. Had he truly scaled the Carinta so swiftly? Beulah wore an expression of disbelief that no, that cannot be right. It seems that the villain is still standing atop it. As the distance closed, UPA seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure. Who could possibly stand atop that individual? Could it be the legendary god of Karin? The only name that crossed Bra's mind was that of the fabled Karin. Oh, it appeared to be Shirakawa. When the perspective shifted to the side, Sun Wukong finally recognized the figure. Shirakawa, striking a dashing pose, was descending while stepping on the face of Tao Bai Bai. Thud! Tao Bai Bai's head met the ground first, creating a human-shaped crater upon impact, while Shirakawa's feet remained perfectly level with the ground. What a flying pillar! Nothing compares to my flight. As Shirakawa descended, he casually wiped the soles of his shoes on Tao Bai Bai's face. This scene astonished Bra and the others. How could he dare to act in such a manner? Wukong, it seems you have been thoroughly bested this time. Shirakawa, unfazed, greeted them nonchalantly. In a brief moment, Sun Wukong's combat power had surged to over 90 points. This was perhaps due to his ongoing battles, as there were indeed some formidable opponents within the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, when compared to the prostrate Tao Bai Bai, he still fell significantly short, as that fellow's combat power had already exceeded 140. Indeed, one would not expect such strength to exist in this world if this individual were to participate in a martial arts tournament. Even you, Shirakawa, might struggle to claim victory. Sun Wukong was genuinely impressed. Tao Bai Bai's prowess surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Once you ascend Karin Tower and partake of the super holy water, you may think differently, Shirakawa replied with a calm smile, his gaze serene. Could it be that you have already consumed the super holy water? Bra immediately inquired. The legend of the super holy water had been passed down through his ancestors for generations. If Shirakawa had truly imbibed it, then the title of the world's greatest assassin would pale in comparison to no. I have not consumed the super holy water. Shirakawa's response left Bra feeling disappointed. Was it truly so difficult to obtain? But, Brother Shirakawa, did you not encounter the immortal long ago? UPA asked, perplexed. Do not misunderstand. The reason I do not drink the super holy water is that it holds no value for me. However, for you all, particularly Wukong, its effects would be tremendously beneficial. Shirakawa directed his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, he was aware of the secret behind the super holy water. Otherwise, if only Karin the immortal could train him, his strength might see considerable improvement. That so? Then I shall climb and see for myself how the super holy water tastes. Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly. No. That fellow has stood up again. Suddenly, UPA pointed at the trembling Tao Bai Bai, his face paling in fear. The trio of Shirakawa, Sun Wukong, and Bra, who had been conversing, immediately turned their attention to the scene. How could he survive such a fall from such a height? Bra found it difficult to comprehend. This is merely the meat-clad Arthur yet to make his appearance. Otherwise, let alone halfway up, he would not perish even if he fell from the top of the tower. Shirakawa. That fellow is incredibly strong. Even you and Grandpa Shenron may not be able to defeat him. Sun Wukong's understanding seemed to be stuck in the era of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Little did he know, Shirakawa's strength had since evolved beyond recognition. If he were to participate in the previous World Martial Arts Tournament with his current power, the battles would be exceedingly effortless. I shall emerge victorious. Shirakawa declared calmly. Sun Wukong was taken aback, but before he could inquire further, Tao Bai Bai began to tremble uncontrollably, as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Unforgivable to treat me, the world's greatest assassin, in such a manner. Tao Bai Bai seethed, touching his face, nearly fuming with rage. The world's greatest assassin? Please, do not continue to claim such a title, for the title of the world's greatest is soon to change hands. Shirakawa stood with his arms crossed behind him, exuding an air of superiority that eclipsed even that of the previous Tao Bai Bai. His striking appearance and charisma were simply beyond what Tao Bai Bai could compete with. Very well, I have not felt such anger in a long time. I shall end your life in 3 seconds. Tao Bai Bai assumed a crane-like stance, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. This move. I feel as though I have seen it before. Shirakawa continued to stand with his arms crossed, having reduced the weight of his gravity suit to a minimum. Gravity suit 40 kilograms, 10 kg. Ha! Tao Bai Bai struck first. His fist enveloped in a layer of energy, akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain, charging toward Shirakawa. Yet Shirakawa remained unperturbed, swiftly sinking his body to evade Tao Bai Bai's blow. Seeing his first attack fail, Tao Bai Bai quickly adjusted his stance and unleashed another straight punch. But Shirakawa skillfully dodged, facing Tao Bai Bai's onslaught with the ease of a leisurely stroll. What is happening? Tao Bai Bai was dumbfounded. He could not land a single punch. Reminiscent of how Sun Wukong had struggled against him earlier. 3 seconds had long since passed. Shirakawa stated nonchalantly, capable of defeating Tao Bai Bai in mere seconds. However, he refrained from doing so, for the mission of claiming the title had yet to be completed. A team must have been luck that allowed you to evade my previous attack. Now, I shall silence your insolent tongue. Tao Bai Bai executed the golden rooster's stands on one leg, transforming from a fierce tiger into an eagle. His punches became far more ferocious, not only increasing in speed, but also retaining the might of a tiger. Yet to Shirakawa, this was akin to a leisurely jog compared to a tortoise, hardly posing a threat. Swish, Tao Bai Bai's strike met only an afterimage, and as he marveled in shock, he felt a sudden weight atop his head. He had no idea when that detestable little brat had managed to position himself there. Recalling the earlier action of Shirakawa wiping his shoes on his face, Tao Bai Bai's fury ignited as he reached for his head. Only to grasp at empty air, Shirakawa's figure vanished once more. Is this all you are capable of? Perhaps you should refrain from calling yourself the world's greatest from now on. The voice came from behind him. And as Tao Bai Bai turned abruptly, he found Shirakawa, arms still crossed, wearing an expression of serene indifference. Damn it! Tao Bai Bai's butterfly braids flew up in exasperation. His failure to grasp Shirakawa only fueled his rage, mistakenly believing that Shirakawa was merely quick to evade. However, from the perspective of Sun Wukong, Bra, and UPA, it was abundantly clear that the disparity in power between Tao Bai Bai and Shirakawa was like heaven and earth. Shirakawa's strength seemed to have grown significantly since his battle with Grandpa Shenron. For a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong could not even discern Shirakawa's movements, a stark contrast to the previous tournament where such speed had been far less apparent. Terrifying to toy with such an opponent, I had previously thought Shirakawa was destined to lose. Bra felt he had grossly misjudged the situation. After all, during their time at Karin Tower, they had not witnessed Shirakawa's true strength. He had even thought that Shirakawa was roughly on par with him, perhaps slightly stronger, but not by much. Now, with the comparison to Tao Bai Bai, he realized the chasm between their powers was likely greater than the height of Karin Tower itself. Brother Shirakawa is truly formidable, akin to the gods of legend. UPA's eyes sparkled with admiration. Should Shirakawa ever contemplate founding a sect, he would likely be the first to join. Swish, Tao Bai drew a large blade from his trousers. Ah, it should be the universal capsule from which he first retrieved the blade, merely a matter of speed, giving the illusion of simultaneous extraction. Die, little brat. I shall slice you into 81 pieces. Tao Bai swung the large blade toward Shirakawa, this time with keen awareness, intent on sealing off any escape route. Yet, unexpectedly, Shirakawa exhibited no intention of dodging, merely waiting for the strike to come. Has he lost the strength to evade? Seeing this, Tao Bai redoubled his effort, the blade howling as it swung toward Shirakawa's head. However, a single finger emerged to block the blade, leaving the onlookers astounded. Seeking death, Tao Bai sneered. But in the next moment, with a resounding clang, it was not Shirakawa's finger that broke, but rather the blade in Tao Bai's grasp. Too weak. The gap between us was determined the moment you were born. Shirakawa concealed his slightly pained finger behind his back, suppressing the urge to express his discomfort as he uttered those words that no, it cannot be. Peach White, trembling with fear, retreated, utterly at a loss when faced with this small demon. If he had no hidden trump cards, this battle would inevitably reach its conclusion. Bai Chuan approached him step by step, yet all the energy within him seemed to converge towards the hand resting at his back. For Peach White, each step taken by Bai Chuan felt as if it were crushing his heart, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. How could I, the world's foremost assassin, be terrified? You must be erased from existence. Peach White extended a finger, aiming it at Bai Chuan, and an overwhelming aura surged forth instantly. Watch out, Bai Chuan, Sun Wukong warned. He had experienced this before, recalling the suffocating pressure emitted by Peach White. Nevertheless, Bai Chuan paid no heed, continuing to saunter towards Peach White. Dodo Wave. A golden beam burst forth in an instant, with Peach White launching this technique without any build-up. This was the advantage of the Dodo Wave, its capacity for instantaneous eruption. Though its upper limit paled in comparison to the Kamehameha. Merely a trick, Bai Chuan revealed his hand, which had long been charged with powerful energy. In an instant, a violent gust of wind erupted, sending Peach White's Dodo Wave hurtling back. Much to the disbelief of onlookers, Peach White's eyes nearly bulged out. He was met with the absurdity of having his ultimate technique repelled with a single hand. Even the resurrected Master Roshi could not accomplish such a feat. Before Peach White could fully react, the Dodo Wave he had unleashed slammed back down to the ground beneath him. This seemed to be due to a lack of control in its trajectory upon being deflected, leaving him on the precipice of an explosion. Yet even so, he found himself in a predicament, enveloped in a cloud of yellow dust. Did it miss? A flicker of surprise passed through Bai Chuan's eyes. He had yet to grow to an absurdly powerful level, so it was understandable that he could not maintain perfect control. However, the effect had been achieved. Both Peach White and Sun Wukong felt the terrifying strength emanating from Bai Chuan. Indeed, it overshadowed the imposing aura of the king of the Karin Tower. If this is your ultimate move, then it appears I had overestimated you. Bai Chuan continued his advance, causing Peach White to break out in a cold sweat. I might be killed. In that moment, the pressure became unbearable for Peach White, and he found himself kneeling before Bai Chuan. Forgive me, I was wrong. Please spare my life, and I shall relinquish the title of the world's number one to you. I shall never dare use it again. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the title of the world's number one imposing figure. Self-discipline task completed. Reward. Level 1 Divine Source 3. Skill. Dodo Wave. The world's number one imposing figure has a minuscule chance of triggering a phenomenon upon appearance. Bai Chuan was taken aback by the unexpected completion of the task, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, if the battle continued, Peach White would soon find himself devoid of any means of defense. But just as he pondered this, the kneeling Peach White suddenly produced a rice cooker and began to laugh maniacally as he distanced himself. Bai Chuan's pupils dilated in shock. He understood better than anyone the implications of a rice cooker. Could it be that Peach White intends to unleash the magic sealing wave upon me? You've fallen for it. No matter how strong you are, you cannot survive the explosion of this atomic bomb. Peach White retreated, leaping into the air. A bomb. Beulah and UPA gasped. If this man considered it a trump card, its power must be beyond imagination. In stark contrast, Baichuan exhaled deeply. How terrifying. What purpose does a bomb serve when concealed within a rice cooker? Does he not realize that this is the very thing the Demon King fears most? Baichuan, Sun Wukong attempted to step forward. However, Baichuan kicked the rice cooker, which was emanating golden light, back towards Peach White. Ugh! Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The Peach White, who had been full of bravado just moments ago, now stared wide-eyed, his eyebrows raised, and his mustache curled in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. Boom! Although the explosion occurred in the sky, the earth trembled violently, and a powerful gust of wind swept backwards. Beulah instinctively shielded UPA and UPU, while Baichuan and Sun Wukong, though close, managed to maintain their footing amidst the chaos. Debris rained down, but it was unclear whether it was remnants of Peach White's obliterated form or the branches and stones that had been swept up. In any case, Peach White had vanished, and no trace of his aura could be felt nearby. Strange, how did Peach White transform into a robot? Baichuan pondered, considering this mystery a potential century-old enigma, that VE defeated him. Sun Wukong and UPA cheered with glee. While Beulah did not share their exuberance, he was deeply impressed by Baichuan's figure. The future of this youth is unfathomable. Suddenly, Baichuan waved at him. Beulah was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. Yes, indeed, it is you, Baichuan confirmed, needing to brief his security captain. What is it, Baichuan? Beulah asked, somewhat dazed. The debris here needs to be cleared. The forest affected by the volcanic eruption must be reforested, and signs and regulations should be established at the outermost perimeter of the sacred land. Furthermore, your strength seems somewhat lacking. You should challenge the Karin Tower more. Baichuan spoke earnestly, like a leader issuing directives. This left Beulah bewildered, unable to comprehend why he was saying these things. Don't you understand? Baichuan asked. I don't understand. Beulah shook his head. Baichuan glanced upward at the tower's peak before turning back to say, the Karin Tower has a new master now. This place is now half my home. Baichuan, have you lost your mind? How can you claim this as your half-home? Beulah was utterly unconvinced. Karin Tower is the residence of the immortal. How could it be considered your half-home? Forget it. Explaining it will only lead to confusion. Just do as I say. Beulah nodded. Even if Baichuan did not mention it, he had to attend to these matters. Now that everything here has been settled. Wukong, shall you accompany me to meet the immortal? Baichuan inquired of Sun Wukong. Sure. I want to drink the super holy water and become as strong as you. Baichuan. Sun Wukong eagerly responded. Let us see if you can manage that. Hearing this, Baichuan felt a sense of pressure. After all, a Sun Wukong who had consumed the super holy water would certainly be capable of defeating Peach White. Did that mean that in a few days, this lad's combat strength would catch up to his own? He immediately adjusted his gravity suit. With Piccolo Daimao up ahead and this abnormal disciple behind, he had to strive even harder. Gravity suit. 10 kilograms, 60 kg. The 24th ascent of the Karin Tower commenced. At first, Sun Wukong climbed quickly, darting forward like a monkey. However, by the latter half of the night, he began to pant heavily. Baichuan, aren't you tired? Observing Baichuan maintaining the same speed, Sun Wukong asked curiously. Tired, but the thought of you catching up to me compels me to train even harder. The burden of 60 kilograms did not deter Baichuan as he continued his ascent of the Karin Tower. Is the super holy water truly that miraculous? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Given the vast disparity between them, it was hard to fathom why Baichuan appeared so pressured. However, Baichuan did not respond, and the two continued their climb. Ultimately, Baichuan, laden with 60 kilograms, appeared to be faring even better than Sun Wukong. That we've arrived. That is the tower's peak. Baichuan pointed to a round, pot-shaped structure as dawn approached. Super holy water, super holy water. Sun Wukong surged forward with enthusiasm. Yet upon reaching the summit, he found himself face to face with a large, white, rotund creature, surrounded by an environment reminiscent of a bedroom. Greetings, young man, the Karin sage greeted calmly, clearly admiring Sun Wukong as well. I'm here to redeem my wager, and you wouldn't tonight, would you, sage? As Bai Chuan ascended from behind, he nearly breached the defenses of Master Karin. He had completely forgotten that he had previously been bested by Bai Chuan at the Karin Tower. While the outcome of the duel involved the same target, Tao Bai, one could hardly compare the impact of a cast-iron pot to the force of Bai Chuan's kick. The sensation of being struck by a meteor at an altitude of 10,000 meters is something an ordinary person might never experience in a lifetime. Yet, the discerning eyes of a sage honed over 8 centuries are not to be underestimated. I mentioned that there is no need for excessive concern. I can indefinitely lease the Karin Tower to you today as for the rent. Let it be settled with the celestial beings cultivated each month. Bai Chuan once again retrieved a cast-iron pot from the universal capsule. How could one cook without a pot? Such generosity. Master Karin was taken aback by the unexpectedly low rent proposed by Bai Chuan. Compared to his own daily rent of 10,000 beans, a monthly yield of celestial beans would hardly suffice. Of course, we are good brothers, aren't we? Bai Chuan embraced Master Karin, noting the softness and comfort of the sage's presence. Very well. I am not one to shy away from a loss. Henceforth, consider the Karin Tower rented to me. Master Karin conceded with a hint of resignation. Indeed, gambling reveals the darker sides of human nature. Even with his initial confidence, he ultimately risked it all. The mental fortitude he had built over 8 centuries nearly crumbled under the weight of these events. He must continue to strive in his cultivation. Wukong, this is Master Karin. If you wish to drink the ultra-holy water, you must petition this sage. Bai Chuan introduced Wukong, that he then approached the jar of celestial beans and transferred them all into the universal capsule. It was far too unsafe to leave such treasures here. Master Karin seemed pained, yet he suppressed his emotions and refrained from witnessing the scene. If you wish to drink the ultra-holy water, come and seize it. However, I must warn you, it will not be an easy task. Master Karin said with a forlorn expression. Would you truly be so heartbroken if I drank the ultra-holy water? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat slow to realize. Seeing Master Karin's demeanor made him hesitate. It's not the ultra-holy water that causes me distress. Master Karin adjusted his fur with his paws. If you wish to drink the ultra-holy water, go upstairs. Do not disturb me while I prepare lunch. Bai Chuan began to gather ingredients. Regardless of whether one has lived for 800 years or will live for countless thousands more, few could withstand his delectable culinary skills. It has been far too long since I savored Bai Chuan's cooking. Sun Wukong could not help but lick his lips, prompting a swift change in Master Karin's expression. Hurry up, if you wish to drink the ultra-holy water. I do not wish to be interrupted during my meal preparation, unlike the original 3 days required to drink the ultra-holy water. This time, Sun Wukong took a full 6 days. That do not misunderstand. It was not due to Wukong's lack of strength, but rather Master Karin's unwillingness to hold back. After all, Bai Chuan had requested that extra attention be given, and as the tenant, Master Karin was obliged to exert himself, especially with the promise of daily feasts. Battle value 155, an astonishing battle power materialized before him, and despite being mentally prepared, Bai Chuan felt the pressure as he witnessed Sun Wukong's extraordinary prowess. This battle value lingered closely behind him, and considering that Sun Wukong might grow even stronger with the ultra-holy water, the sense of urgency intensified. Wukong, do you still intend to seek the Dragon Balls? Bai Chuan inquired upon learning that Sun Wukong already possessed 4. Yes. I plan to raid the headquarters of those villains to obtain the remaining Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong declared, his fists clenched, for he had witnessed far too many atrocities committed by the Red Ribbon Army along his journey. Have you considered what wish you will make? Bai Chuan gazed at the vast mountains and rivers concealed beneath layers of clouds. Perhaps I could ask Shenron to reinforce the earth. However, both Sun Wukong and Master Karin would likely not comprehend, and explaining it later would be troublesome. I haven't decided yet. Sun Wukong mused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Besides growing stronger, he had no other desires. Captain Bora had survived this time, leaving him uncertain about what wish to make. After collecting the Dragon Balls, you could ask Lan Shi if she would be willing to split into 2 individuals. Although I had taught her a few techniques during the mission, we have spent considerable time together, and I hope to assist her in resolving this dilemma. Split into 2 individuals? Sun Wukong was somewhat perplexed. Doesn't she just change her personality and hair after sneezing? You could say that they currently share one body. It is quite uncomfortable for two people to coexist. Sometimes, one wishes to do something that the other does not, leading to inner turmoil. Bai Chuan endeavored to explain in simple terms that it is well known that Sun Wukong is a genius in battle. Yet in life, he is often oblivious to the needs of those around him. Without Bai Chuan's guidance, Sun Wukong might never grasp the complexities of Lan Shi's situation. Is that so? I thought Lan Shi was always happy. Sun Wukong finally understood. Continue your journey. I hope that when we next meet, you will be even stronger. A slight smile graced Bai Chuan's lips. He would not be thrown off course by Sun Wukong's growth. Rather, he would use it as motivation to advance further. I am unafraid of your strength, for I will grow even more powerful. The teachings of Master Roshi emphasize the importance of cultivating the heart before mastering martial arts. Without a resolute martial spirit, even great power would eventually crumble, for such strength would be akin to a house of cards, unable to withstand any setbacks or trials out of course. Everyone has their interpretation. Bai Chuan merely needed to focus on his own path. Indeed, by the time of the next martial arts tournament, I will be stronger, and I shall surely defeat you. Ever since leaving the Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong's greatest aspiration has been to surpass Bai Chuan, which has become his unwavering goal in cultivation. Then strive relentlessly between life and death. Otherwise, you will have no chance. Bai Chuan exuded an air of unshakable confidence. Sun Wukong mirrored this sentiment. The two individuals who had initially crossed paths in pursuit of the Dragon Balls had, unbeknownst to them, forged a bond of camaraderie that was a mutual appreciation after Sun Wukong soared away on his Nimbus. The silent master Karin tugged at his beard and turned to Bai Chuan, who was gazing toward the horizon. It is evident that you hold a special regard for him. That lad possesses considerable potential. Do not think for a moment that you have not noticed. Bai Chuan turned back, his extraordinary eyes shining like stars, reminiscent of the vast and swirling cosmos. Yet I believe you are even more remarkable. Master Karin scrutinized those eyes. With each ascent of the Karin Tower, that lad grows stronger. Such occurrences were manageable once or twice, but now it has happened dozens of times. If one were to liken Sun Wukong to a blazing meteor, though its speed is astonishing in a brief period, its brilliance will soon fade. In contrast, Bai Chuan resembles a gently flowing river, slow in pace, yet its power is inexhaustible. What has become of this era? A few centuries ago, there was only one who could challenge the Karin Tower. Now, not only have two emerged, but one is also training at the Karin Tower. Master Karin shook his head. He had a premonition that these two would achieve remarkable feats in the future. If one were to encapsulate this era in a single phrase, it would be a time of 100 schools contending for supremacy, for it would not be long before more would ascend the Karin Tower. Bai Chuan gestured around him, which was why he had established ownership of this place beforehand, for one simply cannot procure celestial beings anywhere else. More would come. Master Karin was astonished. How could this young man be so certain? I shall commence my training today. When I return, I will prepare a delicious fish soup. Before Master Karin could inquire further, Bai Chuan laughed heartily and leapt from the Karin Tower. Cultivation is not a matter of mere moments. He must continue his ascent. Day 102. Bai Chuan adjusted his gravity suit to 80 kilograms and began his 52nd ascent of the Karin Tower. Day 188. Having relentlessly honed himself, Bai Chuan was finally ready to undertake his 100th climb of the Karin Tower. Beat Krillin, defeat Wukong. Beat Krillin, defeat Wukong. With a familiar battle cry echoing through the air, Shirakawa exerted every ounce of his strength to ascend to the pinnacle of the tower. Ding. Congratulations to the host for ascending the Karinta without external assistance. Strength attribute increased by 0.5. Task count 100,100 times. Congratulations to the host for completing 100 ascents of the Karinta. The self-discipline task is now complete. Reward: Level 1 Divine Source 5. Skill: 4 Body Fist. Assign Divine Position: Guardian of the Demon Realm. Ding dong. Due to the assignment of the Divine Position, the Self-Discipline 0.7 task will undergo alterations. The Self-Discipline Enhancement 0.7 Divine Position task has commenced. Self-discipline is not merely a habit, but also an attitude. To become a true powerhouse, self-discipline is indispensable. Please proceed to the Earth's minor demon realm and lead the 88 demon clans to profound repentance. Once again, a series of notifications resonated in his ears. But this time the task escalated directly to 0.7. The content was exceedingly daunting, demanding that so many demons undergo a transformation of heart and mind that it seemed far simpler to have Shirakawa eliminate 880 demon beings instead. The recently issued task must be related to the divine position. Had he not been assigned the role of guardian of the demon realm, he might have received a different task altogether. In the midst of this, Shirakawa discovered a peculiar notification indicating that the task had seemingly been altered due to the divine position assignment. However, he remained unaware of the specific implications or responsibilities associated with this divine role, as there was no description provided, only that he was to venture to the minor demon realm on Earth. Host: Shirakawa base attributes: Strength 25.5, Agility 28.3, Stamina 25.4, Endurance 25.5, Chi 17.5, Divine Source 2.4, Divine Position, Guardian of the Demon Realm, First Level, Traits: Favorable Wind and Waves Combat Assessment 163, 214, Evaluation: The battle power of a lowly scion still pilots his modest aircraft. As Shirakawa examined his attributes along the way, he noted that there was a level associated with the divine position. What could this signify? Did it indicate that his current standing in the divine realm was at the lowest tier? Or was it because the minor demon realm he was destined to visit was classified as the first level? Both interpretations could hold merit. Firstly, the divine realm is indeed stratified. There exist ranks such as the Karinta, Immortal, Celestial Deity, and ascending further to the likes of King Yama, the Realm King, and the Grand Realm King, alongside the divine beings known as angels, AS for the demon realm. It is categorized into 5 levels, with the lowest being the minor demon realms scattered across various planets, followed by the mid-demon realm overseen by a Reaper, equivalent to King Yama. The 3rd level is the Grand Demon Realm, home to the Demon King de Pura, a domain that has transcended the jurisdiction of the Grand Realm King. One could argue that the Grand Realm King could have once exercised authority over it. But due to the decimation of the Grand Realm Kings, such governance has become untenable. Shirakawa had only heard whispers of the 4th and 5th levels of the demon realm without delving deeply into their specifics. However, when compared to the divine realm, it was likely that terrifyingly powerful entities resided within those domains. Nonetheless, Shirakawa leaned toward the former interpretation, as the ranking of the demon realm should not manifest on his attribute panel. As nightfall quietly descended, enveloping the world in darkness, Shirakawa noticed a village ahead, where the inhabitants had hastily retreated indoors, securely fastening their doors and windows, seemingly engaged in fervent prayer. From his aerial vantage point, Shirakawa sensed something amiss. In the distance, he observed a cloud of dust rising from the forest, a horde of grotesque figures charging towards him. Lulu. Strange horn blasts echoed, and traps within the village were triggered. Yet, these monsters appeared utterly unfazed. Ha ha ha. This treasure belongs to me. A diminutive green-skinned creature with rabbit ears clutched a sack of grain as it scampered away. Shirakawa was left dumbfounded. Did the demon realm lack sustenance? Were they in such dire hunger? Return my daughter. An elderly man burst through a door, kneeling before a blue-skinned monster with a pig-like visage, desperately pleading if it were mere food or treasures, he might have ignored it. But this demon was brazenly attempting to abduct his beloved daughter. Help me, father! The girl, though still young, possessed a delicate beauty, though it remained unclear whether the monster sought to make her a bride or a meal. Get lost! The pig-faced demon kicked the old man aside, seizing the girl and preparing to make his escape. Yet, an unexpectedly handsome figure appeared before him in an instant. Another stunning maiden has arrived. The pig-faced demon grinned. Was he truly favored by the demon god to encounter yet another beautiful girl? However, this remark caused Shirakawa's temples to throb with anger. Did this creature's eyes fail him? He was a man, monster. I shall grant you one chance for redemption. Release this girl. Upon hearing Shirakawa's voice, the pig-faced demon realized that the maiden before him was, in fact, a male. What a pity. Such a handsome face wasted. He scoffed. dismissing Shirakawa's command. Shirakawa's eyes twitched, and he ceased to indulge in further dialogue, his body appearing in the blink of an eye before the pig-faced demon. With a single punch, he sent the creature flying, rescuing the girl from its grip. An obstruction? Eliminate him, commanded the centaur demon wielding a horn. Upon witnessing the scene, a bull-headed demon brandishing a spiked club charged at Shirakawa. In an instant, Shirakawa vanished from sight, only to reappear before the commanding centaur demon. I offer you one chance. Compel these demons to kneel and confess their wrongdoings, Shirakawa proclaimed, his hands clasped behind his back, nostrils flaring defiantly at the centaur demon. This was not an act of pretension. Rather, it was a manifestation of his innate aura that he could not suppress. Seeking death, the centaur demon launched a swift punch, but Shirakawa effortlessly grasped its wrist. Yet, in the next moment, the captured wrist swelled dramatically, and the previously slender centaur demon transformed into a hulking figure. Bang! Caught off guard, Shirakawa was struck squarely in the face. Crashing through the walls of a nearby home, ha! Fool! Our power doubles under the cover of night. The now massive centaur demon cackled with glee. During the day, they were bound by the rules of the human realm. But at night, they could unleash their full strength. The surrounding demons erupted into cheers, taunting Shirakawa's audacity. With a crash, a pile of wooden planks was overturned. Though Shirakawa remained unscathed, the rapid succession of events felt like a slap in the face. Damn it, I must be influenced by Vegeta or Tao Bai. I usually keep a low profile. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Shirakawa couldn't help but curse these two to little brother. I appreciate your good intentions. But these demons are no trifles. The old man, who had saved his daughter, still retained some sense of decency. As he sought refuge indoors, he offered Shirakawa a warning. It appeared he had been underestimated. Shirakawa contemplated as he regarded the demons before him. Their combat power barely reached a few dozen points, with the most formidable among them, the centaur demon, only surpassing 100 after transformation, even under a load of 80 kilograms. Shirakawa could effortlessly compel them to kneel and call him father. Father! It took little effort. The once boastful centaur demon now knelt obediently on the ground. As for the other demons, they either lay defeated or fled in disarray. Considering the long road ahead, Shirakawa refrained from pursuing them. After all, one must consume their meals bite by bite, and tasks must be approached step by step. Do you wish to repent? Shirakawa's icy gaze bore into the centaur demon. I do. The centaur demon, bruised and battered, answered without hesitation, his mind unable to grasp the situation. Yet, no completion notification appeared for Shirakawa. There was a distinct lack of sincerity. It seemed he had not inflicted enough punishment. Fuming with indignation, Shirakawa unleashed 2 powerful punches to the centaur demon's face. Sir, good sir, father, please spare me. I truly have repented. I do not possess such an ugly and unfilial son. Seeing that even this beating yielded no notification, Shirakawa held nothing back, delivering a final punch that rendered the centaur demon unconscious. With a resounding crack, the once mighty centaur demon crumpled to the ground, leaving Shirakawa bewildered. This creature, even after being knocked out, displayed no intention of repentance. Truly impressive. The houses in the vicinity were all ajar, and the villagers who had witnessed Bai Chuan's display of power emerged one after another. They were all astonished and shaken by the strength he had exhibited, whispering amongst themselves as they speculated about his origins and background, attempting to discern his true identity. Thank you so much, young man, exclaimed the elderly man whose daughter had been abducted, grasping Bai Chuan's hand with profound gratitude. Do you have a sturdy rope? After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Chuan prepared to bind the centaur demon. Tomorrow, I shall ensure he reforms his ways. Yes. Several villagers produced ropes. They secured the centaur demon to a pillar in the center of the village. And Bai Chuan graciously accepted the villagers' kindness, taking temporary residence in the elderly man's home. That I apologize for the modest conditions here. A young girl entered, carrying a basin of warm water, and then moved to remove Bai Chuan's shoes. He instinctively recoiled, saying, No, there's no need. I can manage on my own. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze towards Bai Chuan imbued with a hint of shyness. This reminded Bai Chuan of an adage: a young man must take care to protect himself. After politely declining the girl's offer, he finally felt a sense of relief. What was the matter with the girls in this world? In his previous life, he had tirelessly served others as a sycophant, only to be scorned for lacking wealth, property, and status, ultimately ending up with nothing. Yet here he was pursued by girls. Indeed, once a man possesses strength, there is no need to play the sycophant. With a sigh of contemplation, Bai Chuan drifted into slumber. The following morning, the centaur demon, once as robust as a bull, had already reverted to a frail form. However, surrounded by a throng of humans, he bared his teeth and spat curses. Bah, a pitiful bunch of humans. When the demon army led by Lord Gero arrives, you will all be captured and devoured. Upon hearing these threatening words, the villagers turned pale, for such a fate seemed all too possible. Given that the local militia could offer them no protection, looking quite well, Bai Chuan, having enjoyed a restful night, stepped outside and stretched. Upon seeing him, the centaur's ears drooped, and his words dwindled to a mere whisper, revealing an abject cowardice. It appears you have no intention of repenting. Thus, I shall send you to meet your demise. Bai Chuan raised his hand and cast a cold glance in the demon's direction. I do. Please, spare me. I promise I will repent completely. The centaur pleaded desperately, resembling an injured creature. Yet Bai Chuan remained unconvinced. Sensing that this creature was insincere, he swung his hand towards the centaur, causing the villagers to shield their faces in fear. While the centaur demon quaked in terror, nearly losing control of his bodily functions. For no matter how one looked at it, Bai Chuan exuded an air of authenticity. Yet, at the last moment, he halted and fled, pinching his nose in disgust. Clearly, this method was futile. Observing the frightened centaur from a distance, Bai Chuan realized that even the threat of death had failed to elicit genuine remorse. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Eliminating 8,800 demons would likely be simpler than compelling this creature to reform. Once these demons realized they were outmatched, they would obediently submit, though their compliance was not born from sincerity. Deep down, they harbored pure malevolence. What approach could possibly lead them to truly repent? Bai Chuan pondered this dilemma exhaustively. However, after 3 consecutive days, there was no sign of progress. Whenever he inquired, the centaur would readily agree to reform and acknowledge its mistakes. Yet the moment Bai Chuan departed, the creature would reveal its true nature, issuing threats to passing villagers. Fortunately, the villagers had grown accustomed to it. After several days had elapsed, the demon army seemed to fearfully retreat, never to return. Bai Chuan, Bai Chuan. At that moment, the young girl rushed over, panting. What is it, Teresa? Bai Chuan paused his reflections to inquire. The king's emissary has arrived and wishes to see you. Teresa gasped for breath as she spoke. The king's emissary? The first image that sprang to Bai Chuan's mind was that of a dog-headed figure. However, he quickly realized that Teresa was likely referring to the ruler of this remote region. Compared to the future unification, some areas still remained feudal or barbaric. The land he currently occupied was one such feudal small kingdom. Just tell him, I'm not available. Bai Chuan had no desire to meet this monarch. With his mission lacking direction, that was already enough to give him a headache, that he knew that at this very moment, Sun Wukong and Krillin were undoubtedly training to grow stronger, while he found himself stagnating. The feeling of aimlessness, devoid of any progress, was something few could comprehend. But he is the king's emissary, Teresa exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. It's just a king's emissary. There's no need for such alarm. Bai Chuan was entirely indifferent to the matter, that he wouldn't even bother with the dog-headed king, let alone this small kingdom's ruler. You are Bai Chuan, are you not? Your previous remarks were rather disrespectful towards the king. Before Teresa could relay his message, a civilian clad in a feathered hat approached, flanked by 2 armored soldiers. Bai Chuan frowned, feeling somewhat vexed by their intrusion. I am Kobila, the king's minister, and I have been sent to invite you. The envoy appeared unfazed by Bai Chuan's earlier comments, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Speak, has something happened at the king's court? Bai Chuan inquired thoughtfully. Kobila exchanged an awkward glance with his guards before deciding to be forthright. You guessed correctly. Last night, the princess was abducted by demons, and the king wishes to see you. The situation had escalated unexpectedly. Bai Chuan fell into contemplation. Since the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, scarcely a year had passed. Logically, the princess should not have been taken at this time. It was highly likely that his arrival had triggered a butterfly effect, prompting the Azura to act prematurely. Should I seek out someone more astute for assistance? Bai Chuan glanced at the centaur, pondering whether it was simply lacking intellect, which explained its failure to provide mission prompts. Mr. Bai Chuan, how are your thoughts progressing? The king is quite anxious, Kobila interjected, having been compelled to interrupt Bai Chuan's lengthy deliberation. Very well. I shall meet him. I am also curious to see the leader of these demons. Bai Chuan snapped back to reality and agreed that a grand procession set forth towards the towering and majestic castle, where the king awaited their arrival. Your Majesty, in accordance with your command, I have gathered the warrior chief Bokjief, the heir of the snakebite fist, Davis, the rising star, the foremost archer in the nation, Kamalo, and the formidable Bai Chuan, who recently vanquished the demons. In the opulent palace, Kobila introduced several individuals to the middle-aged man seated upon the throne. I am not the only one. Bai Chuan had initially thought this to be a solo endeavor, only to discover that several others had been summoned. Excellent. Whoever rescues the princess shall be rewarded with boundless riches, and I shall bestow the princess's hand in marriage, the king proclaimed, rising and announcing loudly. Clearly not expecting all to return, hence intending to wed the princess, to only one among them, is it possible to decline the marriage? The others bowed respectfully, but Bai Chuan was the only one to voice a request. How audacious, to bargain with his majesty. The armored warrior chief Bokjief stepped forward to chastise Bai Chuan. Does this fool believe victory is assured? Grumbled Davis, the heir of the snakebite fist, his tone laced with irritation. In his eyes, this resembled a competition. Whoever rescued the princess first would emerge victorious and win her hand. Humph, young man, do not overestimate your worth. Though the master archer Kamalo had surpassed 40, he too was driven by the desire for the princess. Mr. Bai Chuan, your behavior is exceedingly unreasonable. Minister Kobila interjected, this unreasonable. I simply do not wish to marry the princess. If it is a condition, then I shall not participate. Bai Chuan currently has no intention of being tied down by marriage and children. There are numerous endeavors he must pursue, including cultivating his strength. The king and the enchanting queen exchanged a glance before conceding to provide additional wealth, for they did not believe Bai Chuan would return alive. The group replenished their provisions of food and water within the castle, then set forth towards the Ely Plain, the very location of the gate to the demon realm. Let be known, you lot better not hinder my progress. Among the five, aside from Bai Chuan, the supernova was also an outsider, perhaps unfamiliar with the legends of the demon race, and thus boldly proclaimed his intentions upon arrival. Those demons are not to be underestimated. Do not take them lightly. The warrior chief, Bokjief, reminded them sternly. What demons? They are merely tales spun by you folks from these small places. The supernova clearly dismissed the warnings. He hails from the grand city of Dongdu. What legends and spectacles has he not witnessed? Bokjief, Davis, and Kamalo's expression soured, having initially thought Bai Chuan insufferable, only to find another contemptuous individual in their midst. However, before the three could express their anger, Bai Chuan, seemingly indifferent to their presence, had already stepped through the gate to the demon realm ahead of them. Damn it, we cannot allow that brat to get a head start. The heir of the snakebite fist, Davis, swiftly followed, with the supernova and Bokjief in tow. The elder Kamalo remained unruffled, waiting for them to enter before he made his move at a pack of fools. Let them clear the way for me. Upon crossing through the gate, it felt as though light had vanished from the world, leaving only a dense darkness that obscured vision. Fortunately, eternal flames flickered along the path, barely illuminating their route. Is this truly the demon realm? As the supernova entered, his voice grew increasingly subdued, as if fearing eavesdroppers. The warrior chief and Davis mirrored his tension, appearing as if they were on the brink of battle. Only Bai Chuan maintained a tranquil demeanor, as if on a leisurely journey, casually advancing forward. Suddenly, he halted, startling the others, who assumed they had encountered a demon and tensed up. Yet, the darkness remained still, and their anxiety seemed unwarranted. The heir of the snakebite fist, Davis, immediately expressed his displeasure towards Baichuan. What are you doing? Don't just stop without warning. You'll make everyone think an enemy has appeared. But Baichuan paid him no mind, fixated on a particular shadowy area. Whoosh! A sound of something swiftly flying through the air reached his ears, and with a mere wave of his hand, he casually swatted it away. It turned out to be a dart. Only then did the warrior chief and others react, quickly taking defensive stances while anxiously scanning their surroundings. Where did that come from? The supernova darted his gaze left and right, fraught with tension. Come out, there's no need for such tricks. Baichuan, seemingly able to pierce through the darkness, calmly addressed a specific spot. You can see me? The ambusher revealed herself. Her hair blazed like fire, her pointed ears resembling those of an elf, and her delicate face was as beautiful as an angel's descent. Yet, her expression was as frigid as ice, as if she could freeze the very air around her. Demon, Davis bellowed, but in the next moment, the chilling glint in her eyes nearly made him soil himself. Where do you intend to go? To pass through here, you must possess a permit issued by the Grim Reaper. Behind the red-haired beauty stood a colossal figure with sharp horns. Permit, the warrior chief, and the supernova exchanged glances, both hearing of such a thing for the first time. That we don't have that. Baichuan cast a glance at them. These two were likely the guardians of the Demon Realm passage. Mela, combat score, 147. Gola, combat score, 149. Then you may return. Gola's imposing form shocked the warrior chief and the others. Is it your duty to allow Azura and his subordinates to roam freely into the human realm? Baichuan, far from retreating, began to reprimand Mela and Gola, suspecting they might be his subordinates. After all, he bore the title of Guardian of the Demon Realm, precisely corresponding to their roles. What did you say? Gola pointed his massive spear by Baichuan. Yet, it was effortlessly pinched by 2 fingers. This all the strength you possess. Baichuan grasped the spear with his entire hand, and the massive Gola was unexpectedly pushed back. This scene left the warrior chief and his companions dumbfounded, while Mela's eyes sparkled with intrigue. T.O. surpassed the so-called strongest in the demon realm. Gola, the strongest in the demon realm. Where does that place Tapira? After pushing Gola aside, Baichuan turned his gaze toward Mela. Mela's pupils widened in shock. Although they were in the lesser demon realm, the name Tapira from the greater demon realm still echoed loudly. Who exactly are you? How do you know the name of the demon realm king? Baichuan remained silent, but a surge of milky white divine energy enveloped him. Instantly, the passage to the demon realm illuminated, leaving Mela, Gola, and the warrior chief in awe as they gazed at Baichuan. That guy can actually emit light. Did he secretly stash a flashlight in his clothing? The supernova felt a tinge of regret. Had he known the place would be so dark, he would have donned luminous attire. The warrior chief and Davis were initially puzzled. However, upon hearing the supernova's remark, they assumed it was some form of urban magic. Only Mela and Gola could genuinely perceive the purest essence of divine power. Who are you, really? Mela furrowed her brow and inquired once more that in truth, she had formed a hypothesis in her mind but dared not confirm it. For it had been many years since the celestial realm had dispatched a guardian here. Haven't you already guessed? Baichuan gradually withdrew his divine energy. Could it be that you truly are the guardian? The robust Gola blurted out that it seems you are not entirely foolish. Baichuan scrutinized the two, especially Mela, whose height was comparable to his own. Indeed, she's quite the beauty. He couldn't fathom why Azura would overlook such a stunning woman, opting instead to capture a lowly from the human realm. Apologies, it has been far too long since the celestial realm last sent a guardian. I wonder if you can provide proof. Gola's attitude has evidently improved. Yet he still sought verification from Baichuan. Mela merely pursed her lips, not interjecting. Besides confirming Baichuan's identity, she appeared to be contemplating something else. Proof? Baichuan found himself at a loss. He possessed no seals or tokens to present. Suddenly, the words Guardian of the Demon Realm floated on his attribute panel, and as he focused his mind, a powerful psychic field erupted. Buzz! As if crushed by an unimaginable weight, Mela and Gola instantly knelt. Sweat poured from Mela's forehead, as if she had just endured an intense struggle. Gola, with his massive frame, lay prostrate on the ground. In contrast, The warrior chief, Davis, and the others felt nothing at all. Great Lord. Please retract your divine power, Gola lamented, while Mela gritted her teeth. As by Chuan was testing his new abilities, he finally withdrew his psychic power upon hearing their pleas. The phrase Guardian of the Demon Realm acted as a colossal amplifier, projecting his psychic energy with precision. Mela, Gola, they knelt before the Guardian. After rising, the two instantly became more subdued, promptly bowing to Bai Chuan. Yes, take me to see Azura. Bai Chuan remained focused on his mission, intending to start with the subordinate superior, as it would likely yield smoother results. Don't meet Lord Azura. Gola had yet to escape the shadow of Azura, considering how short a time Bai Chuan had been here. Guardian, Lord Azura's power is formidable. Meeting him directly now may not be to your advantage. Mela felt compelled to warn Bai Chuan. The previous Guardian was eliminated by other Demon Realm leaders for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. He has captured the Princess of Humanity, a transgression that egregiously contravenes the established rules. Surely, you are not unaware of this, are you? Bai Chuan's expression grew increasingly cold. Indeed, that is correct, but the previous sentinel. Gola hesitated to respond. Yet he was interrupted by Mela, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Bai Chuan. My lord, I can guide you, but you must be prepared for the inevitability of death. It appears that the fate of the former sentinel was rather grim, leading you all to lose faith in the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Bai Chuan offered a nonchalant smile. Mela ceased further words. Although Golet possessed greater strength, he often deferred to Mela's lead. Lead the way. Bai Chuan directed his gaze toward the depths of the passage, where he could vaguely sense a lively commotion. And what of them? Mela cast a glance at the warrior captain and the others. I shall go. I will not leave without rescuing Her Highness the Princess. Captain Bokchief was resolute, adhering firmly to his principles. The New Star Superman and Davis exchanged glances, both harboring thoughts of retreat. However, witnessing the captain's determination, and considering the potential scorn they would face upon returning, coupled with the allure of marrying the princess and acquiring treasure, they found themselves unwilling to concede. The group ventured deeper into the demon realm. Unfortunately, an elderly man who had followed along soon lost his way amidst the confusion. Within a colossal palace adorned with carvings of fangs and claws, and filled with the grinning visages of countless demons, a multitude of fiends congregated. Standing on either side, various grotesque demons loomed from the high towers. At the center stood a massive four-armed king of the underworld, beneath whom sat a demon man. This man bore a mark upon his forehead. Aside from his pointed ears and ashen skin, he bore little distinction from humanity. That individual is Azura, the ruler of the demon domain closest to the human realm. Mela indicated the man to Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan nodded. In truth, he already recognized him without Mela's introduction, yet he discerned something else. According to your account, is it possible that there is more than one ruler in the demon realm? It seems you are not well informed about this place. Indeed, although this is merely a minor demon realm, there exist 4 rulers, including Azura, encompassing an area comparable to that of Earth in the human realm. Mela provided clarification, which caused Bai Chuan to slightly raise his eyebrows in astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a small demon realm could possess such vastness. While Bai Chuan conversed with Mela, the captain and his companions trailed behind Golet, feeling increasingly anxious about their surroundings. The bizarre demons, displaying fangs and sharp teeth as they pointed and jeered at them, rendered the 3 of them visibly pale. That Bai Chuan may have already sold us out. Observing Bai Chuan engage in intimate conversation with a beautiful demoness, the captain, Davis, and New Star Superman began plotting their escape. What is happening over there? The commotion here caught Azura's attention from his throne. It appears that Miss Mela has brought humans. A green, frog-like demon, who served as the host of the event, declared. Mela, Azura expressed surprise. Yes, perhaps in protest of our usual conduct. They have brought these humans here. The frog-like demon stated, having prior knowledge of the situation. That is the case. Let us find a few individuals to entertain them. I'm certain the princess would find such an event delightful. Azura remarked, playfully lifting the chin of a nearby lowly. Indeed, the frog demon responded, then stepped onto the platform below to announce, celebrate Lord Azura's wedding. We shall now commence a martial arts tournament between humans and demons, featuring our formidable demons against the humans brought by Miss Mela. The frog demon gestured toward by Chuan and the others, drawing the audience's attention. Well, there are actually humans present. I am exhilarated. Tearing apart humans is my favorite pastime. A hulking figure covered in warts stepped onto the stage. That it seems Azura has already set his sights on us. Mela furrowed her brow and conveyed her concerns to Bai Chuan that it matters not. I too wish to stretch my limbs. Bai Chuan rotated his arms. However, before he could ascend the stage, the captain and Davis charged forward. Monsters, we are here on behalf of the king to vanquish you. If you know what is good for you, release Her Highness the Princess at once. Captain Bokechief led the charge, with New Star Superman and Davis following closely behind. They had devised a plan, if they could first defeat Azura. The thousands of demons present would be thrown into chaos without a leader, allowing them to seize the opportunity to rescue the princess, for who would ultimately take her away, that would depend on each individual S capabilities. Are you three attempting to challenge us together? The frog demon, as the host, sought to prevent the captain and his companions from behaving dishonorably. Yet the warty giant merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need to waste time. He would take on all three humans himself. Hey, that is rather selfish of you. A demon in the audience expressed discontent that if you dare, feel free to challenge me afterward. The warty giant declared arrogantly. The crowd of demons erupted in excitement, with many eager to confront the warty giant. Meanwhile, the captain and his companions seized the opportunity to launch an attack against the warty giant. They had no choice. In truth, they preferred to attack Azura directly, but this hulking figure obstructed their path. Clang! The captain swung his longsword, only for it to feel as though he was striking steeled for Davis's snakebite fist and New Star Superman's Nova Tyrant fist. They caused not a scratch. T.C.H., it feels as if I am merely tickling him. The warty giant stomped his foot on the ground, sending New Star Superman and Davis tumbling, for the captain. A mere slap from the warty giant sent his sword flying from his hand. In an instant, the three found themselves in an utterly disadvantaged position, teetering on the brink of death. This sight caused the princess beside the throne to feel a pang of anxiety, while Azura appeared quite pleased. The warty giant swung a fist toward the three, resembling a train barreling down upon them. Under the flickering candlelight, the captain's gallant sacrifice, New Star Superman's trepidation, and the pants-wetting Davis seemed frozen amidst the chaotic dance of demons. Yet, just as everyone anticipated a gruesome scene of humanity being crushed, the massive fist that surged forth abruptly halted. The young boy appeared seemingly out of nowhere, effortlessly blocking the fist with one hand. When did? Mela stared in astonishment at the empty space beside her. Another human has come forth to meet their demise. The demons in the audience realized what had transpired, though they were uncertain how this lad had managed to ascend the stage. He had certainly drawn the attention of the warty giant. However, there were those who, relishing the spectacle, urged the warty giant to dispatch Bai Chuan swiftly. The warty giant's face turned crimson. What on earth was happening? He exerted all his might, yet this boy remained unyielding. You three, step back. With one hand bracing against the mountain-like fist, Bai Chuan addressed the captain and his companions. Only then did the captain and the others come to their senses. The despair they had just experienced lingering vividly in their minds as they gazed at Bai Chuan in disbelief. The disparity truly this vast. Yet, no matter how incredulous they felt, that enormous fist still loomed not far away. Gritting his teeth, the captain glanced at the princess beside the throne and, reluctantly, dragged the already incapacitated New Star Superman and Davis off the stage. Kill him! Kill him! The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, as the demons collectively shouted for Bai Chuan's death. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The enormous warty giant was effortlessly lifted by Bai Chuan with a single hand. This is impossible, Golit involuntarily exclaimed. This was something even he could not accomplish. Imagine an ant lifting a human. The sheer terror of such strength is unfathomable. Down you go. Bai Chuan casually tossed the massive warty giant out of the ring. sending him crashing into the very section of the audience that had been the loudest in their jeers. Boom! A great cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by the anguished wails of demons. In that moment, a spark of light ignited within the princess's eyes. Yet, Azura was seething with rage, crushing the armrests of his throne. This situation has escalated beyond control. Upon witnessing the sight of Gola confronting Ashura, he could not help but remark to Mela, "It is precisely this unpredictability that makes it intriguing. Let us observe how long this newly appointed guardian can withstand the might of Ashura." Clearly, Mela remained skeptical of Baichuan's ability to triumph over Ashura. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity. After all, among the other commanders, Ashura was the most amenable. Even in defeat, perhaps, for her sake, he might preserve his life. Who shall step forward next? With the Gudgeon Troll's defeat, the frog monster had already begun calling upon other formidable demons to take the stage. Yet, the Gudgeon Troll's formidable prowess had rendered the other demons hesitant, resulting in a temporary standstill. Let the minor minions refrain from joining. Ashura, is only fitting you engage directly. Baichuan's gaze was fixed upon the throne. Do not speak out of turn. The frog monster's anxiety was palpable, his words stumbling. In this realm, the name of Ashura was not one to be uttered lightly. The surrounding demons, incensed, began to stir, with several monstrous beings eager to enter the fray, only to be halted by Ashura's command. Step back! A cold breath silenced the arena, a testament to Ashura's authority. Meanwhile, Mela's eyes narrowed, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. You possess quite the audacity. As you wish, I shall descend to the arena and face you. Ashura cast a glance at the princess before calmly striding toward the platform. Battle metrics. 207. This was the most formidable power Baichuan had ever encountered. Ashura indeed possessed the credentials to dominate. However, this was before his arrival. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ashura vanished mid-stride, akin to Baichuan's earlier entrance. Yet this time, the roles had reversed. Bam! In their initial tentative clash, Baichuan seized Ashura's wrist. Yet in the blink of an eye, Ashura's speed surged, effortlessly breaking free from Baichuan's grasp and unleashing a flurry of attacks. This time, Baichuan could not match Ashura's velocity, suffering blows to his chest and face. Gulp! Ashura's arm bulged ominously, and a palm surged toward Baichuan's chest. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted at close range, sending Baichuan hurtling backward. This is far from over. Ashura swept his arm, and luminous rings appeared. A violent gale surged toward Baichuan, intent on obliterating him. A predicament, indeed. There was no time for rescue. Mela gasped in shock. This newly appointed guardian could not even withstand 10 strikes. Yet in the next moment, a thunderous shout pierced the wind, dispersing its force. You are indeed a demon lord. But alas, you have crossed paths with me. Baichuan materialized, a trace of blood graced his lips, yet it only fueled his exhilaration. It appears you possess some skill, but perhaps your words are a tad too audacious? I have yet to unleash my full power. Ashura stood tall, a grayish-purple aura emanating from him. The oppressive pressure bore down on Baichuan. However, he remained unfazed, simply adjusting his stance to feel lighter. Whoosh! Ashura struck first again. But this time his blow met only an afterimage. What? Ashura was taken aback. Scanning left and right, he discovered Baichuan standing across the arena, having refrained from attacking. You cannot win, Baichuan declared, having revealed a glimpse of his speed. This declaration caused Mela's brow to furrow. That man was far too arrogant. He had merely dodged once by chance, and now dared to speak so boldly to Ashura. Should he provoke Ashura's wrath, she would be powerless to save Baichuan. Such hubris, such audacity. How dare a mere human speak to Lord Ashura in such a manner? The frog monster, ever the loyal subordinate, immediately stepped forward. Soon, the arena was filled with the furious roars of the demons, many eager to demonstrate their loyalty by vowing to reduce Baichuan to mere pulp. Yet, Ashura paid them no mind, his focus now firmly on the battle at hand. Oh, you know who you were speaking to? Ashura inhaled deeply, questioning, isn't it just a commander from a minor demon realm on Earth? Do you possess any other identity? Do not tell me you are the son of Depura. This question rendered Baichuan momentarily speechless. Were he to claim kinship with Depura, he would be a loss, for such details were not divulged in the animation. Ashura ground his teeth, realizing how infuriating this insolent youth was. Apologies, I do not speak with malice. If my words offend you, it is undoubtedly intentional. Baichuan discerned Ashura's expression and knew he was not related to Depura. However, it made sense. Depura had horns, and they were not of the same kind. It is over for that fool. Mela covered her face, fearing for Baichuan's fate. What shall we do about these humans? Gola inquired, glancing at the three warriors hiding beside him. Prepare to collect their corpses. The wrathful Ashura will not spare these humans, Mela lamented. This caused the three warriors, Captain, Nova Superman, and Davis, to feel a chill run down their spines. Brother, please, we beg you, spare us from your venomous tongue. Very well. I have made my decision. I shall throw you and those humans into the oil pod. Ashura spoke coldly, his fury palpable. You eat humans? Yet you are a human woman. Do you desire your subordinates to linger on such thoughts daily? In truth, Baichuan was immensely curious about the demon realm. In his perception, demons were synonymous with pillage, slaughter, and cannibalism. His words shocked the princess on stage, who gazed around in terror at the surrounding demons. Fool, being thrown into the oil pot does not necessarily imply consumption. Ashura struggled to comprehend this creature's line of thinking. However, for the princess's sake, he offered an explanation. It was a form of punishment in the demon realm. Ah, I see. You are not quite what I imagined. Baichuan realized that this demon realm bore some resemblance to the underworld depicted in Journey to the West. Do not underestimate our civilization. We have systems in place here. Ashura declared with immense pride. This elicited a peculiar gaze from Baichuan. Could a group of beings known solely for violence and pillage truly claim to possess a civilized structure? Let us make a wager. Should I lose, you may toss us into the oil pot, and you shall wed the princess. Merely the first half of his statement turned the faces of the three warriors and the princess pale with terror. You may fight, but why involve us? They failed to consider that without Baichuan, they might have perished long ago. Yet if you lose, in addition to releasing them, you must appoint me as your military advisor to assist in the reformation of your kind. Military advisor? Reformation? Such a proposal exceeded the expectations of Ashura, Mala, Gola, and the multitude of demons present. Even the princess and the three warriors were taken aback. Did this mean he intended to remain regardless of the outcome? Should he lose, he would be cast into the oil pot, and should he win, he would still serve as a lackey to the demons. What say you? Do you dare accept? Baichuan provocatively challenged Ashura. Ha ha ha, how amusing. While you wish to become my subordinate, your fate shall ultimately lead you to the oil pot. Ashura appeared convinced of Baichuan's inevitable demise, promptly commanding preparations for the oil to clarify. I am not your subordinate, but rather your externally contracted high-ranking military advisor. You may also refer to me as your mentor. Ultimately, you shall all heed my guidance in a reformation plan. Baichuan wagged a finger, correcting him. Military advisor or mentor, it matters not. You are destined for the oil pot. Ashura was unperturbed, confident of his victory. It appears we can commence the second round. Baichuan's expression grew serious, a fierce aura erupting from within him. Had anyone present possessed the ability to perceive energy or wield a power detector, they would have realized that Baichuan's strength now surpassed that of Ashura. Whoosh! In an instant, Baichuan vanished from sight, leaving no trace upon the platform. Here! The vigilant Ashura's pupils widened in shock before he launched a powerful punch towards the left. However, his strike met only empty air. I'm right here. A sudden tap on his shoulder caused him to turn, only for a steel fist to crash mercilessly into his face. Bam! The force of the blow sent Ashura tumbling through the air for several rotations before he plummeted, crashing against the edge of the arena. Had he truly been defeated? The warriors stood in disbelief, as if caught in a dream, astonished that Ashura had been so easily overpowered. It's not over yet, Mela cried out, intending to caution Baichuan against complacency. Just as she predicted, in the next moment, Ashura pushed himself off the ground with one hand, using the force to propel himself skyward. Evil King Tornado. Ashura raised his arms, unleashing a series of radiant circles. Immediately, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, threatening to lift the entire hall as it howled towards Baichuan. Boom! A rapidly spinning tornado was unleashed, and Baichuan found himself ensnared in its eye, his entire being seemingly at the mercy of the slicing wind blades. Gathering his hands, a blinding blue light erupted as a terrifying shockwave flickered within the tornado, hurtling directly towards Azura. Damn it! Under the brilliance of the light, Azura had no time to evade. He thrust his arms forward. Bracing himself to endure the impact, boom! Scorching air surged violently, creating a gaping hole in the palace ceiling, revealing a dim sky with a blood-red moon. Lord Azura. Many demons watched this scene with bated breath. Could the invincible Lord Azura truly be on the verge of defeat? Yet their concerns proved unwarranted, and on the opposite side of the explosion, Azura, with half his body charred, gasped for breath. His survival was due to Baichuan's slight miscalculation. Unbelievably, he had nearly been vanquished. Azura slowly descended back onto the arena, clearly oblivious to Baichuan's leniency, as he himself was in a disheveled state, his martial arts attire shredded by the wind blades. To any observer, it would appear a fair exchange, albeit with Azura bearing the brunt of the loss. Nearly, have you misunderstood something? I possess countless methods to defeat you. Baichuan spread his arms out, placing them at the sides of his forehead, and instantly, a radiance akin to the sun illuminated the entire world. The most formidable technique of the Dragon Ball series. The Sun Fist, like a sun within arm's reach, its dazzling brilliance pierced mercilessly into the eyes of all present. Some demons, caught off guard, seemed blinded, plummeting from the more than 10-meter-high platform, while others shielded their eyes, shouting in terror. Yet the most immediate sensation was felt by the closest to the arena, Azura and Mela among them. In their eyes, Baichuan first transformed into a being of light, and then their minds went blank, momentarily losing their sight. Bam! The blinded Azura felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by an attack on his back, causing him to kneel upon the ground. As the sun-like radiance gradually faded, Mela and several demons regained their sight, only to witness the incredible sight of the once invincible Lord Azura kneeling before Baichuan, a finger poised at his brow. Should Baichuan choose, a single blow could seal Azura's fate. What a surprise that the celestial realm dispatched such a formidable guardian, Gero remarked with some astonishment, noting that typically guardians were selected from among deceased human champions. The previous guardian, if memory served, was only marginally stronger than they were. It seemed that individual had yet to meet their end, serving as a guardian in human form. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Mela's eyes. Compared to Azura, this powerful guardian seemed more suited to be her consort. Yet he remained human, and the role of guardian carried its own dangers. Just as Mela lamented Baichuan's mortal identity, he finally spoke up. You have lost, his eyes cold as distant stars, fixated on Azura, whose face was etched with disbelief before he lowered his head. Resigned to go ahead, losing to a wretch like you is hardly unjust. Lord Azura. The frog monster immediately grew anxious. The other demons exchanged glances, seemingly preparing to select a new leader. In the demon realm, strength was paramount, and with Azura's demise, a vacancy would arise. However, to everyone's astonishment, Baichuan withdrew his finger. What are you saying? You still have to honor our previous agreement. Agreement? Azura was taken aback. Had this fool taken their earlier jests seriously? Mela and Gero exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe Baichuan's sincerity. Yet the advantages of sparing Azura were starkly clear. Even if Baichuan chose to press on, Mela intended to dissuade him. After all, should Azura fall, the thousands of demons here would be unbound, and other leaders would unite to attack them. But of course, there was her own vested interest. Don't even think about reneging. Otherwise, I'll unleash that ultimate move 100 times upon you. Baichuan threatened, for his mission relied entirely on them 100 times. The frog monster was thoroughly alarmed by this declaration. The color drained from the faces of the demons on the platform. Was he truly going to turn the demon realm into a sunlit expanse? Ha ha! How amusing! You, a human, truly intend to reform this band of ruffians. Azura, upon regaining his composure, erupted in laughter. He understood better than anyone the nature of these demons, deeming Baichuan as endeavor a futile exercise in wasting time. No need to laugh. You will be participating as well. Bai Chuan had no intention of letting Azura off the hook on me. Azura's laughter was abruptly silenced. He had not anticipated being drawn into this transformation. Azura, since you have lost to the esteemed guardian, should you not release them? At that moment, Mela approached the arena. Guardian? Azura's eyes widened in surprise. It had been ages since he had heard that title. Indeed, this was the newly appointed guardian from the celestial realm, Lord Bai Chuan. Mela reiterated Bai Chuan's identity. No wonder you allowed them entry into the demon realm. Only then did Azura realize that not only was Mela dissatisfied with their actions, but the celestial realm had also sent a new guardian. However, after a brief shock, Azura looked at Bai Chuan with a hint of curiosity. Not regard me with such eyes. Speak plainly. Bai Chuan felt somewhat uncomfortable under Azura's gaze. Since you are the guardian and my military advisor, I would kindly advise you to vacate the demon realm at your earliest convenience. Why? Bai Chuan inquired. I suspect Miss Mela has yet to inform you. The demon realm is not solely governed by me. There are 3 other leaders, one of whom is the very individual who killed the previous guardian. Even so, what does that have to do with me? Am I to seek vengeance on your behalf? Bai Chuan found this line of reasoning perplexing. The former guardian was of no kin to him, so why should he concern himself with such matters? Not at all. It's rather that this individual once declared that any guardian who appears would be met with death. So your current predicament. Azura paused, leaving the remainder for Bai Chuan to ponder. Is it truly just that? Bai Chuan asked, unperturbed, having anticipated something far more significant. Guardian, you may not realize, but this individual possesses terrifying strength, Mela interjected. Attempting to persuade. Stronger than Azura, Bai Chuan mused. Being fellow demon leaders, they should be comparable, and besides, he had the Sun Fist as his trump card. Allow me to clarify, Azura interjected, elaborating. There are 4 leaders in the demon realm, ranked by strength. I am the 3rd in the southern faction, but the individual from the western side is not significantly stronger than I am. Often, we are nearly evenly matched. However, the one from the east, the very one who killed the previous guardian, poses a threat that even the 3 of us combined cannot withstand. Thus, it seemed he indeed possessed considerable power. Bai Chuan has come to acknowledge that Ashura's strength is undeniably formidable. However, even with the combined efforts of 3 individuals, they stand no chance of prevailing. Moreover, the Eastern Demon Realm is vast, encompassing half of the entire demon world. Most importantly, that being is a descendant of the great demon lineage, while I am merely a scion of the lesser demons. When Ashura broached this topic, he appeared somewhat uncomfortable. The distinctions between great demons and lesser demons are becoming increasingly intricate, and Bai Chuan suddenly realized the complexities of the demon realm. Unlike you humans, or even the deities, our demon clan grows stronger the closer we return to our ancestral roots. The great demons are those whose ancestors once roamed the great demon realm, even producing exceedingly terrifying demon kings that in contrast, I, as a lesser demon, come from a lineage that has remained confined to the lesser demon realm, never having produced a bloodline capable of dominating the demon world. Ashura expressed a hint of regret, acknowledging that he had to struggle fiercely to attain his current level of power, while others, simply by the passage of time, naturally possessed formidable abilities. It struck Bai Chuan that this situation bore similarities to that of wealthy heirs. He mused, astonished that even in the demon realm, such circumstances prevail, perhaps even more pronounced than in the human realm. However, it would be utterly laughable to think that such difficulties could dissuade him. Regardless of the presence of a great demon, even if Tupola himself were to appear, he would not allow his mission to falter here. Observing Bai Chuan's steadfast resolve to remain, Ashura exchanged glances with Mela and ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Life is one's own responsibility, and others cannot bear that burden. By the way, take this and then summon all the demons in your territory. The transformation plan is about to commence officially. Bai Chuan tossed a celestial bean to Ashura. Ashura, perplexed, accepted the bean, suspecting Bai Chuan intended to harm him. If he meant to poison him, he could have done so already. With a crunch, the bean was swallowed. Instantly, Ashura felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and the injuries on the other half of his body were miraculously restored. Astonishing, My wounds have healed in an instant. Not only Ashura, but also Mela and others were taken aback by this spectacle. Truly, it is a treasure from the celestial realm. While Ashura gathered the demons, Baichuan commanded Gola to escort the princess and the captain of the warriors out of the demon realm, instructing that no one is to pass through the main gate without his explicit orders in the future. Understood, Gola replied, leading the princess and others away, and no longer needing to fear Ashura. He could finally fulfill his duties. Ding! Congratulations to the host for enlightening a demon, gaining 0.7 in elemental attributes. Number of demons, 188. The sudden notification greatly enhanced by Chuan's fondness for Gola. It was evident that Gola had been influenced by him and would no longer aid in tyranny. This revelation bolstered by Chuan's confidence. Progress had finally been made in the mission, proving that diligence does not go unrewarded. As he watched Gola depart, Baichuan prepared to seize the moment and turned his gaze directly towards Mela. Mela found his expression curious, particularly as his gaze was quite aggressive. Could it be that he intends? Certain intimate scenes flashed through her mind. Mela, since my arrival, what are your thoughts? Baichuan asked with anticipation. Thoughts? Mela was taken aback. She had expected Baichuan to make some unreasonable demand, yet he merely inquired about her impressions. Does this fellow enjoy playing coy? Your arrival has put an end to the demon's harassment of the human realm, restoring tranquility between the realms. Mela responded in a formal manner. I asked that all. Baichuan felt a twinge of disappointment. There was no notification. Moreover, your arrival has given me a sense of regret for the first time. Mela added. Regret? Indeed, for soon you shall be slain, and that fills me with sorrow. Baichuan's mouth twitched slightly. So, Mela was concerned about this. She believed she would soon be killed by another commander, unable to establish her footing here. It seems that winning over Mela will require patience. Baichuan abandoned his impulsive approach, deciding to proceed methodically. One cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. Given time, she would understand that she is not so easily disposed of, and the notifications would naturally follow. What did you just say? Mela's keen elven ears had picked up on something regarding conquest. Conquest in the human realm implies defeat, does it not? Mela's beautiful phoenix eyes fixed on Baichuan. Puzzled as to why he would want to defeat her, it's nothing, Mela. For now, you shall serve as my aide. Suppressing his impatience, Baichuan assigned Mela her future role, guarding the gate. One Gola is sufficient. An aide in the human realm is akin to a secretary, correct? I have heard some deceased humans mention that you often engage in indiscriminate beatings of secretaries. Mela's words caused a bead of sweat to form on Baichuan's forehead. Dear lady, what sort of people are you associating with? Your understanding is rather skewed, isn't it? After considerable effort to clarify the meaning of aid in the human context and assuring her that he would not harm her indiscriminately, Baichuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the assembled demons. From this day forth, Mr. Baichuan shall become our strategist, guiding us through the transformation. If anyone dares to oppose, feel free to step forward and challenge. The demons of the demon realm are forthright in their dealings. Accordingly, Ashura promptly informed them that any dissenters could step forward, leaving their fates to chance. The demons exchanged glances. They were not blind. They had clearly witnessed the recent battle. Would stepping forward now guarantee victory? With no objections raised, they invited the strategist to issue his commands. Ashura appeared to possess a modicum of chivalry, displaying no pretentiousness or ulterior motives. Ahem, first and foremost, I must clarify that transformation is not as you might envision. It is both a transformation and a form of cultivation, and you should regard it primarily as cultivation. Baichuan began with a few introductory remarks, primarily to convey that he was not there to harm them, but rather to empower them. Cultivation, the demons in the audience began to murmur among themselves. If it involves cultivation, many demons might indeed accept it. But is that truly the case?